In the enchanting realm of Harry Potter, A.V. Shafiq embarks on a life of perceived ordinariness. What? You say I'm a board member of Hogwarts? The protagonist. It appears so. The most influential figure in the Ministry of Magic? The protagonist. It seems that way as well. The chosen one? The protagonist. I beg your pardon, I am merely an unremarkable melee wizard. Chapter 1. A.V. Mrs. Shafiq, this little dress you altered is simply exquisite. The tailored sleeves will surely complement the little one beautifully. Aileen is indeed quite skilled. I only recently learned, and it took me considerable time. A cacophony of chatter drifted from downstairs, and Lin Huai couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, no matter which world, women's conversations remain so simple. It's either about dresses or shoes. With a soft sigh, the boy folded the newspaper in his hands. His gaze fell upon a boy of around 10 years. His features were delicate, with dark, bright eyes and thick, silky brown hair, complemented by a slightly cherubic face. If one could overlook the somewhat lackadaisical expression, he would undoubtedly be an adorable child. Nevertheless, he was quite charming even as he was Mrs. Shafiq is truly attentive to A.V. Of course, A.V. is quite reliant on me as his mother. A.V. Shafiq is the name Lin Huai now bears. Indeed, he has traversed worlds. In his previous life, Lin Huai was a young man in his late 20s, somewhat lazy and extroverted, occasionally exhibiting a touch of youthful exuberance, making him quite affable. After graduating from university, he secured a decent job, and his parents were both healthy and stable in their careers. While his family was not wealthy, they enjoyed a comfortable life. In essence, apart from being unmarried and childless, his life was relatively fulfilling. However, fate had other plans. Awakening as an unborn fetus, he has now spent over a decade in this new existence. Confronted with the inevitable, he could only bid farewell to his parents in his heart and commence a new life. The city of Merton, standing in the southern part of London, is where A.V. now resides. Number 16, Baker Street, a charming 3-story garden house with a front and backyard of approximately 1,200 square feet, has become his home. Since the age of 2, when he inadvertently caught sight of a newspaper in his mother's hands, he realized the extraordinary nature of his new surroundings. A moving newspaper and the illustrious Hogwarts, he'd been transported to the world of Harry Potter. A.V. felt a surge of excitement mingled with trepidation. Fortunately, upon grasping the timeline he inhabited, he found solace, returning to the present. How swiftly the time has passed. 8 years have flown by, once seeming so distant. A.V. mused as he set aside the newspaper. It was a special report from a decade ago covering Voldemort's disappearance. On the front page, a dynamic image captured several figures seemingly embroiled in an argument. A.V., darling, did you hear that? Come downstairs. Mrs. Shafiq's voice echoed from below. Eileen Emma, his mother's name, was a half-blood which and currently a potion master at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. His father, Gray Shafiq, was a member of the pure-blood Shafiq family, one of the 28. Though referred to as a family, it now consisted solely of his father, who perished in the protracted struggle against Death Eaters. Today, A.V. stands as the last remnant of the Shafiq lineage. As he descended the stairs, the sound of his footsteps echoing softly, he turned the corner and beheld the scene in the living room. 3 ladies were cozily nestled on a sofa by the fireplace, 2 guests sitting opposite each other, both neighbors from the vicinity. A.V.'s mother perched on the armrest of the sofa, embracing one of the guests, while all held steaming cups of coffee, their expressions radiating joy as they conversed. Upon hearing his footsteps, Eileen turned to look at him, and no matter how many times he beheld his mother, he was always struck by her beauty. Clad in a white turtleneck wool sweater paired with black fitted stretch trousers, her tall figure was accentuated. With golden hair and azure eyes, her soft facial features, distinct from other Westerners, boasted a delicate complexion that outshone any internet goddess from his past life. "What are you doing up there? Annie Clocker and Annie Davin have been here for quite some time," Eileen said, setting her coffee down and walking over. "I was working on a craft assignment from school." "Annie Clocker, Annie Davin, you are most welcome to join us," he replied, "that I want to skateboard. That way, I won't have to run out every day." While he engaged with the neighbors, he made his way to the table, feeling a twinge of hunger and ready to snack. Thanks to his striking appearance, the neighbors often teased him, creating a new form of amusement in the neighborhood. Contented, the ladies resumed their idle chatter. After Aileen bestowed a kiss on his cheek, she joined the conversation. Being playfully teased by the ladies was a significant aspect of his childhood. It could be quite overwhelming. For him, if not for his mother's exceptional beauty softening the generational divide, the idea of having to charm and entertain a group of middle-aged women was quite daunting. Nevertheless, the advantages of his striking looks were evident every time Aileen took him out. Any woman regardless of age would instantly be drawn to him. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about finding a girlfriend in the future. As he munched on cookies amidst the sounds of laughter, Avi fell into contemplation. Next March, I will turn 11, and by July, I should receive my acceptance letter to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. That's when the true adventure will begin. We really must be going. Eileen, the children are waiting for the Christmas Eve dinner, one lady said. Then I shall not keep you any longer. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Goodbye. Ladies, I wish you a Merry Christmas. Dear, Merry Christmas to you as well. Merry Christmas. Mommy. As he bid farewell to the neighbors, Eileen felt a surge of joy at Avi's wishes and was about to embrace him. Mom, can you teach me a spell? Consider it a Christmas gift, he implored eagerly. Avi, you are far too young. You cannot yet control your magic. It could spiral out of control and cause harm. Absolutely not. Eileen gently patted his head, whispering, behave, and you shall receive a skateboard as your Christmas gift. But my magic has always been stable. It has never gone awry. Besides, I will be attending Hogwarts next year as a wizard from a magical family. It would be embarrassing to not know a single spell. Please. Avi blinked innocently, his face scrunching in a pleading pout. At his words, Eileen felt a flicker of temptation. Indeed, due to family heritage, she hesitated to expose Avi to magic too early. Yet, she also yearned for him to become an exceptional wizard. Very well, Avi, you have persuaded me. But you must practice under my supervision. Do you understand? Eileen affectionately pinched his cheek. Oh, splendid. Thank you, Mommy. Avi exclaimed, wrapping his arms around her neck and planting a fervent kiss on her enchanting face before eagerly dashing upstairs. Chapter 2. Talent. Hey, slow down. Ivy, wait for me to finish tidying up. After 2 minor magical outbursts, Aaron felt reassured and tacitly allowed him to practice independently. The volatility of magic was a lingering consequence of the Shafiq lineage. The wizards of the Ivy family possessed a remarkable advantage, an unfathomable reservoir of magical energy. In simpler terms, they had an abundance of magical power. Compared to their predecessors, Ivy surpassed them all. At merely 10 years of age, the magical energy within him rivaled the combined total of half a dozen young wizards. To him, the prowess of wizards in the Harry Potter series predominantly relied on a diverse array of spells. The issue of magical energy could hardly be resolved. Most wizards saw their magical power increase in tandem with age and physical growth, unless they possessed magical artifacts akin to the bone recovery wand. Such treasures, however, were rare and nearly unattainable. Hence, the Shafiq family, endowed with excessive magical energy, naturally excelled over others. Yet, every advantage carries its disadvantages. The spellcasting process entails a mental invocation of the internal magical energy, reinforced by incantations, then channeled through a wand. Other wizards achieve a harmonious balance between their mental acuity and magical power, allowing them to manipulate their energy with ease, requiring only minimal training for basic spellcasting. Conversely, while the Shafiq family possesses a bounty of magical energy, they lack the formidable mental fortitude to match it. Consequently, even the slightest emotional disturbance could lead to a chaotic surge of magical energy, resulting in unpredictable outcomes. By fortunate chance, such an outburst could unleash a powerful shockwave, wreaking havoc upon the surroundings. But should fortune falter, it could lead to catastrophic self-destruction. Ivy had heard from his mother about an ancestor who, consumed by rage, lost complete control of his magic and was laid to rest without even a coffin. Yet, this chaotic power also served as the primary offensive method of the Shafiq family. This referred to the deliberate release of energy. The loss of control represented not strength but peril. Unlike traditional wizards who harness spells to manipulate magic for harm, the Shafiq family's approach was blunt and direct, unleashing torrents of magical energy upon their targets. The colossal flow of magic not only obliterated adversarial spells, but also delivered a force comparable to a high-speed freight train colliding head-on. Ivy had often heard tales during conversations with his mother of many dark wizards and magical creatures who had been reduced to mere puddles by the sheer force of his father's assaults. At this tender age, Ivy could hardly generate such staggering impacts. If he were to describe it, he would liken it to a fierce gale, capable of toppling his peers without difficulty, and likely causing adults to stagger. The spell Aaron taught him was a simplified transformation charm, merely altering the outward appearance without imparting any corresponding characteristics, akin to mere sculpture, lifeless and devoid of essence. This effect was precisely what he had requested. Having come to understand his predicament, and with a mind influenced by the internet, a flurry of thoughts surged within him. Concepts akin to air guns and compressed air cannons flooded his imagination. However, as his musings wandered, whimsical and exaggerated scenarios flickered through his mind, eliciting an involuntary smile that stretched across his lips as he envisioned himself vanquishing Voldemort with a single blast. However, The premise of daydreaming lies in the ability to expertly control one's own magical power. Otherwise, one is destined to tread the same path as his father. His father, Gray, possesses an extensive repertoire of spells, yet he is unable to cast a single one. The sheer intensity of his magical energy leaves him utterly drained, merely striving to maintain stability, let alone wield it with finesse. Nonetheless, this does not detract from his prowess as a formidable wizard. His profound magical strength grants him the capacity to overpower foes with ease. The raw energy he unleashes is astonishingly lethal, regardless of the adversary. A single strike not only shatters opposing spells, but also inflicts significant harm, embodying a perfect synthesis of offense and defense. Conversely, such a brutish combat style is easily countered. After all, this is not a realm where ascension to power is as simple as a mere moment of enlightenment. Gray exemplifies this truth. In direct confrontation, even the likes of Voldemort would hesitate to withstand his assaults. Yet, such remarkable strength ultimately led to his demise at the hands of ambushing Death Eaters. Thus, possessing versatile combat techniques to navigate various scenarios is of paramount importance. Fortunately, Ivy, as a transmigrator, enjoys certain privileges, even in the absence of a system or a guiding elder. His mental fortitude is exceptional. When compared to his father at the same age, it becomes evident that while his father would succumb to rage or turmoil, even to the extent of causing chaos in his sleep from unsettling dreams, Ivy remains composed. Were it not for today's spell practice, he would have scarcely lost control. Even during this session, he only managed to slightly displace a few pieces of furniture. Perhaps it is a benefit derived from his dual existence or the fortuitous advantages of time travel. In any case, he finds himself endowed with exceptional conditions. With the necessary resources in place, it now hinges upon his own determination to excel. Fortunately, while he may not possess a keen enthusiasm for acquiring knowledge, the prospect of mastering power holds great allure for a boy of his somewhat rebellious spirit. After all, dreams of heroism are universal, even amidst the harshness of reality. The pursuit of hope and beauty is an intrinsic human instinct. However, upon embarking on practical application, Ivy soon realizes the complexity of the task at hand. The magical prowess of the Shafiq family is not only vast but also tempestuous. If the magical energy of an ordinary wizard resembles a gentle stream, then that of the Shafiq family is akin to a wild, roaring river, untamed and difficult to harness. Even with his unparalleled mental strength, controlling it proves exceptionally challenging. Despite his wholehearted effort, he ends up destroying numerous practice logs, leaving a trail of wood shavings scattered throughout the room. This simplified transformation technique is the most suitable method he can conceive for his training. By meticulously portraying the subtle details of a creature's demeanor, posture, and appearance, he endeavors to refine his control over magical energy. While the concept is promising, after 2 to 3 hours of effort, he achieves only a single instance of success. In that moment, he attempted to transform a log into a cat. Yet the result was merely the outline of a 4-legged creature emerging from the wood, an engraving upon the surface, lacking even the most basic deformation. Presenting such a creation to his mother at dinner elicited praise, leading him to ponder whether the family's remarkable talent is truly a blessing. Alas, it seems he remains distant from the realm of exquisite spells. Ivy feels a tinge of disappointment, having harbored notions of becoming a versatile warrior. He had perhaps been overly optimistic. Animal Magus, he murmurs the incantation softly. At the same time, the index finger of her right hand lightly tapped the log. As the surface of the log glimmered softly, a 4-legged creature with a round face and a pointed nose emerged from the wood, lacking facial features and any fur or texture. It could only be discerned by its outline, likely resembling a cat. Realizing a shift in her thoughts was necessary, Ivy expressionlessly discarded the log and burrowed into her bed. Chapter 3. The Snowball Fight. "I'm leaving, Mom. Be careful, don't run onto the ice." "I know," she exclaimed, bursting through the door. The day was frigid, and Ivy was clad in winter attire, complete with gloves and a felt hat, as she made her way to her destination. It was around 10 in the morning, and numerous personnel were directing snow removal along the road. A relentless snowstorm lasting 2 days and nights had cloaked the town in a shimmering white blanket. Snow had piled high along the sides of the road, as neighbors continued to shovel their gardens. On the streets, vehicles moved at an unusually slow pace, with drivers gripping their steering wheels cautiously to prevent skidding. Salt was being spread on the roads by designated personnel to ensure safe passage. "Merry Christmas, Aunt Oliver." "Oh, Dina, you look beautiful today, Merry Christmas." The little one's words were indeed sweet as they followed the path through the garden deeper into the park. At this hour, the park was filled with the more spirited children of the town. Upon reaching the grassy bank by the lake, Ivy noticed that a sizable portion of the lake had frozen over, with many daring children testing the ice with their feet. A group of 7 or 8 children gathered on the lawn, attempting to build a giant snowman. Today, Ivy had come prepared for a grand affair, a snowball fight. Excitedly, she shouted, forming a snowball, and, seizing the moment while others were distracted, hurled it at David's face. He was Dina's younger brother, residing directly across from Ivy's house. Surprise! It's Ivy, that rascal. Get him! As the children reacted, they began retaliating, and in an instant, a flurry of snowballs soared toward Ivy. She quickly dodged and maneuvered. It still got hit by 2. Ah, I got him. Well done. The commotion attracted more and more children. The lawn transformed into a chaotic battlefield, snowballs flying like a hailstorm, as over 20 children engaged in a fray. The battle escalated, with Ivy adorned in various white splotches, remnants of the snowballs that struck her. She had also achieved considerable success, having turned David into a snowman of sorts. Amidst the melee, Ivy was suddenly tackled from behind. It was the Levin brothers. These 2 shameless youths who had somehow acquired 2 wooden shovels, relentlessly shoveling snow in an attempt to bury her. You 2 rascals are resorting to sneak attacks. Ivy struggled fiercely, but being much smaller than the 5-year-older twins, her resistance only seemed to delight them further. Perhaps due to the many children who had suffered at the hands of the Levin brothers. A dozen or so kids set aside their grievances and rushed over to help subdue the twins. Seizing the opportunity, Ivy flipped over and clung to their legs. Bury them! Bury them! Bury them! Over a dozen children lifted the Levin brothers and carried them to a massive snow mound, disregarding their threats, and tossed them into it. The brothers sank into the snow pile and vanished in an instant. Ha! They got what they deserved. Let them shovel me, he said, as his comrades burst into laughter. The shouts of those rascals echoed from the snowdrifts. Run! Someone yelled, and in an instant, everyone scattered. Avery, don't run. I will take you down. Goodbye. I shall not entertain you any longer. How was the fun, he mused, as he watched his son push open the door. Despite his disheveled appearance, covered in twigs and snow, the exhilaration on his face was unmistakable. In truth, he was indeed filled with joy. Ever since his journey into this world began, this time of year allowed him to unleash his true nature and revel in the exuberance of play. In his previous life in JS, experiencing even a snowfall once or twice in winter was remarkable. Such an experience was unimaginable for him. Thus, the icy landscape was a novelty he cherished deeply. Not bad, he remarked, shaking off his coat and brushing off the debris, rubbing his frostbitten cheeks. He made his way to the living room to accept a steaming cup of hot cocoa from his mother. By the way, how is your spell practice coming along? Aaron was preparing lunch. Noon was fast approaching. There hasn't been much progress. Do not be disheartened. Your current level of finesse surpasses that of your father at his age. Avery could hardly fathom his father living as a human bomb. After lunch, Avery sat at the table, contemplating a training plan. He felt his previous ideas were too crude. Although the overall concept was sound, it required refinement. For him, the ideal solution lay in acquiring a wand, as possessing one would significantly enhance his control. However, this was no easy feat. Purchasing a wand was straightforward. His family had ample funds. Yet, every wand was registered with the Ministry of Magic. Furthermore, due to her husband's demise, Erin, who was already pregnant, feared retaliation from the Death Eaters and decided to relocate here to live among Muggles. Casting spells in the Muggle world would attract considerable scrutiny. Although Avery was a bona fide white wizard, he wished to avoid constant harassment from the Ministry. This path was temporarily blocked. However, there was another option: reducing the complexity of spellcasting. The difficulty of transformation spells, aside from the caster's ability, largely depended on the intricacy of the object to be transformed. Avery resolved to forego transforming delicate creatures for the time being and instead began with simpler pieces of furniture, followed by intricate decorations. He would progress from large, rugged animals to exquisite ornamental ones. As for insects and intricately crafted human devices, the challenges were too great. The former were too minuscule and the latter too complex. He would assess the situation as it unfolded. A course was charted, and whether it could be realized remained to be seen. For now, he would adopt a determined stance. With a reasonable plan in mind, Avery sprang into action. Eager to create a small stool, he retrieved a section of log and began to cast a spell. After explosively transforming 2 pieces of wood, a new form finally emerged. The wood morphed from a cylinder into a rectangular block, its surface exceedingly rough, making it somewhat uncomfortable to sit upon. Ah, let us carry on, he sighed, glancing at the various stools before him, knowing that school would commence the following day. Some corners are chipped, some legs are broken, and some parts are hollow. Yet, beneath him rests a small four-legged stool that barely meets the standard. Unlike crafted products that are pieced together with numerous joints, the stool, transformed by magic, appears seamless. Its surface is no longer coarse, but polished to a smooth finish, as if it had been meticulously sanded. The practice during the Christmas holiday has yielded some benefits in various aspects. The prospect of improvement brings immense joy to Ivy. The gratifying sensation of reaping rewards after diligent effort is universally cherished. He is also aware that, regardless of how much he practices, his ability to control magic will only improve to a certain extent, ultimately allowing him to cast only the simplest spells. Yet, this is more than sufficient. Ivy feels profoundly content, having already gained so much. He climbs into bed, reclining and staring blankly at the ceiling, his mind adrift, unsure of what thoughts occupy him. In Surrey County, at 4 Yew Tree Road, tucked beneath the staircase in the hallway, 10-year-old Harry curls up by the window, lost in the moonlight and his musings. Occasionally, sounds of raucous gaming emanate from upstairs, likely from Dudley. "Harry, bring me a cup of coffee." A male voice suddenly calls from above, brimming with self-satisfaction, as if ordering Harry to indulge in a great pleasure. "And fetch me a plate of cookies as well." This is his cousin Dudley, who is always in search of more food. Indeed, he is far too thin. Our savior remains entangled in the throes of a difficult life. See you tomorrow, Harry Potter. Chapter 4. The Emergence of Magic. St. George's Primary School, Surrey County. "Goodbye, Mom. See you this afternoon, Ivy." He stepped out of the car, wiping the lipstick from his face. Today marks the first day back to school after Christmas. At the school gate, numerous parents are seen sending their children off, assisting in adjusting their outfits while offering last-minute advice. As he strides into the school, which is about a half-hour drive from the city center, he is greeted by the sight of a centuries-old castle, replete with towers, staircases, and gates that exude historical charm, enveloped by verdant foliage, far removed from the clamor of urban life. "Hi, Ivy, good to see you." "Hi, good morning. It's a pleasure to see you, beautiful lady." Along the way, he receives greetings from various individuals, predominantly women, the reasons for which are quite apparent. In truth, Ivy's relationship with his classmates can only be described as friendly. For in spirit, he is nearly 30, and he finds little common ground with these young children. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that British cartoons are quite delightful. Upon locating his classroom, he pushes the door open. It is still early, and not many students have arrived. They gather in small clusters, sharing tales of their holiday adventures. Ivy chooses a spot against the wall to sit. In British primary schools, seating is not assigned, and students often sit on the floor. Moreover, the educational philosophy in Britain emphasizes learning through enjoyment, and teachers do not impose excessive pressure on the children. As for why Ivy travels so far to attend school here, crossing multiple districts for over an hour each day, the answer is simple. Harry is here. The tale of young Harry defeating the Dark Lord is well known throughout the wizarding world, and their family is certainly no exception. Eileen sent him to this school not only to provide protection, but also because he had triumphed over the Dark Lord. The Avery family was also a thorn in Voldemort's side, and being close to Harry could instill a sense of caution among the Death Eaters. "Harry, don't run. Quickly, catch him." The sound of the class bell grew nearer, and suddenly, hurried footsteps and shouts echoed from outside. With a loud bang, the classroom door was forcefully pushed open. A frail boy darted past everyone, rushing to a corner at the opposite end of the doorway. He was clad in a black cotton coat, its surface gleaming as if waxed, adorned with numerous patches of various sizes. The oversized coat nearly concealed his legs, and on his feet were a pair of faded, oversized sneakers. With a resounding crash, the door swung open again, and this time, two figures entered, Dudley and his best friend, Piers Polkiss. Standing next to Dudley, who had a pair of watery blue eyes and a thick mane of blonde hair. He already appeared significantly overweight, at least 3 times Harry's size. It was no wonder Harry often remarked that Dudley resembled a pig wearing a wig. Dudley was in less than ideal condition, leaning against the doorframe, greedily gasping for air, his hands clad in boxing gloves. "You little brat, Harry, look where you're running to," he shouted, as the two split up, flanking Harry from either side. The surrounding classmates wore expressions of spectatorship. Some girls cast sympathetic glances, yet none dared to intervene. Avery, too, chose to remain uninvolved. Firstly, without the use of magic, and unless resorting to underhanded tactics, he knew he could not best Dudley. Secondly, being aware of the unfolding story, he deemed it unnecessary to interfere, considering it merely a prelude to their bonding. Despite the lack of assistance, Harry displayed no signs of panic, exhibiting remarkable agility. He had endured countless encounters like this since Dudley took up boxing. Piers suddenly let out a loud shout and lunged at Harry. Swiftly, Harry lowered his body and dodged to the left, simultaneously hooking his right foot around Piers' left ankle, leaning forward to leverage his weight and topple Piers. Before Piers could rise, Dudley's fist came swinging towards him. Harry reacted with astonishing speed, dropping to the ground to evade the blow, and seizing the moment when Dudley was off balance, he darted through Dudley's legs towards the exit. He dared not let Dudley fall. If he were injured, Harry's life would be forever miserable. Moreover, he feared that Dudley's fall could crush his own feet. Ahem! Mr. Dursley, Mr. Polkiss, Mr. Potter, please find a seat. Class is about to commence, came a voice, and reluctantly, Dudley was forced to cease his pursuit. He shot Harry a glare before finding a corner to sit in. To distance himself from Dudley, Harry settled in the corner near Avery. Hey Harry, well done. Due to Dudley's intimidation, Avery was the only classmate willing to engage in a normal conversation with Harry. Ha, Harry replied, raising his fist with a smile. He possessed bright green eyes, a head of jet black hair with unruly ends, and his signature glasses were held together with tape. Beneath the thick fringe that obscured his forehead, there lay a faint, elongated scar resembling a lightning bolt, almost imperceptible unless one knew to look closely. At the tender age of 10, Harry appeared even more youthful and endearing than he did in the films. How was your holiday? It was fine. Harry, feeling somewhat self-conscious, was reluctant to discuss family matters with his classmates. Ivy could easily surmise that, in comparison to the vibrant holidays of his peers, Harry likely spent the majority of his time in that small cupboard. Harry, it will get better. Harry looked at Ivy in confusion, unable to comprehend what this well-off classmate was implying. Ivy offered no further explanation. During the afternoon recess, on the playground behind the school building, a patch of bare, earthy ground had transformed into a makeshift baseball field, commandeered by 7 or 8 children. Among them was Dudley, who was batting that day, while his close friend, Piers, stood on the mound as the pitcher. A throng of students gathered in the adjacent bleachers to watch, and Ivy was no exception, having little else to occupy her time. Meanwhile, Harry sat atop a climbing frame at the southern end, keeping his distance. Having finally found a moment of peace during recess, he wished to remain unseen by Dudley. Piers struck a dramatic pose, legs spread apart, bending at the waist, gripping the ball with his right hand, and casting a fierce gaze at Dudley. With a sharp whistle, he straightened up and hurled the ball with considerable force. Dudley crouched slightly, his eye catching a white, racing towards him. He tightened his grip and swung the bat. With a resounding crack, the white baseball soared out of the field. Hooray! Home run! Oh, Dudley, my brother, you are fantastic. Hey, the kid has some talent. Ivy remarked lazily, shielding her eyes from the sun as she watched the ball fly away. Whoa, Harry! Ivy suddenly sat up, alarmed. It's going to hit him. Oh, quick, help him. A chorus of gasps arose from those nearby. Ivy dashed forward, calling out, Harry! Harry! Hearing the shouts, Harry turned his head to see Ivy gesturing urgently at him. He looked up just in time to see a small white ball rapidly enlarging in his vision. A moment of shock froze him. It was too late to dodge. Fearfully, he raised his arms to shield his face. As Ivy rushed towards Harry, she sensed a surge of magical energy. Fixating on Harry, her pupils dilated with astonishment as the baseball that was poised to strike him vanished into thin air. After a prolonged wait with his arms raised, Harry felt no impact or pain. Gradually, he lowered his arms and glanced around. It seemed the ball had gone astray. Exhaling in relief, he climbed down from the frame, stumbling slightly as he landed in the sand, his legs feeling a bit weak. Rubbing his legs, Harry suddenly felt something pressing against the left pocket of his jacket. Reaching in, he extracted a baseball. Ivy, having arrived on the scene, observed everything silently before approaching briskly. Are you all right? I'm fine, but how did this get in my pocket? Harry pondered. Perhaps your cousin slipped it in and forgot about it. Chapter 5. An unexpected turn of events. My dear, how do you feel on the first day of school? Quite well, actually. Mother, let me recount an amusing incident that occurred in the afternoon. He is indeed a legendary figure who vanquished the Dark Lord, a natural-born wizard. Ivy, it is no surprise that extraordinary events transpire in his life. Indeed, does he still reside with the Dursleys? Well, the conditions are not ideal. He is poorly clothed and fed, yet he does not suffer from hunger or cold. Aside from frequently being bullied by Dudley, he manages a relatively normal existence. Poor fellow, is he aware of our situation? It is a complete blank to him. We ought not to interfere in others' family matters. However, if any issues arise at school, you could lend him a hand. Certainly. I wonder why Dumbledore initially placed Harry there. Just look at the hardships he has endured, without even a single clean garment to wear. Who can say? Mother continued to murmur, and Ivy felt unable to express too much, merely nodding in agreement. Time flew by, and soon it was June, ushering in the sweltering summer. In the outskirts of Surrey, St. George's Primary School was hosting a summer camp today, where the children would spend a day in the wilderness. Each child carried a large rucksack, complete with a tent for sleeping. It is unclear whether British parents are genuinely open-minded or simply carefree, as none accompany their children, trusting them to venture into the wild alone. When Ivy informed her mother about the camping trip, she was overjoyed, proclaiming that her little Ivy was soon to become a true gentleman. It seemed as though Ivy could mature overnight, ready to carry on the family legacy. The thrill of venturing into the wild for the first time, without their parents in tow, filled the little ones with excitement as they chattered animatedly about the scenery along the way. Ivy walked alongside Harry at the back of the group. Even from a distance, one could hear Dudley's boisterous shouts at the front. Harry kept his head down, carrying an old fabric bag riddled with holes, through which glimpses of meager provisions could be seen. On top of the bag rested a worn sleeping bag. "Harry, would you like to share a tent with me?" Ivy inquired. "Really? Thank you so much, Ivy," Harry replied, elated. His uncle had not provided him with a tent, and he was at a loss. "It's no trouble. The tent is spacious, and it would be empty otherwise. All right, everyone gather around." The outdoor instructor clapped his hands. They had arrived at a clearing in the woods, the surroundings offering a panoramic view, with sunlight filtering through the trees and casting warmth upon the ground. "Students, we will camp here for the night. Please set up your tents." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in excitement, eagerly rummaging through their bags for tents. Some consulted instruction manuals, while others dove straight into the task. Others, like Ivy, had already practiced setting up their tents at home to avoid embarrassment on site. With Harry's assistance, they quickly completed the task. Before long, with the instructor's guidance, everyone had their tents ready. Lunchtime was approaching, and it was time to divide into groups. The older students dispersed into the woods to gather firewood, while the younger ones assisted the teachers in setting up cooking equipment and recreational facilities, following orders. Dismissed, everyone scattered. Ivy and Harry ventured into the forest together. "Harry, why does Dudley always bully you?" "I don't know. The Dursleys all seem to despise me. Yet I haven't done anything to deserve their disdain. Perhaps they are envious of you." "What do you mean?" "They fear that if you become successful in the future, you might take revenge on them." "Don't be ridiculous. How could I ever succeed? I'm still in elementary school." As they conversed, their hands were busy carrying a stack of firewood. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered to the edge of stream. This small brook was the only water source nearby, frequented by many animals. Unfortunately, a robust adult male wild boar was at the stream, drinking with its young. Sensing their approach, it raised its head, stomped its hooves, and let out a few grunts, appearing somewhat agitated. Due to their limited perspective, Ivy and Harry remained unaware of the creature and proceeded towards the stream. By the time they heard the grunts, it was too late. A large black boar had entered their line of sight. The massive creature measured 2 meters in length and stood about 1 meter tall, with tusks protruding nearly 5 centimeters from its mouth. Unlike a domesticated pig, it was muscular and robust, resembling a moving hill. At that very moment, they were only 7 or 8 meters away, and the boar appeared restless. "Ivy?" Harry's voice quivered as the boar's fierce gaze made his legs weak. "Don't be afraid, just don't provoke it." Wild boars typically do not attack humans unprovoked. Ivy slowly pulled Harry back, creating distance between them. As they retreated, the boar began to calm down, though its watchful demeanor remained. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Ivy. "Hey, Ivy, are you here by the river too?" It was David. "Oh no." Ivy turned, frantically signaling for him to leave. However, he seemed oblivious and continued to approach. "What are you doing?" "Wild boar, run." As David drew closer, he finally noticed the scene obscured by the foliage and let out a terrified scream. He picked up a stone and hurled it at the boar, turning to flee without waiting to see the outcome. "This is bad," Ivy thought to herself. Provoked by the attack, the boar let out a furious cry, took 2 steps back, and charged forward. Its imposing figure and sharp tusks surged like a car pressing on the accelerator. Ivy had no doubt that a collision would result in severe injury. Harry was frozen in fear, clutching Ivy's shirt tightly from behind. There was no time to run. The boar raced towards them, rearing up to slam into Ivy's chest. "Step back." With the intention of testing his training, Ivy raised one hand. Channeling his magical energy, he concentrated it into his hand, and a transparent orb, the size of a soccer ball, shot forth from his palm, striking the boar's head. The boar let out a pained shriek as it fell from the air. Without waiting for it to regain its footing, Ivy seized Harry's hand and turned to run. "Ivy, what was that just now?" After 5 or 6 months of diligent practice, the results were unmistakable. Unlike his father's broad, all-encompassing attacks. He had learned to harness his magical energy with precision, eliminating unnecessary waste and executing targeted strikes. This method was not only efficient, but also conserved energy, significantly enhancing his combat endurance. "Hey, are you all right?" The instructor approached, firearm in hand, accompanied by David and several teachers. "We're fine." David startled it with a stone. "And we took the opportunity to escape," Ivy interjected, while Harry remained silent. Throughout the day, Harry yearned to ask him questions. Yet each time the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself voiceless. He had an inkling that Ivy had just used something peculiar, something that felt both familiar and foreign. However, Ivy wore an expression that suggested he would not divulge any secrets, leaving Harry feeling rather helpless. That night, Ivy and Harry lay in their tent, with Harry unable to sleep, his mind preoccupied with the events of the day. "Ivy, when is your birthday?" "July 31st. That is still more than a month away." "What is wrong?" "Nothing, just your 11th birthday?" "Yes, Harry, let's make a pact." "What kind of pact?" "On your birthday, I will reveal the mystery." "Really?" "Indeed, then it's settled. On that day, I will give you a gift that you will surely adore." "Thank you, Ivy. Before that, could you keep it a secret?" "Of course, we are friends." "Yes, good night, Harry." "Good night, Ivy." Chapter 6. Graduation in late June at St. George's Primary School. The term had concluded, and summer vacation would officially commence the following day. After the graduation ceremony, Ivy wandered aimlessly through the school. Truth be told, since his arrival in this world, every action he had taken was driven by future considerations. He rarely engaged in activities purely for enjoyment. On this day, as he prepared to leave his alma mater, he realized he had perhaps been overly concerned. This world would continue to thrive even without him. He was not a savior, nor was he meant to be one. Why burden myself with such worries every day? He mused, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. Given the chance to live anew, he genuinely wished to pursue endeavors that intrigued him. After all, life in the Celestial Empire was well understood, stable, and orderly. He craved something different, even if the essence remained the same. After all, this was the magical realm. Unfortunately, he had yet to discover his true direction. "Ivy, slow down, Harry." Harry dashed before Ivy, bent over with hands resting on his knees, panting heavily. After a moment's pause, he retrieved 2 photographs from his bag. Ivy accepted them. They were their graduation pictures. In the image, they stood side by side, nearly the same height, their smiles radiant. "Congratulations on your graduation, Harry. You two, have you thought about how you'll spend the summer?" "Uncle Vernon, 1T, let me go anywhere. I reckon I'll be stuck in that wretched cupboard." For Harry, summer had always been a torment. "This year will be different, I assure you." "Really? I feel like you know something, but have been keeping it from me." "We had agreed, on your birthday." "All right, I shall not inquire further." Unbeknownst to them, the two had wandered out of the school gates, where parents awaited to collect their children. Observing others accompanied by their parents, Harry felt a pang of melancholy, which did not go unnoticed by Ivy. "Harry, why do you live with your uncle and his family? Where are your parents?" Harry's tone was tinged with sorrow. "If my parents were here, I would surely have someone to care for me, just like Dudley. Should I show him that newspaper?" "Never mind, since Dumbledore has made arrangements. It would be inappropriate to interfere. After all, enduring 10 years has been quite enough. Besides, the gift I prepared for him will surely bring him some comfort." "Harry, which secondary school are you planning to attend?" "I don't know, but it will definitely be a public school. My uncle wouldn't dare spend money on me." "Would you be willing to switch to a better school?" "Of course. That would be splendid, like a dream come true." "Oh, what do you usually dream about?" "When I was younger, I often dreamed of my parents still being alive, coming to take me away from my uncle's home. I imagined having parents who would spoil me, cooking delicious meals, and buy me new clothes. And then, sorry. It's all right, but recently, I've been having a peculiar recurring dream. In it, there's a flying motorcycle, and a man much taller than Uncle Vernon is riding it. I can't see his face, but I sense he has a thick mane of hair and a beard. He rides with one hand and seems to be holding something in the other. It's all rather strange. What could it possibly mean for me? Why would I dream such a thing? Perhaps he is here to take you away?" Ivy chuckled. "How could that be? I don't even know such a tall person. Besides, how could there be a flying motorcycle?" "Well, maybe your uncle is so wretched that God sent someone to teach him a lesson. That would be marvelous. He deserves a good thrashing, as does Dudley." "Wait a moment, I mentioned this dream to Uncle Vernon before." And then, he was both astonished and furious, warning me against such fanciful thoughts, and then locked me in the cupboard for an entire day. He couldn't have truly been secretly reprimanded. I didn't expect you would know. He must have been humiliated and enraged." Ivy jested, and Harry turned to her, their eyes meeting as they burst into laughter. "Harry Potter, what on earth are you still doing in that wretched place? Do you have any idea how precious my time is?" At the school gate, across the road, Harry's uncle Vernon Dursley was busy loading Dudley's luggage. He shouted angrily at Harry. Beside Vernon, Dudley grinned triumphantly at Harry, even making a threatening gesture. Damn it, Ivy, I must take my leave. Don't forget your promise to me. I won't forget. I'll accompany you. The two walked side by side towards the car. Can you even make friends? Dudley mocked Harry. Good day, Mr. Dursley. I am Harry's classmate, Ivy. Ivy Shafiq. Ivy interrupted Vernon. Ivy, this boy is a freak. Misfortune seems to follow him. I advise you to keep your distance. Vernon pointed to his son in the car. Perhaps you two could become good friends. It must be said that Uncle Vernon possesses a remarkably accurate intuition. Misfortune seems to follow Harry wherever he goes. Thank you for your warning, though I believe Harry is quite all right. Then farewell. With a couple of sardonic laughs, she drove away. After traveling for a short while, a car suddenly halted beside her. Ivy turned her gaze towards the driver's seat. As the window gradually descended, Erin's somewhat embarrassed face came into view. Hi, Ivy. How does it feel to graduate? All right, dear. I sincerely apologize for the delay. Something came up today. How about a grand feast to celebrate your successful graduation? Ivy rolled her eyes in resignation, placed her luggage in the trunk, and then settled into the back seat. Was the hospital particularly busy today? Don't you often take time off? Erin serves as the chief potioneer in the potions and plant poisoning department at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Typically, potions are pre-prepared, and unless there are special patients requiring individualized concoctions, her presence is not strictly necessary. Thus, Erin often takes time off without facing any repercussions. Their family is not lacking in wealth. Ivy's father, being one of the few elite forces in the wizarding world, combined with the family's inherited riches. One can only imagine the astronomical sum of gold amassed within Gringotts. Even in the Muggle world, their family does quite well. Erin's father, Ivy's late grandfather, was a Muggle, and it was only after marriage that he discovered his wife was a witch. After the passing of the elderly couple, they left behind considerable assets. Ivy knows of a manor in the north, dedicated to grape cultivation and wine production, which Erin visits once or twice a year to audit the accounts. Consequently, with no burdens of daily life, Erin spends most of her time with Ivy, and their bond is quite strong. It's not about the hospital. I'm helping an old friend concoct wolfsbane potion. Wolfsbane potion? Yes. Your friend must be rather impoverished. Ivy remained silent. As the scenery along the roadside receded, the vehicle gradually departed from Surrey. Chapter 7. The End of the Dursleys, Part 1. Recently, Harry's life has been rather miserable. Ever since he botched things on Dudley's birthday, numerous changes have transpired in his life. Whenever he goes out shopping with Aunt Petunia, he gets the distinct impression that the strangers on the street recognize him, and their behavior is quite peculiar. Once, while shopping with Aunt Petunia and Dudley, a small man wearing a violet top hat bowed to him. Another time, on the bus, an elderly lady clad in green waved at him with a beaming smile. On yet another occasion, a bald man in a long purple robe rushed up to him, shook his hand, and then walked away without uttering a word. Most astonishingly, whenever Harry attempted to scrutinize them more closely, they vanished without a trace. These individuals, like Ivy, are undeniably strange. They must be privy to some secrets yet unwilling to divulge them, Harry mused. At that moment, he found himself facing a large iron barrel, emitting a foul odor. Inside the barrel, murky gray water swirled around what appeared to be a tattered rag, his school uniform. Harry attends Stonewall High, but the Dursleys are too miserly to buy him a new one, so they merely dyed Dudley's old uniform. I have dyed Dudley's old clothes for you. Once I'm done, they will look just like everyone else's, Aunt Petunia remarked to Harry. Although Harry was filled with skepticism, he deemed it best not to engage in a dispute with her. At that moment, the mailbox outside made a clattering sound, and several letters tumbled onto the doormat. Dudley went to retrieve them, and Vernon exclaimed, "Why not let Harry fetch them?" Dudley was reluctant to move. "Harry, go get the letters," Vernon insisted. Naturally, Harry did not wish to be the scapegoat. "Dudley, go get them." They began to bicker, escalating until Dudley brandished a stick, threatening to strike, prompting Harry to dash towards the letters. There were 3 pieces of mail: a postcard from Aunt Marge, Vernon's sister, who was currently vacationing on the Isle of Wight. Another appeared to be a brown envelope resembling a bill. Harry picked up the final letter, which bore the address, Mr. Harry Potter, in the cupboard under the stairs. 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The envelope was crafted from thick parchment and addressed in emerald green ink, devoid of stamp. Perhaps due to the delay, Uncle Vernon impatiently urged him from the kitchen. Dudley, observing Harry's fixation on the envelope, wore a mocking grin, eager to find amusement. He stood up, snatched the envelope directly from Harry's grasp, and called out to Vernon, "Look, it's a letter for Harry. Who would write to you? That Ivy, perhaps?" Vernon derided. You're a freak. No one would ever want to associate with you, let alone write to you. Aunt Petunia approached, affirming Vernon's disdain. The Dursleys often discussed Harry in his presence, as if he were invisible. She tore open the envelope and, upon reading the first line, seemed on the verge of fainting. Grasping her throat, she gasped as if choking. Didi Dursley. Uncle Vernon snatched the envelope for a fleeting glance, his face shifting from red to pale, then gradually to ashen gray. They exchanged a wordless glance, rendered speechless. The atmosphere grew ominously silent, yet Dudley was evidently unaccustomed to being ignored. I want to see. Give me that letter, he shouted. I want to see. Harry, infuriated, retorted, It was meant for me. Out. Uncle Vernon bellowed, seizing Harry and Dudley by their collars and hurling them into the hallway, slamming the kitchen door shut with a resounding thud. Vernon, look at the address. How do they know where he lives? Have they been watching us? Petunia's voice trembled. Watching? Perhaps they have even been following us. I always said there were strange people about. Vernon seethed. The couple paced the kitchen, seemingly strategizing. No, we will pretend we haven't received anything. We must ignore it. But, Petunia, I will never allow them entranced to this house. We vowed to put an end to such outrageous nonsense. Then, the kitchen door swung open. Where's my letter? I want to see that letter. Harry and Dudley shouted in unison at Vernon. I've already burned it. The address was wrong. It was not wrong at all. Above, it even states that I reside in a cupboard. Silence. Vernon bellowed, his countenance contorted with anger as he struggled to inhale deeply, forcing a strained smile to his lips. Concerning that cupboard, your aunt and I have considered the fact that you have grown, and this space has indeed become rather cramped. We believe it would be more prudent for you to move into another bedroom belonging to Dudley, perhaps mindful of the potential for scrutiny. Uncle Vernon resolved to treat Harry with a modicum of kindness. Why? Harry inquired. No questions allowed. Gather your belongings and move upstairs at once. That night, Harry sat on his bed, contemplating whether he should simply open that letter. With a sigh, he stretched out on the bed. The following day, more letters arrived, identical to the first. Another quarrel ensued. Then came the third day, the fourth, and henceforth, an incessant stream of letters inundated the household. The exterior of their home became a veritable assembly of owls, and even the eggs Aunt Petunia had purchased bore envelopes. No matter what methods the Dursleys employed, even boarding up the entire house, they could not halt the deluge. We're doomed. Vernon attempted to maintain his composure. This place is no longer tenable. We must pack up and leave at once. Dudley, you have 5 minutes to gather your belongings, he commanded, tugging at his beard in agitation. 10 minutes later, they forcefully pried open the boarded door and rushed outside, jumping into the car and speeding down the road. Inside the vehicle, half of Vernon's beard had been torn away, rendering him quite fearsome. No one dared to oppose him. He drove furiously ahead. Even Aunt Petunia refrained from asking where they were headed. Shake them off. Shake them off. Vernon muttered nervously. Is Dad mad? Dudley lethargically queried Aunt Petunia. It was Monday, and that evening, the Great Umberto would be aired. Dudley lamented his desire to remain in a place with a television. Harry, upon hearing Dudley's words, felt a pang of disbelief. Tomorrow would be Tuesday. Tuesday was Harry's 11th birthday. Of course, his birthdays had never held any significance. Last year, the Dursleys had gifted him a coat hanger and a pair of Uncle Vernon's old socks. Yet this year was different. He recalled Ivy's promise. He would gift himself something and reveal the secrets he longed to know, if only he were aware of his location. Chapter 8. The Dursleys' Downfall, Part 2. The car continued onward, arriving at the outskirts of a large city, where it halted before a rather dismal and gloomy inn. The establishment was of poor quality, with rooms that received no sunlight, appearing dark and damp. A pungent odor reminiscent of disinfectant permeated the air. The group settled in for the night, and the following morning, they prepared to grab a bite at the inn before continuing their journey. At that moment, the innkeeper approached. Excuse me, may I inquire if there's a Mr. Harry Potter among you? The front desk had apparently received 100 letters similar to this one. With that, she produced one of the letters, revealing an address inscribed in green ink. Room 17, the Cockworth Railway Scenic Inn, Mr. Harry Potter. Harry, taken aback, reached out to accept it. I'll fetch the letter. Vernon restrained Harry and rose to accompany the landlady outside. The vehicle resumed its journey. However, it seemed as if Vernon had not heard her at all. Silence enveloped the car once more, no one daring to utter a word, not even Dudley. After a lengthy voyage, the automobile reached its destination, a coastline. Upon disembarking, Uncle Vernon locked the car and vanished from sight. The sky became tumultuous, and rain began to fall. Inside the car, Harry pondered how Ivy would present him with a gift the following day. Dudley was sobbing, deprived of television. Aunt Petunia gazed out the window, searching for her husband's figure. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts. "Dear, what is it that you hold in your hands?" "The weather forecast predicts a storm tonight," he exclaimed with enthusiasm, as if the rain were gold descending from the heavens. "Furthermore, a benevolent soul was willing to offer us shelter from a storm." He pointed towards a massive rock formation in the sea. Perched atop, it was a dilapidated shack, creaking in the cold wind, seemingly on the verge of collapse. What a splendid location. As midnight approached, Ivy at number 16, Bexley Street, had prepared Harry's gift, placing it in an exquisite little box, accompanied by a letter for Round Cake. Round Cake, IVS Siberian owl, was not yet 2 years old, measuring approximately 83 centimeters in length. Its ear tufts were long and prominent, extending horizontally in clusters. The majority of its feathers were tawny with black spots and streaks, and its irises glimmered a golden hue. Round Cake was a birthday gift from Eileen last year, possessing an endearing appearance, albeit not particularly bright. "Round Cake, this is a very important gift. You must not lose it." Round Cake twisted its neck, tilting its head and staring at its owner with wide eyes. You should be able to find Harry, for I have introduced you to him. An owl in this world should be quite intuitive." Ivy murmured incessantly to Round Cake. The little creature, perhaps weary of the chatter, flapped its wings twice, striking Ivy's hand. "Hey, what kind of attitude is that?" he said, ruffling the round head of Round Cake. Ivy silently picked up a wooden, key-operated trumpet to toy with, lost in her own thoughts. On the table, obscured by Round Cake, lay a letter that had been opened. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, Chief Wizard of the International Wizarding Federation, dear Mr. Shafiq, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. In the dead of night, Harry tossed and turned, unable to sleep due to Dudley's loud snoring. He glanced at Dudley's plump hand, which rested on the edge of the sofa, adorned with a watch. The luminous dial indicated that in 10 minutes, he would turn 11. As the moments ticked by, Harry felt a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. After all, he was uncertain of his current whereabouts, and he worried whether Ivy would be able to find him. Suddenly, he heard a mysterious creaking sound from outside. He glanced at the watch again. 5 minutes remained. He hoped it was not the sound of the roof being torn apart by the wind. Only 3 minutes remained, and the creaking sound seemed to grow ever closer. With just 1 minute, 50 seconds, 30 seconds, and 10 seconds ticking away as his birthday approached, Harry fixed his gaze on the door, as if he anticipated someone's imminent arrival. Boom! It was unclear whether it was a knock or a battering at the door. "What in the world is that racket?" Dudley mumbled, roused from his slumber. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive thuds echoed. At that moment, a commotion arose from behind. It was Uncle Vernon, stumbling in with a double-barreled shotgun. "Who is out there? I warn you, I have a gun." Perhaps the threat had its effect, for silence fell outside. With a resounding crash, the door toppled from its frame, hitting the ground with a deafening thud. A massive figure stood in the doorway, towering nearly 3 meters high and almost 2 meters wide, resembling a wall from a distance. His face was mostly obscured by wild, unkempt hair and a bushy beard, yet his beetle-like eyes glinted darkly beneath the tangled locks. The storm outside surged in with the loss of the door, chilling the already frigid room. Harry could hardly feel his feet. The giant stooped to enter the room, effortlessly lifting the door and slamming it back into its frame. The tumult outside diminished as he turned to face them. "I want you to leave immediately." "Sir, this is private property." Vernon aimed his gun at the giant. The giant approached him. "What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Stay where you are," Vernon croaked, his bravado faltering. Ignoring the warning, the giant stood before him and, with a mere flick, bent the barrel of the gun. "Be quiet, Dudley, you old fool." The giant then turned to Dudley. "Last time I saw you, you were just a baby, Harry. I can hardly believe how much you've grown, especially here. You're even bigger than I imagined." The giant laughed, patting his belly. "I am not Harry," Dudley stammered. Harry stepped forward, declaring, "I am Harry, Harry Potter." "Of course it is you." "Oh, I have something for you," said the giant, producing a squashed box from behind him. "In any case, happy birthday, Harry." Harry opened the box to reveal a pink cream cake, adorned with green icing spelling out, "Happy Birthday, Harry." Though there were misspellings, it was best not to dwell on them, considering Hagrid hadn't completed his education. At that moment, a shrill cry pierced the air as a large owl flew in through the window. The owl landed before Harry, extending its right leg to present him with a gift box. Surprised, Harry opened the box to find a wooden carved picture frame and a letter. "Hey Harry, happy birthday. This is a gift I've prepared for you. You might not understand what it is right now, but don't worry. I assure you that in time, you'll be grateful. This will surely be the best birthday gift." Harry set down the envelope, feeling overwhelmed by its contents. He picked up the frame, which depicted 3 figures. The one in the center was Harry, just as he appeared now. To the left stood a middle-aged man, wearing glasses, with unkempt hair that suggested he rarely groomed himself. Dressed in a striped sweater and adorned with a bow tie, he gazed ahead with a smile, slightly bending forward, his hand resting on Harry's right shoulder. To his right stood a beautiful lady, clad in a trench coat with cascading long hair. Her eyes were fixed on Harry, tenderly stroking his hair, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The 3 formed a close-knit circle of support. Chapter 9. The Magical World. A marvelous gift. It seems you've made a wonderful friend, the giant remarked as he gazed at the picture frame. Harry merely stared blankly at the frame, ignoring the giant. Without a doubt, he did not recognize the 2 individuals beside him, yet an inexplicable familiarity stirred within him. I must have seen these 2 somewhere, he murmured, excitement swelling within him. In a dream? In a dream? He slumped despondently onto the ground. I can't remember. 2 warm tears slipped down his cheeks. The giant watched him in silence, offering no words. Once Harry had regained his composure, the giant spoke gently. Hey, Harry, I know this may be difficult, but you must gather your strength and listen to me. I will clarify the doubts that plague your heart. The giant helped Harry to sit on the sofa. Harry looked up at the giant. Who are you? You may call me Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Hogwarts? Hogwarts? What is Hogwarts? You don't know. I'm sorry. The Dursleys? Hagrid was clearly enraged, breathing heavily as he turned to glare at the Dursleys. I know you didn't receive the letter, but I never imagined you were unaware of Hogwarts. Have you never wondered where your parents learned all of this? All of what? All of what? Hagrid erupted in fury, leaping before the Dursleys and seizing Vernon's collar. You haven't told him anything, have you? This child knows nothing. Hey, I graduated primary school and learned many things. Harry protested indignantly. Hagrid waved him off, interrupting, I'm speaking of our world, the world of your parents. What world? This once again incensed Hagrid, smoke billowing from his head as if he might ignite. You should at least know something of your parents, right? He pointed to the frame in Harry's hand. Well, I know they died in a car crash, Harry said, looking down at the frame with a hint of sadness. A car crash? A car crash could not have taken Lily and James. They were. Enough. Stop talking. I forbid you to say another word. Vernon's face was swollen with rage, his panic palpable as he shouted. The chilling wind howled outside, and silence enveloped the room, save for the crackling of the fire in the hearth. The storm raged on outside, waves crashing and winds howling, creating a heavy atmosphere. I am what? Harry began, but Hagrid interrupted him, producing a crumpled envelope from his clothing and handing it to Harry. Harry had received the letter many times before, but had never had the opportunity to see its contents. He took the envelope, which read, To Mr. Harry Potter, The Small House on the Rock, Floor of the Sea. Harry pulled out the letter and began to read, finding the content similar to that of Ivy's, save for the differing names. After a long pause, he asked, What if I don't have an owl? Looking at Hagrid, through some subtle hints from Hagrid, Harry's resilience had evidently improved significantly. He was no longer as fearful as he had been in the original narrative. He won't be going, came Vernon's gruff voice. Oh, do you 2 muggles think you can stop me? Hagrid scoffed. We have sworn to prevent such absurdities from occurring. He will not attend Hogwarts. He will be educated at Stonewall High. What wizardry? Oomph. So, you know I'm a wizard? Harry inquired. I've known for ages. Aunt Petunia replied sharply. Your mother received the same letter as you, and that James, your entire family are a bunch of freaks. Yet my parents were oblivious, always going on about Lily, while they were blissfully unaware of having a witch in the family. Her face contorted with resentment as she continued to berate her relatives. Eventually, their home exploded, and we had no choice but to take you in. But you told me they died in a car crash. Harry shouted. Harry, a car accident could not possibly claim your parents, Hagrid sighed. I'm unsure if it is my place to tell you, but you cannot go to school in ignorance. He cast a sidelong glance at the Dursleys. Here is what transpired. Hagrid elucidated everything. So, Voldemort killed my parents? After a prolonged silence, Harry finally spoke. Ahem. We generally refer to him as the Dark Lord, avoiding his name, for he is an evil dark wizard who has killed everyone he aimed to destroy, including your parents. The Dark Lord obliterated their home, taking their lives. Only you, Harry, something extraordinary occurred that allowed you to survive, and thus you became renowned. I carried you, still an infant, from the ruins and brought you here, Hagrid recounted slowly. Harry recalled the anguished screams he had heard in dreams, along with that green light. Nonsense, Vernon interjected. Be quiet, Dursley. And what of the Dark Lord now? Harry asked. Who knows? Perhaps he is dead, or perhaps he is in hiding. Most of his former supporters have turned against him. Of course, There may still be some who hope for his resurgence. But you must possess some sort of power that thwarted him. Hagrid gazed at Harry earnestly. Harry believed he was a wizard, for many peculiar events had indeed transpired around him. However, he was convinced he was neither special nor remarkable. If he were so powerful, would he still live in the humiliation of the Dursley's oppression? Do not worry, Harry. You will have the finest teacher, Albus Dumbledore, guiding you. You shall undoubtedly make a name for yourself at Hogwarts. Hagrid exclaimed excitedly. I will never spend a penny to send him to some ludicrous magic school, allowing a crazy old man to teach him tricks. Vernon bellowed. Never insult Dumbledore in my presence. Hagrid retorted angrily. He was about to raise his umbrella to impart some lesson to Vernon when he caught sight of Dudley behind him, hunched over, sneaking bites of Harry's cake. He swung the umbrella, and a flash of light erupted, striking Dudley with a sound like fireworks. Dudley screamed, clutching his rear, and a pig's tail sprouted from his backside. Then came two even more piercing cries, as Mr. and Mrs. Dursley flanked Dudley, utterly at a loss. They fled with him into the adjacent room, locking the door behind them. Is Ivy also a wizard? Ivy? Who is Ivy? Ivy Shafiq. I have seen him vanquish a wild boar. Shafiq, of course. He is indeed a formidable ally, much like yourself. Does he know about my parents? Remember, I mentioned your affairs. In our world, it is common knowledge. Otherwise, how could he have gifted you this picture frame? What kind of people were my parents? Harry inquired, cradling the frame. Harry, your parents both attended Hogwarts, where their remarkable deeds are forever remembered. You can explore it for yourself, and there you will find many wizards just like you, enabling you to forge friendships akin to those with Ivy, Hagrid continued. But for now, you must rest. You are merely 11 years old, still in your growth. We shall procure your necessities first thing in the morning. He removed his long black coat. You may use this as a blanket for tonight. There might be some creatures in the pockets, but fret not. I assure you no one shall disturb your slumber. With eager anticipation, Harry embraced the coat and drifted into a deep sleep. Chapter 10, Gringotts. Ivy, are you ready? Just a moment. Hurry up, dear. We have much to purchase. After breakfast, he ventured to Diagon Alley for school supplies. Eileen, standing by the fireplace, urged him on, adorned with a small silver cartoon crane earring, a birthday gift from Ivy. Dressed and ready, Ivy dashed down the stairs. Eileen produced a porcelain bowl filled with dark gray powder. Ivy, do you remember what I told you? Stand in the fireplace. Take a handful of flue powder, clearly pronounce your destination, and then sprinkle the powder. Splendid. If you are in a rush, you may sprinkle it directly before stepping through. But this is best left until you are proficient. I would not want your first attempt to go awry. Hospitals see their fair share of accidents every year. Mother, can we leave now? Ivy promptly interjected. Very well, we shall depart immediately. Mother, is it Diagon Alley? No. First we shall visit the Leaky Cauldron to broaden your horizons. The Leaky Cauldron. Suddenly, the fireplace at the bar flared with green flames, and soon after, Ivy and Eileen emerged from within. We have arrived. Ivy surveyed the scene. Even at this early hour, the establishment was bustling. In the center stood a long table, filled to capacity with disheveled patrons, some cloaked in robes that obscured their faces. The table was littered with various goblets, as 4 or 5 individuals engaged in heated debate, brandishing their drinks, spitting words in fervent attempts to persuade one another. On either side of the table were the bar counters, where small groups of friends conversed quietly. Numerous chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a dim, golden glow. The walls were adorned with an array of paintings, landscapes, portraits, and an assortment of creatures. In the northeast corner, a staircase led to the guest rooms above. The entire bar appeared filthy and cramped, permeated by an array of unpleasant odors. Ah, Tom, said Eileen as she approached the bar. Mrs. Eileen, it has been quite a while since I last saw you. You still radiate such brilliance. What would you like to drink? Thank you, but I'm not here for a drink today. I need to purchase some things for Ivy, who is about to start school at Hogwarts. Oh, is it Mr. Shafiq? Please forgive my rudeness, and welcome to the Leaky Cauldron. He spoke with evident respect. Tom, he is still young. Do not influence him. My apologies, madam. Ivy, keep up. The entrance is this way. Eileen walked toward the courtyard. It is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Tom. Ivy bid farewell to the proprietor and followed suit. Count 3 bricks up from behind the trash bin, and then 2 across. This is the spot. Eileen stood before a rubbish bin and gently tapped her wand against the brick 3 times. The brick transformed into a swirling vortex that expanded until the wall revealed an opening to an alleyway. Ivy watched with keen interest. Witnessing such a scene in reality was rather fascinating. Isn't it marvelous? I was quite taken aback the first time I came here. This passage is specifically designated for Muggle-born wizards, but your grandmother brought me through this way as well, and I believe it is a wonderful tradition to carry on. Cool me. Let's see what we need. Clothes, gloves, cloaks. The basic supplies are not much different, she remarked, disregarding Ivy's observations. Ivy took in his surroundings, captivated by this iconic scene from a film. All around him were familiar sights: the Daily Prophet building, Ollivander's wand shop, and many others such as the Patchcalder shop, Elop's Owl Emporium, and a magical menagerie, stores that had only flashed briefly in the films without much description. The street was bustling with people clad in various robes, some adorned with pointed hats. Outside several shops, owls were vocally marketing their wares. A few youngsters peered curiously into the broom and pet shops. As everything vividly unfolded before him, even an adult would feel as though they were dreaming. Ivy, are you listening? Of course, Mother. Let us head to Gringotts to withdraw some money. The mother and son made their way to Gringotts. Do you see that oddly twisted and awkward building in the center? That is Gringotts. Cool, right? Eileen grimaced, disdaining her son's taste. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered the gleaming bronze doors of Gringotts, which opened as they approached. A goblin guard clad in a scarlet and gold uniform bowed to them. Welcome, esteemed guests. They proceeded through a second door, which was silver and inscribed with warnings against theft. Eileen explained as Ivy glanced at her. Upon entering the marble hall, approximately 100 goblins sat behind counters, hastily logging entries into large ledgers. To withdraw money, Eileen casually approached an available goblin, avoiding any unnecessary conversation. She had previously whispered to Ivy that these goblins were rather unattractive and difficult to deal with. Did you bring the key? Eileen produced a gleaming golden key. Ah, the hook, she exclaimed. You shall lead them to the underground treasury at number 666. They traversed the grand hall, entering a narrow stone corridor illuminated by flickering torches on either side. Further ahead lay a steep descent connected by a railway. In the distance, a small cart approached. I detest riding this, Eileen complained to her son. It's far more thrilling than a roller coaster. The trio boarded the cart and commenced their journey. The cart required no steering. Its frame emitted a shrill screech as it sped along the winding tracks. After countless twists and traversing an underground lake, they finally halted before a door. I told you, I loathe this contraption, Eileen grumbled as they disembarked. Her face was no longer visible, her once radiant golden hair now dulled, tangled like vines around her visage. Ouch, she yelped, as the tight braid snagged her scalp while attempting to untangle it. Do you need assistance? Ivy asked helplessly, gazing at her. That would be splendid. Ivy took the comb and meticulously arranged her mother's hair anew. Come, let us retrieve the treasure, Eileen exclaimed, her rejuvenated spirit evident as she raised her arm and turned toward the door. The key, with its hook, beckoned to Eileen. It accepted the key, unlocked the lock, and a sliver of light burst forth. As the door swung wide open, a dazzling brilliance flooded the subterranean realm. Before them stood a majestic peak, a mountain of gold, nearly 3 meters high. It was a towering mound of golden coins, surrounded at its base by egg-sized golden orbs. Encircling the summit were several bags of gemstones, over a dozen chests of gold bricks, and an array of golden vessels, overwhelming Ivy's senses to the point of dizziness. No, it's too blinding. Mother, let us grab the gold and leave, Ivy shouted, shielding her eyes. Beside them, the hook's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, greedily surveying each golden coin, its hands incessantly rubbing together, and Ivy could almost perceive a burnt scent emanating from its actions. Eileen tossed a small fortune pouch onto the ground, which, upon contact, transformed into a large burlap sack. Ivy, stop dawdling. Start shoveling the gold into it, Eileen instructed, handing him 2 golden shovels from the side. Ivy stared blankly at the shimmering shovels, aware of their family's wealth. Yet this seemed excessively inhumane. He glanced at the nearby sprite, whose hands were now charred and emitting wisps of smoke. Hey, my friend, do you need assistance? The hook offered, noticing Ivy's daze. Your hands are ill-suited for this, Ivy retorted, turning back to his task. The clinking of coins clashing together no longer sounded melodious. Many people in his past dreamed of counting coins until their hands cramped. Ivy could only say he had achieved that, and not just his hands. His back was beginning to ache as well. Do you know how heavy a shovel full of gold is? Ivy panted, teasing the sprite. Sir, truly, you are the hook's dearest friend. Allow me to assist you. I fear not the toil. I could perish here. The hook clung to the doorframe, stretching its neck in eagerness, its head straining to peer inside. That would be too burdensome. Hook, I cannot allow my friend to suffer such hardship, Eileen replied, unwilling to lend a hand. Every time Ivy gazed upon her, her emerald-like eyes would instantly glisten with moisture, shimmering with unshed tears, as though she might weep at the mere sound of Ivy's voice. Chapter 11. Betty ate her. In terms of psychological maturity, it was evident that I surpassed her. Avi mused, his hands remaining busy. Once again, he resolutely denied the fairy's pleas. Laboring like a steadfast ox, it resembled harvesting wheat. Were he to broadcast this in a past life, the viewership would undoubtedly soar into the hundreds of millions. At last, it was over. My dear, you've worked hard. Aaron kissed him tenderly and offered a gentle massage to his back. Is it truly necessary to gather so much wealth? Avi panted against a sack nearly his own height, unable to embrace it even with outstretched arms, faint glimmers of gold visible through its seams. All right, let us purchase some items. The group boarded a cart and departed the site. Shall we buy clothes first? Whatever. All right, let us proceed. Madame Mogine's Robe Boutique. Upon entering the clothing store, they found it already bustling with customers. Shoppers stood before mirrors, arms wide, as enchanted measuring tapes automatically took their dimensions. Hello, Aaron. It has been a while, greeted Madame Mogine's, a friendly, plump witch clad in a purple robe. Is this your child? Time flies. He is already of school age. Welcome, little Avi. Thank you, Madame Mogine's. Here to purchase school uniforms. Are we? You have come to the right place. My ceremonial robes are the finest, Madame Mogine's declared with pride. What style do you require? Fitted, relaxed, or formal? Rest assured, all the robes for sale are self-ironing and self-cleaning. Madame Mogine's enthusiasm bordered on excessive. Just a standard style will suffice, Avi replied, slightly embarrassed. Madame Mogine personally took Avi's measurements before turning her attention to other customers, assuring that the finished garments would be delivered by owl. Are we not leaving? Avi inquired, observing his mother already seated with tea. Wait a moment, someone else is coming. Who? Your cousin. What brings her here? To attend school, of course. You are of the same age, merely 1 month apart. Then why must we wait for her? Where's aunt? We reside in London. Your aunt has asked me for assistance. Aaron's words stirred distant memories within him. He recalled the proud girl, Betty ate her, his cousin. She was the daughter of Avi's grandmother's sister's granddaughter. Simply put, the great-granddaughter of Avi's great-aunt. Born in the same year as Avi. She considered herself his elder by a month. Betty was quite proud and somewhat difficult to engage with. Yet these were not significant issues. What troubled Avi was the fact that Betty was to be his future wife. This was not to imply that Betty was lacking. On the contrary, aside from her somewhat aloof disposition, she was impeccable in every regard. His dissatisfaction stemmed solely from the notion of an arranged marriage. Avi was a modern individual, and without delving further, the concept of marital freedom was paramount. Furthermore, although their blood ties had diluted to nearly nothing, the fact that she was still his cousin rendered the situation somewhat awkward. Cousin by marriage. A melodious and graceful voice interrupted Ivy's reverie. Turning around, a quintessential British lady stood at the entrance, clad in a beige trench coat and adorned with a black bowler hat. She wore a pair of black lace gloves and beige ankle boots. A bag hung diagonally from her right shoulder, while she dragged a suitcase behind her. Betty, you've arrived. Aaron waved her hand. Betty approached, removing her hat to reveal a youthful, delicate face. Her golden hair, cut to shoulder length, was partially tucked behind her ear. Her similarly green eyes sparkled with a brightness starkly different from her mother's depth. A teardrop-shaped beauty mark graced the corner of her eye, adding a hint of allure to her enchanting visage. At that moment, this stunning beauty rarely revealed a smile. Dear cousin, I too have fallen victim to our mother's whims, she said, helplessly wiping the lipstick from her face. From her bag, she produced 2 scarves and handed them over. These are hand-knitted gifts. I appreciate your help during the summer. Oh, we are family. There is no need for such formality, Aaron replied, her tone maternal. Did you miss me? Betty inquired, her emerald eyes sparkling even more as she glanced at Ivy. Betty, we're only 11, you know. Ivy protested. What is wrong with that? At this age, one shouldn't be concerned with romance. Huh, you said the same when you were 6. You even wanted me to marry. How quaint. Oh, how will you two get along? Aaron smiled at the pair. Come on, let us go measure your sizes. We still need to buy other things. Ivy shot her mother a glare. Well then, cousin, I shall go measure the clothing, Betty announced before heading off to find Mrs. Mogine's. Little Betty is becoming more beautiful. Mother has good taste, doesn't she? Aaron wrapped her arm around Ivy. Go on, go. Ivy retorted, exasperated. Don't be shy. You're still young. In 3 or 4 years, you'll have matured. By then, everything will be as it should be, right? I don't comprehend what you're saying. And are you truly my mother? Ivy replied, her expression impassive. Cousin, I'm ready. Betty returned. All right then. Let's head next door to buy some books. Aaron led the way out of the clothing store. Betty remained still, pulling her suitcase in front of her and gazing intently at Ivy. All right, I shall assist you, Ivy said, taking hold of the suitcase as he stepped outside, with Betty quickly following, grasping his other hand. In a Lee Hin bookstore, the interior was oval-shaped with bookshelves embedded in the surrounding walls, reaching up to the ceiling. The shelves were filled with tomes, while a curved archway led to an area designated for book signings. Feel free to find your own books. I shall go across the street for a cup of tea, Aaron declared, decisively stepping away from the bustling crowd inside the store. Ivy turned to Betty. We need 8 books for standard spells and magical potions and elixirs. Let us split up and search. He ventured to the left side of the shelves, where the lower levels housed relatively basic texts like Beginner's Flight and Introduction to Transfiguration. The higher he ascended, the more profound the subjects became. Indeed, there were also peculiar volumes, such as the reading book, a tome that would read its contents aloud automatically. Once he had gathered all the required textbooks, Ivy also selected a volume titled Compendium of Functional Support Magic, eager to practice simple support spells. After purchasing the textbooks, he sought out Aaron. Next, they ventured to purchase some groceries. At the grocery store, they acquired an assortment of miscellaneous items, including glass bottles, glass test tubes, crucibles, and brass balances. Avery even procured a pure gold crucible. Finally, the main event arrived, Ollivander's wand shop. Mrs. Shafiq, I remember. Unicorn hair, 11 1/3 inches long, with a core of purple wood, slightly pliable. Am I correct? I have been anticipating your arrival, Ollivander, stated Aaron with a serious tone of gratitude. It is my honor. I revel in challenges. Ollivander replied, lowering his head slightly to gaze at the two. You must be Mr. Shafiq and Miss Ether. What an honor it is to have you here. Good day, Mr. Ollivander. They greeted politely. I hear you two are engaged. Truly a match made in heaven. Thank you very much for your kind words, Mr. Ollivander, Betty smiled. Your words come swiftly, remarked Avery, her lips twitching slightly. He was quite willing to marry Betty, yet it was still too early, as they were merely 11 years old. Aaron noted that if they were both 15 or 16, with Avery having matured and Betty blossoming into a lovely young lady, there would be no need for Aaron to worry. Avery, being experienced, would navigate such matters with ease. Chapter 12. Choosing the Wand. Let us select a wand, Aaron suggested, somewhat apprehensively. No, my dear lady, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, Ollivander corrected. He retrieved a measuring tape. Mr. Shafiq, which arm do you use for spellcasting? Either will suffice. Let us use the left, he replied. As Ollivander measured, he explained, each Ollivander wand is imbued with potent magical substances. Raise your arm. This is where their essence lies. Typically, we utilize unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and dragon heartstrings. Of course, there are exceptions, much like your father. His materials were rather unique. Phoenix feathers, purple wood, precisely 10 inches very rigid. Each Ollivander wand is one of a kind, for no two unicorns, phoenixes, or dragons are identical. Now, Miss Ether, which hand do you favor? If you wield another's wand, the effects will be significantly diminished. Let me see, Ollivander said, and, after measuring, he climbed up a ladder, rummaging through the shelves. Betty picked up a wand, and suddenly a gust of wind erupted, creating a chaotic whirlwind that sent the entire room into disarray, even tousling Ollivander's hair. Ah yes, this is the one. Here, take this. A phoenix feather, sycamore wood, 11 3 inches long. Betty lifted the wand again, and a gentle breeze arose, elegantly coaxing the room back into harmony, restoring the previously disheveled decorations. This is it. Absolutely beautiful, utterly marvelous, Ollivander exclaimed dramatically. How does it feel? Avery inquired. Quite pleasant. It responds as if it were an extension of my arm, Betty replied, waving a few times. Now for the next one. This is quite challenging. A discerning customer, Ollivander mused, gazing intently at Avery for a moment. Fortunately, I came prepared. Thanks to Mr. Togrash, I have crafted a few different options. Where did I place them? Here? It was not so. Here. Ollivander was rather brusquely rummaging about. Ah, this one. The main feather of a thestral, crafted from mahogany, measuring a perfect 10 inches with a robust texture. This wand, adorned with a spiral surface, resembled a grand screw. A thestral? At the moment Ivy grasped the wand, the surging magic within him visibly tempered. In the past, other wizards could sense his internal magic boiling like a kettle, ever on the brink of spilling over and affecting those around him. Despite Ivy's arduous training over the past 6 months, he could only temporarily control it during spellcasting. Under normal circumstances, there had been little improvement, though it had not reached the point of losing control. The wand indeed proved to be the finest ally for a wizard. Sensing the transformation within him, Ivy felt a surge of joy. Without a wand, his capabilities were limited to simplified transfiguration and direct attacks. How splendid. It suits you perfectly. As for the thestral, it is a winged horse, said to be visible only to those who have witnessed death. I not only witnessed it, I have even died once, Ivy mused inwardly. Though he did not express this thought, always remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. This was the last phrase they heard before departing. Purchasing a vehicle, in truth, Erin bore little resemblance to her niece. Betty always exhibited perfect poise wherever she went. The Horn Serpent Car dealership. Ivy found himself intrigued by this establishment, which did not appear in the original text. Its storefront was small, adorned with a sign featuring a green parrot. Welcome. The parrot greeted as they entered. Upon stepping inside, Ivy discovered that the space was at least the size of a football field, with various vehicles neatly arranged: sedans, trucks, buses, motorcycles, rickshaws, bicycles, and even a train, all magically scaled down to occupy merely a quarter of the area. The shop also boasted a dedicated modification workshop. Esteemed guests, welcome to my dealership. The proprietor, a long-faced man with disheveled hair obscuring his visage, greeted them. What can I assist you with? We have every model imaginable, all capable of magical modifications. A standard automobile will suffice. Would you like any modifications? We could do anything. For racing, we can install wind charms, weight reduction spells, and magical jet propulsion accelerators. If you desire something unique, we can enchant the tires with glow spells or transformation spells, if you're looking to impress. We even have charms for allure inside the vehicle. Rest assured, all modifications are crafted by certified wizards, guaranteeing fairness and integrity. A standard automobile will suffice. What a pity, and what about fuel? Magical vehicles require fuel as well, specifically a liquid alchemical potion. Fill it up, please. Safe travels, and we hope to see you again. Are you seated comfortably? Off we go. With that, he activated apparition. The air shimmered, and a Ford sedan abruptly materialized before the leaky cauldron, unnoticed by the passing muggles. Ivy followed the direction of his gaze. A giant, nearly 3 meters tall, with a shaggy mane, appeared from a distance, resembling a furry creature, conversing with a slender boy wearing glasses. That's Harry, Ivy whispered. Is he really Harry Potter, the boy who defeated the Dark Lord? Betty inquired. As they descended from the vehicle, a familiar voice rang out, Harry, waving his arms enthusiastically. Absorbed in new knowledge, Harry lifted his gaze and spotted Ivy by the car. Ivy, he exclaimed, rushing towards her. How are you? Surprised to learn you are a wizard, I presume? Well, somewhat anticipated it. After all, you are rather peculiar. Ivy replied with a grin. You are undoubtedly the most peculiar one at school, Harry retorted playfully. Are you here to shop in Diagon Alley? Ivy inquired. Long time no see, Hagrid. Ivy greeted the approaching giant. Eileen, oh thank goodness. It's such a relief to see you well. You cannot fathom how distressed I was upon hearing news of Greg, Hagrid expressed, clearly delighted to see an old friend. Who are they? Harry asked, noticing their camaraderie. Allow me to introduce, this is Eileen, my mother. And this is Betty Azar, my cousin. This is Harry Potter. Ivy facilitated the introductions. Hello, Haru, Eileen. She greeted warmly. Greetings, I am Betty Azar, Ivy's fiancée, Betty stated, her arms crossed over her abdomen, slightly bowing before raising her chin, revealing a graceful neck. Her eyes shimmering with a hint of pride. Hello, Harry replied, feeling somewhat shy as his cheeks flushed. Betty's commanding presence and flawless beauty left him feeling somewhat inadequate. Chapter 13. Serendipity. Sensing the atmosphere had turned a bit chilly, Ivy discreetly pinched Betty to encourage a more amiable demeanor. Betty cast a fleeting glance at him, but paid no heed. Is this your child? Hagrid inquired, looking at Harry and the others. Yes, beside Ivy is my niece, the daughter of the Azar family. They're all 11 this year, Eileen briefly explained, then turned to Harry, exclaiming, I never imagined you would be the one to bring him here, Hagrid. You were the one who carried him out, were you not? Indeed, but I never anticipated the hardships he would endure. His life has been quite miserable. The Dursleys treated him merely as a servant, subjecting him to much suffering and indignity. He mentioned that if it weren't for Ivy's companionship at school, he might have become exceedingly reclusive. Hagrid spoke, wiping away a few tears, revealing an unexpectedly tender side to his burly demeanor. I apologize, Hagrid. This is their family matter, and we ought not to intrude. Moreover, we are wary of disrupting Dumbledore's arrangements, Eileen responded. It's all right. I have often pondered whether it was indeed wise for Dumbledore to place Harry with the Dursleys, Hagrid said, somewhat irate. Hagrid, Dumbledore is a man of integrity, Eileen reassured him. Of course, I'm merely venting my frustrations. Harry, you've arrived rather late, Ivy interjected, seeking to alleviate the awkwardness. Don't even mention it. Uncle Vernon took the family to some obscure corner to prevent me from seeing the acceptance letter. Hagrid and I set off early, yet we have only just arrived. Have you finished your shopping? Harry recounted, feeling irked at the memory. Damn it, Harry cursed, frustration evident in his tone. Indeed, he appears much more cheerful, Ivy noted, observing Harry's demeanor. Although the original Harry was still quite young, he exhibited a certain maturity, having been raised in a rather dismal environment. He has grown accustomed to burying many emotions deep within himself, refraining from outward expression. Over time, this inevitably leads to psychological issues. Now, recognizing the importance of venting emotions marks a commendable beginning. Harry, since we've met, would you care to join us for lunch at my home? Ava invited. Wouldn't that be a bother? Harry pondered for a considerable time, glancing at Betty. Mom, can Harry have lunch with us? Ava directly posed the question to Eileen, addressing Harry's concerns. No problem. I shall prepare a feast, Eileen replied. See? Ava winked. That'll be troublesome. Let us invite Hagrid as well. Rest assured, Hagrid, Harry replied as Hagrid beckoned him, making his way into the pub first. I'll head in now. See you shortly. Harry hurriedly followed. We want to accompany you inside. See you later. Can't you be a bit more amiable? Ava chided as she pulled Betty into the car. Eileen claimed she didn't wish to intrude on the couple's romantic endeavors and opted to grab a coffee instead. Am I unkind to you? I am not referring to myself. You are undoubtedly kind to me. I am speaking of others, my friends, who are also your friends. Am I not polite? I harbor feelings for you as well. Not that kind of feeling. Ava felt a bit exasperated, also catching the glimmer of mischief in Betty's eyes, realizing she was deliberately teasing him. He reached out, tousling Betty's hair. Betty, possessing a strong character, was someone Ava cherished. He feared that Betty might be disliked, which would sadden her. However, Ava was overthinking. Betty was simply a bit aloof and proud, traits typical of a young lady from a noble background. Despite any underlying disdain, she would never neglect the necessary courtesies. I want ice cream. Betty swatted Ava's hand away, fixating on the nearby dessert shop. Betty often devised ways to have Ava do things for her, and witnessing Ava bustling about for her brought her joy. It was a small selfishness of an early maturing young woman. I'll go with you, Betty said, following him and taking his hand. Inside the adjacent cafe, Eileen sat by the window, this gossiping woman peering at the two children, her face adorned with a motherly smile akin to a hen protecting her chicks. It's about time they should be out. Before she could finish her thought, Harry dashed out of the pub. Take care. Goodbye, Harry, Ava, Betty. Farewell, Hagrid. As evening fell, Harry and Ava stood in the backyard, gesturing toward a tree stump. The house was now occupied solely by the two of them, as Eileen and Betty had gone shopping. Ava, perform for me, Harry requested, having just admired Ava's handiwork. Various musical instruments and furniture had piqued his curiosity. Very well, let me demonstrate, Ava replied, rolling up his sleeves. With his left hand open, magical energy surged forth, enveloping the stump. As he slowly curled his index and middle fingers, the stump began to levitate gently. Wow, that's incredible. Harry, do not disturb me while I am casting. Sorry. With Ava's manipulation, the stump gradually floated above his palm. As he spread his fingers, the stump began to dissolve in rhythmic patterns, ultimately transforming into a ball of mud-like substance. Avery wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, an arduous task indeed, as the tree stump weighed nearly 20 kilograms, akin to the weight of a bucket of pure water from his previous life. Dissolving and reshaping it was quite labor-intensive. Suddenly, the mud sphere began to crack open, white light radiating from within. The sphere commenced to spin, gradually enveloped by the luminous glow, forming a cocoon of light. Moments later, as the brilliance subsided, a classical castle emerged before them. This is our elementary school, Harry exclaimed, astonished by the sight of the castle. Indeed, it took considerable effort. Avery replied, his hair slightly damp with sweat. Avery, could you teach me? Harry looked at him with eager anticipation. Harry, casting spells requires a wand, and underage wizards are prohibited from performing magic outside of school. Didn't Hagrid mention this? Avery said with a hint of exasperation. Oh, I forgot. Hagrid did tell me. Harry admitted, feeling a bit frustrated. But then he recalled something and asked Avery, it seems you can cast spells freely. I remember you did during our last camping trip. During our last camping trip, I did not use magic. That was a family ability, not an incantation. For me, a wand merely serves a controlling function, Avery clarified. Is your family's ability really that impressive? Harry asked enviously. Hagrid speaks highly of it, claiming it's remarkable, and those at the Leaky Cauldron say the same. But I can't see what makes me different, nor do I possess a talent as formidable as yours, Harry confessed. Harry, there is no need to envy me. Our family's abilities are indeed advantageous in combat, but they also have significant drawbacks. I cannot perform complex spells, and even simpler magic relies on the wand's power, requiring much more practice. Weren't you just able to cast a transfiguration spell without a wand? That was not a proper transfiguration spell. It was a simplified version created by my mother to enhance my control. It merely alters shapes akin to sculpting. True transfiguration can transform a person into a fish, a table, or even animate and inanimate objects. These fall under the realm of transfiguration. Harry, you will have the opportunity to master these skills in the future. While I may never be able to utilize them in my lifetime, Avery earnestly advised, striving to prevent the savior from feeling disheartened. Chapter 14. The beginning of term, really? Magic is so wondrous, Harry exclaimed, filled with admiration. It is even more extraordinary than I have described. I have yet to visit Hogwarts. This knowledge comes from my mother. He paused, then inquired, Harry, do you know about your parents? Hagrid has told me about them. And thank you for your gift. I truly appreciate it, Harry expressed solemnly. Think nothing of it. I wish to inform you that your parents studied at remarkable places. Believe me, Harry, you certainly will not fall short. Do not underestimate yourself. Thank you. I have already expressed my gratitude many times, Avery remarked, discarding the wood and turning to Harry. Are we staying here tonight? That works. It's only for a maximum of 2 months. Just bear with it a little longer. Do not worry. I know what to do, he continued. Avery, do you have other wizard friends? Very few. They mostly do not reside among muggles. I have only met the Weasley twins, Fred and George, who have been studying at Hogwarts for 2 years now. I hear they have a younger brother about our age. Can they perform magic? Certainly. They possess a myriad of magical abilities, and their personalities are quite intriguing, often delighting in playful mischief. It seems that each one of you excels in your own right. Harry, in truth, Hogwarts is not solely inhabited by wizards. Many children from Muggle families also attend, equally oblivious to the wonders that await them. Remarkably, many formidable wizards hail from Muggle origins, continuing to offer guidance. Harry, I shall come to fetch you on the day of your departure, Ivy remarked. Do not trouble Madame Irwin. I will have my uncle escort me, Harry replied. Then I shall await you at the platform, she said. Very well. Farewell, Harry. Sweet dreams, little Harry, until we meet again. Goodbye, Madame Irwin, Ivy. Upon returning home, Betty stood in the backyard, admiring Ivy's creations. How does it feel? Ivy approached and stood beside Betty. Incredible. Your mastery over magic is so refined. It is nothing like what I have heard of the Shafiq family, Betty praised without reservation. What have you heard? Ivy inquired. Rude and brutish, lacking any semblance of noble elegance, Betty replied. That assessment is not entirely mistaken. At least, it mirrors what I have heard from my mother. Does your aunt's husband share this disposition? I have never met him. Who knows? Ivy harbored no fondness for her stepfather, who paled in comparison to the mother who raised her. I am rather curious. Given your understanding of our family's nature, why would you agree to an engagement with me? Ivy questioned, perplexed. My mother sought an oracle, and it was you. Indeed, it was you. Betty gazed at him earnestly. You believe in such things? Ivy found it astonishing. For him, divination regarding marriage seemed akin to consulting a fortune-teller who proclaims whom one is destined to wed. Isn't that nonsense? I did not believe it. Hence my visit to you when I was 6, Betty replied with a radiant smile. What could a 6-year-old possibly discern? Ivy scrutinized her. I cannot say what I discerned. But I am certain, she continued. Ivy prompted. The prophecy is accurate, Betty asserted with unwavering conviction. Ivy was bewildered by her confidence. So, casually committing to a future he had not fully contemplated. He gazed at Betty, the silver moonlight cascading around her, illuminating her golden locks and green gown. Under the moonlight, Betty's silhouette appeared ethereal, her dazzling smile reminiscent of a peacock displaying its plumage, strikingly beautiful. That night, Ivy found himself unable to sleep. On the morning of September 1st at 9:30 a.m., do not forget anything, Ivy. Your clothes. Betty called. Are you all packed? Since Betty's arrival, Ivy's stature had diminished day by day. Madame Irwin had seamlessly assumed the role of mother-in-law. What happened to the anticipated mother-in-law conflict? Ivy felt disheartened. After a summer spent together, Ivy no longer resisted Betty's affectionate gestures. Were it not for the constraints of their circumstances, perhaps their relationship would have taken a different turn. At precisely 10 a.m. at King's Cross Station, Ivy and the others were unloading their numerous bags. A round-faced boy perched on Madame Irwin's shoulder, observing the bustling activity. The trio's extraordinary attractiveness drew many gazes, including some malevolent ones. In any realm, a train station is invariably a melting pot of diverse characters. Fortunately, the three were no ordinary individuals and paid little heed to the unkind stares. Harry has yet to arrive, has he? Avy glanced around but saw no one in sight. It was still early, The train was not scheduled to depart until 11 o'clock, so there was no rush for us to wait by the platform entrance. Eileen led the two individuals towards platform 9. The crowd here was indeed substantial. They were all muggles. Naturally, they were all muggles. This was, after all, a station meant for muggles. As they waited in boredom, a sudden commotion erupted behind them. They turned to see a short, stout lady reprimanding 4 boys with red hair. Each of them was pushing a similar cart, which housed an owl. Following the lady was a little girl with red hair. Molly, Eileen called out. The woman named Molly turned her gaze towards them. Eileen. Mrs. Weasley approached with her children, and the two shared a warm embrace. Eileen, is Avy starting school this year as well? Who is this? Mrs. Weasley inquired, glancing at Betty. Hello, Mrs. Weasley. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Betty Ather. Betty stepped forward and curtsied. Eileen leaned in closer to Mrs. Weasley's ear. My cousin. Oh, so you're the one who found Avy a partner? Indeed. Avy, what house do you wish to be sorted into? Fred, one of the twins, draped an arm over Avy's shoulder. They had met before and were relatively familiar. How should I know? Just not Gryffindor, or I'll be utterly annoyed by you lot. Avy jested. Your sentiment is quite dangerous. Come on, mate. Gryffindor welcomes you. George shoved a small sphere into Avy's hand. I refuse. Find a gullible fool elsewhere. This is surely not a delightful gift. You are truly breaking our hearts. All right then, could you introduce me to your family? Avy interrupted their antics. Darn it. The twins slapped their foreheads and turned towards their neglected siblings. This tallest one is our third brother, Percy. Fred and I are the fourth and fifth. This is Ron, and this is Ginny. Come on, everyone say hello. Hello, Avy. I am Percy, the head boy of Gryffindor, Percy stated, standing tall and impeccably groomed, his demeanor serious. Hello, Avy began to reply, but the twins launched into their banter. Percy, so you're the head boy. Why have you never mentioned it? Wait, I think he did mention it. Did he say it once? Once? I believe it was twice. Perhaps 3 times. Hold on, it seems. They exclaimed in unison. He spoke of it all summer long. Enough from you two. Head boy Percy shouted. Hello, Ron, Ginny. Avy greeted the 2 youngest. Chapter 15, Boarding the Train. Ron was a tall, lanky boy, adorned with freckles, a long nose, and droopy eyes. His long limbs gave him an air of awkwardness. Ginny, being quite young, had delicate features with brown hair and eyes, and seemed to shyly hide behind Ron, lacking in confidence. These individuals were the most fortunate victors of the Harry Potter saga, the Weasleys. Avy, is this your first time going to Hogwarts? Ron asked. Yes, I received my acceptance letter in July. I heard you moved to the outer world to live with muggles? Yes, it has been over a decade now. I have heard my father speak of Mr. Shafiq, a formidable wizard capable of confronting the Dark Lord. Nevertheless, the Weasley family holds considerable esteem. I do not perceive our circumstances as impoverished. Observe my attire, composed entirely of second-hand garments. Other wizards have labeled us a disgrace to purebloods. Ron, consider that your family consists of 7 children. 7. Even the most affluent households would struggle to support such a brood. Indeed, thus do not dwell excessively on the opinions of others. We faced our share of gossip when we moved into the Muggle community. While a few were engaged in conversation, a voice called out from behind. Avery! Everyone turned to see a slender boy in spectacles, barreling towards them with a large cart. Here, Harry! Avery waved at him. Harry, Harry! Mrs. Molly has mentioned you several times. Is that the Harry Potter? She inquired. Aaron winked at her. Thank goodness he is still alive. Harry? He is Harry Potter. Ron exclaimed, his voice startling the nearby muggles. Who is Harry Potter? Which celebrity is that? I wonder if he is a leader from somewhere. Why have I never seen him on television? The chatter grew louder. Ron. Mrs. Molly's commanding voice cut through. I am sorry. Ron quickly apologized, then whispered in astonishment. Is it really Harry Potter? Ginny beside him gazed at Harry with wide-eyed wonder. Why not just ask him yourself? Avery suggested. Harry, panting, arrived before them. You are Harry Potter? The one who defeated the Dark Lord? Is he truly dead? The Weasley children surrounded him. Hey, step back. Why are you crowding him? He is not a monkey in a zoo. Mrs. Molly stepped in to rescue Harry. In truth, Harry felt somewhat intimidated. Children, do not be afraid. They mean no harm, Mrs. Molly gently reassured. All right, children, we must depart soon. You need to reach platform 9 and 3/4. She turned, pointing between the 9th and 10th platforms. Percy, you go first and demonstrate. Percy pushed the cart forward, accelerating toward the pillar. Just as he was about to collide with the wall, a peculiar ripple appeared, and he passed right through. All right, one at a time. Soon, everyone began to vanish onto the platform. Mother, I am leaving, Avery said, bidding farewell to his mother. Aaron handed over 2 bags filled with money. You and Betty each take one. Do not spend it frivolously. Avery embraced his mother. It was their first separation in 11 years. Mother, see you at Christmas. Yes. We are off, Aunt. Goodbye, Betty. Harry, we are heading over now, Harry said as he and Betty ventured through the wall. Harry, do not be afraid. If you feel nervous, you can charge right through, Mrs. Molly softly encouraged. Taking a deep breath, Harry shut his eyes and pushed the cart forward, accelerating through the wall. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a red steam engine stationed beside a platform brimming with passengers. On the train, a sign hangs reading, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. This is the train to Hogwarts. Come on, let us board and find a place to sit. Mrs. Molly and Aaron did not follow. Having not seen each other in quite some time, they went off to find a spot for tea. The station was bustling, crowded with people, and filled with the cacophony of various owls hooting, the scraping of luggage being dragged, and the sounds of other pets. After a moment, Ivy felt as if her head might explode. Upon boarding the train, they discovered they were a tad late, and nearly all the compartments were filled. With no other choice, they scattered to locate their respective friends. Ivy was fortunate enough to eventually find an empty compartment, where she settled down with Betty and Harry. The train was indeed crowded. The three had just placed their luggage and were about to relax when Ron pulled open the compartment door, peering in. Is there anyone here? He asked, noting that all other compartments were full. A smudge of dust had somehow found its way to his nose. Sit down, Ron. There's a spot here, Ivy said. Ron stowed his belongings and took a seat next to Harry. Harry, this is Ron, the youngest of the Weasley clan, Ivy introduced. Ginny is the youngest, Ron retorted, extending his hand to Harry. Hello, Harry, I am Ron Weasley. Hello, do your family members know me as well? Harry replied, shaking his hand. Yes, no one is unaware. Ron affirmed. Oh, by the way, may I see your scar? Of course, Harry said without hesitation, lifting his fringe to reveal a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Goodness, did Voldemort do that? Does it hurt? It must have been him, but I don't recall. It hurts occasionally. Just then, the compartment door swung open again, revealing Fred and George. Ivy, come here. We have something splendid to show you. Hi. Harry, I didn't get the chance to introduce myself earlier. E.M. George. And this is Fred. It's an honor to meet the illustrious Harry Potter. However, we must step out for a moment. We'll chat later. With that, they pulled Ivy out with them. Are you coming? He inquired of Betty. You go ahead. I'll rest for a bit, Betty replied, gazing out at the scenery. Hurrying along, the three exited the compartment. I must tell you, Lee Jordan got his hands on a rather large bag spider. How big can a bag spider possibly be? Ivy scoffed. Haha, a frog in a well. Wait until it scares your eyes out. The train was alive with activity, each compartment bustling with groups of people. There were those playing cards, engaging in wizard chess, casting spells, and tending to pets. An eclectic mix indeed. As they walked along, it was evident that the twins were quite popular. Nearly everyone they encountered greeted them, exchanging a few words. Excuse me. Hello, have you seen Toad? A chubby-faced boy approached and inquired. Sorry, I haven't tea. Ivy shrugged, watching him continue onward. The group of four then halted at a compartment and pushed the door open. Stepping inside, three individuals were already present, with the boy in the middle being Lee Jordan. This is Ivy Shafiq, Fred introduced to the group. All right, everyone else here. Jordan, quickly, let us see it, George urged, and the others began to cheer along. Quiet. Don't scare it, Jordan moved aside a cage shrouded in black cloth. With a sudden flourish, he unveiled a spider the size of a basin, its body adorned with evenly distributed black and white bristles. 6 peanut-sized black eyes were arranged vertically, while 2 enormous pincers below the eyes resembled sharp syringes, occasionally dripping a viscous substance, presenting an astonishing sight. At that moment, 6 eyes glowing with a greenish hue were fixated on the group. Wow, so cool. Cool. I find it quite revolting. Is it dangerous? Of course. With a size like that, it must be venomous. Amidst their bickering, Ivy stealthily slipped out, having already witnessed the spectacle. Ivy, come here. Have some snacks. Harry and Ron called to her, holding out treats. Who is this? Ivy approached the table and opened a bag of chocolate. This is Hermione, Ron introduced. Hello, I am Hermione Granger, she said, her features striking and her thick, voluminous hair even more beautiful than in the films. Hi, I'm Ivy Shafiq, just call me Ivy. The Shafiq family, I've read about you. A powerful lineage. The books say you have repelled the Dark Lord multiple times. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ron attempted to turn his rat yellow, but it ended in failure. Well, there's a bit of an effect, Harry interjected, ignoring Ron's defense. Then Hermione used magic to fix my glasses. That's incredible. By the way, you have a speck of dust here. She pointed her nose, right here. Chapter 16. Malfoy, I certainly don't want to be sorted into the same house as her. Ron tossed his wand into his suitcase, having never gotten along with overachievers. With all this food, will you even finish it? Ivy accepted the bizarre jelly beans from Betty. Miss Betty is treating us. She said to take whatever we want. Ron shrugged and grabbed a cake. You're quite the freeloader. By the way, Ron, which house are your two brothers in? Harry inquired. Gryffindor. Ron paused momentarily. In fact, our entire family are Gryffindor students, even our parents. I was worried about what I would do if I wasn't sorted into Gryffindor. Ravenclaw, to be honest, I'm not particularly clever. Hermione might have a chance. Just as long as I'm not sorted into Slytherin. Is Slytherin really that bad? Harry questioned. Not necessarily bad, but almost all dark wizards hail from Slytherin. Ron's expression reflected his disdain. Sorry, I meant to ask, the Dark Lord was also from Slytherin? Harry looked at Ron anxiously, quickly rephrasing. Yes. It was clear Ron wished to avoid discussing the topic further. He turned to Ivy, who was engrossed in a newspaper. Ivy, any significant news? Someone attempted to steal from Gringotts. Ivy replied without looking up. Really? What happened next? Ron exclaimed in shock. Nothing at all. Gringotts lost nothing. And the thief wasn't caught. What kind of big news is that? Harry questioned, perplexed. You said nothing happened. Harry, you don't understand. Precisely because of that. It's big news. My dad said only a highly skilled dark wizard could evade Gringotts' pursuit. However, they took nothing, leaving one utterly perplexed. Each time such inexplicable occurrences transpired, there were always whispers of a mysterious figure orchestrating mischief behind the scenes. Although Hagrid had provided an explanation, Harry remained baffled as to why the mere mention of Voldemort instilled such dread among the denizens of the wizarding world. The entire train buzzed with chatter about Harry Potter's arrival at Hogwarts, and it was indeed him. Even before he arrived, a somewhat haughty voice emerged from outside the compartment. Upon hearing the voice, Ivy set down her newspaper, revealing an expression of eager anticipation. The compartment doors swung open, admitting 3 boys. The shortest among them, whom Harry recognized from their encounter in Diagon Alley while shopping, had once insulted Hagrid, leaving Harry with a strong dislike for him. This was Crabbe alongside Goyle, both tall and rather robust, standing like 2 imposing bodyguards. The boy then pointed to himself, declaring, I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Malfoy possessed a rather effeminate visage, with pale skin and hair that was a shade of gold, slicked back tightly against his scalp. Upon hearing Malfoy's self-introduction, Ron coughed, struggling to suppress a laugh. Unexpectedly, Malfoy turned sharply. Do you find my name amusing? Without needing to ask, he continued, I know who you are, red-haired, freckled, unable to support a multitude of children. You must be a member of the despicable Weasley family, am I right? He then turned to Harry, saying, You will soon discover that some wizarding families are simply superior to others. Potter, you wouldn't want to associate with the less desirable, would you? I can assist you in this regard. He extended his hand, attempting to shake Harry's. Thank you, but I believe I can discern who the undesirable truly are. Harry replied coldly. Malfoy's hand froze mid-air, and the awkwardness flushed his pallid face with color. You ought to be more courteous, lest you find yourself repeating your parents' mistakes. If you continue to mingle with the likes of the Weasleys, HMPF, Potter, I hope you recognize the implications. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, Ron's face as red as his hair. Say that again. He seethed. Oh, what is this? Do you wish to brawl? He surveyed his burly companions before glancing at the slender Ron and Harry, his tone dripping with mockery. Unless you plan to leave here now. Harry's voice turned icy. In truth, he did not feel as composed as he appeared. The 2 bodyguards across from him were far too formidable, and even with Ron and Ivy, it seemed they would stand no chance. Leave? Where to? There are so many delightful treats here. We can depart after indulging. Malfoy responded nonchalantly, leisurely popping a piece of chocolate into his mouth. Harry and Ron trembled with rage at his taunting demeanor, ready to explode into a confrontation when Malfoy's peripheral vision caught sight of Ivy, who was watching the spectacle unfold. Is this one of your friends? He inquired. Which family do you belong to? And you brought along your little girlfriend. Ivy replied, feigning innocence. Betty, beside her, seemed unperturbed, finding comfort in the term little girlfriend. What? Are you too afraid to mention your family name? Potter, look around. See what sort of riffraff surrounds you. Malfoy taunted Harry. I apologize. Although I am unsure of your motives for approaching me, I feel it is only fair to inform you in advance. My name is Ivy Shafiq. Has the coward finally found his voice? What a peculiar name. Ivy Shafiq. The young master, devoid of any heart or soul, suddenly raised his voice an octave higher. Is there something amiss? Ivy smiled at him. His handsome visage appeared to the trio of Malfoys as if they had encountered a formidable beast. Their faces paled instantly, and they recoiled in unison, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. Shall I escort you 3 a little further? Ivy slowly raised his hand. This gesture sent the Malfoys into a fit of screams as they hastily fled the compartment. Betty observed this with disdain, curling her lip. Ivy caught a glimpse of this scene. Ah, I never expected you to exhibit such extraneous expressions. Betty shot him a glance before returning to her icy demeanor, turning her gaze back to the scenery. You are truly impressive, Ivy, Harry remarked with admiration. The Malfoy family were once Death Eaters, subservient to the Dark Lord. These ruffians had previously been sent scattering by Mr. Shafiq. In direct combat, the Shafiq family has no rival. Ron chimed in with a bit more knowledge. Malfoy seems to recognize you? Harry and Ron inquired. I saw him previously while shopping for clothes in Diagon Alley, Harry replied. Indeed, trying to redeem oneself is no simple task. Most families would not place their trust in them, Ivy concurred. Just then, Hermione pushed open the door. There are certainly many visitors today. She observed the tense atmosphere, asking, what has transpired? It's nothing. Is there anything we can assist you with? Ron turned to inquire. You should change into your robes quickly. I just asked the driver at the front, and he said we will be arriving shortly. Hermione had come specifically to remind them. Driver? This train has a driver? I always thought it was magically propelled, Ivy exclaimed in surprise. The train is indeed magically driven, but still requires a driver to operate. I read the explanation in the Complete Guide to Magical Engines, Hermione explained. Ivy gave her a thumbs up. Ron, however, frowned and glared at her. We need to change our clothes. Could you please step outside? I don't wish to remain here either. I came to find Betty. Betty, let us go change our clothes, Hermione said with disdain. Also, why hasn't this place been cleaned yet? She reiterated. After Hermione left, Ron shot a venomous glare at her departing figure. I'm growing increasingly irritated with that girl. Ivy chuckled. The three of them removed their outer garments and donned black robes. Ron's robe was somewhat short, leaving his worn leather shoes exposed. By the time they were dressed, the sky outside had darkened. Beneath the night sky, the silhouettes of black mountains and forests loomed, and in the distance, a dark castle was faintly visible on the hillside. Chapter 17, Arrival at Hogwarts. In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. I will ensure it is delivered to the school. A magnetic male voice resonated within the compartment. Harry and Ron, already pale with anxiety, felt their legs tremble upon hearing this announcement. Hey, are you two all right? Ivy sneered. These two are even less composed than Neville. Just look at Neville. He remains remarkably calm. Harry and Ron looked over. My toad seems to have fallen into a stupor. Are you certain he is all right? I feel we are far better off than he is. Ron whispered to Ivy. Aren't you the least bit nervous? You seem completely unfazed. I have seen the world. Harry and Ron sneered at him. In truth, Ivy's heart was far from the calm facade he presented. After all, they were about to arrive at the very center of this world. To claim he was unexcited would be a falsehood. However, he was no longer a naive boy from the countryside. He had matured. The one who truly embodied composure was Betty. She listened to the broadcast, her heart devoid of any tumult, her gaze serenely fixed on the scenery outside, her cool visage resembling still waters, utterly undisturbed. Yet, Ivy's interruption had indeed relaxed both of them considerably. The train gradually decelerated, and Ivy and his companions stowed away the remaining snacks in their bags, moving slowly towards the door amidst the throng. Eventually, the train came to a halt at a modest platform. The little ones jostled and pushed as they disembarked. The platform was dark and small, illuminated by a solitary street lamp, its flickering light failing to reveal what was burning within. A gust of chilly wind swept through, prompting the young wizards to huddle together, shivering in the cold. First years, come this way. A boisterous voice echoed from afar. A bright light illuminated the imposing figure of Hagrid as he approached the students. He scanned the crowd. Hello, Harry. It's been a while, he offered with a simple greeting. All first years, follow me. Watch your step and do not fall behind. Unlike the other years, the first years were required to walk for a complete ceremonial experience. The young wizards followed Hagrid along a narrow path into the woods. In the night, the trail through the forest was treacherous, damp, and steep, causing the group to stumble. The shadowy outlines of trees on either side created a stifling atmosphere, leaving everyone too preoccupied to speak. His words stirred quite a commotion, bringing joy to all. Some were thrilled at the prospect of soon seeing the legendary Hogwarts, while others rejoiced at the thought of leaving this dreary place behind. As they rounded a bend, the path opened up to reveal a lake. On the opposite shore, a grand castle towered majestically atop a high hillside. The castle's spires reached skyward, and candlelight flickered in its many windows, creating a starry spectacle against the night sky. How beautiful! It's breathtaking! Gasps of awe erupted from the crowd. We need to take a boat across. Hagrid indicated towards the small vessels anchored by the shore. Each boat can hold no more than 4 people. The group began to pair up for the journey. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville boarded one boat, while Ivy, accompanied by Betty and 2 other classmates, settled into another. "Is everyone on board?" Hagrid called, as he occupied a boat all by himself. "All right, let us set off." The oars sliced through the lake's surface, waves rippling outward. On the inky black waters, over a dozen small boats glided toward the far shore. They traversed the lake and entered a tributary that led to the bank. Vines draped overhead, forming a verdant tunnel. Following the passage, they ultimately reached a dock, equally modest, with an old signpost adorned with a lamp. A path of gravel and cobblestones wound its way up the hillside. "All right, everyone off the boat. We're almost at the gates of Hogwarts," Hagrid announced as he was the first to disembark. Once everyone had embarked onto the dock, the inspection of the empty boat commenced. "Hey, is that your toad?" he inquired, directing his gaze towards Neville, who was cradling the creature nestled within the vessel. "Oh, thank goodness," Neville exclaimed with unrestrained joy, extending his arms to embrace the toad. A shiver of distaste coursed through Ivy. This creature was decidedly unpalatable to him. The group followed Hagrid as he ascended further, passing a terraced area where Ivy noticed a magnificent willow tree planted nearby. After traversing a rocky passage, they arrived at a grassy expanse shrouded in the castle as shadow. Hagrid halted, awaiting the stragglers to catch up. Before them stood the grand entrance of Hogwarts. "These are the first-year students," Hagrid announced to Professor McGonagall. "Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take it from here," she replied. Hagrid winked at Harry before departing. "Welcome to Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall addressed them. "The feast is about to commence, but before you enter the Great Hall and take your seats, we must first determine which house you will belong to. The sorting ceremony is a significant rite of passage. During your time here, your house will be your home at Hogwarts." She paused briefly, allowing the young wizards to absorb her words. "The 4 houses are Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house possesses its own illustrious history and has nurtured many remarkable wizards. While at school, exemplary behavior will earn points for your house, while misconduct will result in point deductions. At the end of the term, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a most esteemed honor. I hope each of you will strive to bring glory to your house during your time here. I must go and prepare for the ceremony in the Great Hall. The sorting ceremony will soon take place before the entire school," she continued. "I advise you to tidy yourselves before the sorting begins." McGonagall glanced at Ron's nose. "Once preparations are complete, I will return for you. Please, remain silent." With that, she began to twist and then vanish from sight. "Wow, how cool." The crowd began to stir. Harry busied himself smoothing his hair, while Ron fervently rubbed his nose. Everyone seemed to suddenly notice their disheveled appearance and frantically began to tidy themselves. Poor Neville nearly choked himself while adjusting his cloak. Meanwhile, Draco and his companions continued to mock those around them. Ivy turned to Betty. The white shirt paired with a black tie, layered over a gray sweater, complemented by a black plaid skirt, knee-high gray socks, and black round-toed shoes, all topped with a black robe. As for her, well, perfection. "By the way, how does the sorting work? Is there a specific criterion?" Harry asked Ron. "No way. I don't know anything about it," he replied. "Ivy, what do you think?" Harry seemed doubtful. "It certainly won't be that," Ivy asserted. "How can you be so sure?" Hermione, contemplating which spells to employ later, inquired. "You've read so many books. You should be aware of our family's circumstances. If it were based on spellcasting, our family would have been doomed long ago," Ivy explained with conviction. Chapter 18. The Sorting. Indeed, Shafiq's inability to wield magic was a welcome relief. Hermione and Ron were suddenly enlightened. "Are you pleased that I cannot cast spells?" Avi inquired, a frown adorning his face. "Apologies, Avi," Ron chuckled sheepishly. "I'm certainly not afraid. My concern lies with you lot, who might not even pass the test." Hermione retorted with a haughty demeanor. "Worried about Ron? Who would care about that fool? You clarify who the fool is." "It's you." The commotion provided Harry with a sense of reassurance. As for Avi, he was already well-versed in the sorting ceremony and was indifferent. Moreover, with a wand in hand, he could at least manage a half-formed spell, even if he wanted to cast magic. "Esteemed students, the sorting ceremony is about to commence. Now, please form a single line and follow me." Professor McGonagall's voice resonated, her presence materializing alongside it. Once everyone had lined up, Professor McGonagall pushed open the grand doors of the hall. Before them lay a resplendent hall, with 4 long tables arranged upright at its center, already occupied by students from other years. The tables were adorned with an array of cutlery and vessels, complemented by floral decorations. At the head table, over a dozen seats were reserved for the professors, all of which were currently occupied except for Professor McGonagall. In front of the main table stood a high stool, upon which rested a tattered, pointed wizard's hat. Above, candles floated gracefully, casting a warm golden glow, while the ceiling mirrored a starry sky. This place has been enchanted to reflect the outside sky, as I read in the school's history, Hermione whispered. I had thought this was an open-air venue. Harry exclaimed in surprise. Silence. Professor McGonagall called as she approached the high stool. The hat on the stool shifted, stretching as if awakening from slumber. Its largest crease opened and closed like a mouth, producing a voice. You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge a hat by its looks. It proceeded to recount its origins, as well as the histories and characteristics of the four houses. Once it finished its song, several professors led the applause, prompting the students to join in, creating a thunderous ovation. The Sorting Hat bowed to each of the four tables, clearly acknowledging them, and then remained still. Is it really as simple as just wearing the hat? Ron asked uncertainly. The next time I see Fred, I swear I'll throttle him. He frightened me throughout the entire holiday. Ron growled. What a pity it is to be so uncomplicated, Hermione remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. What are you lamenting? Is it not better to enter directly? Ron couldn't comprehend her thoughts. Mind your own business. Harry refrained from joining the debate, feeling a twinge of worry. What if they were not sorted together? What if he ended up in Slytherin? Reflecting on the traits mentioned, bravery, wisdom, ambition, and loyalty, he realized he possessed none of them. Professor McGonagall disregarded their musings, unfurling a scroll of parchment as she stepped forward. When I call your name, you shall step forward and don the hat, awaiting your sorting. The first name is Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked little girl, adorned with 2 golden braids, squeezed her way out of the line. This was none other than Neville's wife, Ivy, who gazed upon her. Hannah took a seat, donned her hat for a moment. Hufflepuff, shouted the Sorting Hat. Subsequently, the second table on the right erupted in applause and cheers for Hannah. As she dashed over, several upperclassmen stood to shake her hand, welcoming her to their table. Terry Bolt, Ravenclaw. The first table on the left applauded warmly to welcome the new student. Lavender Brown, Gryffindor. The second table on the left immediately burst into cheers. Millicent Bulstrode, Slytherin. The table on the far right responded with a round of applause. Observing the spectacle, Harry noted that for some, the Sorting Hat made its decision instantaneously, while for others, it took considerable time to deliberate. For instance, the unpredictable Seamus took a full minute before being sorted into Gryffindor, leaving him astonished at how a mere hat seemed to possess greater intelligence than himself. Hermione Granger. Goodness. All right, relax, relax, Hermione encouraged herself as she jogged to the stool, hastily placing the hat upon her head. Gryffindor. With the announcement, Ron let out a disgruntled huff. Ivy Shafiq. Professor McGonagall called out. A hush fell over the hall. The Shafiq name was renowned. Long before Harry Potter's emergence, the Shafiq family had been a formidable adversary to the Dark Lord. Under the gaze of so many, Ivy remained unperturbed. He approached the stool with measured steps, placing the hat upon his head. After several seconds of contemplation, Ivy was unconcerned about the hat uncovering past memories. Although he could not employ the mental blocking charm, his mental prowess allowed him to shield that part of his memories. Moreover, he intended to let the Sorting Hat make its choice, curious about which house he would belong to. Hufflepuff. At last, the hat declared. This time, everyone at the Hufflepuff table rose to their feet, applauding fervently. Ivy walked over to the Hufflepuff table, where many extended their hands to greet him. Hello, I'm Cedric Diggory, pleased to meet you. A handsome young man stood up from across the table, extending his right hand. Ivy squinted his eyes. Hello. I look forward to your guidance. Betty asked her. Betty adjusted her attire, striding forward to the stool and sitting down to don the hat. Another challenging choice, exceptionally gifted, clever and brave. What to do? Then sly. Not Slytherin, Hufflepuff. Betty interrupted. Hufflepuff? You would achieve great success in Slytherin. Hufflepuff. Then Hufflepuff it is. Ultimately, the hat acquiesced to her decision. After bowing to the professors, Betty made her way to Ivy, disregarding the applause surrounding her. Subsequently, Neville Longbottom, Malfoy, and Morn were all sorted into houses to their satisfaction. Ron Weasley. When it was Ron's turn, he felt a bit shy, ducking his head as he ran to the stool. Gryffindor. Excellent. Percy exclaimed joyfully. Well done, brother, that S.A. twin. Harry Potter. Once again, a wave of silence enveloped the hall, soon followed by whispers. Harry Potter? The boy who lived? Indeed, it was he. He had come to school as well. As Harry donned the hat, he could see the entire hall craning their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of his visage. This year was particularly peculiar, with so many individuals facing daunting choices. Their talents were commendable, and they possessed courage. Where would they be sorted? Harry muttered to himself, hoping to avoid Slytherin, as there seemed to be a prevailing bias against it. A young girl had just expressed the same sentiment, yet it was as you wished. Gryffindor. The moment the Sorting Hat proclaimed this, the hall erupted in cheers from the Gryffindor students. He glanced toward the table where Ivy sat, who waved back at him. Fortunately, Ron was by his side. He looked up at the head table. Hagrid sat in a corner, and upon meeting Harry's gaze, gave him a thumbs up. At the center of the head table, Dumbledore sat upon a golden chair. Harry recognized him instantly. His likeness adorned the chocolate frog wizard cards, and there was Professor Quirrell, draped in a purple scarf. Chapter 19, Hufflepuff. As the sorting concluded, Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and waved it over the Sorting Hat, causing both to vanish into thin air. Then, the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, rose to his feet. Thank you, everyone. Upon his return to his seat, a frenzy of applause and cheers erupted, accompanied by the appearance of a grand feast. The 4 long tables were laden with delectable offerings: roast beef, roast turkey, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, mashed potatoes, crisps, puddings, and an array of peculiar delicacies unique to the wizarding world. Everyone began to indulge heartily. However, Ivy was less enthusiastic in the face of such a bountiful spread. Eileen's culinary skills were commendable, often preparing lavish meals for him. Yet, as delightful as the food was, Ivy considered it more akin to a barbecue than a proper meal, lacking the depth of flavor he craved. This was a common critique of the Harry Potter universe. The cuisine here predominantly revolved around roasting, not the open-flame grilling one might expect, but rather the oven-baked variety. For someone who had lived in the Celestial Empire, a meal was deemed incomplete without soup and broth to complement it. He yearned for the dishes of his former life: stir-fries, hot pots, and stews. While Ivy was not lacking in culinary prowess, having navigated the bustling city life and dabbled in various cuisines, he was still too young, and Eileen had never allowed him into the kitchen. The sight of the abundant feast suddenly awakened Ivy's culinary spirit. At Hogwarts, Eileen would not be able to restrict him, and this world offered magical ingredients. Ivy considered the prospect of taking on a secondary vocation. He aspired to become a chef. With newfound enthusiasm, he felt invigorated. The previously languid Ivy straightened up, and Betty beside him wondered what had sparked this sudden energy. Just as he was brainstorming the preparation of various dishes, a chorus of gasps erupted from his classmates. Over 20 white, translucent ghosts emerged from the walls, floor, murals, and dining tables. A plump, monk-like ghost floated up from the Hufflepuff table. Greetings, new students. I'm the resident ghost of Hufflepuff House. It brings me great joy to welcome you to Hufflepuff, as I too was once a student here. As his voice faded, he drifted into the distance. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the adjacent Gryffindor table. A ghost had dramatically torn at its own neck. The feast continued unabated. Once everyone had feasted to their heart's content, the remnants of the meal vanished, leaving behind not a trace of grease or broth, and the plates gleamed as if new. In their place appeared a delightful array of desserts. Puddings, ice creams, fruit pies, and jellies adorned the table. Even Betty seemed pleased, for she had a penchant for sweets. Hello, Ivy, I'm Ernie Macmillan, but you may simply call me Mac. My family hails from the north of England, and I'm a pure-blood wizard. A tall, handsome boy with golden hair greeted Ivy. This is Betty. She tends to be a bit reticent, but she is quite amiable, he added, patting Betty on the shoulder. Greetings, I am Betty Ather, she replied with a slight nod. Hello, I am Justin Finch-Fletchley, also a pure-blood wizard, he introduced himself. I am Hannah Abbott, came another voice. Ivy, a shout emerged from the table behind them. It was Harry and his friends. I can't believe you weren't sorted into Gryffindor, Fred exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, what a pity, Ron chimed in. Your talents are perfectly suited for adventure. It seems the Sorting Hat can indeed make mistakes, they lamented. As their complaints continued, Ivy noticed the expressions of the Hufflepuff students growing increasingly frosty. Even the usually amiable Hannah and Susan squinted their eyes. Why does it feel a bit chilly? Is there a window left ajar? Ron pondered, wrapping his arms tighter around himself, blissfully unaware of the impending doom. It's nothing. It's not as if we are near Slytherin, right? Ivy replied nonchalantly. True, it's not the worst outcome, she added. Ivy, are you well acquainted with Harry and the others? Hannah inquired. What is primary school? Mac asked. In the Muggle world, children typically begin nursery at 3 or 4 years old and enter primary school around 6. Unlike Hogwarts, primary schools rarely have boarding facilities. The main focus is on making friends and playing. That sounds rather pleasant, Mac remarked. Hannah, you're also half-blood, did you not know? I have visited the Muggle world, but only for leisure. I have never attended school there. That is truly unfortunate, came the reply. Cough, cough, silence. Please, Professor Dumbledore stood, and the desserts vanished without a trace. If everyone is satisfied, I have a few important announcements to make. First-year students, take heed. The wooded area on school grounds is strictly off-limits to all. Of course, the older students should also bear this in mind. As he spoke, Dumbledore's eyes swept over the Gryffindor students, lingering on the Weasley twins for a considerable time. Additionally, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested I remind you not to perform magic in the corridors. The selection for Quidditch players will take place in the second week of this term. Those interested should reach out to Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must caution everyone. If you wish to avoid a most painful demise, do not venture into the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. As Dumbledore concluded his remarks, a ripple of subdued laughter emanated from the Gryffindor table. Clearly, they perceived this as a jest concocted by the headmaster to pacify them. Before we retire for the night, let's sing the school song together. With a gentle wave of his wand, Dumbledore sent golden ribbons soaring into the air, transforming into lines of text. Everyone selected their melody, preparing to sing. The entire faculty and student body joined in a resounding chorus, the details of which are best left unspoken. All stood, students from the four houses jostling together as they made their way toward the exit. Avy, was the headmaster's comment about the fourth floor corridor being exceedingly dangerous truly a jest? A few of them chatted as they squeezed together. Why would there be such perilous places within the school? Hagrid once told me that Hogwarts is the safest place in the world, Harry pondered. Just take that with a grain of salt. Don't take it too seriously, Avy retorted. Why not? Rest assured, at the very least, Dumbledore is indeed the most powerful wizard. That was the only comfort he could offer. Chapter 20. A small objective student spilled out of the hall, where the prefects of each house stood at the entrance, greeting their respective charges. The male prefect of Hufflepuff, Cadwallader, a fifth-year student, called out, all first years of Hufflepuff. Gather here. Avy approached him, saying, could you please lead them over? I need to consult Professor Sprout about something. You may go ahead. Not everyone has arrived yet. If you can hurry, I might still wait for you, he advised. Inside the hall, Dumbledore had departed, but several professors lingered. Good evening, professors. Avy greeted before addressing her house head, Professor Sprout. May I trouble you for a moment? Of course, what is it? Professor Sprout, a kind and optimistic woman, shared the same fondness for her students as Professor Snape did for his. I wish to discuss a matter with Headmaster Dumbledore. Could you escort me to his office? Avy requested. May I first inquire what it pertains to? I seek certain privileges, such as unrestricted access to the Forbidden Forest. That is quite perilous. I cannot guarantee the headmaster will acquiesce to your request, Professor Sprout cautioned. Rest assured, I am well aware of the risks. Very well, please follow me. A mere 11-year-old seeking an audience with the headmaster. Truthfully, only in this world would such a notion be entertained. Chilled lemon juice. The stone gargoyle began to shift and rise, revealing a spiral staircase behind it. Up you go, Professor Sprout instructed Avy. Ascending the spiral staircase, he soon reached the door to the office. A gleaming oak door adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin awaited him. Avy rapped on the knocker. Come in, a voice, aged yet warm, beckoned. Avy pushed the door open. The headmaster's office was a spacious, beautifully circular room. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters, all of whom gazed down upon Avy from their frames. Beside the staircase stood a massive table, its legs resembling claws, laden with numerous silver artifacts, including a silver basin. A phoenix rested on a perch behind the door, eyes closed in slumber. The sorting hat, which he had encountered only moments before, also rested upon a bookshelf. Professor Dumbledore was bent over a silver basin, tirelessly extracting luminous, thread-like substances from his mind with his wand. Mr. Shafiq, how may I assist you? The headmaster inquired. Headmaster, I have a request. I wish to have unrestricted access to the Forbidden Forest. Avy bowed respectfully. Mr. Shafiq, while your family serves on the school's board of governors, my foremost concern must be your safety. Headmaster, I do not make this request as a governor, but rather as a student. Furthermore, you need not worry about my safety. I believe I am capable of protecting myself. It is not feasible. I lost my father before I was born and have constantly faced the threat of Death Eaters. My mother, being somewhat eccentric, led me to become self-sufficient at an early age. Avy had prepared her arguments well. Avy, are you friends with Harry? You are aware of his background, and if one day he requires your assistance, then I shall be ready, Mr. Shafiq. I will inform the professors shortly and appoint you as the acting head of Hufflepuff. Your actions at Hogwarts will remain unconstrained. However, I still advise against venturing into perilous areas. Thank you very much. Upon leaving the headmaster's office, Avy expressed her gratitude. Professor Sprout, thank you for your assistance. It is no trouble at all, dear. Come along. I shall escort you to the Hufflepuff common room. You cannot enter without knowing the method. The two departed, traversing to another tower. Above them, a grand marble staircase connected numerous corridors, adorned with portraits of figures that could move. Many were already asleep at this hour, and they were not confined to their frames. Avi had just witnessed a woman approach the edge of her portrait, stepping out from another nearby frame. Be particularly cautious. These staircases are in constant motion. If one is not careful, they may inadvertently wander into dangerous areas. Yet their movements follow a certain pattern, leading to designated areas at specific times. As for the precise schedule, you will naturally become acquainted with it over time. It appeared that the headmistress herself had not committed it to memory. There's also another method involving the individuals depicted in these portraits. Hello, Mrs. Hughes. Professor Sprout greeted the woman in the left portrait who was preening in front of a mirror. Eventually, they halted in a corridor before a stack of wooden barrels. The entrance to the Hufflepuff common room lies here. Professor Sprout reached out and tapped the bottom of the middle barrel in the second row. With the headmistress's correct command, the lid of the barrel began to rotate, widening until the great door to the common room was revealed. Avi, you must remember the method to open this door. Now, go inside and rest. Once again, thank you. He stepped inside. The common room was bustling with activity. The young witches and wizards were lively. Avi spotted Betty among the crowd and approached her. Betty had changed into purple pajamas and was lounging on the sofa, indulging in sweets. It is worth noting that the Hufflepuff common room is adjacent to the kitchen, where young wizards often sneak in for midnight snacks. Well, it's settled. Avi sat down beside her. It seems you are concealing something from me. I am merely 11 years old. What could I possibly hide from you? One cannot be certain. You often behave with the sophistication of an adult. How can you dare to judge others? Just look at yourself. You bear no resemblance to a young girl, but rather embody the essence of a noble woman. What is your intention with this? I aspire to become a chef. A chef? Betty regarded him with disdain, incredulous that the last heir of the illustrious Shafiq family would pursue such a profession. Ah, that is sheer discrimination. Every vocation deserves respect. I harbor no disdain for professions. Rather, I disdain you. Do not be so quick to judge me. Once I hone my skills, you shall enjoy the fruits of my labor. Avi playfully leaned toward Betty, grinning mischievously. If you desire exquisite cuisine, I could learn from my cousin. Is it truly necessary for you to practice? You? It is not that I look down upon you. The food here, even at its pinnacle, is quite ordinary. Even if you master it, it amounts to little. I am different. The dishes I command are likely unheard of by you. Avi first dismissed British cuisine with a scoff, then began to boast. I recall you have never cooked a meal in your life. I doubt you could even manage to wash a dish. Betty, clearly unimpressed, retorted that cooking is a skilled endeavor. If given a live chicken, would you know how to slaughter it? That query indeed caught him off guard. Though he had prepared numerous dishes, he had never killed a chicken. Observing his bewilderment, Betty rose and headed toward her bedroom. Thus, it is best for you to continue your studies as a wizard. I am off to rest. Not to wait for you. I shall retire early. Chapter 21. The first day. Watching Betty depart, Avi found amusement in the fact that he had been scorned by a mere girl. Upon returning to the dormitory, he noted that among the new students of Hufflepuff House, there were only 3 boys, rendering the space quite spacious. 3 beds stood adorned with canopies, draped in black and yellow, with matching bedding. Their luggage had also been delivered. Avi, where have you been? We couldn't find you on the way. Mike and Justin were fiddling with some equipment and casually inquired upon his entrance. Nothing much. The headmaster summoned me. Didn't you just arrive? What could the headmaster want with you? Nothing significant. He merely wished to report to me. What? Wonderful. The two stared at him, bewildered, as if he were jesting. Do you not believe me? Have I not mentioned that I am a governor of Hogwarts? Avi's words were startling. How could you possibly be a governor? Mike exclaimed excitedly. You are merely 11. How could Dumbledore need to report to you? Who knows? He saw me out regardless. Avi shrugged. They had no means to verify his claim, allowing him to fabricate as he pleased. Now that you mention it, I believe my family is also a part of the school's board of governors, Justin mused, resting his chin on his hand. What? Now? It was their turn to be astounded. Mike had not anticipated that both of his roommates were governors. While Avi felt his deceit might soon unravel. I have heard my father mention that although our share is likely minimal, we do indeed hold a stake. Mike found himself at a loss for words. The realization that both of his roommates were scions of privilege required him some time to digest. If Dumbledore is obliged to report to you, then I too share that duty. Justin exclaimed, enlightenment washing over him. I shall seek him out tomorrow to receive the work report. However, I believe the responsibilities of each shareholder may vary, and there is no necessity to contact every single one. Thus, do not be hasty in seeking him out. When the need arises, Dumbledore will surely approach you. That is unacceptable. After all, this is a family enterprise. How could a shareholder remain indifferent? Justin firmly rejected the notion. Though Ivy opened his mouth, he refrained from uttering the truth. Oh well, he thought, it would merely result in a scolding. What you all up to? He swiftly redirected the conversation. These are kitchen utensils, a staple for every Hufflepuff student. Here, these are yours. Mike pushed several iron tools towards him. Even this. He picked up a metal box. What is this? An oven. Powered by magic, it requires no preheating and offers 360-degree cooking without blind spots. It even allows for localized baking. How thoughtful. Ivy marveled. And this one? He picked up another utensil that resembled a frying pan. Indeed, it is a frying pan designed for you to cook without the need for oil, achieving the same delightful results, much adored by women. There's a blender, a food processor too. We also had kitchen knives, but those were deemed too hazardous to distribute. Mike recounted with pride. How do you know all this? Ivy expressed his admiration. Little did he know, Mike produced a scroll of parchment. Here, that's the instruction manual. It even includes a cleaning spell. Wash thoroughly. The service is indeed comprehensive, but culinary art is no simple feat. Whether it is simple or not is beside the point. Enough of this. I'm going to sleep. Classes await us tomorrow. Good night. The following morning, Ivy called out, Hey Mike, Justin, are you two joining us for breakfast? As he dressed, he tugged at the blankets of his companions. Damn it, I was too excited yesterday and only fell asleep as dawn approached. Mike sat up, sporting dark circles under his eyes and scratching his head incessantly. I'll skip breakfast. I need more sleep. With that, he flopped back on his bed. Justin remained motionless beside him, mirroring his sentiment. Suit yourselves. However, the first class is Professor McGonagall's transfiguration lesson. If you arrive late, beware of being transformed into an alarm clock. Just go. Quit disturbing my slumber. Ivy, you sound just like my mother. As Ivy exited the dormitory, he found Betty already waiting for him in the common room. Did you not join your roommates? Ivy inquired. If you had come out 2 minutes earlier, you could have joined us. Well then, let us go. I'm ready for breakfast. The two departed the common room, traversing a staircase-laden corridor, eventually arriving at a hall adorned with greenery. By the time they reached this spot, the corridor was filled with people, all seemingly captivated by something. Look over there. Where? That red-haired boy, next to the one with glasses. Oh, I see him. Is that him? Why doesn't he have a scar on his face? Of course, it's on his forehead. Amidst the cacophony of chatter, the two exchanged glances. Ivy climbed onto the railing of the corridor, spotting Harry among the throng. A throng of students ambled about the trio, eager to catch a glimpse of Harry's true visage. We should depart now to avoid any trouble later, one suggested. Swiftly maneuvering through the crowd and heading straight to the dining hall. The place was relatively empty, likely because most were congregating outside to catch a sight of Harry. The two took pleasure in the tranquility. Breakfast was quite delightful. Toast, bacon, ham, eggs, and milk made for a hearty spread. It was not until they had finished their meal and were preparing to leave that the trio hurriedly arrived. Harry, what is it like to be a superstar? Ivy teased. Terrible. Before Harry could utter a word, Ron and Hermione chimed in with their complaints. Next time, you should walk alone. E.M. starving, Ron exclaimed, resembling a famished specter, grabbing anything haphazardly and shoving it into his mouth. Don't leave me behind. Harry joined the fray for food. Poor fellow, hurry up and eat, or you shall be late for Professor McGonagall's class, Ivy remarked as she rose to depart. Ivy, is it just the two of you? What about your roommates? Hermione inquired. Still asleep. Ivy gestured an exaggerated sleeping pose before exiting the dining hall. Upon entering the classroom, a portion of students had already taken their seats, and the two casually found an empty spot. When does the class begin? In 10 minutes, Betty replied, glancing at her pocket watch. At that moment, the front door of the classroom creaked open. Ivinoticid a caliko kat sonteringzin. It gracefully leaped onto the desk, perching atop the teacher's table and gazing intently at the students below. Professor McGonagall has arrived quite early, Ivy mused. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a few audacious girls eyeing the cat, eager to pet it. Were they? Ivy turned around. Still eating, Hermione said disdainfully, her little face scrunched up. They're still growing, Hermione. Besides, they are in tea alone. My two roommates are likely struggling to make it too. It was not until the owl clock chimed that Harry and Ron barely made it, standing beside Ivy. The cat on the podium had been watching them since their entrance. Phew, we made it, Ron gasped. I shudder to think how Professor McGonagall would have reacted if we were late, he lamented, oblivious to the impending doom. Ivy could only offer silent prayers for him. The door creaked open once more. Wonderful. Professor McGonagall hasn't tea arrived yet. What luck. It was Mike and Justin, who also approached. You won't believe it, Ivy. We didn't even have time to eat but we finally made it. Suddenly, the cat on the desk let out a meow, capturing the attention of the entire class. Oh, why is there a cat here? Then, the calico cat leaped from the desk, transforming mid-air into Professor McGonagall. What an impressive trick. Chapter 22. Campus Life. Thank you for your evaluation, Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall stated. Her expression stern. I never anticipated that on the very first day of the term, students would arrive late. That exceeds the total from an entire academic year in the past. Perhaps I should transform you, Potter, Mike, and Justin into alarm clocks. At least that way, you and T all be late. Perhaps? She mused. Now, quickly find your seats. After reprimanding the group, Professor McGonagall turned to the students. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous magic you will study during your time at Hogwarts. Should anyone misbehave in my classroom, I shall kindly request their departure, never to return. As Betty softly uttered the incantation, the matchstick before her transformed into a large-headed pin. How astonishingly simple. Mike, seated nearby, expressed his frustration, as his own matchstick remained unchanged. This was the case for most, as their matchsticks exhibited little to no alteration. Avery, are you not quite adept at transfiguration? Inquired Harry from behind him. Avery cast a fleeting glance his way, choosing not to wield her wand. The matchstick before Animagi morphed into a wooden needle. By the time the class concluded, Hermione managed to evoke some transformation in her matchstick. Ultimately, it was only Betty who successfully completed the transfiguration. Although she was not a member of his house, Professor McGonagall generously bestowed her with praise. Hufflepuff gained 5 points, while Gryffindor received 1. This illustrates how effectively Professor Quirrell concealed his true nature, successfully establishing an image of timidity and cowardice. Only when Avery embarked on the study of magic did she realize its intricacies. It was not merely about waving a wand or reciting obscure spells. The formation of a comprehensive system of power necessitates a wealth of theory and a profound historical foundation. They must delve into history and rigorously examine theoretical constructs. The biweekly History of Magic class was the most attested among all, being the sole subject taught by a ghost. Professor Binns monotonously lectured, rendering the students drowsy, their eyelids heavy with fatigue. Even Betty maintained her composure with eyes closed, an unforgivable act for a lady who held etiquette in high regard. On Wednesdays, they also attended astronomy class, where they utilized telescopes to observe the night sky, learning to chart the movements of celestial bodies. This course proved to be rather delightful, as the splendid starry sky captivated the young ones. Additionally, they had herbology thrice a week, personally taught by Professor Sprout in the greenhouses behind the castle. In their most recent lesson, they learned how to extract the juice from fluxweed. Every Friday, Avery and her peers attended potions class. Regrettably, Hufflepuff shared this class with Ravenclaw, denying them the opportunity to witness Snape's confrontations with Harry, which was rather disappointing. The entry requirements for potions were minimal. As Snape remarked, this discipline did not necessitate aimless wand waving or nonsensical spell recitation. However, to achieve mastery, a certain aptitude was essential. Fortunately, Avery possessed a good memory, and given the nature of the course, it might prove useful in her culinary endeavors. She was performing rather well. In Harry's absence, Professor Snape was like a block of ice. Surprisingly, Betty garnered a significant amount of Snape's favor, receiving individual guidance and bonus points. Avery speculated that it was likely due to her striking green eyes. This led Avery to ponder whether she should acquire a pair of green contact lenses to gain some personal advantages from Snape. In summary, the curriculum was quite enriching. During breakfast, it was a rarity for everyone to gather in one place. Rabbit eyes, string of the zither, quickly turned clear water into sweet wine. The sound from the neighboring Gryffindor table had not ceased, presumably as they were reciting spells. What was he doing? Why was he incessantly chanting spells at his cup? Justin craned his neck to discern the situation. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist erupted. Was that Seamus? Who else could it possibly be? All the students from various houses gazed at the disheveled Simon, their faces betraying a delight in his misfortune. Fortunately, the sound of shrill hoots drew their attention. A letter had arrived. In the hall, flocks of owls swooped in, each carrying parcels. The long-absent round owl landed beside Ivy, clutching a letter in its talons. "Miss me, little one?" Ivy extended her hands and playfully ruffled its feathers. The once smooth plumage became tousled and unkempt. The round owl kicked Ivy's claws away, squawking loudly as it sought refuge beside Betty. Betty offered it 2 slices of ham and then gently smoothed its feathers. "Hey, that's mine," came the squabble from the Gryffindor house. Ivy felt an immense sense of relief for being sorted in a Hufflepuff. Turning her gaze, she saw Harry and Ron facing off against Draco Malfoy and his cronies. Draco held a transparent glass orb in his hand. Malfoy snatched my memory orb, Professor. Mr. Draco, Betty remarked, your friend certainly attracts trouble. Fame breeds controversy. It's the same everywhere. Today was no ordinary day. The first-year students were to partake in a new course, flying lessons. At 3:30 in the afternoon, newcomers from all 4 houses gathered on the lawn. The instructor had yet to arrive, leaving the students to cluster in small groups, engaging in conversation. I've never ridden a broomstick before. Normally, that would be fine. But with Malfoy around, I do not wish to embarrass myself in front of him. Harry expressed his concerns. P.S. all talk. Don't listen to his boasting. Ron reassured him. Hermione, too engrossed in reciting the flying knowledge she had studied, barely acknowledged the two, while Neville listened intently, hoping for some benefit later on. Not far off, Malfoy eyed Harry with predatory intent, as if poised to provoke him. Yet he seemed wary of Ivy's presence. I doubt they will expect us to fly immediately. Just taking off would be an achievement, Ivy speculated. Mike, Haven TU, and Justin ever tried it? Ron inquired. Ivy, having grown up in the Muggle world, reasoned that their family's poverty might have prevented them from experiencing such things. Otherwise, children from wizarding families should have attempted flying by now. My dad took me flying once, Mike replied. I'm afraid of heights, Justin confessed, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. And Betty? Hermione asked. I can manage a bit, Betty responded. In truth, she was quite adept at flying, as evidenced by her graceful posture on the broom. To maintain her ladylike demeanor, she sat sideways with her legs together, yet she flew with impressive stability. The instructor for the lesson was Madame Hooch. Her short, tousled hair was a shade of gray, and her golden eyes gleamed with an eagle-like sharpness. Dressed in an appropriate robe, she exuded an air of competence. Chapter 23, Flying Lessons. Good afternoon, everyone, Madame Hooch announced. I will be guiding you through your first flying lesson. Now stop dawdling. Form 2 lines and stand to the left of your broomsticks, quickly. The young wizards promptly complied, each finding a training broom at their feet. Extend your right hand and place it on the broomstick, then say up. Madame Hooch instructed. Up, echoed the calls across the lawn. Ivy did not even need to shout. As she reached out her hand, the broom flew into her grasp. This posed no challenge for her. She had managed to do so since the age of 5. Immediately following Harry, Betty also succeeded in her endeavor. Infuse your actions with emotion. Ms. Hooch imparted techniques to her students. After receiving a few words of reprimand from the instructor, Malfoy, too, managed to achieve success. Observing this, Ron began to feel a surge of anxiety. The urgency of his situation escalated with each passing moment. Perhaps sensing his trepidation, the broomstick suddenly sprang up and struck Ron in the face. He let out a cry. No laughing, Harry and Ron exclaimed, covering their faces. Hermione, like many others, found her broomstick merely rolling on the ground. As for Neville, his broom remained utterly still. Neville, enunciate clearly, project your voice firmly, and refrain from trembling, Ms. Hooch admonished. His voice lacked strength, and despite his urgent calls, his underlying fear was palpable. Subsequently, Ms. Hooch demonstrated how to mount the broomstick and secure oneself to prevent slipping off. She moved through the line, correcting their grips and postures. Betty received the most attention, as Ms. Hooch nearly hovered beside her, guiding her every move. This left Betty with an expression of utter disillusionment. Ivy observed Betty's awkwardness and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. 3, 2. Before the whistle even touched his lips, Neville propelled himself with all his might, soaring into the air. No one noticed a glass or tumble from his robe. However, Neville clearly struggled to control the broomstick. He shot forth like a bullet, hurtling towards the looming wall ahead. Fortunately, though flustered, Neville had not yet surrendered to despair. He yanked on the broomstick's handle, hoping to soar over the wall. Alas, his skills were insufficient, and he barely cleared the top of the wall. In a moment of peril, as he was about to collide, Neville instinctively thrust his left arm against the wall in an attempt to alter his trajectory. Crack! His arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Nevertheless, the objective was achieved. The broom successfully changed course, climbing along the wall. 10 feet, 20 feet, he ascended ever higher. Neville's face turned ashen as he glanced at his grotesquely bent left arm. Feeling no pain, entirely numb to the sensation. Perhaps I will fall to my demise, he mused, watching his classmates shrink in size. Neville, let go of the broom and jump down. Miss Hooch's voice suddenly resonated in his ears, and he had never found a teacher's voice so melodious. But as he glanced down at the ground, the figures had become indistinct. Gulp! Neville swallowed hard, gripping the broom with his remaining hand even tighter. Neville, let go of the broom. I will catch you. Miss Hooch's voice echoed once more in his ears. A fierce internal battle raged within him. He did not know what would happen if he jumped, but continuing to ascend was a certain death. Perhaps it was better to take a chance and trust Ms. Hooch. The instinct for survival ignited his courage. Regardless of whether she could hear him, Neville shouted down, "Ms. Hooch, you must catch me. I'm very heavy." With that, he decisively relaxed his legs, released his grip on the broom, and plummeted downward. The broom arced away, hurtling towards the forbidden forest. Neville screamed as he fell through the air, his descent rapid due to his weight and shape. As the distance diminished, the anguished cries of Navi became audible to those on the ground. However, the sunlight distorted visibility, obscuring his exact location. In contrast, Mrs. Huichi, with her hawk-like eyes, scanned the skies, undeterred by the glare. Suddenly, a dark speck entered her field of vision, rapidly enlarging. She seized a broom, knelt upon it, and with a swift motion, soared into the air. The gap between them narrowed, and Mrs. Huichi felt droplets falling onto her face. Upon wiping it away, she realized it was blood. Injured? Her keen gaze swept over Navi's form, ultimately fixating on his twisted left arm, where blood had begun to seep from the contorted section. Narrowing her eyes, Mrs. Huichi accelerated her pace. In the blink of an eye, she reached Navi's side, descending in sync with him. "Navi, do not fear," she called out to reassure him. "Professor, help me," Navi exclaimed, his surprise evident upon seeing her. Levitation charm. Mrs. Huichi did not directly catch Navi. Instead, she drew her wand and cast the spell. His speed visibly decreased, and his features, momentarily comical from the rush of air, returned to normal. With only 5 feet to the ground, his speed had slowed to that of a volleyball in free fall. Mrs. Huichi, who had been closely following him, ascended to catch him. Observing Mrs. Huichi's retreating figure, Ivy furrowed her brow. This seemed to diverge from the original narrative. Mrs. Huichi's prowess was evidently superior to that depicted. Such a subtle discrepancy made Ivy wary. Was it mere coincidence or something more? Meanwhile, on the other side, "Hey, did you see the look on his face?" Malfoy laughed heartily. After a day of misfortune, he finally found some amusement. The other Slytherin students joined in the mirth. "Look, what is this?" Malfoy rushed over and picked up a glass orb from the ground. If that fool could just grasp the memory orb, he would remember to heed the whistle's command. "Bring it here," Malfoy said in a low tone to Harry. "No, Potter, I intend to hide it," letting Longbottom search for it himself. Malfoy sneered maliciously. "How about the rooftop? Care to come up, Potter?" As he spoke, Malfoy mounted his broom and took to the skies. It seemed he was not merely boasting. He flew with remarkable steadiness. Hovering midair, he taunted Harry. Provoked, Harry felt his blood rush to his head, seizing his broom with determination. "No, Harry, don't let him provoke you. You'll be expelled from Hogwarts," Hermione cautioned. Ignoring her, Harry's eyes blazed with resolve. He mounted his broom, pushed off with his legs, and ascended into the air. The gradual rise of the broom filled him with exhilaration. The sensation of flight was truly sublime. He soared higher and abruptly halted before Malfoy. "Hand it over, or I shall knock you down," Harry shouted. "Oh, really? Potter, do you believe you can win?" "Absolutely. Here, you want to have those 2 bodyguards to protect you." "Oomph. It's just us now. You want to have that bothersome Shafiq to shield you." Harry leaned forward, tightening his legs around the broom, gripping it firmly with both hands. He seemed innately aware of his actions. Like a spear, he charged toward Malfoy. Malfoy reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly elevating his broomstick, causing Harry to miss his target. In an instant, he pivoted and pursued Harry, taking advantage of the latter's momentary disorientation. As Harry struggled to regain his bearings, Malfoy charged from behind, lifting his foot in an attempt to dislodge Harry from his broom. Sensing the rush of air behind him, Harry loosened his legs slightly, tilting his body to the left and executing a 360-degree spin around the broom, successfully evading the kick. "If you desire it so much, then seek it yourself." Before Harry could retaliate, Malfoy hurled the ball into the air. The glass orb soared towards a distant spire, prompting Harry to push off with his legs, accelerating his broom dramatically. He zipped past Malfoy, the violent gust nearly toppling him. Once Harry had flown far enough away, he felt a twinge of fear, relieved that he had not lingered in the confrontation. The force of the wind reminded him of a certain loathsome individual. Chapter 24. Entering the Forbidden Forest. In the blink of an eye, Harry found himself behind the memory ball. However, a tower loomed ahead. Harry vaguely recalled it might be Professor McGonagall's office. He pressed down on the broomstick's handle, increasing his speed once more. Accompanied by the whistling wind in his ears, he extended one hand, nearly standing upright on the broom. She adjusted her black-framed glasses, her figure materializing directly onto the grass. "Harry Potter, The triumphant return of Harry was abruptly overshadowed by Professor McGonagall's stern voice from behind. Harry's heart sank as he turned to face his friends. Avy shrugged, Ron gestured animatedly, and Hermione concealed her face, her expression inscrutable. Damn, Harry muttered quietly, then slowly turned around. McGonagall approached, her eyes gleaming with an indiscernible intensity. In all my years at Hogwarts, I have never encountered such a situation. It is unclear if you're angry or exhilarated. How dare you? You nearly lost your life. It wasn't his fault, Professor McGonagall. It was Malfoy who... Enough. Mr. Potter, please follow me, McGonagall commanded as she headed towards the castle, with Harry mechanically trailing behind. Malfoy and his companions wore triumphant smirks nearby. Damn Malfoy. Ron brandished his wand, ready to act. Huh, silly Weasley. Do you even know how to cast a spell? Malfoy sneered, summoning Crabbe and Goyle to teach Ron a lesson. Seeing this, Avy raised her hand. Magic surged within her, conjuring a whirlwind that roared towards the trio. The grass before them was instantly uprooted, leaving them gasping for air, unable to open their eyes. Goyle and Crabbe, due to their weight, managed to remain upright but swayed precariously, while Malfoy was thrown to the ground. Help! Malfoy lay on the ground, clinging tightly to the legs of his companions to avoid being swept away. This behavior infuriated Goyle and Crabbe, who, already struggling to maintain their balance, fell over as a result of Malfoy's antics. Avy, do not harm them, Hermione cautioned. Well done, Avy exclaimed, witnessing Malfoy's predicament, while Ron felt a surge of satisfaction. Thank goodness you were here. Malfoy is truly insufferable. I thought I would only have to endure him in potions class, Ron complained, expressing his dissatisfaction with the course. He then announced his intent to participate in the Quidditch match. Are you joking? Ron forgot to swallow the food in his mouth. Seekers? First-year students have never been part of the Quidditch team, let alone be a seeker. Hermione is well-versed in all the rules. Well, I will be attending training next week. Ivy, you mustn't let anything slip. I'm still uncertain about this. Relax, your father was an excellent Quidditch player. Your talent will surely shine. How do you know? In the corridor on the first floor, there are your father's medals. Oh, and Professor McGonagall's as well. What? Professor McGonagall was also a Quidditch player? Ron was astonished. Is that so? No wonder she urged me to train diligently, or I would be expelled. With your addition, Harry, we will undoubtedly win the House Cup this year. The twins shouted enthusiastically. The commotion attracted numerous gazes, and Ivy felt a headache as she noticed Malfoy lurking in the distance. You all continue eating. I have something to attend to. I must leave quickly with Betty. Is there something going on? Betty asked. Tonight, I plan to venture into the Forbidden Forest. Will you accompany me? I've heard it's quite dangerous. What are you going there for? Oh, just to familiarize myself with the surroundings. However, Betty was not convinced. Yet that was indeed Ivy's intention, to explore the area. When? Around 10 o'clock. Wait for me in the common room. Do we need to prepare anything? No. Just a stroll around the perimeter. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Ivy was ready to go. Upon entering the common room, Betty had also changed into casual attire. A beige inner lining paired with a red waistcoat, a black corset adorned with studs around her waist, black riding trousers, and a pair of black ankle boots. Ivy was taken aback by her beauty and felt honored to accompany her. He took her hand and kissed it. Ivy's compliments clearly pleased Betty, who smiled with crescent-shaped eyes. Let us go, off we go. The two exited the common room and first went to the nearby dining hall to grab some food. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Betty cast a silencing charm on them, muffling their footsteps. Along the way, they evaded Peeves, the fat lady, and even encountered Quirrell. They hid against the side wall, holding their breath and cautiously observing him. At that moment, Quirrell exhibited a stark contrast to his usual nervous demeanor. His face was grim, and his eyes scanned the surroundings sharply, muttering to himself about a master. As fragments of his words drifted through the air, after a futile search, Quirrell proceeded toward the staircase leading to the 4th floor. So, he has begun searching for the Philosopher's Stone, Ivy realized. Does he have a problem? Betty, perceptive as ever, recognized the gravity of the situation from Ivy's cautious demeanor. For now, it is unclear. Are you aware of the break-in at Gringotts? Harry mentioned to me that the items from the stolen vault were taken by Hagrid. Coincidentally, Quirrell was present in Diagon Alley at that time. Ivy refrained from elaborating, as he could not provide an explanation. So it was him. It seems he is searching for something. Betty concurred with his assessment. Let it be. We can leave the worries to the professors while we focus on our own matters. The two departed from the castle. Upon reaching the edge of the school grounds, an expansive sea of forest loomed ahead, marking the entrance to the Forbidden Forest. Not far off, a hunter's cabin stood. It belonged to Hagrid. Should we greet him? Betty glanced at the cabin. No. Let him know that we would undoubtedly be hindered and unable to accomplish anything with our hands tied. Avi pondered for a moment, disagreeing. What exactly is your purpose here? Can you disclose it now? Betty inquired, glancing over. It's nothing of great importance, merely gathering some herbs and flowers. You intend to brew potions? What sort of elixirs? Not potions, primarily seeking flavoring ingredients. Flavoring? Betty paused. Are you cooking? Avi felt a bit embarrassed. You can simply grab the seasonings from the kitchen, can't you? Betty replied with some exasperation. The kitchen is stocked with barbecue spices and sauces, but fragrant seasonings are quite scarce. The methods of food preparation are so monotonous that even the seasonings are unimaginative. What does this have to do with the Forbidden Forest? Let us walk and talk. The entire space felt exceptionally serene, with the occasional hoot of an owl echoing through the stillness. The variety of seasonings I need for my dish exceeds what is available here by 100-fold. Before coming, I researched the Forbidden Forest and found that it is home to many herbs that can substitute the ingredients I know, and some might even yield better results. Avi explained as they walked. Wait, have you forgotten that we possess magic? Moreover, Hufflepuff is renowned for its culinary prowess. There should be relevant spells. Even if you find them difficult, you could teach me, Betty reminded. Why? This spell can conjure any ingredient required for the final dish, including seasonings, sauces, broth, and even some pickled side dishes. However, there is a prerequisite. The caster must have tasted these ingredients before and remember their flavors. Knowing the raw materials and processes can also enhance the success rate. I initially intended to ask for your assistance, but I realize you have not tasted most of the ingredients I know, so I must undertake this myself, Avi lamented. For others, the simplest spell casting is often the most challenging. Then you will have to rely on yourself, Betty said with a hint of regret. Chapter 25, The Eight-Eyed Giant Spider. No need for regret. You still need to learn. I came today to prepare a hot pot base. Once you've tried it, it will simplify matters for you. Otherwise, I'll have to keep running to the Forbidden Forest. Hot pot, you will come to understand in due time. It requires no special skill and is not complicated. With a broth, you can eat directly, extremely simple. Oh, I thought it was quite intricate based on what you mentioned earlier. Eating is quite simple, but before that, I must teach you how to use chopsticks. Chopsticks? What are those? They are nettle, a rare variety, but of little use in the magical world, serving a function akin to Sichuan pepper and star anise. Betty intended to ask what Sichuan pepper and star anise were, but refrained from interrupting him as he gathered herbs. After securing the herbs, they continued onward. Betty, please keep an eye on our surroundings. This area is rife with eight-eyed giant spiders, and we must tread carefully, Avi said, focusing on herb gathering while entrusting the vigilance to Betty. A minor task. Avi had complete confidence in Betty's abilities. In terms of talent, it would be no exaggeration to say she is unparalleled. This is yellow stem, Avi exclaimed, pulling out a shovel to excavate the yellowing roots. With a couple of shovels thrust into the earth, a vibrant orange tuber emerged. Its efficacy surpassed that of ginger, and before Betty could finish her thought, her hand rested upon his shoulder. Ivy glanced upward, noticing an intricate web of colossal strands interwoven above, with several dark silhouettes scuttling towards them in the distance. We must go, Ivy declared decisively. Lighten his spell. With Betty enhancing her state, they both felt their steps become significantly lighter. No, these beasts intend to herd us into an encirclement. Being surrounded would be perilous. After changing directions several times, Ivy discerned the spider's intentions. Breakthrough? The two shared a moment of understanding, and Betty instantly grasped his meaning. I will forge the path, while you handle the scattered ones. All right, hypersensitivity spell. Betty applied her buff once more. With his senses sharpened, Ivy drew his wand with his left hand while accumulating magical energy with his right for unforeseen circumstances. Listening intently and surveying their surroundings, he chose a route with minimal noise. Bolstered by the lightness and hypersensitivity spells, their speed matched that of the spiders. If they could shake them off, they would be safe. However, reality was far from simple. As the dominant predators of this territory, the spiders' hunting prowess was formidable. Just as they crested a mound, they were met head-on by an approaching swarm of arachnids, over 20 of them, varying in size. The largest were as wide as millstones, while the smaller ones resembled basins. Upon sighting the duo, Eight Legs quickened their rhythm, rushing forward. Ivy concentrated his magical energy and charged ahead, with Betty close behind. Betty, Ivy called out. She brandished her wand. Gentle breeze. A soft spring zephyr blew towards the swarm. Ivy then waved his hand, releasing a concentrated mass of energy that soared forth. Upon contact with Betty's spell, it formed a swirling vortex, and the surrounding turbulent air seemed to find an outlet. Merging with the gentle breeze, The breeze transformed into a fully ignited hyperfrequency engine, expanding rapidly with a resounding roar. The resulting hurricane swept across the ground, scattering branches and leaves, as the incoming swarm was directly disrupted. Seizing the moment of chaos, the two advanced swiftly, but three spiders that had narrowly evaded the onslaught quickly regrouped. Stay in formation. Ivy noted their trajectory. The three spiders lunged simultaneously, their bodies vertical to the ground. 8 legs spread wide, revealing enormous venomous fangs and a furry abdomen. Leave the rear to me. Betty waved her wand, launching a magical star that pierced the spider's abdomen, severing its left front leg and bringing it crashing down. Ahead, Ivy spread his fingers, immobilizing 2 spiders midair. As he gradually closed his hand, the arachnids seemed to be crushed by an unseen force, bursting apart in a gory explosion. This was an application of combining magical power with mental acuity. Just as they resolved this threat and prepared to flee, their pursuers arrived. Hanging from webs high in the trees, over a dozen spiders dangled, launching webs towards them. Thick strands of silk poured from their abdomens, weaving a massive net that enveloped the two. Ivy raised his wand, and an invisible force surged from its tip, forming a protective barrier around them. Continuing in this manner is not a solution. Ivy surveyed her surroundings. Aside from the spiders overhead, there were no others in sight for the moment. Although they were not in immediate danger, being ensnared in the web hindered their movements. Betty, can we break free? No. The resilience of the web is too formidable, and it seems we must fight with all our might. Betty, grant me some buffs. Spirit energy, essence of magic. With her left hand sustaining a protective shield and her right hand held at her chest, magic surged within her grasp. After a full minute of waiting, as the sound of crawling approached once more from the distance, she declared now. At that instant, a tempestuous aura enveloped Ivy, swirling energy, creating ripples in the air. Betty could no longer approach her. Ivy withdrew her wand, knelt on one knee, and forcefully struck the ground with her right hand, sending invisible ripples radiating outward. In an instant, the ground trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. Within a radius of 3 meters, countless gusts of earth energy erupted from the ground. Leaves, branches, spider silk, and spiders, all were hurled skyward like molten lava. The web that had ensnared Ivy and her companion was also swept away. Are you all right, Betty? I'm fine. Ivy replied, though her condition was less than optimal. Her stamina, magical energy, and mental strength were severely depleted. Fortunately, the effect of the spirit energy was ongoing, allowing for gradual recovery. Let us depart. That commotion should deter any pursuers for a while. We have gathered enough herbs. We must leave swiftly. Agreed. Ivy retrieved a stalk of yellow stem from her bag, weighing it in her hand. This herb not only served culinary purposes, but also possessed insect-repelling properties. They each took a bit and applied it to their shoes. Once prepared, the two assisted each other as they departed, unaware of the centaurs observing them from a distance. The next day, during breakfast, Ivy yawned widely. Ivy, what's wrong? Hannah asked, sitting across from her with a look of concern. Being few in number, the first-year Hufflepuffs were quite familiar with one another. Oh, you're not feeling drained, are you? Cedric teased, his gaze flitting between Ivy and Betty. Ivy ignored him, while Betty picked up a knife, her expression unyielding as she regarded him. I apologize, Cedric quickly backtracked. Throughout breakfast, Ivy maintained a languid demeanor, which was not unusual for her. Are you truly all right? Betty still appeared worried. I merely exhausted my mental energy. It's nothing severe. Ivy reassured her as she wrapped an arm around her waist and led her outside. How is the preparation of the meal coming along? Ivy. Harry and Ron suddenly caught up with them, Harry cradling a long package in his arms. You won't believe what we encountered yesterday, Ron exclaimed enthusiastically. At that moment, Hermione happened to pass by, casting a fleeting glance at the two. What's going on with you? Ivy felt a headache beginning to throb. Ignore her. I've never seen someone so nosy, Ron replied incredulously. In the courtyard, the four gathered around a bench. Through the barrage of questions from Ron and Harry, Ivy finally grasped the situation. So, you believe that the creature guarding that treasure is what Hagrid retrieved from the vault? Ivy summarized. It is a 3-headed hellhound. Harry emphasized. Very well, Cerberus. But Harry, what do you hold in your arms? A Firebolt 2000. The latest model of flying broom, Ron exclaimed with envy. Professor McGonagall gifted it to me. She has asked me to meet Wood for practice this afternoon. Harry clasped the broom tightly, his joy evident. That's splendid. I wish you all the best. Chapter 26. An unexpected turn. That evening, within the confines of the dormitory. What was wrong with him? Ivy tugged at the smirking Mike beside her. Do you want to see Dumbledore today? Mike beamed even brighter. To see Dumbledore? For what purpose? Ivy was taken aback. then incredulously added, "Surely not." "Indeed, indeed," Mike nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Ivy was at a loss for words. On the bed, Justin gazed vacantly at the ceiling, his hair disheveled, clothes in disarray, murmuring to himself, "How could this happen? How could the scene was too vivid?" prompting Ivy to hastily cover her eyes. Yet Mike, craving further chaos, leaned closer to Justin's face. "What troubles you, Justin?" Turning his head to follow Justin's gaze. Mike noticed the resolution of the Hogwarts shareholders meeting affixed to the ceiling. He then turned back to scrutinize Justin's expression. "Did you find your name on it?" At Mike's sardonic remark, Justin's heart sank further. A glimmer of tears welled at the corners of his eyes as he buried his face in his hands, silently sobbing. Satisfied, Mike rolled off the bed, adjusted his pajamas, and prepared for slumber. Just as he lowered his hands, Ivy witnessed the scene. Justin curled on the bed, face concealed in disarray, his shoulders trembling. At the bedside, Mike, with his trousers in hand, wore a broad grin. "Oh dear," he exclaimed, rushing into the washroom to rinse his eyes, overwhelmed by the distressing sight. Today, the aroma of roasted pumpkin wafted throughout Hogwarts. The morning featured Professor Flitwick's class, during which he announced his intention to teach the levitation charm. Following a chaotic display of Neville's toad soaring around the room under Professor Flitwick's guidance, the little wizards ignited with unprecedented enthusiasm, eager to showcase their skills. Professor Flitwick divided the class into two groups, Harry and Seamus in one, Ron and Hermione in another, and Betty and Susan in yet another. As for Ivy, he stood alone. Professor Flitwick had minimal expectations of him. In truth, nearly all the professors treated Ivy with leniency, fully aware of the troubles surrounding his family, save for Professor Snape, who maintained strict standards and potions, irrespective of spellcasting. "Now, everyone, be certain not to forget the wand movements, the subtle flick of the wrist. It requires a swish and a flick. Yes, a swish and a flick. Pronunciation of the incantation is equally crucial. Remember it is Wingardium Leviosa, and do not mispronounce the Ephesus." After addressing the key points, Professor Flitwick began distributing feathers for practice. Listening to the professor was one thing. Executing the charm was an entirely different challenge. Betty was an exception, being the leading character. The others, whether it be Harry, Ron, Mike, or Seamus, waved their wands repeatedly, yet the feathers remained utterly still. Feeling disregarded, Ivy raised his arm, brandishing his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. Before him, a feather quivered slightly before settling back into tranquility. At that moment, another feather drifted into his view. Looking up, he saw Betty manipulating the feather as it danced gracefully in the air. Bored, Ivy discarded his wand and silently mouthed a message to Betty. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the opposite seat, drawing the attention of the young wizards. "Oh, it was just Simon. No harm done. Disperse, disperse. There's nothing to see." Although not ridiculed, Simon felt a deeper humiliation, on the verge of tears. At the adjacent table, Ron's hands moved erratically, as if wound up, indicating his desire to jab someone with his wand. Hermione, seated beside him, intervened, leading to yet another quarrel between the two. Then, Hermione drew her wand, cleared her throat, and with a flick of her wrist, incanted Wingardium Leviosa. The feather on the table began to rise, floating 4 feet above their heads. "Look, Miss Granger has succeeded." Professor Flitwick clapped in praise. Hermione cast a triumphant glance at Ron. After class, the group congregated, flowing with the crowd towards the exit. Ron's mood had soured to its lowest point. No wonder everyone finds her unbearable. Ron grumbled to them. Honestly, she's like a nightmare. Why can't she learn from Betty and see how composed she is? Ivy chose to remain silent on the matter. Suddenly, Ron was jostled from behind. It was Hermione. Harry was taken aback to notice tear streaks on her face. "She has been crying," he remarked. "I think she might have overheard your words," Ivy added. "So what?" Ron retorted, forcing himself to remain indifferent. "She has noticed, and she has no friends." Throughout the afternoon, they did not see Hermione again. Ron, feeling increasingly uneasy, lingered in place for a moment before glancing at Betty with a pleading expression. A perceptive person could easily discern his intentions. Betty, her expression impassive, looked around, seemingly confirming whether he was addressing her. She shot Ron a glare before turning to Ivy. Ivy raised his hands in innocence. "Why don't you give it a try? Just so you know, I'm not good at comforting, especially not girls," he said before turning to head to the restroom. "Betty is truly a good person," Ron exclaimed. "She even treated us to something on the train," Harry chimed in. "All right, she's not here, so your flattery goes unheard. Let us eat." Ivy led the way into the great hall. Immediately, Ivy and the others sat down, ready to indulge in the feast. It's such a pity that Hermione and Betty couldn't join us, Ron lamented, his mouth full of food. That is all thanks to you. Ivy shot him a glare for his sarcastic remarks. In truth, sending Betty to Hermione was not solely Ron's doing. Ivy recalled that tonight, Quirrell would unleash a troll. Not stopping Betty was also a consideration for Hermione's safety. Given Ms. Hooch's involvement, he feared this troll might be particularly formidable. With Betty around, even if they couldn't fight it off, they could at least escape. As expected, just as everyone was enjoying their meal, Professor Quirrell rushed in, panic-stricken, stumbling toward the main table to address Dumbledore. In the underground classroom, the giant believed you should be aware of this. Upon finishing, it collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. To Ivy's surprise, apart from the new students who were somewhat flustered, the others, including the professors on the main stage and the upperclassmen, appeared rather unconcerned. Dumbledore rose and spoke softly. Prefect, please reassure the new students. Professors McGonagall and Snape, I apologize for the inconvenience. You must make a trip. Professor Sprout, kindly escort Professor Quirrell to the hospital. Once arrangements were made, he turned to the students, instructing them to remain seated and still, as the feast would be paused until the professors resolved the situation, before departing with the faculty. Ron, this is bad. Hermione and Betty recalled Harry still in the restroom. What should we do? The headmaster won't allow us to run around, Ron said, anxiously scratching his head. Ivy must have a plan. He has a prefect too. They both looked up at Ivy. Cadwallader, Betty is still outside. I need to step out. Ivy approached the prefect. You're also a prefect, so you may act freely. But do exercise caution, even if you are quite formidable, Cadwallader advised. With reassurance, Ivy dashed over to Percy, leaning in to whisper for a moment, gesturing towards Harry. It was evident that Percy appeared troubled, but eventually nodded in agreement. Just then, Harry and Ron glanced his way, and Ivy waved to them as he made his way outside, prompting Harry and Ron to hastily follow. Chapter 27. The Fierce Battle. Ivy led the two to a side corridor, hastening towards the girls' restroom. The observant Ron suddenly spotted Snape darting past the corner. I saw Snape, Ron whispered. Isn't he supposed to be with Professor McGonagall? Harry queried, puzzled. You ask me. I ask him we're almost there, just around the corner. It smells awful, Ron remarked, detecting an odor reminiscent of dirty socks mixed with a restroom stench. Not far away, sounds of crashing echoed. Oh no, the giant has found them. Ivy quickened his pace. Inside the girls' restroom, two giants were furiously swinging their wooden clubs, forcing Betty and Hermione to desperately dodge left and right. Both girls shimmered with a brilliant light, the result of Betty's applied shield charm and levitation spell. Additionally, the ironclad charm, a newly learned defensive spell by Betty, proved invaluable. Without it, they would have been injured by the flying debris. However, the situation remained dire. As females, their physical stamina was limited. Facing one giant might have allowed for counterattack, but two left them utterly defenseless. After evading several attacks, their energy was nearly depleted. It was fortunate that Ivy was vigilant, or else Hermione would have been in grave danger alone. Betty, you should escape. Hermione recognized her own burden. Don't worry, with all this commotion, Ivy will undoubtedly arrive promptly. Once he does, we'll be safe, Betty reassured her. The standoff continued. The giants, increasingly irked by the two nimble figures, grew more agitated, wreaking havoc on their surroundings. As time passed, the standing space dwindled, with heaps of debris gradually cornering the two girls. Even Betty's complexion began to pale. Bang! Once again evading the onslaught, the two women retreated, supporting each other. Alas, exhausted, Hermione stumbled over some debris, and Betty found herself unable to drag her along. As the wooden mallet descended once more, Hermione pushed Betty aside and closed her eyes. Bang! Bang! Two resounding crashes echoed in the air. Slowly, Hermione opened her eyes, staring blankly at the mallet that had struck the floor beside her. Quick, take cover. It was Ivy, who had diverted the mallet with his magic. Seeing him, Betty finally sighed in relief. We're nearly out of strength. Are you the only one left? Hermione. Harry and Ron rushed in closely behind. Leave this to me. Harry, Ron, you two hold off the other one. Betty, take a moment to recover and assess the situation for support. Just as he finished speaking, a whistling sound sliced through the air above. He looked up to see the mallet hurtling towards him and swiftly drew his wand. Animal Magus. A flash of light erupted, transforming the mallet in the giant's hand into a round wooden ball, encasing the entire palm like a bowling ball. The weapon's sudden reduction in length caused the giant's attack to miss its mark. However, the enormous inertia propelled the wooden ball to strike the giant's own thigh. Crack! A significant portion of the giant's leg caved in, with yellow bone protruding through the flesh, and blood gushed forth as the giant howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. Without hesitation, Ivy seized a wooden plank. Betty, exhausted, she barely raised her arm, channeling her last remnants of magic. Animagi, a beam of white light shot toward the plank, which began to morph into a rudimentary iron axe. Ivy, wielding the axe, advanced rapidly, aimed at the back of the giant's head, grasped the handle with both hands, and brought it crashing down. Brain matter splattered everywhere. Pulling the axe free, Ivy dashed toward another giant. While the creature was distracted by Harry and Ron, Ivy stealthily maneuvered beneath it, gripping the axe in his right hand and sweeping horizontally at its leg. Clang! The impact resonated with a metallic clash. Ivy felt his palm shatter, and the iron axe flew from his grasp. He realized that his entire hand had been dislocated, and he quickly retreated, his face paling from shock. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the giant's leg was coated with a layer of hardened, mud-infused skin, leaving only a faint white mark from the axe's strike. Observing Harry and Ron still struggling valiantly, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Continue to draw its attention." Rising once more, Ivy pressed his left hand firmly against the giant's leg. Magic surged from his palm into the limb, compressing in one area. He focused intently, continually channeling his magic inward. As the influx of power intensified, the density of the compressed energy approached critical levels, making it increasingly difficult to maintain stability as the internal pressure relentlessly surged outward. Harry, Ron, quickly get away. In a moment before it spiraled out of control, Ivy withdrew his hand and threw himself aside. Trusting him implicitly, Harry and Ron swiftly dodged. Boom! The giant's left leg exploded from within, blood and chunks of flesh scattering across the ground. The unleashed magic detonated like a high-explosive grenade, obliterating the entire leg into fragments. Ivy, momentarily dazed by the blast, was unable to rise immediately. The severely wounded giant could only kneel on one leg, blood gushing from its torn flesh like a fountain. This creature was significantly larger than the one Ivy had previously slain. The loss of its left leg did not render it passive. Rather, it intensified its ferocity. With bloodshot eyes, the giant roared at Harry and his companion, seizing a wooden club from the ground to strike. Seizing the opportunity, Harry advanced rather than retreating. Since the giant was kneeling, the distance between its head and Harry diminished considerably. Harry raised his wand and thrust it directly into the giant's face. The wand penetrated the giant's nostrils, embedding itself deeply. A howl erupted from the giant, a chilling scream that drove it into a frenzy. It discarded its weapon and crawled toward Harry, flailing its arms wildly. Harry found himself cornered. Ron, if you don't act now, I'm going to die. What should we do? Ron was utterly panicked. Suddenly, he recalled the spell Hermione had taught him and instinctively glanced at her. With a flick and a shake, the two shared an unspoken understanding, and Hermione gestured to him. Ron grasped his wand, waving his arm with a flick of his wrist. Wingardium Leviosa. A glow emanated from the giant's discarded club as it began to levitate. Ron hurriedly maneuvered the club above the giant. Lift it higher. Hermione, regaining some strength, urged Ron. The club ascended another 4 feet. I can't hold it much longer. This is it. Ron shouted. Enough. Hermione commanded, raising her wand toward the club. Gravitas. In an instant, Ron felt the club plummeting as if pulled by an unseen force, rendering his levitation spell ineffective. The club, now enhanced by gravity, struck the giant's back, pinning its body and smashing through the floor, embedding its upper half within the ground. The 5 of them collapsed onto the floor. Though it was filthy. Ugh, they groaned as they relaxed. The sight of the bloodied room caused them to collectively turn away and retch. Ivy, what have you done? This is disgusting. Ron complained, clutching his stomach. Thank you, Hermione said, dragging herself over to embrace each of them. Finally, she held Betty tightly, planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. You're the best. Ivy thought the outcome was somewhat favorable. Just as she was about to speak, heavy and chaotic footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. The 5 exchanged glances. No way. They cautiously peered out. To their dismay, they spotted 5 giants in the corridor, sniffing the air as they headed toward the restroom, just as Ivy and the others battled 2 of their kind. On the 4th floor, Professor Snape arrived outside the room of Louis. The door had already been opened, and the sound of a melodious tune wafted through the crack. Snape carefully pushed the door open and entered the room. Inside, a 3-headed hellhound lay sprawled on the floor, deep in slumber, while a music box played nearby. Snape glanced at the passage beneath Louis's foot, noting no one had passed through, and prepared to leave. Who goes there? A sudden noise emerged from the dark corner of the room, prompting Snape to draw his wand and call out. A dark flash of light erupted, striking the music box on the ground, abruptly halting the melody. Drop your weapons. The instant the black light appeared, Snape sprang into action. Had he missed? Frowning, Snape sensed that the assailant had vanished. Before he could contemplate further, the roar of Lu Wei reached his ears, a gust of wind lifting his robes. Magical shield. No sooner had he uttered the incantation than he was hurled against the wall, his newly conjured shield shattering upon impact. Fortunately, it had managed to protect him. Before he could catch his breath, Lu Wei's right claw came slicing through the air, its 4 talons gleaming ominously in the darkness. Down. With a flick of his wand, Snape cast a spell that struck Lu Wei's claw. The tremendous force caused Lu Wei to stumble, struggling to maintain balance. Petrify. A beam of colorful light shot forth, swiftly encasing the right head of Lu Wei in stone. However, its magical resistance was formidable. The petrified head began to recover at a visible rate. Inverted bell. Undeterred, another beam of white light struck Lu Wei's left hind leg, causing the creature to topple to the ground. Taking a moment to regain composure with 2 deep breaths and glancing at his wounds, Snape descended the stairs. Chapter 28. Injury. What is happening? Has Hogwarts been invaded? Ron exclaimed, gripping Harry by the throat. I never said that. It was Hagrid who told me. Harry protested, feeling wronged. That scoundrel Hagrid. I swear I'll have my revenge when I see him next. Enough arguing. Can you two focus? Ivy interjected. I still have some magic left, but my stamina is depleted. She glanced at Betty, who shook her head, having exhausted her energy protecting Hermione and unable to recover in such a short time. Without Betty's powerful support, Ivy felt an immense weight upon her shoulders. Betty, grant me a spirit boost. Betty could only muster that one spell. Ron, you and the others must use levitation charms or whatever you can to buy us some time. Ivy commanded, closing her eyes to concentrate. What do we do now? What do you think? Find a way to ascend. Harry lamented, regretting not bringing his Firebolt 2000. His only option was flying. Stop with the useless chatter. Quickly practice the levitation charm. Hermione and I can't hold on much longer, Ron urged, wielding a wooden mallet against the trolls. Hermione had also managed to wrest a weapon from one of the trolls, creating distractions. Meanwhile, Harry continued his practice. He crouched around a corner, maneuvering 2 mallets through the air, occasionally striking the trolls. The trolls, clearly vexed by the disturbances, flailed their massive hands blindly in the air. Unable to comprehend such intricate tactics, their walnut-sized brains simply responding with instinctual swipes. Ivy, are you ready yet? Ron gasped. I can't hold on much longer. What about Hermione? I'm still good, Hermione replied reliably. I'll take over. I've practiced enough, Harry said, stepping in for Ron. After what felt like an eternity, Ivy finally opened her eyes. Are you ready? Betty inquired. Yes. It's faster than last time. Not as intense, though. Enough chatter. Hurry up, Harry exclaimed. All right. He stepped out of the restroom. The trolls, long subjected to ridicule, held their breath and rushed towards the humans. Avy grasped his wand, its tip glowing brighter with each moment. As the trolls approached, the accumulated magical energy erupted forth, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. The charging trolls were met with a sudden jolt, tumbling head over heels. Even the candelabers on either side were blown apart. The trolls fell to the ground, entangled with one another, rolling amidst the debris. Hooray! Hermione and the others began to cheer, but their celebration was premature. The largest troll lay on the ground, struggling to lift its hand, hurling the wooden mallet towards Avy. The released mallet spun through the air, its speed too great for Avy to evade. Instantly, he ceased the flow of magic, twisting his wand in the air to conjure a shield before him. Continuous magical energy reinforced the shield's resilience. Betty, regaining her composure, barely managed to cast the iron armor spell just before impact. Boom! The shield shattered upon impact, yet it absorbed much of the force, nevertheless. The mighty mallet struck Avy squarely in the chest. He was propelled 3 or 4 meters away, crashing to the ground, a radiant glow surrounding him, thanks to Betty's protective spell. Fortunately, Avy was not completely incapacitated, but the tremendous force caused him to cough up blood. Avy! The others rushed to his side, calling out in alarm. Avy's condition was worse than in the Forbidden Forest. He could hardly utter a word. His body bore severe injuries, as if something were crushing his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Furthermore, his right hand hung limply, consciousness slipping away. The unfettered trolls quickly regained their feet, howling as they charged once more, threatening the lives of Avy's friends. Stupefied. Animagi. 2 spells were cast in quick succession. The first shot forth like a bolt of white lightning into the midst of the trolls, exploding suddenly, filling the corridor with dazzling light, illuminating the space as if it were day. Accompanied by a sharp slicing sound, the light faded, revealing 3 trolls sprawled on the ground, their bodies riddled with wounds. blood seeping from each. The second spell, shimmering with a spectrum of colors, gently brushed against the trolls, causing them to transform instantaneously. In mere moments, two grotesque cabinets stood in their place. Professors McGonagall and Snape had arrived just in time, dispatching the trolls with a single spell each. They rushed forward, surveying the chaotic restroom. What happened? Step aside. The sight of Avi's condition struck them. Oh my! McGonagall gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Snape knelt to swiftly assess Avi's injuries, then turned to McGonagall. Severe injuries, but not life-threatening. We must get him to the hospital, McGonagall exclaimed, lifting Avi to carry him away. I'll go too, Betty interjected, straining to rise but failing. Miss Ether, you should rest for now. Snape observed her condition was also dire. Indeed, McGonagall replied, taking in the grim situation of everyone present. The two ladies faced no significant issues under Betty's protection. They emerged unscathed, though somewhat fatigued in both stamina and magical energy, merely requiring a brief respite. However, Harry and Ron fared far worse. Their robes were tattered, and their faces and limbs bore varying degrees of abrasions. Clearly, attracting the attention of a giant was no trivial matter. Nevertheless, their injuries paled in comparison to Ivy's. Can you imagine? I shudder to think how dire your situation would have been had Mr. Shafiq not been present. Professor McGonagall admonished sternly. Harry had never heard such a tone from her before. Now, you shall rest, and those in need of healing must attend to their wounds. I will escort Mr. Shafiq to the hospital. We shall settle matters tomorrow. With that, Professor McGonagall lifted Ivy and vanished. Upon hearing her words, Harry and the others wore solemn expressions. Mr. Potter, truly remarkable to confront a giant in your first year, Snape remarked with his characteristic sardonic tone. Harry was well aware of Snape's disdain for him. He deliberately avoided making eye contact, choosing instead to focus on the ground beneath his feet. A sudden thought struck Harry. He noticed that Snape's trousers on the right leg were torn, revealing his calf, which bore scars. Before he could examine further, Snape's cloak concealed the injury. Potter, do exercise caution. You may not be so fortunate next time, he huffed coldly, turning to leave. Rest assured, Ivy is remarkably resilient. He will be fine. Let us visit him tomorrow morning. We must eat first. After such a prolonged battle, we cannot neglect our sustenance. Ron chimed in. Ron is correct. Harry, still pondering Snape's injury, responded absent-mindedly. Very well, let us proceed to the Great Hall, Betty declared, struggling to rise. I shall assist you. Hermione rushed over to support her. The feast resumed, yet poor Ivy was all but forgotten by the attendees. In the infirmary, Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey hurriedly laid Ivy on the bed. Good heavens! How could he be so severely injured? Were you not at a feast? Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, astonished. As Hogwarts sole nurse, she was obligated to remain on duty and could not attend the evening's festivities. Madame Pomfrey examined Ivy, checking for any serious injuries, while Professor McGonagall nervously wrung her hands. Fortunately, aside from his right arm, there appears to be no major issues. His internal organs have sustained some impact. A brief period of rest should suffice. As for the arm, I shall prepare a potion, and with a healing charm, he will recover swiftly. Madame Pomfrey cast several pain-relieving spells on Ivy before hastily departing. Thank goodness it's not severe. Otherwise, I would have to endure yet another of Eileen's lectures. Professor McGonagall sighed in relief. Chapter 29. Aftermath. Professor McGonagall, how is Mr. Shafiq? Dumbledore inquired as he entered the infirmary. Albus, he is well. No grave injuries, she replied. That is a relief. Mr. Gray has invested so much. We cannot allow his child to come to harm under our watch. Indeed, it is fortunate that Ivy was present today. Your previous decision to appoint him as head boy was most astute. Thank you. I have always found Mr. Shafiq to be a reliable companion, and I hold this belief firmly. However, Professor McGonagall inquired of Harry and his companions. I have heard about it. Although a few of them violated the prohibition, the outcome was not entirely unfavorable, and they exhibited remarkable bravery. The students of Gryffindor are never lacking in courage. McGonagall expressed her pride. I wholeheartedly concurred. So let us proceed according to the regulations. Points shall be awarded where deserved, and deducted where necessary. Dumbledore added, moreover, let us not disturb Ivy's rest. Madame Pomfrey will be quite displeased soon. The following day, Ivy awoke to the sight of the castle's ceiling. He moved his right arm, feeling a slight pain, yet it did not hinder his mobility, and the heavy sensation in his chest had dissipated. Is this really how it is? Though he had prepared himself, he was still astounded by the medical standards of the magical world. 100 days for broken bones. In my previous life, I would have been confined to a hospital for at least 3 months for such injuries. Yet here, after merely one night, I seem to be nearly recovered. Once awake, he decided to stretch his limbs, muttering to himself on the bed. Just as Ivy was reflecting, Betty's voice suddenly came from his side. Ivy, are you all right? He sat up. Betty, did anything happen to you afterward? Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape arrived just in time. Everyone else is fine, except for you. Betty continued to flip through a spellbook without raising her head. How long have you been here? Not long. Are you hungry? Betty carried a large bag of food from the kitchen. Ivy had not realized his hunger until she mentioned it. His stomach grumbled audibly, as if lamenting its emptiness. You must be hungry, Betty said, pulling out a hot dog and handing it to him. Where did this hot dog come from? Ivy took it and devoured it ravenously. Did you forget about the wonderful flavors? I found a spell for it. Though I have never tasted what you mentioned, I'm certainly familiar with hot dogs. I conjured up some condiments, and we have sausages and bread here. Just need a bit of preparation. Betty handed him a cup of juice. I adore you, Betty. Ivy mumbled through his food. Ivy, are you feeling better? At that moment, Harry's voice resonated from outside the door. The trio rushed to the foot of the bed. Thanks to you, mate, Ron punched him playfully. Hey, he has not fully recovered yet. Hermione scolded Ron, then turned to Ivy. I'm so grateful you and Betty were there last night. Otherwise, I could have truly perished. It's a trivial matter. We are all friends. No need for such formality. Ivy replied nonchalantly. However, Ron, never one to hold back, had already taken some of his food to enjoy. Wow, Ivy, what is this delicacy? I've never seen anything so delicious. Ron, having tasted Muggle food for the first time, was instantly captivated. He failed to notice the increasingly cold glances Betty cast in his direction. Is it getting chilly again? The weather has been so unpredictable lately, swinging from hot to cold. What happened in the end? Hermione took full responsibility. She told Professor McGonagall that it was her fault for accidentally bringing the troll into the castle, resulting in Gryffindor losing 10 points. But Harry and I earned 10 points for our performance, which canceled each other out. Ron lamented momentarily before becoming excited again. Ivy, you and Betty earned 30 points for Hufflepuff. Did you know that Professor Sprout was beaming with delight this morning? Indeed, given your valiant efforts. You are now the talk of the house, Harry chimed in enthusiastically. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to take your leave. The patient has yet to fully recover, so please refrain from disturbing their rest. Mrs. Pomfrey entered the room, carrying a medical kit. Madam, how much longer will Ivy remain hospitalized? Hermione inquired. It's getting colder. Dress warmly, Ivy said, pulling her close, rubbing her face with both hands. In front of several onlookers, Betty felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Being a lady raised with traditional values, she gently pushed Ivy's hands away and remarked, I adore you, but, before departing. Then we shall take our leave as well. See you this afternoon. Farewell. Otherwise, given Ivy's current prowess, the only ones capable of besting him, referencing the events of his past life, would likely be Voldemort and Dumbledore. He originally held this belief, yet reality proved somewhat disappointing. However, this perspective applies primarily to traditional wizards. Ivy is an anomaly. Through these recent battles, he has articulated his own path, that of a beloved melee mage. His abilities are somewhat singular. Despite having refined certain techniques, they still pale in comparison to the diverse spells wielded by others. Thus, engaging in close combat presents a significant advantage for him. Firstly, his abilities align well with melee combat. Secondly, it constricts the enemy's capacity to cast spells, truly a twofold benefit. This raises a critical question. How can he effectively apply this in real combat? Ivy pondered for quite some time. Being an ordinary individual without precedents to follow, he found inspiration primarily from various novels he had encountered in his previous life. Disregarding the implausible elements such as martial arts and mystical techniques, he still garnered some insights. If he could not acquire the fanciful skills, he would resort to the most rudimentary and fundamental, physical conditioning. This notion seemed straightforward. After all, Ivy is merely 11 years old. Even casual running would enhance his physical fitness by adulthood. However, this is evidently insufficient. In a magical realm, lacking optimal physical strength would render his efforts futile. He resolved to seek opportunities at the library post-discharge, hoping to locate literature on this subject. If all else fails, he might venture into the restricted section or inquire if Eileen possesses any potions that could yield similar effects. For the time being, he could only increase his physical activity and engage in rigorous training. Fortunately, the scientific methods of fitness from his past life are widely known, even without formal study. He has absorbed some knowledge through exposure. Chapter 30. The Bone-Strengthening Potion. As November approached, Hogwarts transformed into a realm of chill. The surrounding peaks were blanketed in thick, white snow, and the lake's surface had frozen solid. The students donned winter attire, complete with gloves and scarves. In the dining hall, during breakfast, Harry inquired, How goes the preparation? Ivy, savoring a pie, noticed Harry fixated on the book in his hands, neglecting his meal. Not too bad, he replied, lifting his head to reveal dark circles under his eyes. Though his complexion appeared somewhat fatigued, his expression radiated excitement. Initially feeling a bit anxious, he credited Hermione for alleviating his worries. She found me this, he exclaimed, showcasing the book titled The Marvelous Quidditch Ball. It's utterly fascinating. Did you know there are over 700 types of fouls in Quidditch? All right, Harry, no need to enlighten us. It's sufficient that you know. Avery quickly waved his hand, expressing his disinterest in Quidditch. Ron, however, listened intently nearby. Harry, you'll be competing tomorrow. You should rest well today, Hermione suggested. Don't worry about it, Hermione. If you truly wish to assist Harry, lend us your homework to copy, Ron chimed in. I can only help you correct mistakes. Do not even think about copying homework. You should learn from Avery. All his assignments are done independently, right? She confirmed. Of course. I'm nothing like them. I have never copied Betty's homework. Only what one learns independently can be deemed knowledge, Avery insisted, firmly establishing a boundary with the two. Betty did not expose him. That's enough. Avery patted his stomach. Are you full? Betty nodded. Then you three take your time eating. Betty and I are heading to the library, Avery announced as he stood up. The library? What is the purpose? Do you need my help? Hermione inquired eagerly. Well, it's hard to say. We'll see. If needed, I won't hesitate, he replied. The two made their way to the library located on the second floor of the castle, which housed countless shelves filled with an array of books, most of which students were permitted to browse. However, access to the restricted section required professor approval. Of course, one could also sneak a peek. The last time Avery visited, he was in search of culinary magic. Betty, you stay outside and help me look. I'll check the restricted section, he said. Be careful not to get caught by Mrs. Pants. Don't worry, they know I cannot cast spells. So even if I am discovered, it won't matter, he reassured her. The restricted section was in a separate room. Avery did not enter through the main door. Instead, he ran to a glass window and took out his wand. Alohomora. The lock on the window slid open. Filled with excitement, Avery entered. Unlike the public areas, the restricted zone was dimly lit with only a few candles flickering. The bookshelves were predominantly dark and eerie green, their covers smooth and warm to the touch, reminiscent of human skin. It was evident that these were not ordinary books. Avery flipped through one after another. The Chronicles of Darkness, Werewolves and Vampires, Mass Killing Curse, The Death Eater's Credence, The New Unforgivable Curse, The Corrosion Curse. Numerous titles that could terrify someone like Neville were perused, yet he still did not find what he sought. As he passed several bookshelves, just as Avery was about to give up and settle for a mechanical search, his gaze suddenly fixated on a page with a dark red cover. The spine bore several embossed golden characters on the 12 uses of dragon's blood. This seemed to be the 12 applications discovered by Dumbledore, piquing Avery's interest, and he began to read. Youth Elixir, Destruction Potion, Toxic Fire Potion, Bone Enhancing Potion, Avery's eyes lit up as he continued. Bone Enhancing Potion, discovered by Albus Dumbledore in 1956, the 7th use of dragon's blood. It significantly enhances human physical limits, even granting strength comparable to that of a giant. It is an extraordinary discovery. Regrettably, the wizards hold wisdom, truth, and knowledge in high esteem, priding themselves on their elegance while despising the brutishness of brawls and savage physical confrontations. Consequently, the elixir of bone mending has not garnered widespread attention, and its specific preparation and application methods remain largely unknown. When he emerged, Betty was seated at her desk, sifting through a substantial pile of books. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. So, have you made any discoveries? He inquired. I did find several spells with similar effects, but they only address the symptoms, not the root cause. Once the spell's duration expires, the effects vanish, Betty replied lazily, leaning back. You've worked hard. Thank you, he said, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. We can only say we've pinpointed the target, but the specific method eludes us. Mentioning this made Ivy a bit irked. What do you mean? Ivy succinctly introduced the elixir of bone mending. I see. Betty pondered, why not ask Auntie? Do you think she would know? Ivy expressed skepticism. Auntie Eileen is the chief potioneer at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, one of the few true masters of potion making in the wizarding world. Is she really that impressive? Ivy's tone was slightly incredulous. Should we really send a letter to have her help? The two gradually exited the library. Later that evening, in the great hall, when Ivy and Betty arrived, the room was already filled with people. Ivy, Betty, over here, Ron called out, spotting them immediately. What's wrong? Harry, with a serious expression, asked as they seated themselves. I've discovered something significant, Harry began. Do you remember when I mentioned a room guarded by the three-headed dog? Yes, I recall. I suspect Snape intends to steal something from within it. So, this was how the plot unfolded. Ivy felt a moment of silent sympathy for Snape. How did you arrive at such a conclusion? Based on what you previously said, the items in that room are what Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts, and later, a dark wizard attempted to break in to seize them. Are you implying that Snape is that dark wizard? But if he were a dark wizard, do you honestly believe Dumbledore would allow him to remain teaching at Hogwarts? It doesn't necessarily mean he infiltrated Gringotts himself. He could have accomplices. Harry maintained his suspicion of Snape. Harry, do you think Gringotts operates like a typical bank? Just waltz in and steal whatever you desire? That would require an exceedingly powerful dark wizard. After Voldemort's downfall, the majority of dark wizards ended up in Azkaban. Those who remained outside have either reformed or gone into hiding. It's improbable to find someone of such strength among them. Ivy attempted to correct his notion. But Gringotts is a bank. Ron protested, bewildered. Be quiet. Hermione shot him a glare. She concurred with Ivy's perspective. That is true. I know Snape isn't particularly friendly, but he would never steal something that Dumbledore so meticulously safeguards. Hermione, you always assume all teachers are saints. I side with Harry on this. Ron chimed in with his opinion. I certainly wouldn't jump to conclusions without evidence. Harry organized his thoughts. The group turned their attention to Ron. I indeed saw him, Ron asserted confidently. That is correct. Ivy exclaimed. I just visited the staff room and witnessed Filch tending to his wounds. Furk uttered with fierce indignation. How could you possibly keep an eye on 3 heads simultaneously? Regrettably, I was discovered shortly thereafter and hastily concocted an excuse to escape. Chapter 31. The Quidditch Match. Harry, this merely indicates that Professor Snape indeed entered that room. It does not substantiate that he intended to steal anything. Ivy guided. He wasn't there to pilfer. What else could it be? Harry remained skeptical. Why could it not be to protect something? Ivy countered. Protect? How could that possibly be? Harry was reluctant to accept this notion. To put it plainly, it is merely because Professor Snape does not exhibit friendliness towards you that you subconsciously perceive him as malevolent, correct? Among the entire Harry Potter series, Ivy held a particular admiration for Snape. Despite his flaws and his earlier allegiance to Voldemort, which arguably warranted his fate, opinions were sharply divided online. Some argued he had found redemption, willing to sacrifice himself for a greater good, thus being a figure of greatness. Others contended that Snape's motivations were solely rooted in his love for Lily, embodying the sentiment of loving the beloved over power. In this debate, Ivy leaned towards the latter perspective, recognizing a stark contrast between Snape and Dumbledore. In Ivy's view, Dumbledore was a figure of mythic greatness. Yet he was also the type of person she found most disagreeable. Dumbledore, indeed a selfless leader, exhibited a greatness and altruism that extended to the collective rather than the individual. For him, everything could be sacrificed for the sake of the entire wizarding world, aptly summarizing the notion of everything for the greater good. Conversely, Snape was, from the beginning to the end, a fundamentally selfish individual. He dedicated all his selflessness and conscience to Harry's mother. His actions, assisting Dumbledore, protecting Harry, infiltrating the Death Eaters, safeguarding Hogwarts, were entirely unrelated to any notion of redemption. They were solely for one person, Lily Evans. The prophecy he revealed became a lifelong shackle, ensnaring him in perpetual anguish and regret. To atone for his guilt, he sacrificed everything. If Gryffindor represents courage, then no one embodies Gryffindor more than Snape. As Harry ultimately stated, he is the bravest person I have ever known. Thus, whenever Ivy hears Harry lamenting how Snape seems to target him, she ponders, if Harry were a woman, how would Snape treat her? Well, I cannot deny my bias against him. Perhaps, as you suggested, Ivy, Snape is indeed a protector. Yet, there are no other suspects that have emerged. He remains the prime suspect. I do know of one individual who may indeed be problematic, Ivy said with a smile. Who? The trio inquired in unison. Quirrell. Professor Quirrell? Impossible. He is far too timid for such deeds. The trio exclaimed, clearly incredulous. Harry, I recall you mentioning that you encountered Quirrell when you and Hagrid visited Diagon Alley. Ivy remarked, indifferent to their reactions. To be precise, it was in the Leaky Cauldron. What is he doing there? Are you saying he is the one who broke into Gringotts? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. No, merely a conjecture. However, compared to Snape, who has long remained at Hogwarts, Quirrell, who has only just arrived this year, appears to be a far more likely suspect. Ivy replied, shaking her head in denial before continuing, and there is yet another reason. Do tell, the three urged. On the night you entered the three-headed dog's chamber, Betty and I were also outside. When we emerged, we saw Quirrell, Ivy stated softly. What did he do? Harry seemed quite anxious. We encountered him on the third floor. He was pacing back and forth, seemingly searching for something, muttering phrases like "I will find it" and the like. Eventually, he must have found nothing and proceeded to the fourth floor. Ivy recounted in one breath, allowing the three to absorb the information slowly. Given Quirrell's timid nature, I still find it hard to believe. Snape seems to be the more likely culprit. Harry insisted stubbornly. Timid? Have you never considered that Quirrell might be deliberately masquerading as such? Ivy attempted to nudge him. How could anyone disguise themselves so convincingly? Ivy rolled her eyes, exasperated that even after such a hint, Harry remained convinced of Snape's guilt. It can only be said that children truly hold grudges. Betty, witnessing Harry's predicament, felt a sense of amusement. Ivy shot her a glare. But Harry, setting aside whether it is Quirrell or Snape, what exactly is hidden within that chamber? Ron interjected, appearing quite bewildered. He bypassed the argument and aimed straight for the crux of the matter. Indeed, if we could ascertain what lies inside or its purpose, perhaps we could definitively determine who is responsible. Hermione surprisingly aligned with Ron. But what is it? Harry also wished to inquire. Oh dear. The trio began to feel disheartened once more. Was it not Hagrid who retrieved it? Did you not think to seek him out? Ivy reminded them. We have. Yet Hagrid is unwilling to disclose anything, Hermione replied, looking rather dejected. Perhaps direct inquiry is futile. We should divert his attention and discuss something else. From what I know, Hagrid is not one to keep secrets, Ivy suggested. Excellent idea. The trio's spirits lifted once again. Let us go tonight, Harry exclaimed excitedly. I must say, Harry, have you forgotten something? Ivy asked with seriousness. What? There's nothing to remember. Blimey, Ron suddenly exclaimed. Harry, you have a match tomorrow. Blast. Wood had scheduled me for extra practice tonight. I completely forgot. Harry sprang from his seat and dashed away, leaving the others in stunned silence. Shall we have dinner first? Ivy proposed. Yes. Speaking of food, Ron brightened. Ivy, do they have any of that food from the infirmary left? It was quite delicious, he remarked, smacking his lips. Casting a glance at Betty, he noticed a glimmer of menace in her eyes. You truly have a knack for bringing up the most inappropriate topics. He silently prayed for his own safety. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? Ron tightened his robes. Perhaps it's because you're feeling rather unwell, Hermione teased. The next morning, in the dining hall, everyone was animatedly chatting away, eagerly anticipating an exhilarating Quidditch match. What has befallen him now? As Ivy entered the restaurant, he noticed Harry dejectedly resting his head on the table. Harry, there's no need to be anxious. No one has seen you play Quidditch. You are bound to achieve something remarkable, Ron reassured him. Indeed, you must eat more. The match will demand a great deal of energy, Hermione echoed. I'm not hungry, Harry replied, appearing half-dead. Do not fret. Your talent for Quidditch is innate, Ivy said, giving Harry a gentle pat on the shoulder. I'll go ahead and have some food, he added before stepping away. There was no need for excessive words. Once Harry mounted his broom, he would realize that his prior concerns were unfounded. Around 11 o'clock at the Quidditch pitch, it seemed that the entire school had gathered. Ivy spotted Madame Pomfrey at the commentary box. After all, one could not have a formal match without medical assistance. The stand were packed with spectators, many students bringing their own binoculars, as the high seating still made it difficult to see the fierce action at times. The electrifying atmosphere invigorated Ivy, as joy is indeed contagious. Seated with Betty in the Hufflepuff stands, away from Ron and the others, he observed the Gryffindor stands where Ron and Hermione held up a large, colorful banner depicting the emblematic lion of their house. Welcome to the Quidditch Cup match. I am your commentator, Lee Jordan. The crowd erupted into applause. Now, let's welcome our players to the field. With this, the players soared into the arena amidst an uproar of cheers. Let me introduce our referee, Madame Hooch. Madame Hooch stood at the center of the field with her broom, awaiting the players' positions. Listen closely. I expect everyone to play fairly and honestly, she proclaimed once the players were set. Hovering in the air, Harry surveyed the field. He saw the enormous banner from the Gryffindor stands, noticed Ivy and Betty waving at him from the Hufflepuff stands, and caught the smiles and gestures of Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, which filled him with a surge of courage. Madame Hooch released the quaffle and the golden snitch, and with a sharp whistle, she tossed the bludger into the air. The match had begun. Chapter 32, The Battle Against Slytherin. The bludger soared to its peak, just as Gryffindor's seeker, Angelina Johnson, dashed forward to seize it. Oh, the bludger has been captured by Gryffindor, exclaimed Lee, one exceptional seeker, and quite enchanting to behold. Sorry, Professor, he quickly apologized, aware of McGonagall's watchful gaze, ensuring his commentary remained impartial. A splendid goal. Gryffindor scores first. Cheers erupted from the Gryffindor stands. This is rather entertaining, Ivy remarked, observing the players darting about, pursued by the bludger, while providing his own commentary with delight. It's so noisy, Betty complained, as she held a bucket of popcorn, munching on it amidst the excitement. How's my cooking? Ivy asked, grabbing a handful and stuffing it into his mouth. The materials were transformed by me, and the popcorn was indeed baked in the oven. Aside from merely spectating, what else did you contribute? Betty remained unconvinced. Wasn't the idea mine? Ivy was about to retort. Despicable. Referee, issue a red card. Send him off. There are no red cards in Quidditch. Fool. An uproar of voices erupted, and Ivy glanced at the field. The Slytherin captain, the seeker Marcus Flint, seized the beater's bat and struck a bludger towards Wood. Knock him down. Madam Hooch angrily reprimanded Flint and then ordered the Gryffindor team to take a free shot at the goalpost. Given the circumstances, it was challenging for Lee Jordan, hailing from Gryffindor, to maintain impartiality after such an overtly contemptible act of cheating. Jordan, Professor McGonagall, although equally incensed, cautioned him to be fair. After that blatant and repugnant foul. Jordan, I remind you. All right. Flint's foul granted Gryffindor a free kick. But they also lost a commendable goalkeeper. Huh. Is hitting a bludger to attack someone a foul? Ivy was perplexed. Not a foul. However, only the beater is allowed to strike the ball. Flint is a seeker. Mike explained from the side. Is it all right? It looked rather perilous. Hannah expressed concern for the player, her heart being quite kind. P.S. Fine. The ground is covered in sand and grass. Being struck by a bludger only causes temporary unconsciousness. The worst-case scenario might be a broken arm or leg. Injuries Ivy should be familiar with, as they heal overnight. Justin understood this as well. Harry seems a bit off. Betty, who had been quietly observing the match, suddenly spoke up. The others turned to her. Here it comes. Ivy counted eagerly. Perhaps Harry's practice time was too short for him to control it effectively. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Most had never witnessed Harry play Quidditch before and were unaware of his skill level. Hence, they did not suspect any intentional interference. The consensus was that Harry was likely participating for the first time and was performing poorly due to nerves. In the Gryffindor stands, is the broomstick malfunctioning? Seamus whispered. Impossible. Aside from powerful dark magic, nothing can disrupt a broomstick. Hagrid countered, setting down his binoculars. Hearing this, Hermione snatched Hagrid's binoculars, not to observe Harry, but anxiously scanning the stands. No way, Hermione. There are too many people here. Ron understood her implication. The dark magic researcher, bold as ever, has been found, Hermione declared. I knew it, she added, lowering the binoculars. Snape, let me see. Ron took the binoculars. Snape was seated in the middle of the opposite stands, his eyes fixed intently on Harry, silently muttering incantations. What is he doing? Ron inquired. He is casting a hex on the broomstick. Hermione suddenly paused. How can you be sure he's trying to steal something rather than protect it? Ivy's words suddenly flashed through her mind. Ron, look for Quirrell and see what he's up to. Hermione urged, tapping Ron hurriedly. Quirrell? Oh, you mean... Hermione nodded. Ron hurriedly searched the stands. By chance, he found Quirrell seated right behind Snape. Just like Snape, he was also casting spells. What should Ron do? He was at a loss. It seemed as if Ivy had said, one protects while the other steals, but who is truly good and who is evil? Hermione was equally troubled. Is it possible that both of them are villains? Ron inquired. Impossible. Quirrell aside, Snape, as the headmaster, was undoubtedly formidable. Both were casting spells simultaneously, and Harry could hardly endure it, Hermione asserted. What shall we do now? Ron questioned again. I have a plan, just watch. Hermione dashed out. On the field, while everyone's attention was focused on Harry, Flint scored multiple points. What did you do? Why is there no effect? Ron asked, watching Hermione return. At that moment, Harry was still struggling in the air. Just wait a moment. I set Snape's robes on fire. If the curse ceases when Snape extinguishes the flames, then it is he. If not, Hermione confidently stated, then Quirrell is the thief. Ron also realized, you are truly brilliant, Hermione. This time, he genuinely admired her. Of course. Hermione felt a bit smug. Don't just stand there. Keep watching. Oh, right. Ron raised the binoculars again. After about 10 seconds, Snape finally noticed that his robes were on fire. He sprang up suddenly and turned around. Quirrell, engrossed in chanting his spell, failed to notice Snape's movement and was knocked down by him. Damn, Ron exclaimed. What happened? Is it him? Hermione quickly pressed for answers. When Snape stood, he collided with Quirrell, and both ceased their incantations. Ron relayed the situation to Hermione. Damn it. Hermione was quite frustrated. And Harry, is he all right? He seems to be back to normal, Ron observed. What transpired over at the teacher's stand? Why is there still smoke? McGonagall thought today was indeed peculiar. Harry is all right again. Hannah suddenly exclaimed. Above the field, Harry climbed back onto his broomstick just as the golden snitch darted past him. Harry swiftly dove toward the ground. Slytherin's seeker, Terrence Higgs, followed closely behind, and both raced toward the earth. As they approached the ground, Higgs, witnessing Harry's increasing speed, muttered a curse, deeming him insane, and pulled back. With Harry less than 3 feet from the ground, everyone believed he would surely crash. Even Madame Pomfrey prepared to rush in for rescue. Wow! Gasps erupted from the stands. Harry showed no signs of slowing down. He pressed his feet onto the broomstick's head, gripping the handle with all his might. Attempting to lift the broom, the handle bent under his force. Below, the broom's head skimmed the grass, propelled by an unknown creature's fur. At last, he managed to correct his trajectory just before impact, skimming the ground as he pursued the golden snitch. As he drew nearer, Harry crouched on the broom and slowly began to stand. He extended his arm, just a hand's breadth away from the snitch, yet maintaining his balance became increasingly challenging. The turbulent air buffeted him relentlessly. There was no time left to wait. Harry forcefully kicked off the ground with his feet on the broom, propelling his body forward and tumbling through the air before crashing down. He assessed his condition. Aside from a few scrapes, he was mostly unscathed, though it felt as if something was lodged in his throat. He placed his hands on the ground to rise. As he gradually stood up, the entire pitch fell silent, with everyone anticipating a pivotal moment. Suddenly, Harry clutched his mouth as if he were about to be sick. A cough escaped him, and a golden object was expelled from his mouth, landing in his palm. He grasped it tightly before slowly releasing his grip. In his palm, a small golden ball was retracting its transparent wings. The golden snitch. Harry Potter has captured the golden snitch. Gryffindor wins. Lee Jordan announced loudly. Chapter 33. Windy. Time moved into mid-December. Have you had another argument with Malfoy? Ivy observed the fuming Ron. I must find an opportunity to give him a good thrashing. Ron indicated with his fist. I'll join you. Harry echoed with indignation. That insufferable git mocks both of us. I thought you two were accustomed to it by now. Is there ever a day you can coexist peacefully with Malfoy? Ivy remained indifferent. If every encounter ended with a beating, I suppose I would grow used to it. That damned fool just cost me 5 points for Gryffindor. Ron gritted his teeth. The walls were adorned with cascading garlands of holly and mistletoe. The hall was filled with over 20 Christmas trees of varying sizes, some already adorned with sparkling decorations and baubles, while others stood bare. Snowflakes continuously fell from the ceiling. A magical effect rather than actual snowfall. If Hermione has time, she could join us. Ivy extended an invitation. My parents are a bit busy and may not have time to send me. Hermione replied with a hint of regret. No worries if you find the time. Have an owl send me a message, and we'll come to fetch you. All right, it's a deal. Yet, he felt no sorrow for himself. Ron and the others would stay behind, as the Weasley parents were heading to Romania to visit Charlie. By the way, have you found any information about Nicholas Flamel? Ivy suddenly recalled. Nicholas Flamel was the name Harry and the others had extracted from Hagrid after Ivy's prompting. Nothing, Ron grimaced. Hagrid won't say a word now. We have no leads, Harry remarked, equally vexed. We're planning to head to the library this afternoon, Hermione stated. Good luck, then. If you and Betty could assist us, it would be much easier, Harry expressed his lingering frustration. Please, we have no interest in him. The following morning, Ivy and Betty were packing their belongings. Great. By the way, Aaron sent me a package, Ivy said as she pulled out a handbag. Undetectable extension charm? Betty glanced over and inquired. Can you explain what you were up to sneaking into the kitchen last night? Ivy's antics had not escaped Betty's notice. I swiped some ingredients. The house elves wouldn't use them anyway. Better I take them than have them wasted, Ivy shamelessly admitted. Listen here, kid. Do not send me there. Did you not see his horse? The chess pieces on the board gestured animatedly towards Harry. Be quiet. Knight, move straight and then diagonally right, Harry remarked, feeling a slight headache. I fear I may soon be sacrificed. Did you not notice his queen nearby? The knight piece exclaimed. As anticipated, Ron's queen rose from her throne, swung it with a flourish, and knocked Harry's knight off the board. I told you so. P.S. Utterly inept. Harry's pieces clamored in discontent. Feeling lively today, are we, Harry? Even the pieces seemed to be arguing. Ivy jested. It's maddening, Harry exclaimed, clutching his head. Ready to leave? Ron inquired. Well, everything's packed up. Hey, you're all here. Hermione approached, dragging a suitcase. Did you find anything after searching all day yesterday? Ivy asked. Nothing. I perused nearly all modern biographies, the great wizards of the 20th century, contemporary notable sorcerers, major discoveries in modern magic. None mentioned him. Hermione shook her head. Indeed, we scoured the entire library yesterday, but found no clues, Ron yawned. Not the entire library. Remember, We haven't ventured into the restricted section, Hermione reminded. A splendid suggestion. Ivy nodded in agreement. So, while I'm away, I'll rely on you. Feel free to explore and see if you can slip in, Hermione whispered. How are you so adept at this? Ron marveled. Hermione remained silent, merely winking at him. It's about time. Let us go. Betty glanced at her watch. Farewell, Harry. Ron, Merry Christmas. Please send my regards to everyone else, Ivy waved. At King's Cross Station, figures emerged from between platforms 9 and 10. Finally arrived, Ivy stretched. Having dozed off on the train. My parents are here, so I must take my leave. Ivy Betty goodbye. Hermione spotted her parents waving at her. Bye. Don't forget to write. Hermione departed. Is Aaron going to forget again? After watching Hermione leave, Ivy surveyed the area, but could not find his mother. A familiar voice called from behind, and Ivy turned around. Aaron appeared as usual, clad in a trench coat, wearing sunglasses and chewing on a lollipop. Ivy approached and embraced her. Aaron planted 2 enthusiastic kisses on his cheeks, leaving him slightly drenched in saliva, an affection he shared with Betty as well. It was evident that Aaron missed them dearly. How rare for you to be so reliable today. They climbed into the car. What's wrong? We've been waiting ages. Ivy questioned as Aaron hesitated to start the engine. Waiting for someone. Just then, the passenger door swung open. Am I strange, Ivy? Another stunning woman entered. Her dazzling golden waves cascaded down, topped with a hat akin to the one Betty wore. She donned a black trench coat, and a scarf draped over her chest obscured her attire, while glossy high-heeled shoes adorned her feet. Her breathtaking visage bore a smile directed at him. Aunt. The woman before him was nearly a grown-up version of Betty, save for the absence of that tear-shaped birthmark. Observing the 3 stunning blondes in the car, Ivy could not help but marvel at the formidable genes of her maternal lineage. Aunt Wendy Ether, who happens to be Betty's mother, had just settled into the passenger seat, adjusting her attire when she heard Ivy's address. I thought you would directly refer to me as your mother-in-law, she teased. Huh. I've already informed him to change the way he addresses me, Aaron chimed in. Ivy was rendered speechless, casting a glance at Betty. She suddenly realized that she was not at all surprised by Wendy's arrival. You knew all along, didn't you? Ivy asked incredulously. Betty hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded affirmatively. Then why didn't you tell me? Ivy pinched Betty's face with her thumb and forefinger, pulling it outward. Aunt forbade me from saying anything. Betty swatted Ivy's hand away. I wanted to give you a surprise. You must be delighted. You wretched woman. Ivy mourned for herself. Chapter 34. Hot Pot Base. Was the journey smooth? Aaron inquired. Betty's family was not based in England, and to elaborate would require delving into distant tales. Initially, Wendy and Aaron had become acquainted at Hogwarts. They were of similar age and were cousins, which fostered a close bond. Shortly after graduation, both married. Aaron's willingness to wed Gwen stemmed largely from the fact that he was the sole heir of his family, ensuring that their future children would be free from familial control. Aaron did not wish her offspring to endure the same fate she had, even though she did not harbor any animosity towards Grey. However, shortly after Wendy's marriage, she discovered that her husband was a Death Eater. Consequently, while pregnant, Wendy left her husband and his family. Remarkably, both women shared a strikingly similar fate. Aaron's husband perished in battle, while Wendy's was later killed. Yet, Aaron was the widow of a hero, while Wendy's situation was considerably more tragic. Due to her defection from the family, Death Eaters sought revenge against her. The Order of Wizards was also far from friendly. In desperation, Wendy sought Aaron's assistance, who arranged for her to relocate abroad for her safety. On a side note, both Aaron and Wendy were distinguished witches, having graduated from Slytherin, and can stay at our home without any worries. There are no outsiders here, Ivy said while helping Aaron and Wendy organize their belongings. Aren't you afraid of interrupting my nefarious deeds? Wendy's eyes darted between Ivy and Betty. If you aren't bothering me, what mischief could I possibly engage in? Ivy rolled her eyes. Aaron and Wendy, the 2 unscrupulous mothers, chuckled. Indeed, their trust in Betty and Ivy's companionship was rooted in the belief that Ivy was still young and lacked the capacity for mischief, even if he had the inclination. Ivy found himself utterly helpless against these 3 women. Oh, and let us not forget Betty. As lunchtime approached, Aaron and Wendy headed to the kitchen in the living room, while Ivy dashed upstairs where Betty was busy organizing his luggage. Come on, let us go to the mall and buy some things. I'll cook something delicious for you. You can go by yourself. It's freezing outside. Besides, I haven't finished packing. Betty remained unyielding. It would be so dull to go alone. Accompany me. We make a fine pair. Ivy pressed his face closer to hers. No, you're just going to buy seasonings. That's not interesting, Betty resisted, firmly holding his face and once again declining. Very well. Is there anything you'd like me to bring for you? There was no alternative for Ivy but to relent. It would be prudent to purchase more snacks and desserts, as they would prove beneficial while watching television in the evening. By December, London had turned quite chilly, with temperatures dropping to single digits. Ivy was clad in a windproof attire, making his way to the supermarket, equipped with an umbrella. Although it wasn't raining at the moment, the weather here could be just as unpredictable as Eileen. Fortunately, the location was not far off. Tesco has numerous outlets across the UK. This store offered a selection of condiments and foods from the Middle Kingdom, such as the well-known Lao Gan Ma, Tsingtao beer, and Chinese soy sauce. Regrettably, it was too early in the day to find the hot pot base he desired, so Ivy resolved to concoct some broth himself. Thanks to various short video apps from his past life, he was well acquainted with the basic process. However, lacking practical experience and hesitant to use the rare ingredients he had acquired at Hogwarts for experimentation, he opted to purchase some ordinary materials to practice with. Ivy made his way to the section dedicated to ingredients from the Middle Kingdom. To be frank, he did not harbor high hopes, as many items were likely unavailable in this era. He managed to find half of the necessary supplementary ingredients like ginger, rock sugar, green onions, white liquor, and dried chili peppers. Unfortunately, only 3 types of spices were available: cinnamon, dried tangerine peel, and cloves. On a positive note, he was pleasantly surprised to find debanjiang available for sale, exceeding his expectations. After leaving Tesco, Ivy proceeded to visit other esteemed supermarkets, Whole Foods Market, Waitrose, Marks Spencer, until he finally gathered all the required ingredients. Upon boarding the bus, Ivy rubbed his sore legs. He had traversed quite a distance to procure the materials, and in the process, he had discovered a dual-compartment hot pot, which now left him burdened with numerous bags. Upon returning home, Eileen inquired, "What do you need all these things for?" Observing Ivy struggling with a hefty bag and a pot on his back, looking quite puzzled. Out of breath, Ivy dropped the items onto the floor. "Oh, Ivy, have you learned to cook?" Wendy always wore a teasing expression. "I won't tell you just yet here. First learn how to use these," Ivy said, producing a pair of chopsticks to hand to them. "What are these?" Eileen asked, holding one as if it were a knife and fork. "Are we knitting?" Wendy remarked, skillfully clacking the 2 chopsticks together. Betty, however, was quite familiar with them, having been taught by Ivy at Hogwarts. "Let Betty show you how to use them. I still need to practice my dishes. Then let's discuss that later. First, let's eat," Eileen declared as she brought the dishes to the table. "All right, let us dine." At 3:30 in the afternoon, the ladies had gone shopping. Eileen entrusted the kitchen to him, preparing a spell to extinguish flames to prevent Ivy from accidentally burning the house down. How infuriating. Do they really consider me a child? Ivy was indignant as he entered the kitchen, ready to vent his frustrations by retrieving the ingredients, pulling out a piece of ginger to slice. To his dismay, he discovered that he could barely grip the chef's knife, nearly cutting his own hand in the process. "Damn it," Ivy muttered, channeling his magic as the knife gradually adjusted to fit comfortably in his hand. Next, combine the Dubon sauce, chopped scallions, fermented black beans, rock sugar, and a plethora of condiments and ingredients in a pot, mixing them thoroughly. After stirring for 5 or 6 minutes, just as Ivy was about to pour in the beef tallow, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh dear, what a foolish oversight. He had forgotten to soak the spices. Such a waste of ingredients. He would have to start over. "Darling, are you not done yet?" In a living room, Aaron and the others were watching television, eagerly awaiting the grand feast Ivy had promised. They had mastered the use of chopsticks, albeit somewhat clumsily, resembling the awkwardness of writing with a pen. "Don't rush me. I'm almost there," Ivy exclaimed, beads of sweat dotting his brow. After 3 failed attempts, he had finally reached the last step. As the ingredients in the pot neared completion, he added the soaked spices to continue stir-frying, followed by the hydrated Sichuan peppercorns, and finally a sprinkle of chili powder. In truth, the British do not consume much spice. They tend to favor sweets, so Ivy added just a hint, sufficient to dispel the dampness prevalent in the area. Done. Ivy ladled the stir-fried base into a serving dish. "By the way, did you manage to buy everything I asked for?" Ivy inquired as he set up the dual-flavor hot pot. "Greens, anuki mushrooms, hom, premium beef, potatoes, tofu skin, and tripe. Oh, how disgusting. River shrimp, mantis shrimp, assorted fungi, and squid. We've gathered a hodgepodge of ingredients." Aaron lamented, clutching an exceedingly long shopping list. "That's enough. We can't expect perfection. You all, lift the round table and bring over a larger coffee table." Ivy directed the women as he moved to the center of the living room. "Have all the vegetables been washed?" Ivy asked in passing. Betty and Winnie had spent half an hour washing and chopping everything in preparation. "Step aside, Ivy," Aaron exclaimed, producing her wand and with a flick, conjured a beautiful wooden coffee table before them. "All right, you're impressive. Okay, everyone sit down." Ivy beckoned, as the women settled onto the floor, which was adorned with a blanket for comfortable seating. Ivy arranged the dual-flavor hot pot, pouring in the freshly simmered broth and finally adding boiling water. Let us cast a temperature control spell. Wendy snapped her fingers, and the pot's bottom began to bubble vigorously. Ivy distributed utensils, including the exquisite mahogany chopsticks he had just crafted. It's ready. Feel free to add whatever you desire. Place the seafood that takes longer to cook over here, while the quicker cooking vegetables, fungi, beef, and ham should go on that side. Ivy instructed as he added ingredients. Enough already. Why are you being so verbose? Who doesn't he know how to eat? Aaron retorted, dumping a platter of beef into the pot. As the broth continued to boil and swirl, the enticing aroma wafted about. It smells delightful, Aaron declared, not one to be shy, as she grasped her chopsticks and deftly snagged a hefty piece of beef. Oh, it's not cooked yet. Raw beef is still edible. A bad habit indeed. It must be thoroughly cooked before consumption. Are you the parent, or am I? Let us not engage in such pointless banter. It has nothing to do with parenting. This is quite a delectable dish, Aaron marveled. At this moment, the three ladies were not in the best of states. To facilitate their hot pot experience, both Aaron and Winnie had tied their long hair up. Eileen styled her hair into a ponytail, while Wendy elegantly coiled her wavy locks into an intricate bun. As for Betty, she sported a chic short hairstyle. In a moment of revelry, Eileen uncorked a bottle of red wine, a cherished vintage crafted by Ivy's grandfather in his youth, with barely a barrel remaining in their family's possession. Consequently, both parents indulged a little too much, and even Betty partook in the festivities. The warmth of the alcohol coursed through their veins, enhancing the already stunning allure of the three ladies. Betty's usually sparkling eyes took on a dreamy, ethereal quality, and her formerly cool demeanor now bore a hint of seduction. Yet, in comparison to the two captivating women, the youthful Betty appeared somewhat overshadowed. Eileen languidly reclined on the sofa, while opposite her, Betty rested her elbows on the coffee table, chin cradled in her hands. Their fair cheeks were faintly flushed, and the once pristine tendrils of hair now cascaded haphazardly, shedding their former immaculate quality and instead exuding an irresistible charm. Their hazy gazes resembled pools of spring water, capable of melting hearts. Their luscious crimson lips, akin to ripe cherries, incited an irresistible desire for a kiss. Each held a glass of red wine, quietly raising their cups to share a sip, and in an instant, a rosy haze enveloped them, warmth spreading as their cheeks bloomed with color. This utterly enticing scene ignited a fervor within Ivy, leaving him breathless. Who among the men could withstand such temptation? His veins surged with heat, igniting a fire within. He slammed his hand on the coffee table and sprang to his feet, momentarily speechless, as tears of frustration welled in his eyes. A man may shed tears, but he lamented not having matured fully. Little Ivy, your dinner was splendid. Here, essay reward. A perfect kiss imprint adorned Ivy's cheek. But before he could savor the moment, Eileen's overly sweet voice beckoned him. Reluctantly, he departed from Wendy's embrace and dove into Eileen's arms. The same gesture, yet a different beauty. Another kiss. Now, symmetry was achieved. The marks on his face felt like a badge of honor, and Ivy was immediately filled with bravado. He released Eileen and approached Betty without a word, enveloping her in an embrace and capturing her lips in a kiss. Soft and sweet. Upon releasing Betty, her cheeks flushed with warmth. In her inebriated state, she bore no signs of embarrassment, merely appearing even more alluring. Gazing at the three enchanting women, with their sparkling eyes and peach blossom-like faces, Ivy felt an unprecedented sense of happiness and fulfillment envelop his entire soul. The following morning, he awoke early, around 6 o'clock. He began by preparing the dough for breakfast, wrapping it in plastic wrap to let it rise. After soaking some yellow soybeans in water, he ventured outside for a half-hour workout, engaging in running, frog jumps, and exercises on the parallel bars. Once he retrieved the soybeans, he processed them into soy milk, straining out the residue before transferring it to a nearby pot, which he covered and set to heat without further attention. Next, he fetched the frying apparatus, heating the oil while dusting the table with flour. He then took the risen dough, remembering to avoid kneading it, instead gently pressing it flat and rolling it into a rectangular shape. Lacking a rolling pin at home, he fashioned one on the spot. After rolling out the dough, cut it into appropriately sized strips, stacking 2 pieces atop one another. Gently press down the center with a pair of chopsticks dipped in water. Thus, the raw dough for a youtiao is prepared. The oil is now heated to about 70 or 80%. Avi picks up a piece of dough, twisting his wrist to form it into a twisted shape before placing it into the oil. After adding 6 or 7 pieces, He promptly adjusts the heat to medium and continuously flips the youtiao with chopsticks to ensure even cooking. After 2 minutes, the surface of the youtiao turns a golden hue, signaling that it is ready to be removed. Crunch. Delicious. Avi takes a bite, reveling in the crisp exterior and tender interior, both fragrant and crunchy. He had intentionally added a bit of milk to the dough, and indeed, a delightful milky aroma wafts from the fried treat. "Dear, what smells so wonderful?" comes a voice from upstairs. Only Eileen would call him that, yet Avi ignores her, assuming she is still lounging in bed. He must hurry to fry everything up. 15 minutes later, breakfast is ready. Not only youtiao and soy milk, but Avi has also prepared several soft-boiled eggs with runny yolks and some ham. "Did you make breakfast?" Betty has risen. She has consumed less, but appears to be in good spirits, though her hair is a disheveled mess, and her lips are slightly swollen and moist. "It's ready. Call them down," Avi says as he brings breakfast to the dining table. "What is this?" I could smell the aroma, even before waking up. Eileen rushes down first. "Have you washed up? Mind your own business. Try this." Avi offers her a piece of youtiao. Crunch. Delicious. Eileen is indeed a true foodie. Not only Eileen, but Betty also shares her enthusiasm, while Wendy is a bit more composed. Avi truly lives up to his Hufflepuff roots, capable of creating such delectable dishes. Wendy and Betty soon join them. "Had I known Hufflepuff had so many delicious foods, I would have never considered Slytherin," remarks Eileen the foodie. Betty quietly enjoys her meal, aware that Avi's culinary skills have little to do with Hufflepuff. Chapter 36. The Invisibility Cloak. Having eaten her fill, Eileen pats her flat stomach. "Let us take a bath." "Eileen, it's the perfect time to freshen up," Wendy suggests, having finished her meal as well. "Sure, let us go. Betty should come too," Eileen urges, pulling Betty upstairs to fetch her clothes. "Would you like to join us, Avi? Consider it a reward for your hard work in making breakfast," Wendy glances at him. "Dream on, just don't peek," Wendy playfully kicks him before hurrying upstairs. "Mom, yes? Do you know about the bone-enhancing potion?" "I do. Can you make it?" "I can, but I haven't tea brewed it before." "What do you ask?" "So you want to use the bone-enhancing potion to break through your limits, enhance your physical condition, and improve your melee skills?" Eileen summarizes. "Exactly. If my physique is strong enough, it will save a great deal of effort." "Are you certain you wish to use the bone-enhancing potion to enhance your physique, rather than for some nefarious purpose?" Wendy teases. "What sort of bad deeds could I possibly commit?" Avi inquires, puzzled. "The bone-enhancing potion is not solely for enhancing physical attributes. It can also accelerate bodily development. By the age of 14, you might complete your growth, perhaps even surpassing others." Wendy's gaze flits over Avi, attempting to discern his intentions. "Is there such an effect?" Avi's eyes widen. "I had no idea. Had I known it had such benefits, that would be splendid." 3 women spoke simultaneously. "And I meant to say that an early physical maturation could significantly enhance my strength, enabling me to better protect the 3 ladies." Ivy wiped the cold sweat from her brow, inadvertently voicing her inner thoughts. "Is that so? I thought you were contemplating something inappropriate," Betty remarked, fixing her gaze upon him. "Not at all," he replied, beginning to perspire once more. "I can concoct it for you. Most of the materials can be procured, though it may take some time. For instance, items like starry flowers and sunward grass can only be obtained through bounties or by chance encounters at bars. Moreover, there is one item that is particularly elusive." Aaron reflected. "What might that be?" Ivy inquired, puzzled by the notion that something could not be acquired with money. "The blood of a newborn dragon. Is that truly difficult to obtain? Aren't there plenty at the research facility?" At this juncture, it is not the hatching time for the young dragons. The eggs have been placed in the greenhouse and will not be handed over to the adult female dragons for incubation until 5 months have elapsed. "Aunt, is it possible to acquire it from France?" Ivy asked Wendy once more. "No, the climate there is quite similar to here. However, I do have a means to obtain sunward grass. That works as well. It expedites the process." Young dragons, Ivy's mind raced. Suddenly, he recalled that Hagrid possessed a dragon egg that was on the verge of hatching. "The blood of the young dragon will be mine. Can you really procure it?" Aaron asked, somewhat astonished. "Rest assured, leave it to me." "Very well. I shall begin gathering materials on my end. If we secure the sunward grass, we only need to acquire the starry flowers," Aaron promptly resolved. "Thank you immensely, dear ladies." Ivy straightened and bowed to them. "And how shall you repay us?" Ivy yearned to utter a phrase of devotion, but the instinct for self-preservation held him back. Harry rubbed his eyes as he stumbled out of bed. "Merry Christmas!" His friend Ron greeted him from amidst a pile of gifts. "Merry Christmas to you too," Harry replied, quickly noticing the presents at his bedside. "Come here, look. I received several gifts," he exclaimed. "Of course they're gifts. What else could they be? A roaring letter?" Ron approached his own heap of presents, which significantly outnumbered Harry's. "This is from Hagrid," Harry said, picking up the topmost parcel. The scrawled handwriting was barely legible, but he could make out Hagrid's name. Unwrapping it revealed a crudely crafted flute. Another parcel contained merely a note in an envelope. The note read, "We receive your letter and have enclosed your Christmas gift." It was signed Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. As he tore open the envelope, a 50-pence coin spilled out. Not bad. Quite generous. Really, Harry mused, examining the coin. How peculiar. Is this the currency of the Muggle world? Ron stared intently at the coin. If you like it, take it. Harry tossed it to him. Ignoring Ron's ecstatic expression, Harry turned his attention back to the remaining parcels, counting on his fingers. This is from Hagrid, this one from Aunt and Uncle. And I suspect that the last is from Ivy. But who could the others be from? I'm not entirely sure about the rest. But I believe I know who this one is from, Ron said, blushing slightly as he pointed to a plump, stuffed paper parcel. It's from my mum. I remarked to her, "Do you believe few will remember to gift you?" She merely smiled. Before I could finish, Harry had already begun unwrapping the package. Inside lay a thick, vibrant green hand-knitted sweater, accompanied by a sizable box of homemade milk toffees. Oh dear, she has crafted for you a sweater unique to the Weasley family. Ron uttered a desperate groan. Harry shed his coat and donned the sweater, which bore a large, embroidered H on the chest. "It fits perfectly," he exclaimed joyfully as he admired his reflection in the mirror. "She knits us one every year. Mine is always a deep maroon." Ron pointed to the garments draped over the bed. "She is truly wonderful." Harry savored another piece of toffee, which was exceptionally sweet. "You should try one," he offered to Ron. "No, you enjoy it. I have my own box." Next, he unwrapped a gift from Hermione, a large box of chocolate frogs. "Oh, I forgot to mention she should send some Muggle treats. I have grown weary of these," Ron remarked, popping one into his mouth. Without wishing to critique Ron's contradictory sentiments, Harry turned his attention to the remaining two parcels. He first picked up the rather flat one, which felt surprisingly light. Upon unwrapping it, a silvery, liquid-like substance cascaded to the floor, shimmering as it pooled. "I have heard of this." Ron stared in astonishment at the ground, still engrossed in unwrapping Hermione's gift. "If I am not mistaken, this should be an invisibility cloak." Invisibility cloak? Harry retrieved the glowing garment from the floor. It felt peculiar to the touch, as if woven from water. "I am certain it is indeed an invisibility cloak." "Quickly, try it on," urged Ron, as Harry draped the cloak over his shoulders. "Indeed, I told you so. Look in the mirror." Harry rushed to the mirror, and to his amazement, he saw only his head floating in midair, his body entirely invisible. He pulled the cloak over his head, and instantly, he vanished from view in the reflection. Chapter 37, Merry Christmas. Within the parcel was a letter. Ron fished out an envelope and handed it to Harry. He removed the cloak and opened the letter, which read, "Your father left this for me before he passed. It is time to return it to you. Use it wisely, and I wish you a heartfelt Merry Christmas." "What is it?" Ron nudged him, noticing his daze. "Nothing." Harry felt an unsettling mystery surrounding this matter. Who had gifted the invisibility cloak? If it truly belonged to his father, why hadn't he used it to escape Voldemort's pursuit? Before he could ponder further, the dormitory door swung open abruptly, and Fred and George Weasley burst in. Harry hurriedly concealed the cloak. He was not ready for others to know. "Merry Christmas. Have you received any gifts?" "Look." Harry also received a Weasley sweater. They entered chattering excitedly, both adorned in the family's signature attire. George glanced at the name on the gift box. "Harry, it is a Christmas gift from Ivy. Hurry and open it." Harry unwrapped the gift box to reveal over 20 exquisitely packaged cakes, neatly stacked together, with a voice letter perched atop. Upon opening the letter, it soared into the air, emanating Ivy's voice. "Furry, Merry Christmas. This is a Christmas gift, and it is not just for you. Ron, Fred, George, and Percy all have a share. Do try the mousse cake I concocted. May you all enjoy a delightful holiday." The intonation mirrored Ivy's spirited tone. "Wow, is that cake? Let me have a taste." Ron knows that Ivy's treats are always top-notch. He opened a box to find a rectangular cake, strikingly beautiful. It was a chocolate cake, with alternating layers of dark and white chocolate. The surface was coated with a hardened white chocolate shell, adorned with a sprinkling of sunflower seeds. Ron eagerly grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. So good," he mumbled, his words indistinct. The others soon joined in, their appreciative murmurs rising in chorus. "What is all the commotion about?" Percy peered through the door, wearing an expression of discontent. He had just been unwrapping Christmas gifts himself, a sweater draped over his arm. The observant Fred swiftly snatched it. "P stands for prefect. Put on, Percy. We're all wearing ours, Ron. What about you?" "Hurry up," Fred called out to Ron. "I don't like the dark burgundy color." "I remember telling her so," Ron half-heartedly complained as he set down his cake and donned the sweater. "All right, Now we're all wearing them. Even Harry has one. You should hurry. George urged Percy. I don't want to wear it. Percy resisted, but the twins, disregarding his protests, forcibly pulled the sweater over him. Okay, that's enough. Let us head to the Christmas feast. Wait, I just saw you eating cake. Oh, don't worry, Ivy sent plenty. Ron, take one for Percy. You glutton. The table was laden with an abundance of ham, bacon, and pork chops, while the dining cart showcased an array of desserts. Ivy had even baked some chips. Having grown accustomed to fries, Erin and her friends greatly appreciated this new culinary twist. Lastly, Ivy had prepared several plates of fried noodles. In summary, the Christmas dinner was exceptionally lavish. However, when Ivy suggested they indulge in some drinks, her invitation was politely declined. In the southeastern district of Sman, Erin drove slowly. The area was residential, bustling with foot traffic, skateboarders, rollerbladers, and cyclists were abundant. What number at Sman Community? Ivy prompted her. 67, she reminded. Just yesterday, Hermione had written to say she would be staying at Ivy's for the night, and they would head to school together the following day. Sman Community was an upscale, detached neighborhood, fully equipped with various large supermarkets and shopping centers. The car gradually made its way deeper into the area, eventually stopping in front of Villa 67. Hermione, Ivy exclaimed as she exited the car, cupping her hands around her mouth to shout. Betty, who had just alighted, quickly covered her ears. Bang! The window on the right side of the third floor swung open with a force. Hermione popped her head out, waving excitedly at the two. Then she vanished from the window, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps descending the stairs, and the villa door was flung open. Hermione rushed towards them. Slow down, Ivy, she said, somewhat exasperated by her impetuous nature. You all made it. Hermione dashed into Betty's embrace, the two of them enveloped in a warm hug. Have you packed everything? Mr. Granger and the others they went to work. They only spent 2 days at home for Christmas, Ivy replied. Miss Granger, let us assist you with your luggage, Erin said as she stepped out of the car. Hermione turned to Ivy. This is my mother, Erin, Ivy introduced her. Thank you for coming all this way, Mrs. Erin. Hermione bowed in gratitude, then led everyone into the room, inviting them to sit and pouring each of them a cup of coffee. Don't fuss over it, Hermione. We should get going soon. I still need to prepare lunch. Ivy urged. All right, my luggage is inside. There is quite a bit, Hermione said, feeling a tad embarrassed as she rushed to the study to retrieve a large cart. So much stuff. Hermione, what on earth did you bring? Most of it is books, Hermione scratched her head. No witties. Apart from the owl, which needs to be handled separately, everything else is manageable, Erin replied, pulling out a bag that Ivy used during her holiday. You can use this. She tossed the strap to Ivy. The undetectable extension charm? Hermione's eyes brightened. Yes, let's get to work. After a flurry of activity, they packed everything neatly. Let's go. Although they drove as quickly as possible, they still arrived home around noon. There is no time to cook now. Let us eat out. We can go shopping for groceries in the afternoon and have hot pot for dinner, Ivy suggested. Sound good. They swiftly helped Hermione settle her luggage before driving to the city center, where they found a French restaurant not far from Cambridge University. The French cuisine here was exceptionally authentic, and the meticulous service and romantic atmosphere of the restaurant made for a delightful experience. Chapter 38. The End of the Holiday. When it came to dealing with trolls, the shortcomings became glaringly evident. Nearly all attacks failed to penetrate the troll's defenses. The only way to break a troll's leg was thanks to someone buying enough time for him. Relying on others for assistance each time was unrealistic. Yet altering the situation proved to be quite challenging. Despite his extensive practice with transfiguration, the results had been rather minimal. Thus far, he could only manage a simple unlocking spell. In terms of defensive capabilities, his energy orbs could only be compressed to the size of a volleyball at most. While this was sufficient against ordinary wizards, it was utterly inadequate when faced with those massive magical creatures. Ironically, he frequently had to contend with such beings in the early stages. If basic attacks were insufficient, he would have to consider alternatives. Techniques like piercing, armor piercing, and critical hits, which he had encountered in his previous life's gaming experiences, were somewhat familiar to him. He had no leads on armor piercing or critical hits for now, but he was prepared to experiment with piercing. Under Ivy's guidance, the mud ball continuously morphed. At times it resembled animals, bears, dogs, or cats, indistinguishable from one another. Other times, it transformed into vehicles, which were easier to differentiate given the stark contrast between 2 and 4 wheels. Ultimately, regardless of its form, it fell short of being lifelike. It barely managed to resemble anything at all. Never mind, this was not something that could be rushed. I'll wait until I acquire the blood of a juvenile dragon and brew the bone-mending potion before attempting again. Strengthening the body inevitably enhances one's control. This is indeed a positive development. After all, Ivy is set to attend school, and with Wendy's arrival, she will have Aaron for companionship, alleviating any sense of solitude. This cake is absolutely delectable. Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson as she cradled the mousse cake, slowly feeding herself spoonfuls. I made plenty. I can take some with me tomorrow. Ivy gestured for her to eat more slowly. Do the Hufflepuffs cook as well as you do? Hermione, savoring the delicacies, gazed at him with a hint of admiration. It is rather peculiar. Despite Hermione's brilliance, she struggled to master the use of chopsticks. Up to this point, it had been Betty serving her dishes. Impossible. Mine is one of a kind. He took pride in this assertion. By the way, have Harry and the others written to you? Ivy sought to probe into the matter's progress. Don't even mention it. They've probably forgotten all about it. I even sent them Christmas gifts. Hermione's cheeks were stuffed with food, and her aggrieved expression, coupled with her fluffy chestnut hair, made her resemble a chipmunk. Ivy found her expression amusing and teased regarding gifts. Betty treats you so well and even adds extra dishes, yet I haven't seen you give her anything in return. I'll send something now. Hermione quickly devised a plan, puckering her oil-slicked lips and successfully smearing Betty's face. Betty's hand, which aimed to block her, froze mid-air. She shot a mischievous glance at Ivy and curled her index finger, delivering a playful flick to Hermione's head. Ouch! Hermione touched her head and looked up at her pitifully, unable to find a way to deal with the young girl. Betty continued to serve her dishes. Seizing the rare opportunity to tease Betty, Ivy appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. Should I write a letter to inquire about their progress? Hermione pondered, thinking it wise to stay informed. That makes sense. Stop chatting and hurry up. We need to finish eating and prepare for bed. After the holiday, within the Hogwarts dining hall, the return journey was quite straightforward. Ivy and the others did not take the train, but were brought directly by Aaron in the flying car. Upon arriving at the dining hall from the dormitory, they were greeted by a rather amusing sight. Harry and Ron slumped over, their chins resting on the table, accompanied by disheveled hair, resembling two frostbitten eggplants. It was evident they had not rested well the previous night. Hermione scrutinized the dark circles and drooping bags under their eyes. You wouldn't understand. Ron stretched his neck and struggled to sip some water. That's why I'm asking. You haven't broken any school rules again, have you? Speak up. How many points has Gryffindor lost this time? Hermione's imagination ran wild, and her temper flared once more. Don't make baseless accusations. Ron slammed his hand on the table, preparing to confront Hermione. However, he quickly sat back down, all his anger dissipating. Forget it. I don't have the energy to argue with you, he declared, downing a glass of juice and clearing his throat. It's actually all Harry's fault. Harry glanced at him, intrigued. What are you staring at? Are you denying your involvement? Ron, sensing Harry's defiance, stood up and launched into a tirade. I told you time and again not to go near that cursed mirror. It's strange. Yet you refuse to listen. Look where that got us. Neither of us has had a decent night's sleep in 2 or 3 days. What mirror? Were you not supposed to check on Nicodemus in the Forbidden Forest? Hermione was thoroughly confused. The mirror, what was it called again? Oh, the Mirror of Ariste. This tale must begin with the Christmas gift, as Ron succinctly recounted the events leading up to it. What? You two sneaked out again in the middle of the night. Hey, aren't you focusing on the wrong thing? What do you mean wrong? You should be looking for someone, yet you are fixated on a mere mirror. We intended to find someone who would have anticipated encountering that mirror. I don't care. You two are more trouble than you're worth. What do you mean handed it to you? It was your own request. What do you mean your own? We are in this together. We are a team. This couple truly possesses vitality. Observing Ron, who seemed rejuvenated, Ivy remarked. And you? Ivy inquired, turning to Harry, who still appeared lethargic. I'm Fine, but I still can't muster any energy. This won't do. We need to find a way to divert our attention. We can't constantly dwell on sorrowful matters. He is now disinterested in finding Nicholas. What else can distract him? It seems the argument with Hermione has concluded. Isn't there still the Quidditch match? A couple of games to relax would suffice. Ivy contemplated. Let us hope so. Otherwise, I may never sleep soundly again. Ron yawned. UNT died from a few sleepless nights. The banter resumed. Chapter 39, Exposure. Hufflepuff Common Room. Let us find a time to venture into the Forbidden Forest again. Ivy lounged on the sofa by the fire. Haven't you already concocted your base? Why would you want to venture back in? Betty sat beside him, perusing a book. That's merely a standard version. Even muggles can manage that. As a wizard, my standards must be elevated. Aren't you afraid of encountering any more mishaps? Betty reminded him of their previous experience. I'm not the same as I was then. Besides, how is your elemental magic progressing? I lack talent for these offensive spells and have only managed to learn one. Sufficient. Have you made any progress on the dragon's blood? The next day, during the break, Ivy and Betty were basking in the sun on a bench in the courtyard. Ivy, you absolutely won't believe what is hidden in that room. The trio approached with excitement. Indeed, but we owe a debt of gratitude to Neville for bringing the card. Ron chimed in with enthusiasm. So in that room, Ivy followed their lead. The Philosopher's Stone. That room conceals the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione exclaimed, her excitement palpable. It is an ancient alchemical product that can transmute any metal into gold. And most importantly, it grants immortality. Its possessor, Nicholas Flamel, has lived for over 650 years. Quite detailed, Ivy marveled. Since we have clarified most of the questions, who do you think has a greater suspicion? Snape or Quirrell? Quirrell. Ron was the first to speak, expressing an opinion starkly different from before. Indeed, it is Quirrell. Hermione elaborated, explaining that Dumbledore must have been aware of someone attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, which is why he took measures to protect it. Snape has been at Hogwarts for so long without any reaction from Dumbledore, but the moment Quirrell arrived, things began to change. This is telling enough. Moreover, you mentioned that on the day of the Gringotts break-in, Quirrell was also present. Logical and convincing. Ivy was about to express her approval with a nice. However, during my last venture cloaked in invisibility to seek out the enchanted mirror, I unexpectedly encountered the two of them. Do not be alarmed. I remained undetected. Hermione furrowed her brows as she gazed at him. At that moment, Severus Snape was gripping Quirrell by the collar, hurling threats with his lips. He certainly did not appear to be a man of virtue. Harry could be quite obstinate at times. You are exceedingly biased. Your perspective is utterly unjust. Hermione's dissatisfaction with Harry's remarks was palpable. All evidence pointed towards Quirrell bearing far greater suspicion than Snape. Indeed, Harry, while I too harbor disdain for Snape, the matter is evident. It must be Quirrell. Ron concurred. Very well. I concede that you are correct. Quirrell is indeed more suspect, Harry replied with resignation. There is no need to feel compelled. Fortuitously, we have an opportunity to validate our suspicions, Ivy remarked with a smile. What opportunity? I just heard that Snape will be officiating the next match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. What? Snape, as the referee? He will undoubtedly make things difficult for us. Our chances of winning the Quidditch Cup are doomed. We will not secure the House Cup. The three exclaimed in dismay. Enough. These are trivial matters. Discerning whether Snape is a villain is of utmost importance. Snape is the headmaster. If he truly is a thief, Ivy did not continue. Confident that the trio comprehended his implication. You are correct. Safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone is paramount, Harry wholeheartedly agreed. But could this be overly perilous? Hermione expressed her concerns. If we misjudge, Harry could find himself in grave danger. Perhaps you should refrain from participating in the match. That would be the safest course, Ron suggested. Do not fret. It is vital for us to ascertain Snape's allegiance. We must proceed with our investigation. Harry had made up his mind. Before the match commenced, within the Gryffindor locker room, Wood pulled Harry aside and spoke gravely. I do not wish to place undue pressure on you, Harry, but today we must capture the golden snitch faster than ever, lest we afford Snape the opportunity to favor Hufflepuff. Unfortunately, Harry was not in the mood to respond. He felt a wave of anxiety. Despite being fairly certain that Snape was on their side, he could not shake the fear of uncertainty. He was wagering his very life. In the Hufflepuff stands, Ivy and Betty had taken their positions, ready to cheer for their house. Dumbledore's presence diminished the atmosphere considerably, yet it was not a significant issue. He glanced towards the Gryffindor section, which was bustling with activity. A scuffle had ensued among 5 or 6 individuals, Ron, Neville, and the trio of Malfoy. Ron landed a solid punch to Malfoy's right eye, and Malfoy retaliated with a swift strike to Ron's nose. Soon, they were locked in a fierce embrace, grappling each other's necks. Meanwhile, Neville and his companions had become entangled on the ground, with Neville clearly at a disadvantage. Have they begun fighting again? Betty followed his gaze. One might say they have finally engaged in combat. It is always mere bluster until it comes to blows, Ivy remarked, reveling in their misfortune. Your friends are being assaulted, and you stand idly by. Not at all. I am silently offering them my prayers. The focus shifted back to the field. To speak candidly, although he was friends with Harry and the others, Ivy still harbored a desire to see Gryffindor lose the House Cup. Thus he fervently cheered for his own team. Alas, his team was woefully inadequate. The disparity among the seekers was glaring. As anticipated, merely 5 minutes into the match, the golden snitch was seized by Harry. Huzzah! We are victorious. Long live Harry Potter. Even the commentator, Lee Jordan, could scarcely contain his exhilaration. Ladies and gentlemen, let's extend our congratulations to Gryffindor. What is this? Under the cloak of night, Ivy was drawn into a room by the trio. Hush! Harry scanned the surroundings to ensure Peeves was absent before recounting the events he had witnessed in the Forbidden Forest. What are your thoughts? Ivy inquired after listening intently. I now believe Quirrell is indeed the thief, Harry mused. Why? After hearing your account, I find myself somewhat sympathetic towards Quirrell, Ron exclaimed in astonishment. How disingenuous. His facade is overly contrived. I cannot fathom how such a person could possibly be the defense against the dark arts instructor. Ron, consider the performances of our other professors. Madam Hooch, Professor McGonagall, even Snape. In comparison, Quirrell's display is utterly inadequate. Even Neville understands the need to resist. His demeanor suggests an intent to divert attention and evade scrutiny. Harry, at this moment, exhibited an extraordinary level of insight. Now that we have identified a suspect, the remainder becomes manageable. We should keep a closer watch on Quirrell and ensure he does not exploit any weaknesses, Ivy concluded. However, I have heard that the stone will soon be gone. Ron interjected abruptly. That is even better. It confirms the timeline for the crime. Observing the somber expressions of the trio, Ivy gently reassured them not to overthink. The circumstances are currently in our favor. Quirrell likely remains oblivious to his exposure, and judging by his current performance, he certainly pales in comparison to Snape. Should we directly inform Dumbledore? That would be the most prudent course of action, Hermione proposed. No, we lack evidence. No one would believe us. For reference, consider Hagrid, Harry replied, shaking his head. Chapter 40. The Hatching of the Dragon Egg. Prior to this, prepare for solitary confrontation. It would be wise for you to dedicate some time to learning a few practical spells. Although Quirrell may not rival Snape, he remains our defense against the dark arts teacher. Do not underestimate him. I shall seek out Barty for guidance tomorrow. You two must not be idle. Hermione asserted with a nod, her tone serious. Ah, Ron groaned in dismay, turning to find Harry beside him, seemingly unperturbed. He nudged him, asking what is wrong. What else could it be but eternal life? Ron replied without hesitation. No, it is not that simple. I just remembered that every time I catch a glimpse of Quirrell's back, my scar begins to ache. Previously, I thought it was due to Snape. Harry pondered the connection between himself and Quirrell. Moreover, why only the back? This is rather peculiar. Can you recall the scene of your first encounter? Ivy inquired. Why did you not shake your hand? Ivy pressed on. How should I know? The ensuing days grew increasingly hectic. Harry and the others, for reasons unknown, became deeply invested in this matter. To this end, Hermione undertook the study of the activation charm under Betty's guidance, a spell that transforms stillness into motion. This enchantment is exceedingly challenging, typically reserved for students in their 4th or 5th year. Even the exceptionally gifted Betty had only just begun to grasp its fundamentals. Hermione practiced diligently for an extended period, managing to perform it with some difficulty. She aspired to animate a paper butterfly, surveilling Quirrell's quarters outside of class hours. However, she soon realized this approach was impractical, as her magical energy waned too swiftly, lasting no more than 20 minutes at best. Hermione, there's no need for such complexity, Ivy suggested. With the hustle and bustle of daytime, Quirrell is unlikely to act then. The optimal time would be at night, when everyone is fast asleep. Ivy reminded her that overexerting herself was unnecessary. Yet, that period felt interminable. I estimate he won't make a move anytime soon. He intends to speak more to alleviate the trio's incessant suspicions. As long as Dumbledore is on campus, I doubt Quirrell has the audacity to act under his watchful eye. Indeed, Dumbledore had vanquished 2 Dark Lords. Harry evidently held great confidence in Dumbledore. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest stood Hagrid's modest hut. Knock, knock, knock. Ivy rapped on the wooden door. Who is it? Hagrid inquired as he opened the door. Ivy? Betty? What brings you both here? It's been a while, Hagrid. I brought you a little something, Ivy replied, lifting a bag nearly her own size, filled with an assortment of junk food. Hamburgers, soda, fries, and the like. Thank you. I haven't had Muggle food in ages. Cool mean. Hagrid stepped aside. Once inside, the trio settled around the hearth. Hagrid first pulled out 2 boxes of fries, handing them to Ivy and Betty, and then retrieved a hamburger, devouring it whole. Delicious. I believe this is called a hamburger, correct? He chewed a few times before swallowing. I'm glad you enjoy it, Hagrid. I won't beat around the bush. I came here today with a request for your assistance. Observing Hagrid's pleased demeanor, Ivy seized the moment. I appreciate your candor. Speak freely. Whatever you need, I shall assist you, Hagrid declared, thumping his chest confidently. I heard from Harry that you possess a dragon egg. Am I right? Puffed. Hagrid, caught mid-sip of his soda, spluttered. Harry, you big mouth. You haven't told anyone else, have you? Rest assured, Harry only confided in us. Ivy gestured for Hagrid to relax. We wish to inquire about the status of the dragon egg. What do you intend to do? We seek a small amount of its blood. Dragon's blood? What do you need it for? It's primarily for my mother. She concocts a potion that requires the essence of a young dragon. Aileen, is it? Well, as long as you don't draw too much, it shouldn't cause significant harm. Hagrid remained trusting of Aileen. Then I extend my gratitude on behalf of my mother, Ivy said with a respectful bow. No trouble at all. I was quite familiar with her during her school days, Hagrid replied nonchalantly. How much longer until the egg hatches? Soon. I've kept it near the fire. It shouldn't exceed a week. Hagrid pondered for a moment. When it hatches, I'll send word to you, and you can come along with Harry and the others. Very well then, we shan't intrude any longer. Herbology class. Ivy, recently, a group of students has successfully transplanted a crying flower, and Professor Sprout has granted them a moment of respite. At this juncture, Harry discreetly called out to him, gesturing toward a note he held. What's the matter? Ivy approached. Hagrid just sent a letter saying the dragon egg is about to hatch. Let's go have a look, Ron exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Shoo, keep your voices down to avoid being overheard. Harry noticed Malfoy eavesdropping not far off. You can't be serious about going, Ivy. You wouldn't act recklessly, would you? Hermione admonished sternly. Come on, Hermione. How many times in our lives will we witness a fire dragon hatching? Ron was eager to skip class and head directly there. If we skip class, we'll land in a heap of trouble. If anyone discovers what Hagrid has done, he'll be worse off than us. Hermione clearly disagreed. Let us not argue, Hermione. During our break, we can sneak a quick peek, can't we? Ivy attempted to mediate. Well, fine, Hermione reluctantly conceded. As soon as the bell rang, the five of them hastily dropped their shovels and sprinted across the grass towards Hagrid's hut. Upon their arrival, Hagrid stood at the door, his face glowing with joy. Quick, it's about to hatch, he exclaimed eagerly. Entering the hut, they found the dragon egg resting on the table, already cracked. Through the fissure, they could see a dark shape pushing its way out. They gathered around the table, holding their breath in anticipation. With a sharp scraping sound, the shell broke open. The first thing to emerge was an ugly head, which flailed desperately. After a struggle, the opening widened, and the little fire dragon crawled out entirely. Is this what fire dragon looks like? It's so ugly, Hermione immediately expressed her disdain. Indeed, I expected it to be much more majestic, Ron echoed, his enthusiasm waning. The newly hatched dragon was undeniably unimpressive, its body a dull black like a featherless chicken, with fleshy wings resembling chicken wings, adorned with numerous barbs. Its forehead boasted two protruding lumps, coupled with orange-red eyes, rendering it both fierce and grotesque. Once it emerged, it quickly devoured its shell. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Hagrid gazed intently at the hatchling. Hagrid, let us admire it later. I need to draw some blood first, Ivy said, taking out a syringe. Be gentle, don't hurt it, Hagrid stepped aside. Do not worry. This syringe was specially obtained from Eileen. It won't hurt and will leave no wound. The syringe lacked a needle. Ivy merely placed the tip against the hatchling's neck, and the sulfur-colored blood gradually flowed into the tube. After filling more than half the syringe, the little creature appeared noticeably weaker, although it felt no pain. Is that really necessary? Hagrid expressed concern for the feeble hatchling. Observing its drooping demeanor, Ivy retrieved a large piece of honey-glazed steak from her bag and placed it before the dragon. The little creature sniffed it tentatively, then, like a starving wretch, began gnawing at the steak, sending juices flying everywhere. Ivy, what do you need so much dragon blood for? Hermione inquired. Eileen needs it. Since you mentioned Hagrid has some, I thought I'd ask. The steak looks delightful. Is there any left? Please bring me a piece. Ron's focus was entirely on his meal. Ivy shot him a glance and handed him a slice. Hagrid, do Norwegian ridgebacks grow quickly? Hermione inquired, observing the young dragon devouring its food. Relatively fast, Hagrid replied, his voice suddenly halting as he strode towards the window. A boy was just peeking in through here. Hagrid's words reminded Harry of Malfoy's eavesdropping during class. He dashed to the door and peered outside, spotting a lean figure with a golden pompadour. It was Malfoy. He could never be mistaken. What do we do? Malfoy's seen the dragon. He'll surely report us. Ron exclaimed, his appetite for the steak waning. There's no need to panic, Ivy reassured them, providing a calming presence. Why? If he reports us, someone must believe him. Just like if you were to report Quirrell, would anyone take you seriously? We indeed lack evidence. Hermione remained anxious. Then we must make the dragon disappear. As long as no one discovers it in this room, Hagrid can escape any repercussions, Ivy continued. The simplest solution would be for you, Hagrid, to hide it in the Forbidden Forest and check on occasionally. Absolutely not. Hagrid interjected before Harry and the others could voice their opinions. Norbert is too small. He would perish without supervision. Who is Norbert? The dragon, of course. I just named him. Norberta? That's even worse. She can barely take care of herself. let alone a dragon. Ivy sighed. Well, if that's the case, there's another option. If you find this unsatisfactory, I am at a loss. What do you mean? Ron asked. Well, what does your brother do? My brother? Ron was caught off guard. Yes. Charlie, Harry exclaimed, a light dawning upon him. We can contact your brother Charlie. Isn't he in Romania, studying dragons? We could send Norbert to him for care. What do you think, Hagrid? This way, we needn't worry about Norbert dying in the wild. It sounds good, but we've only had him for a few days. Just to part with him like this. Hagrid's eyes threatened to well with tears. It's not like we're sending him off immediately. Romania is quite far. It will take time for a message to reach him, giving you all ample time together, Ron replied impatiently. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. All right, I will contact Charlie. We shall await his response. Indeed, Romania was far away. It took 4 or 5 days for news to arrive, stretching into Thursday evening at the dining hall. How'd it go? Harry inquired eagerly. Midnight? The timing of the handover posed a dilemma for Hermione. Don't worry, Hermione. We have the invisibility cloak, Harry reassured her, though he remained unconcerned. But the cloak cannot conceal all of us, Hermione pointed out. Then let Harry and Ron go. With Norbert, that should suffice, Ivy suggested. I think we should bring one more, Ron mused, calculating the size. The dragon had grown alarmingly fast. In just 3 or 4 days, it had doubled in size. Who could predict what it would look like by next Saturday? Ample space was essential, Ivy insisted, advocating for a forward-thinking perspective. I'll stay behind. You all have the cloak, making it easier for you. Although I possess the freedom to move about, it inevitably raises suspicions among others. This exhausting and thankless endeavor is one that Ivy wishes to avoid. Leave it to us, she asserts. Time passes gently in anticipation. Yet the progression of events often exceeds expectations. Indeed, Ron was bitten by Norbert last night while feeding him, and upon waking the next day, his hand had swollen to twice its size. Initially reluctant to consult Madame Pomfrey, by the afternoon, Ron's entire hand had taken on a ghastly green hue. Are you allergic to Norbert? Ivy inquired as she supported Ron on their way to the infirmary, her gaze fixated on his verdant hand. It could also be attributed to Norbert's saliva. Nevertheless, Ron's spirits remained surprisingly high, and he even managed to jest. As evening approached, a few friends returned to visit Ron. Ivy had brought along an abundance of delectable treats. You finally arrived. I thought I was going to be driven mad by Madame Pomfrey, Ron exclaimed, relief evident on his face. She doesn't believe your story? Harry chuckled. Of course not. What kind of creature could turn a person green? Ron replied, his agitation palpable. It's all right. Once Saturday passes, it will all be over, Hermione reassured him. I hope so, Ron echoed. Oh, by the way, Malfoy just made an excuse to come in and mock me. Ron seethed, gritting his teeth. He threatened to tell Madame Pomfrey what bit me, and even snatch my book. What book? Hermione inquired. The one that contains... Ron abruptly halted, sitting upright in bed. Oh no, what's wrong? Harry wondered, fearing that Norbert's saliva might contain a neurotoxin that had affected Ron's mind. You should just burn it after reading. Why keep it? Hermione remarked, exasperated. I forgot. Ron lamented, covering his face in despair. You all must leave. He needs to rest. Madame Pomfrey interjected as she entered the room. It's all right, Ron. We'll find another way. You just focus on resting, Ivy said. Yes, leave it to us. Both Harry and Hermione comforted him. Once they exited the common room, Hermione's expression soured. What do we do now? The situation has worsened. Originally, it was just Ron who couldn't go, but now Malfoy is aware. It's too late to alter our plans. We can't afford to pass the message again. This is our only opportunity, Harry stated. Then we stick to the plan? If it becomes troublesome, I'll go with Harry. As for Malfoy, even if he knows the specifics, it won't matter. We'll be cloaked in invisibility and will exercise caution to avoid detection, Ivy declared to the two. All right, let us find Hagrid and inform him of the arrangements. Harry led the way toward the Forbidden Forest. Upon reaching the entrance, they discovered Hagrid seated outside with Fong, the door tightly shut. Fong's tail was wrapped in bandages, and Hagrid's trousers were tattered. It's nothing. Norbert is a bit agitated at the moment, so you shouldn't go in. Let us discuss anything you need right here, Hagrid said, as they conferred on their plans. Betty tiptoed to the window of the hut, peering inside. It would be wise for you to come and see first, she suddenly suggested from her vantage point at the window. What's going on? The others rushed over to the window to catch a glimpse. He has grown so big, Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Inside the room, Norbert's eyes was nearly comparable to that of Ivy. This would not do, with both Ivy and myself. The invisibility cloak would utterly fail to conceal us. Harry grew anxious. Due to continuous training, Ivy had developed exceptionally well, now standing a head taller than most. with a significantly larger physique. I can't go, he insisted. Harry, you and Hermione should assess the sizes of the others, he suggested. With no alternative, it came down to Hermione and Betty. Although Betty was only slightly taller than Hermione, her involvement would complicate matters as Harry would have to fetch her. Thus, Hermione emerged as the optimal choice. Harry had no other recourse. I shall procure some anesthetics from Eileen, and when the time comes, we will subdue Norbert to prevent any unforeseen complications, he declared. I will prepare some provisions and, some brandy as well. We wouldn't want Norbert to go hungry. Hagrid remained concerned about Norbert's sustenance. Enough of that, Hagrid. Adding food and drink will only increase the volume, heightening the risk of exposure. A little hunger won't kill him. Ivy retorted impatiently. Hermione, we can use spells to lighten the load when the time comes. Focus on the box. Dragons have considerable resistance, he reminded. Hermione nodded in acknowledgement. Just 2 days left. Be cautious and avoid any slip-ups. If Malfoy bothers you, inform me, and I shall ensure he behaves. After dinner on Saturday, Ivy wished Harry and Hermione good luck, handing Harry a syringe before departing. Around 10 o'clock that evening, Harry gently knocked on the girls' dormitory door, calling out softly, Hermione. She opened the door, surprised at the early hour. It's better to leave early. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, we will have time to rectify them, Harry advised. With the invisibility cloak draped over them, they exited the common room. Just as they departed, Neville emerged from the dormitory and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to follow them. Little did Harry and Hermione know that their endeavor had already caught Neville's attention. The night was shrouded in dense clouds, obscuring any starlight, casting the outside world into utter darkness. Harry, lantern in hand, approached the hunting lodge where Hagrid awaited. Norbert was secured within a box, from which sounds of thrashing and biting emanated. I placed his toy inside. I feared he might feel lonely, Hagrid muttered. Hagrid, Norbert will not feel lonely. I assure you he will sleep soundly, Harry responded, producing the syringe and injecting the anesthetic through the ventilation hole. The box gradually fell silent. The effect is remarkable, Harry remarked, observing the stillness within the box. Ivy mentioned that he had Eileen increase the dosage to ensure Norbert would be as still as death. Hermione expressed her satisfaction as well. Harry attempted to lift the box. It was manageable, not overly heavy. The weight-reducing charm and the gravity spell are in effect, allowing a single person to lift it with ease, though its bulk is somewhat cumbersome, Hermione explained. Then let us hasten. They first covered the box with the invisibility cloak before squeezing inside. The confined space was too cramped to stand upright, forcing them to crouch as they moved, which significantly impeded their pace. After traversing the hunting grounds, the courtyard, and ascending numerous flights of stairs, they finally reached the base of the highest tower. At this moment, they were resting indoors. Thanks to your vigilance, it was fortuitous that they had exited early. Otherwise, with such a cumbersome load, they would certainly have been delayed. Hermione was grateful she heeded Harry's advice. While they engaged in light conversation during the break, a sudden commotion arose from ahead. They quickly rose, dragging the box into a corner, crouching atop it, and enveloping themselves in the invisibility cloak. After adjusting the edges to ensure no part of them was exposed, they held their breath and turned their gaze toward the approaching figure. It was Professor McGonagall, clad in plaid pajamas and a hairnet, holding a lantern in her left hand and gripping Draco Malfoy's ear with her right. Wandering about in the dead of night. How dare you? 20 points from Slytherin. You are in detention. Professor McGonagall's furious voice reached their ears, and the two nearly burst into laughter at the sight. You simply do not understand, Professor. Harry Potter is coming. He even has a dragon with him. Draco shouted, struggling. Nonsense. Where'd he get a dragon? You have concocted such a ridiculous lie. I shall see how Severus deals with you. Come along. Professor McGonagall dragged Malfoy away from the tower. Hooray! Malfoy is going to detention, Harry exclaimed, eagerly tearing off the invisibility cloak and dancing with joy. Oh no! Hermione, suddenly visible from under the cloak, was startled by his exuberance. It's all right, Hermione. With Malfoy taken away, we need not be so cautious. No one will come here at this hour. Harry turned, suggesting that they simply lift the box and ascend. With one hand clutching the invisibility cloak and the other lifting the box, Harry felt a sense of elation and relaxation, making the remainder of their journey lighthearted. Even the cold wind blowing from the high platform felt considerably gentler. At the top of the tower, the invisibility cloak was tossed aside as Harry and Hermione sat atop the box, discussing Malfoy's misfortune while patiently awaiting Charlie's friends. Like clockwork at midnight, 4 brooms descended from the sky. Hello there. I'm Liam, and you must be Harry Potter. It's a pleasure to meet you. A blonde, handsome lad jumped down to greet them. This trip has certainly been worthwhile. To meet the illustrious Harry Potter. The newcomers buzzed with excitement. Charlie's friends were straightforward individuals. By the way, where is Ron? Liam inquired. Oh, unfortunately, the Norwegian Ridgeback is one of the rare venomous dragons, someone remarked, expressing sympathy for Ron's predicament. Did you bring the hatchling? Upon hearing this, Harry kicked the box at his feet. It's right here. To prevent it from causing a ruckus, we administer a sedative. A wise choice. You must know that dragons can be quite temperamental. How did you plan to transport it? Tied to the broom? Harry had assumed they would arrive in a flying car. Harry, we are wizards. We have more convenient methods. Liam waved his wand at the box. The wooden crate rapidly shrank in size, ultimately condensing to that of a handbag. See, isn't this much more convenient? Liam said with a smile. Impressive. Hermione marveled. It's nothing. It's merely a hatchling, so its magical resistance is manageable. If it were any larger, we would indeed have to consider your suggestion. Liam picked up the box, suggesting they might converse again another time, for this was hardly a suitable venue for a chat. Farewell. He remounted his broom, taking Norbert with him. Watching Norbert depart, the two began their return journey, their spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. Norbert was safely escorted away, and Malfoy found himself in detention because of it. If they could also resolve the matter concerning Quirrell, this semester would be utterly flawless. In their overzealous pride, the duo completely forgot about the invisibility cloak left behind upstairs, soon to learn a harsh lesson. As they turned a corner, Filch's figure abruptly emerged from the shadows. Oh dear. Chapter 43. A Grave Loss. The following morning during breakfast, Ivy and Betty were making their way to the dining hall. They pondered whether their efforts had borne fruit. Ivy, with her hands clasped behind her head, leisurely ambled forward. Didn't you devise a rather comprehensive plan? Are you lacking confidence? Betty retorted. They're just children. No matter how thoroughly one prepares, unforeseen incidents are inevitable. Norbert should have been successfully delivered, but the points must still be deducted. As they passed through the corridor, a throng of Gryffindor students gathered around the hourglass recording the house points, staring in disbelief at the sudden loss of 150 points. Why were we docked 150 points? Who possesses such prowess? 150 points. I would even know how to deduct that much. Before they could approach, waves of furious discussions reached their ears. Looks like something went awry, Betty chuckled. But they did manage quite the feat in deducting 150 points. I wonder if Norbert was included in that. No more speculating. Let us go inquire, Ivy urged, hastening her pace. Upon entering the dining hall, Ivy confronted Harry. So, did you manage to mess things up again? Of course, Ivy was well aware of the outcome. She had come deliberately to tease him. She still held on to the hope of seeing Gryffindor lose the house cup. Norbert didn't mess up. We did, Harry replied. His eyelids heavy, his voice weak. Hermione bore a similar expression beside him. Quite impressive. You two managed to lose 150 points. Not 2, but 3, including Neville, Hermione interjected, covering her face. Come now, recount the events. Sigh. Everything was going smoothly. We took Norbert to the rooftop and handed him over to Charlie's friends. And because we wore the invisibility cloak, Malfoy couldn't expose us. He was caught by Professor McGonagall and put in detention. However, on our return, we became so self-satisfied that we left the cloak atop the roof and were subsequently caught by Filch. He brought us before Professor McGonagall, who deducted 50 points from each of us. As Harry recalled the events of the previous night, he repeatedly thudded his forehead against the dining table. He discovered our actions in the common room and followed us out. Later, upon hearing that Malfoy intended to report us, he rushed to warn us, only to be intercepted by Professor McGonagall. Ron clarified Betty's confusion. I didn't expect you to be quite so loyal, Ivy remarked, patting Neville on the shoulder. Neville sat there, unresponsive. Neville did nothing wrong. He was incredibly brave, merely caught up in our predicament, Hermione said, looking at Neville with an expression filled with regret. Still, Neville remained unresponsive. It was evident from their current seating arrangement just how unpopular Harry and his friends had become. Everyone kept their distance. Even the members of Gryffindor were no exception, save for Ron and a few others who sat with them at the back. At that moment, Malfoy approached with a group of Slytherins. Come, everyone, let's give thanks to our hero, Harry Potter. Thanks to his remarkable performance, we have secured the house cup ahead of schedule. Malfoy laughed maniacally. Although there had been some hiccups last night, his ultimate goal was achieved. He had successfully knocked Gryffindor out of the competition. Shut your foul mouth, Malfoy, Ron exclaimed, cursing him angrily. You should be grateful you got injured. Weasley. Otherwise, I fear your Gryffindor points would have been even more severely deducted. Well, how is your nose? Better? Malfoy feigned surprise. You. Ron was about to charge at him in fury. Enough, Ron, Ivy interjected, restraining him. Turning to Malfoy, she said, You may leave now, her tone calm yet firm. Humph. Malfoy, feeling embarrassed, found himself powerless against Ivy. With a huff, he turned and departed, content that he had vented his frustrations. Harry and his companions remained unresponsive throughout, silently enduring the consequences of their actions. Harry, relax. It's just a few points deducted. You can earn them back later, Ivy advised. However, Harry's mood did not improve. As they had never lost 150 points before, Ivy was unconcerned that Harry and the others would be resented by their fellow wizards. The Gryffindor students were akin to the toxic gamers of a past life. Rubbish when they were losing, and once retired, they would be told to find a job elsewhere. Yet, when they began to excel, misunderstandings vanished, and camaraderie was restored. It was strikingly real. You are right, Harry conceded, albeit reluctantly. With exams approaching, let us focus on our studies. The subsequent days were much more mundane. The trio and Neville spent their time immersed in the library, while Ivy, after visiting them once, chose to forego future visits. He now dedicated his days to physical training, practicing spells, and nurturing his relationship with Betty, enjoying a fulfilling life, free from the worries of impending exams. It's so cold, Neville remarked, clutching a skewer of meat and tightening his coat. Of course it's cold up here, Ron replied, gnawing on a piece of lamb. We still have to face Filch tonight for our punishment. Ivy, could you prepare some food for us? The girls might feel the chill more. Hermione and Betty are wrapped in blankets. How can you think about food at a time like this? We don't even know what we're going to do tonight, Ron admonished. Is it just the three of you? Betty inquired. Perfect. It presents a chance to give him a beating, Ivy joked. We were thinking the same thing. It's all that scoundrel's fault for making us the targets of everyone's disdain. Hermione said bitterly. Hermione, don't blame anyone else. It's our own doing, but let us be cautious, Harry corrected, then added. But that doesn't prevent us from teaching him a lesson. Exactly, Ron echoed loudly. Neville nodded in agreement. Count me in. The more, the merrier. Poor Malfoy. One can only hope he returns unscathed. By the way, I noticed that Quirrell has been acting strangely again. Harry concluded their idle chatter, shifting to more serious matters. You made another discovery? How fortunate for you to stumble upon it every time, Ron remarked, appearing somewhat constipated. Do not interrupt, Harry continued, recounting how Avy had struck him. As I left the library today, I heard voices coming from the adjacent classroom. I quietly approached and discovered Quirrell inside, seemingly engaged in conversation with someone. From his tone, it appeared he was being threatened. However, when he departed, I glanced into the classroom, only to find it utterly empty. Harry endeavored to convey his account succinctly. Is there more? Avy inquired, noticing his pause. Well, I saw no one and was about to leave when the door of the adjacent classroom suddenly swung open. This time, it was Snape. He seemed to be monitoring Quirrell. Did he exhibit any unusual behavior? No, just a remarkably light step, perhaps indicating he was in a good mood. Chapter 44. The Centaur Emerges. His steps had become lighter, Avy murmured to himself. Yes, that seems to be the case. My mind has been muddled from all the memorization lately. Could you assist me in analyzing this for any useful information? Harry asked. Let us start with the straightforward aspects. There are two potential explanations for Professor Snape's demeanor. First, Quirrell's plans may not be proceeding smoothly. Second, he might have overheard Quirrell's forthcoming intentions, Avy proposed. Both sound rather promising, Ron remarked. Indeed, these scenarios are undoubtedly encouraging news. Can we then rest easy? Hermione queried. What risks do you perceive? Do you think a desperate individual would simply capitulate, or might they resort to desperate measures? Both possibilities exist, Hermione replied with a furrowed brow. Moreover, Quirrell himself presents a conundrum. He is likely acting under someone else's influence, Avy asserted confidently. Didn't Harry just mention that he saw no one else? Ron questioned skeptically. We are wizards, Ron. Do you truly believe that everything must transpire face to face? Even muggles have telephone booths, Avy retorted with exasperation. And what about the remaining 10%? Hermione pressed. Perhaps it indicates a split personality. Among those who study dark magic, 9 out of 10 are likely to have psychological issues. If that is the case, I suspect Quirrell may indeed be suffering from a form of schizophrenia. He often behaves quite erratically, Ron pondered aloud. Harry recalled Quirrell's various peculiar behaviors, and while Avy found it hard to dispute that Quirrell was odd, such a conclusion contradicted their previous deductions. His eccentricities could very well be a ruse. On what basis do you conclude that he is being manipulated? Betty interjected. Because the logic does not align. Quirrell cannot even best Snape, let alone Dumbledore. If he were not under someone's influence, Snape would have eliminated him long ago, rather than allowing him to persist for so long. But who could possibly manipulate a dark wizard like him? She continued to question. I cannot say for certain. Harry felt a wave of unease wash over him. Who could it be? Quirrell was already a formidable dark wizard, Who could command someone of such caliber? Avi interrupted his thoughts. Harry, why is it always you? What do you mean, always me? The library was your domain, the Forbidden Forest too. And now this. It's as if you consistently find yourself in these predicaments, Hermione teased. Exactly. Harry, don't you find it strange? We are always together. Yet I have never encountered such occurrences, Ron added. What could this possibly indicate? Harry wondered, feeling somewhat bewildered. It suggests that someone wishes for you to be aware of these matters. Who? I do not know. Harry was at a loss, pondering how these matters always seemed to lack closure. It was still early, and he found it incomprehensible if Avi had not glimpsed events from past life. He too would have struggled to make sense of it all. The pressing concern was how to navigate the impending punishment. Upon returning to the Hufflepuff common room, he asked, Are you ready? Yes, came the reply. Let us embark on an adventure in the Forbidden Forest. With a grand gesture, he set off with Betty. It did not take long for the two to reach the edge of the Forbidden Forest, having grown accustomed to the path. However, a minor interruption occurred when they encountered Filch along the way. Fortunately, Avi had the right to roam freely, and Filch said nothing. What are you up to, Hagrid? They inquired, spotting him by the hut, lantern in hand and crossbow slung over his shoulder with a dog trailing behind. Observing his fully armed demeanor, Avi feigned ignorance. What brings you here? Hagrid asked. We're looking for something in the Forbidden Forest. What? Absolutely not. It's far too dangerous, especially at night. There are all sorts of creatures lurking within. Don't worry, we'll just gather some herbs from the outskirts and won't venture too deep. That is still perilous. You should wait here for a moment. Harry and the others will be along shortly. It's better to go together. Harry is coming? Avi exclaimed. Didn't you know? Professor McGonagall assigned Harry and his group to patrol the Forbidden Forest with me as punishment. How thrilling. They must be delighted to hear that. Avi said with a hint of schadenfreude. Haha, I too look forward to their expressions. All right then, Hagrid, you stay here while we head in, Avi suggested opportunistically. Sure, I'll wait here. You two go ahead, Hagrid said with a wave. Once their figures vanished into the woods, Hagrid suddenly realized, slapping his forehead. Blast, how could I let them go? Thus, it was evident that Hagrid was not particularly astute. No wonder Harry always manages to extract information from him, Betty chuckled. That is just how Hagrid is. Here, take this, Avi said, producing a piece of yellow stem and breaking it in half. Eagle-esque call, Betty declared, brandishing her wand to cast the spell. A green beam shot forth, transforming into a translucent owl that flapped its wings and soared to a high branch. The Eagle-esque call spell served as a warning mechanism for its master. With sufficient skill, it could even share vision. All right, we're all set. The two of them then commenced their task. Today's venture was motivated by hunger. Avi's magical soup base required a few more ingredients. In his mind, the perfect recipe would substitute all ingredients with magical herbs, save for the soy sauce and butter. Fortune smiled upon him as he found both basil and fragrant flowers. These would suffice. His spirits lifted, for this expedition was progressing smoothly. Suddenly, the Eagle-esque call emitted a warning. Betty immediately activated the shared vision. What is happening? Avi inquired. A centaur, Betty murmured, her pupils turning transparent. What do they want with us? Should we be on guard? Let us wait and see. Centaurs typically do not harm Hogwarts students. As the centaurs approached, Avi could also hear the faint sound of hooves, remarkably quiet for such large creatures. Soon, 3 centaurs appeared before them. Greetings, Mr. Shafiq and Miss Avellini, I am Ronan. Before them stood an imposing centaur, towering nearly as high as a giant. From the waist up, it bore the physique of a human, adorned with a mane of fiery red hair and a rugged beard, exuding a robust aura. Below the waist, it possessed the body of a horse, its entire form cloaked in lustrous chestnut fur, including its tail. Approaching the two, it extended its right hand, gazing intently at them. Hello, Ronan, Avellini greeted, shaking its hand. Are you here seeking us? Indeed, Mr. Shafiq. We have been commanded by the Grand Druid to invite you to the realm of the centaurs. Ronan stated his purpose. The Grand Druid wishes to see me? For what reason? We are merely following orders. As for the reason, it remains unknown. I see. Avellini hesitated, pondering the potential risks involved. Perhaps sensing her apprehension, Ronan interjected, Mr. Shafiq, we have coexisted peacefully with Hogwarts for decades. Please trust in our sincerity. Betty, what do you think? He inquired of Betty. It should pose no significant issue. You may decide, she replied. Very well. Mr. Ronan, I appreciate the Grand Druid's kindness, and I would like to request your guidance. Avellini resolved to see for herself. All right, follow us, and I shall endeavor to moderate my pace. Ronan led the two deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 45, The Sage of Modius. Ronan guided them up a slope, One must acknowledge the remarkable speed of the centaurs within woodland. At a normal pace, Avalini and her companion had to employ lightness spells to keep up. Here they arrived at a thicket on the mountainside. Among the dense foliage, an unobtrusive gap revealed a small black opening, scarcely 10 centimeters in diameter. Had it not been for the centaur's guidance, one would hardly have noticed it. Cast it into the opening, Ronan instructed. After a brief moment, the entrance began to expand gradually, ultimately forming a passage suitable for a single person. Seek out Forenza. After reuniting, continue patrolling the forbidden forest. Ronan directed the other 2 centaurs. The centaurs departed as commanded. Our dwelling lies within. Please enter. Ronan stepped inside first. Avalini and her companion exchanged glances and followed suit. Upon passing through the entrance, their vision broadened. They found themselves in a modest valley, permeated with the scent of grains. Above, the inky night sky sparkled with countless stars, each constellation clearly discernible. At the valley's center stood a brightly lit encampment. Their entry point was positioned on a hillside with a winding, rugged pathway of gravel leading down to the valley, culminating at the encampment. That encampment is our home. The trio continued along the path until they reached the entrance of the camp. As they drew closer, the camp's vastness became apparent. Spanning nearly the size of 3 or 4 football fields. Constructed within a sunken pit, the encampment was surrounded by elevated walls. The outer walls bristled with numerous large wooden spikes, resembling a formidable fortress. Additionally, a trench 2 meters deep and nearly 3 meters wide encircled it, presenting an imposing military bastion. The camp's entrance was guarded by 2 centaur sentinels clad in armor, wielding shields and spears. Upon sighting the 2 humans, they halted them. Ronan, who are they? How dare you recklessly bring humans into our territory? Do not be alarmed, Raka. These 2 are guests of the High Priest. I have been commanded by the High Priest to escort them for an audience. And here is the token. Where is the High Priest now? Ronan presented the token. Upon seeing the token, the guard stationed at the ancestral spirit ceremony in the rear mountains immediately displayed reverence. Open the gates. I wish to meet the High Priest at once. The 2 guards pushed open the gates, allowing them to enter the camp. Here lies the place where our equine kin have resided for generations, the Kahi's camp. The hill behind the camp is the sacred ground of the horsemen, the Soul Mound. Ronan introduced as they walked. Avi, curious, glanced around. The number of inhabitants within the camp was sparser than anticipated. Aside from the guards along the surrounding walls, the camp was mostly populated by the elderly and children. The further they ventured inward, the more astonishing the sight became. The dwellings of the horsemen, or rather their tents, were supported by leather and pointed wooden poles, numbering in the hundreds, scattered throughout the camp. Truly, they are a race of warriors. Within the camp, weapons racks and supply boxes were ubiquitous, and the interwoven trenches divided the entire encampment, with numerous catapults and crossbows lining the surrounding walls. It appeared that the previous assumptions were correct. This was indeed a military stronghold. Following Ronan through the Grand Camp, they arrived at the rear mountains. Here, heavy guards were stationed, with only a single suspension bridge connecting them. Nearly 100 horsemen warriors stood guard, clad in heavy armor, their weapons glinting menacingly. From a moment they came into view, their gaze remained fixed upon Avi and Betty. Avi even heard the ominous sounds of arrows being nocked in bows. Seeking an audience with the revered Saint Modi, Ronan knelt on his forelegs, lifting the token with both hands to present it. After a moment, a servant accepted the token, uttering a brief phrase before departing. Ronan, where are the people of the camp? Avi seized the opportunity to engage in conversation. Most are occupied with planting crops. While some have gone on patrol, Ronan maintained his humble posture. Oh, what do you usually eat? Avi suddenly expressed interest, with Betty reflecting a similar curiosity. Potatoes, wheat, corn, and yams, these are the staples. What about rice? Betty inquired. We do not consume it. Such refined crops are not well suited for our kind. Our diet primarily consists of simple fare. For instance, wheat can be ground to make various types of pasta, and potatoes or corn can be roasted and eaten directly. Ronan exhibited a pleasant demeanor, patiently answering their inquiries. What about meat? Do you not eat it? Avi posed another question. Rarely, although we raise some cattle and sheep. They are not for consumption. Cows are used for plowing, and sheep provide wool. Only during the annual sacrificial ceremonies do we hunt wild boars, rabbits, and deer. Do you forge your own weapons as well? The horsemen are not only formidable warriors, but also exceptional blacksmiths. Moreover, the mineral resources in this valley are quite abundant, allowing us to be self-sufficient. After conversing for a while, Avi and Betty gained a deeper understanding of the horsemen. He was curious about whether the horsemen grazed on grass. But reason prevailed, leading him to refrain from voicing the question. The guards surrounding them, noticing their calm demeanor, gradually lowered their vigilance. Having just concluded our conversation, the departing guard returned, brandishing a copper plate adorned with a strand of golden hair. "The saint's summons," he announced, displaying the token to the surrounding guards, who, upon witnessing this, relaxed their vigilance and lowered their heads slightly. "Thank you," Ronan expressed gratefully, then turned to the two companions, instructing them to follow the guard inside. "My duty ends here. I must continue my patrol outside." "We are immensely grateful, Ronan," they replied. After expressing their gratitude, Ronan took his leave. The three entered the interior of the hill and arrived before a stone door. The guiding guard knelt on all fours, bowing deeply. "The guest has arrived, Master Modi," he intoned in a deep voice. "You may proceed." "Yes," came the response. "Mr. Shafiq, Miss Ether, please enter," he added, and, as his words fell, the stone door slowly creaked open. Crossing the threshold, they found themselves in a vast, open, circular chamber. The interior of the hill had been hollowed out, with a massive fissure at the apex. Directly opposite the stone door stood a rudimentary altar, adorned haphazardly with various totems, while above it hovered a pale blue, ever-churning sphere of elemental energy. Brilliant starlight streamed through the crack at the top, cascading down upon the orb. Before the altar knelt an elderly centaur, indeed aged. As even from behind, while in meditation, his presence exuded an aura of wisdom. Avi and Betty approached him. "Welcome, esteemed guests," the centaur greeted as he turned. His hair was a mix of white and gray, and his gaunt face was etched with intricate patterns, likely representing their totems. Clad in a loose, dark yellow leather tunic that concealed his physique, his equine form was emaciated, yet his tail remained of vibrant gold. Most striking were his eyes, devoid of sclera or pupil. They swirled with elemental energy, resembling two small vortices akin to the suspended sphere. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Modi," Avi said, bowing respectfully. "Has the saint summoned me for assistance? Mr. Shafiq, I have heard of your family's deeds and witnessed your prowess. Thus, I have sought your counsel through astrological prophecy," Modi stated, eschewing the cryptic ramblings typical of many prophets, and instead, he addressed the matter directly. "Is that so?" Avi replied, awaiting clarification. "You are remarkably calm. Are you not surprised? Given the recent occurrences, I anticipated something of this nature," Modi responded coolly. "Your choice has proven wise. May I now inquire what the matter pertains to?" Chapter 46, The Arrow of Demon Slaying. "Me? Not Harry Potter, then? He is the one who vanquished Voldemort," Avi interjected, a hint of disbelief creeping into his tone. "This does not present a contradiction. The fate of Harry Potter and Voldemort was such that only one could survive. In other words, Voldemort's demise could only be at Harry's hand. Yet, Voldemort was no mere beast to be slaughtered at will, nor was he alone. The concepts of defeating and killing are distinct. I trust my judgment," Modi continued. "Compared to that inexperienced young lad, I have greater faith in a warrior of your caliber." Avi, taken aback, had never perceived himself in such a significant light. Since his rebirth in this realm, his intent had primarily been to witness the wonders of the wizarding world firsthand. In terms of strength, being able to safeguard oneself under the dominion of Voldemort suffices. As for the matter of world peace, naturally, Harry will come to the rescue. The High Priest summoned me today, presumably to convey your prophecy? Not merely that. I have 2 additional pieces of news. Would you care to hear them? Saja Modi's mild. Which shall we hear first? The sage nodded slightly. The unfavorable news. The bad news is that the centaurs will continue to maintain their neutrality. They will neither assist you nor engage in the conflict. It's a commendable thought. But are you certain you can remain uninvolved? No one can guarantee absolute safety. If truly necessary, the centaurs will not shy away from any adversary. However, their neutral stance must first be made clear. Well, at least we need not worry about becoming enemies. Ivy inquired what the good news was. Although the centaurs will not aid you in your battle against Voldemort, we are willing to lend you a helping hand. Oh, how so? Observe. As Sage Modi gestured towards the orb in the sky, Ivy followed his gaze. What is it? There is nothing there. Are you offering me this orb? This is the ancestral soul of the centaurs. If you're not afraid of being unable to exit, you may take it with you. The sage did not rebuke his rudeness. What you're meant to see is this. With a sweep of the high priest's staff, the ancestral soul began to surge like a tsunami. Within the tumultuous waves, a dark golden arrow emerged, gradually flying out of the glowing orb, hovering above the ancestral soul. Ivy leaned in closer to observe. The arrow was crafted from metal, its structure seamless, devoid of any connection points. The shaft was adorned with black runes. The sacred relic of the Centaur clan, the arrow of demon breaking. Why does this name elicit no surprise in me? The centaurs do not indulge in frivolous embellishments. The name itself directly conveys its purpose. To break demons, is it? The arrow of demon breaking is forged from the exceedingly rare titanium alloy. Each arrow blessed by generations of high priests and long tempered within the ancestral soul. Originally, this was a gift prepared by the centaurs for the formidable wizards of the human realm. Before it, even the mightiest wizards must flee in disarray, Voldemort included. The Centaur clan has expended its entire strength to forge only 5 of these, 2 of which are entrusted to our tribe. Such a significant item. Will you truly give it to me? This treasure, while perhaps not as paramount as the ancestral soul, surely holds immense value. Ivy feared that even with it, she would be unable to depart. Sage Modi alleviated her concerns. The arrow of demon breaking is a cherished treasure of the centaurs. Even as high priest, I lack the authority to bestow it upon humans. Thus, there are conditions. Of course, you must undergo the trial of the ancestral soul, demonstrating yourself as a warrior recognized by it, to rightfully claim the arrow of demon breaking. The nature of the trial? Kumba, you will need to contend with the residual powers of past high priests within the ancestral soul. Victory is not required. Merely enduring for 5 minutes will suffice as proof of your worth. Sage Modi stated. 5 minutes? It seems I am underestimated. Ivy mused self-deprecatingly. Mr. Shafiq, please believe me, this is no trivial matter. As the prophesied one of the centaurs, you will also receive a special privilege. Miss Athel will be allowed to assist you from side, and the ancestral soul will not attack her. As Avi remained silent, he suggested that they prepare, and once ready, they should inform him. A friendly reminder. This is a genuine battle, and carelessness could lead to fatalities. If you feel overwhelmed, speak up immediately. With that, the sage Modi ceased to speak. Avi, too, refrained from further questioning, crouching down in contemplation. What occupied his thoughts? Betty approached him. The arrow of anti-magic is crucial for me. With it, I can extricate myself from the predicament of insufficient offense. Avi murmured softly. Is it necessary to be so anxious? The bone-cleansing elixir is merely a prophecy. Peace has prevailed for so long, Betty replied, crouching down to take his hand. This is only temporary. Yet, we must act preemptively. We cannot wait until disaster strikes to contemplate resistance. The centaurs, as outsiders, have already relinquished their clan's treasured heirloom based on a mere prophecy. As the individuals directly involved, we must prepare in advance. You are only 11. Do not be so extreme. Even if something were to go awry, we need not bear the burden alone. Betty continued to persuade him. Moreover, this trial is not as simple as it seems. You must sense the sage Modi's prowess. Given that the spirit of the ancestor also harbors the power of the high priest, the comparison is evident. Even if residual, his earlier words were not mere exaggeration. Furthermore, the power contained within has likely accumulated over an extensive period. To challenge it recklessly would be unwise. Betty's emotions became increasingly fervent. Betty, Avi extended his hands, resting them on her shoulders, gazing into her eyes. Their gazes locked. I am fully aware of my actions. I need your support. His calm words resonated in her ears. Seeing his bright, dark eyes, Betty's demeanor softened. I will, of course, always support you. With the affirmation from his beloved, Avi smiled. Let's attempt it. Very well. The high priest, who had been meditating with closed eyes, opened them. Are you ready? Prepared. Then I shall commence the summoning. Wait a moment. Avi softly called to Betty. Lightness spell, armor protection, spiritual aura, icebound armor, combat endurance. Betty layered several enhancements upon him. You may begin. Avi gathered a sphere of energy in his hands and addressed Sage Modi. The sage raised the priest's staff and struck it against the ground. The staff detached from his grasp and ascended slowly. A beam of azure energy shot from its tip towards the spirit of the ancestor, causing it to swell rapidly, dispersing numerous beams of light outward, then gradually contracting into a swirling mass. Beneath the starlight, the hilly landscape resembled the northern auroras, a sight most ethereal. Descend, Sage Modi exclaimed, his eyes mirroring the state of the ancestral spirit. With the command uttered, the azure light that filled the space was drawn towards the vortex, converging beneath the sphere to form a translucent azure silhouette. Its features were indistinct, but it loomed tall, wielding a single-handed warhammer. Be cautious, Mr. Shafiq. The high priest's voice had scarcely resonated when Avi charged towards the apparition. Although the task required enduring for 5 minutes, theoretically, it would be wiser to maintain distance to delay time. However, granting a high priest ample space for spell casting was evidently unwise. He raised his hand, releasing a highly compressed sphere of energy. Stone armor. The spirit of the ancestor immediately raised its warhammer and cast a spell, enveloping itself in a layer of rock. Avi's attack struck the abdomen of the ancestor's spirit, causing it to slide backward, its hooves carving long marks into the ground, while the turbulent energy tore apart large chunks of stone. Betty, find the tomb. A beam of orange-red light shot forth from Betty's wand. Just as the ancestor's spirit found a moment to breathe and was about to raise its hammer to cast a spell, a halo descended from above, binding it. Splendid, Avi exclaimed. Drawing her wand, she concentrated her magical energy at the tip. We must be swift. It won't hold for long. Almost there. Chapter 47. The Trial of the Ancestor's Spirit. Two streams of energy coalesced at the wand's tip, swirling and intertwining along the length of the wand. As the magical power surged forth, the frequency escalated dramatically, and the area of effect expanded. Avi was enveloped in a whirlpool of energy. Is it not ready yet? Betty shouted, unusually loud. It's coming. As her words fell, the whirlpool's rotation intensified, the area contracted instantaneously, and the eye of the vortex elongated, gradually widening in a conical shape from the tip of the wand to the handle. A high-speed, rotating drill bit had formed. Avi stepped forward, charging with the drill in hand. Pieces of rock surrounding the ancestor's spirit floated up, launching themselves at the approaching foe. Yet, before the debris could reach him, they were shattered by the turbulent airflow generated by the drill. Realizing his attack was futile, the bound ancestor's spirit clenched its left hand. Earthbinding. A clan totem descended from the heavens, crashing into the center of the arena. The totem pulsated continuously, destabilizing Avi's stance. She had to slow her advance to regain her balance. As Avi's assault faltered and the halo binding the ancestor's spirit dimmed, threatening to dissipate at any moment, Betty quickly cast another spell. Disarm your weapon. A beam of light shot forth, knocking the totem away, freed from its restraints. Avi utilized the gusts of wind to accelerate her charge. The distance between them dwindled to a mere 10 steps. Unfortunately, the binding spell was also nearing its limit. The ancestor's spirit tightened its arms and forcefully broke free, the halo shattering with a crack. As the spirit regained its freedom, it lifted its war hammer, causing the ground beneath Avi to fracture. However, she reacted with remarkable speed, pushing off from the ground and soaring into the air before the earth split completely. Simultaneously, she flipped her right palm, releasing a counterforce of magical energy, propelling herself higher. Reaching her apex, Avi dove straight down, her body resembling a spear. And in the blink of an eye, she pierced towards the ancestor's spirit. A stone wall, half a meter thick, erupted from the ground at the spirit's command, positioning itself between them. In that moment, Avi had no means to evade. Crash! The drill collided with the stone wall. Avi strained to keep her arms straight and maintain her trajectory. Fragments flew outward from the point of impact, grazing her body and leaving wounds. The noise lasted less than 2 seconds before the drill burst through the wall. Avi followed, leaping over the remnants and directing her attack straight at the ancestor spirit. At that moment, she was at her limits. The brief skirmish had drained her stamina. Victory was within reach. Yet ultimately, a single miscalculation thwarted her efforts. Repel. Gazing at the approaching drill, the spirit of the ancestors raised its forelimbs high, its body nearly upright. Then, with both hands gripping the hammer, it swung down fiercely, the weight of its form crashing onto the drill. Crack! The drill was shattered instantly, and Avi was sent flying, his wand slipping from his grasp. The ancestor spirit anticipated his landing spot, and sharp rocky spikes erupted from the ground. Avi! Betty called out anxiously. Stop! In midair, Avi gritted his teeth against the pain and shouted. With a wave of his hand, Saint Modi made the spikes vanish, and the ancestor's spirit stood still. Avi landed safely on the ground. Are you all right? Betty rushed over. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Just a bit of pain from the shock of my bones, Avi replied. Sitting up. That was an exhilarating battle, praised Saint Modi. The tangible time limit is 1 hour. During this period, you may challenge as many times as you wish. If the time expires, you must wait until next month to attempt again. This setup seems rather unreasonable. If there are no limits, even if my skills are poor now, I will eventually succeed, Avi pondered, perplexed by the purpose of such a trial. Mr. Shafiq, what do you believe is the significance of the trial? To eliminate the challengers? To select successors? Nater. The purpose of a trial is to empower the challengers. Everything else is mere embellishment. Is that so? It contrasts with my previous impressions. Let us take a break for a moment, Betty said, guiding him to sit down. With the dual buffs of vitality and combat endurance, Avi soon felt revitalized. He moved his body, assessing his current state. Besides some superficial wounds from the debris, he had nearly fully recovered. Betty, let us repeat what we just did. All right, I apologize for the trouble, Saint Modi. Shall we begin? Wait, Avi will not hold back. In 10 seconds, he conjured a larger drill. All set. Comos. As the saint's words fell, Avi shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. This time, he swore to succeed decisively. Before Betty could utter her binding spell, a loud sound echoed. Chain stopped. With newfound experience, he did not wait for the ancestor spirit to act. He called for a halt directly. Mr. Shafiq, you still have not adjusted your mindset. Do you think the ancestor spirit of the centaurs is merely a wizard-esque spell? A fixed program and ritual? Before you stands the will of the centaur sages of ages past. Even in its diminished state, with only a vestige of combat awareness, it is sufficient to vanquish most foes. The same tactics? Do you think this is a video game from the Muggle world, where enemies do not change their strategies? Saint Modi exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation at Avi's dismissive tactics. Hearing this, Avi had intended to retort, Saint, your knowledge is quite extensive. But considering the priest's temperament, he humbly chose to absorb the lesson instead. Indeed, you are correct as always. Thank you. I have learned much, he acknowledged, realizing the priest's words had indeed enlightened him. From her perspective, Avi showed no sign before suddenly collapsing to the ground. I don't understand. It feels as though I've donned a suit of stone, pinning me down. Saint Modi, could you provide more information? Avi looked toward the priest. This must be discovered through your own battles. Should you have any inquiries, I am more than willing to provide answers. The sage Modi is unable to extract anything useful from this side. Therefore, our primary focus shall be the gathering of intelligence. We shall strive to prolong the encounter, allowing the spirit of our ancestors to reveal more. Betty proposed. So be it. The battle recommenced. The earth trembled. This time, the spirit of the ancestors seized the initiative, shattering the ground beneath Ivy's feet, while shards of rock erupted around him. Ivy conjured a magical shield to deflect the debris, concentrating fully on the terrain beneath him. Suddenly, a stone spike jutted up from the left side of the ground, and Ivy, invoking a spell, gathered a sphere of energy and struck it down. Bang! The stone spike shattered. Seizing the moment, he waved his wand twice, launching 2 energy orbs towards the spirit of the ancestors. Earth Elementals. 3 1-meter-tall elemental puppets were summoned to shield the spirit of the ancestors, and the energy orbs swiftly dispatched 2 of them. Yet they soon arose again, the deep craters on their chests rapidly mending. Curse it! The situation had worsened. With the addition of the 3 Earth Elementals, Ivy found himself in an increasingly perilous predicament. He could only run incessantly, evading encirclement while remaining vigilant of both the ground and his surroundings, wary of the spirit of the ancestors unleashing fissures and spikes intermittently. The binding of the earth descended once more, invoking totems. Damn it, Betty, there was no choice left. Restraint was not an option. Ivy shouted, raising his arm as the spiral energy coalesced once more. Flames blazed forth. Without the need for further words, Betty instantly comprehended his intent. Fire erupted from the tip of his wand, striking directly before Ivy. He leveled his wand, and the spiraling energy surged forth. In that fleeting moment of spell convergence, the flames ignited the air currents, a torrent of fire engulfing the entire space. The compound magic burst forth in a conflagration. A roaring fire tornado, nearly 2 meters in diameter, surged forth, overwhelming all preceding spells as it charged towards the spirit of the ancestors. Spirits of the earth, he might call. The spirit of the ancestors raised its hammer, releasing its grip, allowing it to soar into the air. Simultaneously, from the ground and surrounding mountains, countless streams of dark yellow elemental energy converged upon the hammer. Pray for the shield of the mountains. Chapter 48, Defeat. The fervent prayer was uttered, and the hammer transformed into a stream of light, morphing into an ethereal golden mountain peak that enveloped the spirit of the ancestors. At the same time, a wave of heat followed suit, flames sweeping across the ground and leaving behind blackened scars. Boom! The violent collision caused the entire hillock to tremble slightly, scattering fiery sparks across the surface, scorching numerous craters into the earth. Was it successful? Betty asked, a hint of hope in her voice. It's hard to say. In truth, upon witnessing the ethereal peak, Ivy felt a sinking sensation in his heart. This skill, in both prestige and spectacle, was not of the mundane. As the smoke cleared, tranquility returned to the space. Yet the sight before him left him momentarily awestruck. How absurd! The golden apparition gradually dissipated, and the spirit of the ancestors within remained entirely unharmed, albeit more ethereal in form, evidently having endured the onslaught with difficulty. The spirit of the ancestors lowered its head slightly, swirling eyes fixated upon him, its body shimmering with golden light once more. And yet, no call for cessation was uttered. Betty shot him an annoyed glance. Don't rush. Let's see what he has in store. The spirit of the ancestors slowly raised its upper body, radiance gradually converging upon its hooves. When the power reached its zenith and the hooves transformed entirely into gold, it struck down with tremendous force. A great tremor ensued. The forceful stomp resembled a colossal stone cast into water, the elevated ground fracturing east to west, spanning the entire expanse like surging ocean waves. Damn, there's no escaping this. Betty, quickly get behind me. Maintain some distance. Encased in icy armor, Betty was acutely aware that this was not the time for hesitation. She swiftly took refuge 5 or 6 meters behind Ivy, all the while ensuring to bolster his defenses. There was no time for Ivy to gather energy now. Fortunately, he decided to unleash the pent-up magic within him, allowing it to surge uncontrollably. He merely guided it slightly, directing the energy to pour forth ahead. In an instant, the tempest of potent magic ravaged the walls before them, the upheaved ground becoming as shattered as weathered rock. Nevertheless, it ultimately surged past the torrent of magic and collided with Ivy. Bang! The fragmented parts were instantly obliterated, and Ivy was thrown to the ground, sliding several meters. Must it always be like this? Ivy lay there obediently. Stop! Betty rushed over to speak on his behalf, then began to scan the surroundings. Are you all right? I'm used to it. Just help me up. Ivy slowly sat up. It truly is astonishing, Mr. Shafiq. With your current abilities, you stand among the elite within the realm of mages. The high priest, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Might you clarify something for me? Speak. 5 minutes. Though it is not an extensive duration, I perceive no intent from the spirit of the ancestors to defeat the adversary. Despite its formidable power, it consistently resorts to minor spells, engaging in a passive battle. Even if this is meant to challenge the contender, the intensity falls far short of the trial's objectives. Ivy was deeply perplexed. The chasm between some rather tricky spells and the catastrophic group attacks capable of annihilating foes was simply too vast. Is there anything else? The sage Modi interrupted his thoughts. No. Ivy brushed off the dust from his clothes. Shall we continue? No. Let us not push it further. I fear I may not endure. In truth, with the high priest's assistance, he had recovered considerably, and Betty likely felt similarly. However, they were presently ill-equipped to contend with the spirit's techniques, and it was wiser to withdraw while ahead, planning to return another time. Very well, Mr. Shafiq. I have arranged for someone to await you at the entrance. They will escort you out. Next month, you may attempt the challenge again, or return when fully prepared. With that, the sage Modi produced a small horn. Next time you come, sound the horn within the forbidden forest and wait. A centaur will come to escort you. Thank you immensely. I have benefited greatly today. Next time, I shall certainly claim the arrow of disruption. Ivy and Betty bowed to the high priest. I look forward to it. Farewell, Mr. Shafiq and Miss Ether. Farewell, Your Excellency. Upon exiting the centaur territory, the two set off on their journey home. Fortunately, the centaur had indicated the direction, preventing them from becoming lost. No hurry. Didn't Harry and the others come as well? Let's go see. The cursed place of the centaurs is quite distant. How much longer must we endure? Avy rubbed her legs. According to the celestial guidance provided by the centaur, it should be soon. Betty raised her gaze to observe the starlit sky. Suddenly, an eerie sound of something scraping against the trees echoed around them. What was that noise? Avy became alert. With a sharp whistle, Betty cast a spell to investigate. An owl soared to the treetops. This is bad. It's a werewolf. To our right. There are 2 of them. Avy instantly turned to face the threat. In the darkness, 2 tall, slender figures darted towards them, nearly 2 meters in height. Their long limbs and emaciated bodies made their heads appear disproportionately large. Their hunched forms, with blood-red eyes, left trails of crimson in the night as they moved. Stay close to me. Prioritize your safety. Do not allow yourself to be injured. With that, the werewolves charged forward. Betty cast her magic, striking one of the werewolves. But it merely staggered slightly. Their resistance to magic was formidable. The creature leaped onto a higher ground and, with a powerful jump, extended its neck and opened its gaping maw to bite Avy. Binding spell. A radiant circle of light instantly ensnared the werewolf, causing it to plummet to the ground. Struggling fiercely. Foolish creature. Avy huffed disdainfully. She raised her wand, and a miniature drill materialized in an instant. With a flick of her wrist, the drill shot forth, whistling toward the werewolf's heart. The beast, driven by instinct, twisted in midair, causing the drill to miss its vital target and instead pierce through its shoulder. Blood sprayed forth, splattering onto the ground like ink on parchment. The werewolf's physique was extraordinarily robust. Despite sustaining such a grievous wound, it managed to roll over as it fell, landing gracefully. Before Avy and Betty could react, It dashed toward its companion, dragging its injured arm behind it. Betty's attack missed. It was too swift to be hit. Reaching its ally, it opened its jaws wide and crushed the binding spell circle, just as Avi prepared to gather her magic to deal with them. A sudden surge of magical energy emanated from the northwest. The two werewolves seemed to have received a summons and sped past the two of them. Someone is calling them. Avi furrowed her brow as she watched the werewolves disappear. Avi, they're heading toward the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Harry and the others are over there. Betty suddenly recalled. We must hurry. Buff up, and the two of them quickly followed. Chapter 49, The Ambush. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Harry and Hermione were patrolling the woods alongside Hagrid. The four punished students had been divided into two groups. Harry and Hermione were with Hagrid, while Neville was paired with Malfoy. Was that a wolf? Hermione was drawn by a sudden howl, her brow furrowing as she peered into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. What? Werewolves? They truly exist. Harry and Hermione widened their eyes, drawing their wands and scanning their surroundings, on high alert for any werewolves that might leap at them. Have Avi and the others arrived as well? Why didn't you mention it sooner? He arrived before you. Let us hope all is well, Hagrid. Look. At that moment, Hermione pointed to the sky. A burst of red fireworks exploded in the air. It must be Neville and the others. Let us go. Avi and Betty called out to him as they looked up. It should be Harry and his group turning back. They rushed towards the fireworks. Malfoy, if you wish to avoid being abandoned here, you had better behave. Hagrid bellowed in a fit of rage. Upon his hurried arrival, Hagrid discovered that it was merely one of Malfoy's mischievous pranks. He had intentionally concealed himself to frighten Neville, who, terrified, had inadvertently set off the fireworks. Now, thanks to you, whether we can capture that creature is left to chance, Hagrid remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Let us rearrange our groups. Neville, you shall accompany me and Hermione. Harry, you take that fool. Leaning closer to Harry, he added, Malfoy finds it difficult to frighten you. Be cautious. And do not forget to bring Fawn along. However, do not expect much from him. He is rather timid. After the regrouping, they set off once more. If my father were to discover I am engaged in menial tasks, it would surely be entertaining. Malfoy scoffed as they made their way. You're not frightened, are you? Malfoy? Harry teased without reservation. Not in the slightest, Potter. Malfoy retorted defiantly, just as a distant howl echoed through the air. What was that sound? Did you hear it? Malfoy glanced around nervously. Hagrid says it's a werewolf, Harry coldly warned. Huh, trying to scare me? I'm not falling for it, Potter, Malfoy sneered. The two pressed deeper into the woods until they reached a low-lying area. Look, Harry pointed into the pit. There lay a unicorn, its silvery body lifeless upon the ground. Limbs grotesquely stiff, a gaping wound on its neck, silver blood pooling around it. The two descended into the pit, hesitating before advancing, merely observing from distance. Be quiet, Harry whispered sharply. As he prepared to investigate, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby underbrush, prompting Harry to freeze in place. From the shadows of the foliage emerged a hooded figure, crawling slowly towards the unicorn. It bent down, greedily lapping up the shimmering blood from the wound. Throughout this chilling scene, Harry, Malfoy, and Fong stood frozen in place, scarcely daring to breathe. Malfoy shrieked, overwhelmed by the bizarre sight, before turning to flee. Fong, too, was paralyzed with fear, whimpering as he scampered away. The commotion startled the beastly figure, which slowly raised its head. The hood obscured its features, but the lower half of its face and its blood-red eyes were visible, revealing pale, gaunt skin that bore an unsettling familiarity. Just then, a drop of silver blood trickled from its lips. Harry, paralyzed with terror, felt a sudden, intense pain in his forehead. It was that scar. The searing sensation radiated through him. The dark figure began to rise, advancing toward Harry. Clutching his forehead and retreating, Harry's vision blurred from the agony, and he stumbled, tripping over a tree root and falling to the ground. Helpless to rise, he crawled awkwardly backward, trying to distance himself. As the dark figure drew nearer, Harry found himself at the base of a dirt slope, his vision becoming increasingly hazy from the pain. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed from above. The dark figure hastily retreated, and a centaur leaped down from the slope, strikingly handsome, with golden hair and blue eyes. He raised his forehoofs, relentlessly driving away the cloaked figure. Just as Harry exhaled a sigh of relief, a shadow descended from the sky, lunging towards the centaur. The two beasts rolling together on the ground. A werewolf. Harry's pupils constricted, and he hastily raised his wand, pointing it towards the heavens, unleashing a burst of red fireworks. The two creatures parted ways upon contact. The werewolf's claws left a gash on the centaur's chest, while its own torso bore a bruise from the centaur's hooves. With the werewolf's distraction, the situation rapidly deteriorated, and the cloaked figure lunged at Harry once more. Harry Potter! The centaur disregarded the werewolf's threat and charged forward to rescue him, prompting the cloaked figure to retreat immediately. However, the werewolf's attack came relentlessly. It leaped onto the centaur's back, sinking its teeth into its spine while its claws pierced the centaur's flesh, securing its grip. Ugh! The centaur emitted a cry of anguish, desperately leaping in an attempt to throw off the werewolf, but the embedded claws only intensified its suffering. After a futile struggle, it bent down and grasped a stout branch from the ground, swinging it backward. Bang! The pain fueled a surge of extraordinary strength, sending the werewolf flying several meters away. Before it could catch its breath, another shadow pounced from the side. Another werewolf. Its jaws opened wide, aiming for the centaur's neck. In a life-or-death moment, the centaur shifted its upper body aside, evading a fatal blow. The werewolf's massive jaws clamped down hard on the centaur's shoulder, the powerful impact knocking it over. The centaur was in grave danger. At that critical moment, a crossbow bolt shot forth from behind, but alas, it was swatted aside by the werewolf. It was Hagrid and the others. All petrified, Hermione's voice rang out, a flash of purple light shooting forth to strike the werewolf. Yet the spell seemed to vanish in a thin air, having no effect whatsoever. Firenze, hold on. Hagrid clearly knew the centaur and shouted as he sprinted over. Like a heavy-duty truck, he collided with the werewolf on Firenze's back, sending it flying. Mate, are you all right? Hagrid lifted the fallen Firenze. Fortunately, he was still conscious, but his appearance was dire. His shoulders and back were a gruesome mess, blood staining his entire body. One must note that the centaur's constitution was indeed remarkable. Despite such severe injuries, his spirit remained resolute. Harry, Hermione, and Neville rushed over, with Malfoy trailing behind them. She helped Harry up, carefully inspecting for any injuries. There really is a werewolf. We should run. Malfoy trembled in fear. No, we can't flee. We ventured too deep. We wouldn't make it out in time. If we separate, it would be better to stay here. Harry shook his head, refraining from mockery. Yes, Hagrid and the others should be able to hold them off for a while. If Avi and Betty are also here, they'll have seen the signal and will arrive soon, Hermione added. Is that Shafiq fellow here too? Though Malfoy's tone was unpleasant, he finally felt a semblance of courage. Do you need help? Neville asked, looking at the standoff. We can't contribute much. The werewolf's magical resistance is too high. Direct spells have minimal effect. We don't know any other types of magic. If only Betty were here. Even Hermione, the top student, felt helpless. How could werewolves come here? Standing alongside Firenze, Hagrid seized a moment to inquire. The unicorn. Was it also slain by it? Hagrid cast a glance at the corpse in the pit, exclaiming in astonishment. Indeed, that werewolf is injured. Did you do this? Hagrid noted the peculiar posture of the werewolf on the right, a bloody hole in its shoulder. The bleeding had ceased, yet its arm hung limply, rendering it temporarily incapacitated. No, however, such a penetrating wound bears resemblance to that inflicted by a centaur's arrow. Firenze paused momentarily, then added, It is also possible that it was wrought by that wizard from the Shafiq family. Are you referring to Ivy? How do you know he is in the Forbidden Forest? Hagrid queried, perplexed. Our primary mission today is to retrieve him. Retrieve him? Why? Hagrid furrowed his brow. The specifics are tied to centaur confidentiality. I cannot divulge them. Firenze replied. Unlike Hagrid, he was tight-lipped. Well, at least the centaurs will not harm the students of Hogwarts. Are you holding up? Not particularly well. It would be best to maintain this standoff a while longer to buy some time. Furthermore, does Mr. Shafiq know you are here? He encountered me upon his arrival. I mentioned it to him. That is reassuring. If it was indeed Mr. Shafiq who injured them, the recent signal should suffice to draw him here. The two parties continued their standoff, with Hagrid's giant lineage exerting significant pressure on the werewolves. Under the command of the cloaked figures behind them, they found themselves unable to retreat, creating an increasingly frenzied atmosphere. Eventually, the werewolves broke the stalemate, howling towards the heavens, poised to pounce. This is bad. They are coming. Hagrid. Firenze's expression turned grave. I fear no wolf cub, Hagrid muttered, raising his hand to draw an arrow. You protect the students. Just then, an explosion of flames erupted. A thick column of fire surged from behind. At the moment of attack, the cloaked figures retreated hastily. Witnessing this, the werewolves also darted back into the woods, vanishing swiftly into the darkness. Ivy, Betty, Harry and Hermione exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 50, The True Culprit. Are you all unharmed? The two stood on the slope, smiling down at the group. Mr. Firenze is injured, but we are all fine. Thank goodness you arrived in time, Hermione said gratefully. As long as everyone is all right. He remarked, pulling out several hamburgers and tossing them to the group. Even you, Malfoy, must be hungry. Have a late-night snack. May I speak with Harry privately? Firenze requested. With me? Harry pointed to himself. How'd you all end up here? Hermione linked arms with Betty. We were gathering herbs. Betty, light a fire. Ivy arranged a pile of wood, while Betty conjured a spark. What potion are you brewing? I can assist, Hermione confidently offered, proud of her knowledge in potion making. Not a potion, but ingredients for cooking. Ingredients? Are you planning to cook? Malfoy asked, his expression oddly skeptical. TSK, TSK. The heir of the Shafiq family aspires to be a chef, he sneered, displaying his penchant for trouble just after the danger had passed. Shut up. Hermione interjected vehemently before Ivy could respond. Malfoy, can't you silence your mouth even while eating? Hagrid bellowed. After being chastised, Malfoy pouted and fell silent. Ivy, however, remained unfazed. The young master, how shall I put it, is indeed not particularly likable. Yet, when it comes to his malevolence, it is somewhat overstated. In essence, he is merely a professional scoundrel. Contrary to popular belief, he does not solely prey on the weak. In fact, he dares to provoke anyone, regardless of their stature. The worst that can happen is a lesson in humility without any lasting harm. Most of the time, he serves as a lively presence in the atmosphere. As they were finishing their meal, Harry approached. Have you all finished? Where's Firenze? Hagrid inquired. He has left. He asked me to convey his regards to everyone. What's wrong? Why the somber expressions? Hermione asked with concern. Harry glanced at Malfoy and shook his head, indicating that nothing was amiss. Good, then eat something. Ivy offered him a sausage. No, I'm not hungry, Harry declined. All right. The group chatted as they exited the Forbidden Forest. The following day, Ivy, Betty, come quickly. It was breakfast time. As they entered the dining hall, they heard the trio shouting. The three were still in a state of isolation, surrounded by not a soul. Why's you two? Where's Neville? He hasn't gotten up yet. He might still be shaken from last night, Ron replied, as Harry had already briefed him on the events. All right then. Any news? Absolutely significant news. I was startled when I heard it from Harry yesterday, Ron exclaimed, brimming with excitement, showing no signs of having been frightened. Is that so? We have uncovered the mastermind behind Quirrell. Under normal circumstances, we should be elated. Yet Hermione's mood remained rather dismal. Who is it? Voldemort, Harry said, glancing around cautiously. Are you certain? Ivy feigned a furrowed brow. Yes. The figure in black we encountered in the Forbidden Forest is indeed Voldemort. He slaughters unicorns to use their blood for sustaining his life. He sent Quirrell to steal the Philosopher's Stone to regain his strength. He intends to make a comeback. Harry's fervor grew with each word. Calm down. The comeback will only occur after he acquires the stone. With Dumbledore present, he stands no chance, Ivy quickly reassured him. Harry took a few deep breaths to compose himself and added, by the way, regarding your earlier comment about someone deliberately leading me, that appears to be true. Oh, what have you discovered? Hermione, do you remember the time we sent Norbert? Harry turned to her. Can we not bring that up? Hermione's expression darkened. It was a source of embarrassment for her. That time, I left the invisibility cloak on the top floor, and I had forgotten to retrieve it. Yet last night, it reappeared in my bedroom, accompanied by a note. You may need this. Goodness. We might have been under surveillance for quite some time. Harry slumped over the table like a wilted cucumber. Ron and Hermione, realizing that their good deeds had been observed by someone else, turned ashen. Let us not exaggerate so much, Ivy interjected, stepping in as the comforting older brother. Up until now, haven't you experienced anything untoward? Besides, who has the capability to monitor you within the school? It's mostly just those few professors. Their inaction indicates that everything is under control. Considering from a different perspective, with the audacious nature of the three of you, having someone watch over might just save your lives in perilous circumstances. After saying this, Ivy took a hearty sip of water. Every time I hear you analyze, bad news transforms into good news, Ron remarked with a hint of sarcasm. It's because you've engaged in too many dubious deeds. If you do not harbor any guilt, you need not fear the knocking of ghosts. Do you understand? Does this mean we are on the mend? Harry inquired cautiously. Certainly. With support from above, what could possibly go wrong? Children are easily swayed. If that's the case, I feel reassured. Let us eat. Ron was the first to be convinced. No waities? How could that be? The exams are just around the corner. Will you truly be fine? Hermione scoffed. Ron, who had just reached for a steak, froze. Unbeknownst to them, the exams approached swiftly. After completing their final subject, History of Magic, the young wizards jubilantly burst out of the classroom. I thought it would be quite challenging, Hermione remarked, displaying her academic prowess. There was no need to remember every detail, as it was merely foundational knowledge. Her words made Ron feel nauseous, yet he was undeniably pleased, for he would not have to revise and could enjoy a week of carefree play. The trio arrived by the lakeside, where Ivy, Betty, the Weasley twins, and Lee Jordan were gathered. "What are you all doing?" Ron asked as he approached the group congregated by the lake. "What is this?" "It's revolting. A colossal squid, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, lay sunbathing in the shallow waters, while the twins and Lee were playfully prodding its tentacles. "What do you think you're doing? It's not easy for it to grow this large," one of the twins warned, sensing Ron's unfriendly gaze. "Stop him." The twins and Lee rushed forward, snatching away his kitchen knife and pinning him down on the water surface. Ivy swiftly flipped over and pinned Fred down, while George and Lee joined the fray, creating a chaotic scene. Chapter 51, Dumbledore's Letter. Amidst the commotion, Harry remained detached, uninterested in joining the fray. "Aren't you going to play?" Betty asked, seated under a tree with Hermione, observing the antics. "Not in the mood," Harry grimaced, his forehead crinkled. "Recently, for reasons unknown, that scar has been aching frequently." "Perhaps you should consult Madame Pomfrey," Hermione suggested. "No need, I'm not ill. I believe it is a warning that danger is imminent," Harry replied seriously after declining. "Relax." Harry. In contrast, Ron was much more at ease, reclining on the grass beside Harry. With Dumbledore around, the Philosopher's Stone is surely safe. Furthermore, only Hagrid knows how to access it via Fluffy. He would never betray Dumbledore. He found the squid repulsive, though he enjoyed it most at mealtime, and did not partake in the fray. "Indeed, I was overly concerned," Harry thought, mimicking Ron's posture, lying on the grass and gazing at the sky. The azure expanse above, adorned with wispy clouds like gossamer, occasionally graced by a few hooting owls, painted a delightful picture paired with the gentle, radiant sunlight, almost lulling him to sleep. Hagrid would never betray Dumbledore. He would not disclose the method of accessing Fluffy. Absolutely not. With this conviction, he gradually closed his eyes, pondering how tight-lipped Hagrid was. Oh, so very tight-lipped. Harry, with an extraordinary intuition, grasped the technique of the carp leap and sprang from the ground. "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Ron, who had been dozing beside him, suddenly stirred. "Wait for me," he called out as he hurried to catch up. "Betty, are you coming?" Hermione also rose, brushing off her robes. "You go ahead. I will wait for Ivy." They set off to find Hagrid. "Stop. Keep your distance," Ivy exclaimed just as she attempted to embrace her, only to be halted. With a hint of disdain, Betty drew her wand, revitalizing it with a flick. "Well done," she nodded in satisfaction, linking her arm with his as they made their way. "Come on, we must see Dumbledore immediately." As Harry rushed by, he seized Ivy and dashed toward the castle. "I just confirmed with Hagrid." He disclosed a method for passing through the Fluffy to the one who provided him with the dragon egg. Hagrid mentioned that this individual wore a hood, obscuring his features. "It's definitely Quirrell," Harry explained as they ran. "Where is Dumbledore's office?" Upon entering the castle, the trio was struck with confusion. They had no idea where the headmaster's office was located. "Oh, this way," Ivy began to point, but just then, a signpost appeared around the corner, catching Harry's attention. The group hurriedly ascended to the top floor. "Which one is it?" They all grew increasingly anxious, and Ivy remained silent, curious if anyone would direct them. "What are you all doing here?" It was Professor McGonagall, cradling a large stack of books. "We wish to see Professor Dumbledore," Harry and Ron stammered, unable to articulate their thoughts, but Hermione was more assertive. "To see Professor Dumbledore? Why?" McGonagall countered. Harry swallowed hard, struggling to find his voice. When Ivy pinched him and said, "Professor, it concerns the Philosopher's Stone," McGonagall appeared quite taken aback, dropping her books to the floor. "How do you know about the Philosopher's Stone?" "Professor, not only do we know, but we also suspect that Quirrell intends to steal it. We came to report this to Professor Dumbledore." Ivy succinctly conveyed their purpose. "But, Professor," Harry interjected, seeking to plead their case. "Enough, Potter. I suggest you all go outside and soak up some sun, rather than fretting over matters that do not concern you. And, Mr. Shafiq, I was just about to look for you. Please come with me." "Me?" Ivy queried, but quickly adjusted, assisting McGonagall in organizing her books. "Thank you. You may leave now." McGonagall expressed her gratitude to Ivy before dismissing the remaining four. However, Harry remained undeterred. Noticing McGonagall's increasingly stern expression, Ivy cleared his throat twice, signaling Betty to escort them away. "You all should head out first." After saying this, Betty exited. Observing this, the trio reluctantly conceded. Ivy helped McGonagall carry the books to the vice principal's office. "Thank you for your assistance, Mr. Shafiq. This is a letter from Albus for you. He hopes you will adhere to his arrangements." McGonagall regarded him with a significant look. "Thank you." Ivy took the letter and exited the room, tearing open the envelope. "Mr. Shafiq, tonight Fawkes will be reborn. I apologize for not introducing him earlier. Fox is a phoenix and also my companion. As I have mentioned, it is on the verge of rebirth. Regrettably, I am unable to attend to it due to pressing matters. Considering that among the new beginnings, you are the only one who has visited the headmaster's office, and having heard of your culinary skills, I would like to request your assistance in looking after it. Of course, if any urgent matters arise, such as needing assistance, you are free to act as you see fit. I sincerely appreciate your help. After reading this, Ivy's expression was quite remarkable. Oh, not only does he wish to avoid interference with the trio's trials, but he also expects me to rescue them in times of danger while caring for his pet. What a generous arrangement. Nevertheless, despite his irritation, he merely vented his frustrations. Setting aside other factors, the trio was, after all, his friends, and he could not stand idly by in their time of need. Moreover, Dumbledore had always been supportive of him. Upon arriving, he had been granted the freedom to act, so why not take advantage of it? Ivy was not the type to be easily manipulated, nor did he possess the temperament to suffer minor inconveniences without retaliation. Benefits, after all, are reciprocal. One cannot solely demand without offering in return. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, only Betty remained there. Here, take a look. Ivy handed her the letter. Betty skimmed through it quickly. It seems Dumbledore is aware that Harry and the others might be in peril, she said uncertainly. Who knows? That old man is quite devious. Ivy replied with a scowl. Betty, avoid him in the future, do you understand? Betty rolled her eyes at him, perceiving his annoyance at having to work without recognition. Suddenly, Ivy's eyes gleamed with mischief. Hey, why don't you accompany me tonight? Without a moment's hesitation, Betty flatly refused. Did you not read the letter? It may be dangerous tonight. Are you not concerned for my safety? Before reading it, she might have worried a bit, but now that Dumbledore had made arrangements, she felt confident that there would be no life-threatening danger. In comparison, a good night's sleep seemed far more essential. Do I need to remind you that your 12th birthday was just a few months ago? After dinner, Ivy arrived punctually at the headmaster's office, carrying a frying pan and a large bag of ingredients. Hello, Fox. You're still alive. His words made one want to strike him. Fox, perched in his nest, looked on with curious eyes, appearing rather lethargic with dull feathers and drooping crest feathers. It seemed he was nearing his rebirth. Ivy observed for a moment. You're in for a treat tonight. Before I leave, my brother will whip up a couple of dishes for you, ensuring you have a good meal before embarking on your journey. He busied himself with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione suggested, we should don the invisibility cloak here and see if it can conceal all of us. What are you planning? A voice questioned suddenly from the darkness. Who? The trio was startled, and Ron instinctively drew his wand. Neville emerged from a concealed corner, struggling with a toad in his hands, prompting Ron to mutter a few curses. Nothing, Neville said as Harry discreetly hid the invisibility cloak behind him. Are you planning to go out again? Neville exposed their lie with his skeptical expression. You cannot go out. If you get caught again, Gryffindor is finished. Neville, you fail to comprehend the gravity of this situation, Harry declared earnestly. Yet, Neville remained obstinate, rushing to the exit and blocking the passage with outstretched arms. I will not allow you to pass. Come and fight me. Neville, step aside. Don't be a fool. Ron snapped in frustration. Do not call me a fool. Neville retorted defiantly. You are the ones who taught me to stand up for myself. Resolute, Neville was determined not to let them go. Harry, at a loss, turned to Hermione with urgency. Think of something. Hermione stepped forward. Sorry, Neville. I must do this. She raised her wand. Petri Ficus Totalis. Instantly, Neville's body stiffened, taking on a stone-like gray hue. He swayed twice before collapsing to the ground, rigid as a board, with only his rolling eyes betraying his consciousness. What have you done to him? Harry whispered, trusting Hermione's restraint. A simple binding spell. Hermione explained softly as she approached. I'm truly sorry, Neville. But do not worry, this spell does not last long. You will understand later. With that, the trio donned the invisibility cloak and departed. Chapter 52. The Trial of the Triad. They stumbled their way to the door of the Room of Requirements, encountering several obstacles along the way, including the formidable Mrs. Norris and the pesky Peeves. Fortunately, their wits prevailed, allowing them to progress unharmed. Upon arriving, they found the door slightly ajar. But Harry, knowing that Quirrell has entered, shouldn't we fetch Ivy for additional safety? Hermione suggested, considering their lives with great care. Well, let us not overthink it. Let us just go for it, Ron asserted, his bravado unyielding. With a flickering luminescence, the trio lit their wands and cautiously opened the door, stepping silently into the room. The creaking of the door startled the beast within, which, though unseen, could sense their presence. It emitted a low growl and frantically quivered its nostrils. Hermione pointed subtly, whispering to Harry and Ron, who barely caught her words. A harp? It must belong to Quirrell. Should we play it? Ron asked, glancing at the Christmas gift Hagrid had given Harry. No need for such trouble. Watch this, Hermione replied, producing her wand. As she played the notes, light burst forth from the fallen harp, which immediately stood upright, its strings plucking themselves. Soon, the room was filled with a beautiful melody. The creature's menacing eyes narrowed, relaxation washing over it as it ceased its barking, swayed momentarily, and then, with weakened knees, collapsed to the floor in a deep slumber. Impressive, Ron exclaimed, his voice returning to normal. Didn't T. Ivy suggest we learn more practical magic? Hermione replied matter-of-factly. Do you think everyone has the luxury of time like you? We've been swamped with exam revisions, Ron retorted, clearly annoyed by her casual tone. So none of you learned anything? Hermione queried incredulously. Who said we didn't learn anything? I learned at least one spell. Ron shot back defensively. Me too, Harry chimed in. Really? Hermione looked at them with disbelief. All right, enough of that. Let's proceed, Harry, Ron said as he lifted the trapdoor, only to discover a heap of debris in the corner. Upon closer inspection, it was a collection of gears, and the broken spindle appeared to belong to a shattered music box. What is there to see in this pile of junk? Let's go, Hermione urged. The three of them jumped down, landing on a mass of black vines. Here, they encountered the devil's snare, its entwined tendrils constricting around them like a serpent. At first, Harry and Ron struggled desperately, but the more they fought, the tighter the vines coiled around them. It was Hermione who saved the day. Recognizing the devil's snare at a glance, she immediately ceased her movements and sank down, promptly instructing the two gentlemen to relax and refrain from struggling. Harry complied, quickly freeing himself from the predicament. Ron, however, faced greater difficulty. Seeing his companions vanish, he found it impossible to relax. Ultimately, it was Hermione, familiar with the snare's nature, who cast a beam of light to rescue him. They continued onward, traversing the corridor until they arrived at a brightly lit chamber. The arched room boasted a soaring ceiling, filled with countless small birds resembling keys, flapping their wings and gliding slowly through the air. Opposite them stood a heavy door, while on their side lay a row of flying broomsticks. The situation became crystal clear. As the youngest seeker in a century, Harry stepped forward without hesitation. He demonstrated remarkable flying prowess, successfully locating and capturing the key with drooping wings amidst the swarm of fluttering keys, thus unlocking the door. Entering the next challenge, they found themselves in Ron's domain, a life-sized wizard's chessboard. He charged into battle, repeatedly identifying the perilous situations Harry and Hermione found themselves in, coming to their aid. Ultimately, he sacrificed himself, accomplishing his mission perfectly until the moment the White King dropped his sword. After clearing the challenge, Hermione hurried to check on Ron's condition. He was unharmed, merely unconscious. This is the third challenge. I wonder what lies ahead. Harry expressed his concern. Hagrid had mentioned that all the professors were involved in the defense setup. The devil's snare must have been set by Professor Sprout. The flying keys were undoubtedly Professor Flitwick's doing, and the chess game was clearly Professor McGonagall's transfiguration. The remaining challenges belonged to Snape and Quirrell, Hermione deduced. Let us allow Ron to rest here while we continue forward. The two approached the door. Let's go in, Hermione said as she pushed the door open. A nauseating stench assaulted them, the acrid odor rendering their eyes nearly unopenable. In the center of the room lay a giant troll, its head punctured, blood and brain matter spilling across the floor. This is Quirrell's defense, Hermione remarked, pinching her nose. Why not Snape? Harry inquired. It's evident from the previous challenges. Professor Sprout's herbology lesson, Professor Flitwick's levitation charm, Professor McGonagall's transfiguration. These all correspond to our classroom subjects. Therefore, it stands to reason that Professor Snape would test us on potions, while Quirrell specializes in defense against the dark arts, Hermione explained, casting him an exasperated glance. Indeed, I surmise the events unfolded thus. That fateful night, Quirrell unleashed a multitude of monstrous creatures, inciting chaos. Seizing the opportunity, he ascended to the fourth floor with the intention of pilfering the Philosopher's Stone. By then, he had extracted the method to bypass the defenses from Hagrid's lips, and the protective enchantments had been devised collaboratively by the professors. He was well aware of how to circumvent them. Fortunately, Professor Snape discerned his nefarious scheme. Did you not mention that Snape sustained a calf injury that evening? It is likely he was inadvertently harmed by Quirrell while attempting to thwart him. Hermione candidly expressed her conjectures. According to your assertions, the Philosopher's Stone is indeed perilous. Quirrell may have already succeeded. Harry's anxiety deepened. Rest assured, Hermione confidently asserted that not only the professors but also the headmaster were involved. The defenses orchestrated by Dumbledore would be far from simple. Indeed, the headmaster has a way of instilling reassurance. Let's proceed. Here lies the challenge devised by Professor Snape. Chapter 53. The Dark Lord emerges. They opened the next door. Unlike the flamboyant settings of previous trials, this room contained merely a table upon which 7 uniquely shaped bottles were arrayed. As they entered, a wall of flames erupted behind them, sealing the entrance. This fire was unlike any other. It was a striking shade of purple. Simultaneously, black flames sprang forth from the exit leading to the next destination. This was a clue, prompting Hermione to grasp a scroll of parchment from the table. With Harry leaning in to observe. Unrolling the parchment, it read, "Peril lies ahead, safety behind. 2 among us can assist you. Drink them, 1 will guide you forth. 2 are potions of nettle wine. The remaining 3 are lethal. Choose wisely." The subsequent lines provided further hints. However, this seemed less like a magical trial and more akin to a riddle. It presented a logical deduction puzzle, a skill many wizards lacked. Hermione spoke with a tone of pride. "You are correct. I am without Harry's nonchalance." "Understand," Hermione exclaimed. Selecting the smallest bottle, this one would help them traverse the black flames. She then picked up the round bottle on the far right. This one would allow passage through the purple flames. Harry immediately glanced at the diminutive bottle. It contained scant liquid, insufficient for more than one. Upon hearing this, Hermione began to speak, but was interrupted. "But Hermione, what if Quirrell is in league with the mysterious figure? You could lose your life." Hermione fretted for his safety. "I've escaped once before, remember?" Harry pointed to the scar on his forehead. "Perhaps luck will favor me again." Hermione bit her lip, remaining silent as she stepped forward and embraced him tightly. "Harry, do you know? You are an extraordinary wizard. I am not your equal." Harry responded bashfully. "I merely study hard and possess a modicum of cleverness." Hermione laughed dismissively. Harry joined her in laughter. "Be exceedingly careful, Harry." "I will." In the headmaster's office, Fawkes' rebirth had commenced. Having feasted and refreshed himself, Fawkes stood on his perch, when suddenly, a blaze of orange flames enveloped him. In an instant, the entire bird was reduced to a pile of ashes. "I wonder what would happen if I poured a bucket of water over him at this moment." Avery gazed intently at the small pile of ashes, contemplating with a morbid curiosity as he awaited the rebirth of Fawkes. Moments later, under his watchful eyes, the ashes began to subtly disperse, revealing an unsightly hatchling. Its gray body, protruding feather pouches, and a single red plume on its head swayed gently. It was far from the charm of a typical chick. "Fawkes, you are truly hideous as a fledgling," Avery remarked with a look of disdain. The chirping little fox tilted its head back and called out to Avery. "Oh yes, time for feeding." He once again prepared a skillet, intending to create a honey-glazed steak to nourish Fawkes. "What are you doing?" An elegant female voice inquired from above. Startled by the sudden sound, Avery looked up. In the portrait overhead, a beautiful lady regarded him, her appearance strikingly pleasant, but her demeanor reminiscent of Betty, her voice as frigid as ice. "Greetings, lovely lady." Avery spoke cautiously, aware that the myriad portraits around him largely depicted former headmasters. "I am the 6th headmistress of Hogwarts," the lady replied flatly. "It is a great honor to meet you, esteemed lady," Avery responded. "What are you doing?" She repeated. "Professor Dumbledore asked me to look after Fawkes. I was about to prepare a grand meal for him." Avery gestured with his spatula. "Do you know what a phoenix chick consumes?" Upon hearing this, the lady stared at him for an extended moment, leaving him feeling quite exposed. Could it be insects? The chick merely requires a small amount of magical energy for now. It will be able to consume other foods once it matures a bit more, she sighed. "Thank you, headmistress," Avery replied, feeling somewhat awkward. To ease the tension, he approached the fledgling Fawkes and extended a finger, channeling his magic from his fingertips. The chick sensed the energy and chirped excitedly, opening its beak and pecking at the air. Avery soon noticed the magic flowing gently into Fawkes' elongated beak. After absorbing Avery's magic, the gray hue of the fledgling began to fade, transforming into fiery patterns. It seemed quite voracious. Once it had its fill, Avery assisted in preening its feathers while playfully engaging with it. "Are you from the Shafiq family?" the lady inquired. "Esteemed lady, I am Avery Shafiq. Pleased to make your acquaintance." He bowed towards the portrait. "You don't quite resemble them," she said with a smile. "Not resemble them?" Avery questioned, puzzled as he touched his handsome face. "Does our family have any distinctive traits?" "Not in appearance. The Shafiqs are not known for their amiability." Avery was bewildered. "Someone is here to see you." Observing his confusion, the lady offered no further explanation. She glanced out the window and reminded him. Avery hurried to the window. "Hermione? Ron? What are you? Come quickly. There's no time. Where's Betty?" Hermione handed him a broomstick. But he didn't come. Avery took the broomstick. She didn't come. Never mind, just come with us. Harry is in danger, Hermione urged anxiously. Very well, lady, I sincerely apologize, but I must take my leave. It has been a delightful conversation. He bid farewell to the lady and mounted the broom, flying out the window. Meanwhile, Harry had consumed the potion and stepped boldly through the flames, arriving at the final chamber where a shadowy figure awaited him. It appears that you have not acquired the Philosopher's Stone, have you, Professor Quirrell? Harry observed his retreating figure, shattering the silence of the room. You know it was me? Quirrell's voice betrayed a hint of surprise. You performed splendidly. However, it is precisely due to your overly remarkable performance that suspicion arises. At the very least, Professor Snape has been on guard against you, Harry retorted mockingly. Snape? Oomph. Quirrell scoffed, turning around. I had thought that my villainous demeanor would help divert attention. You were not mistaken. Initially, I did harbor doubts about him. Harry wished he could engage him in more conversation, but it was your own fault. What do you mean? Don't you think that as the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts, your display is rather lackluster? Students a few years above are not even frightened by trolls, and yet you, a teacher, are reduced to such a state. Harry endeavored to prolong the conversation, hoping to buy some time. Speaking of which, it is indeed regrettable. Not only did the troll fail to eliminate you, but even the gift I prepared for Snape did not yield the desired effect. Quirrell's expression twisted into a grimace. But matters not. It will soon come to an end. Potter, you might as well remain there and savor your final moments. Once I obtain the Philosopher's Stone, I shall send you to meet your parents. With that, Quirrell snapped his fingers, and several ropes materialized, binding Harry tightly. He then turned back to continue his examination of the mirror. It was at this moment that Harry noticed the mirror of Eriste behind Quirrell. This mirror is the key. Let me see how to obtain it, Quirrell muttered to himself. Observing his movements, Harry could no longer contain himself. He had to prevent Quirrell from acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. I thought Voldemort would be with you. Why is it that he lacks unicorn blood? Can he not even move? Harry taunted maliciously. The tactic proved effective. Quirrell turned around, his face darkening. Do you long to see him? He then broke into a sinister grin. Fear not, before you perish, your wish shall be granted. The master wishes to witness your demise firsthand. Fool! Utilizing that, boy Harry was horrified to discover another voice emanating from Quirrell. Potter, come here, Quirrell bellowed. I cannot move with these bindings. Harry stood his ground. Quirrell clapped his hands, and the ropes holding Harry loosened. Come here quickly. Gaze into this mirror and tell me what you see. He reached out to lightly touch the irregular shape. It was indeed the Philosopher's Stone. Unbelievably. He had obtained the stone so easily. What do you see? Quirrell asked impatiently. My parents, they're by my side, and other relatives from my family. Harry recounted the vision he beheld for the first time. I can almost envision it. Quirrell seemed to accept this assertion. Go away, useless wretch. Quirrell roughly shoved him aside. As Harry was pushed away, he glared at Quirrell while slowly retreating towards the exit. He is lying. I can feel the Philosopher's Stone. A shrill voice echoed once more. Harry bolted towards the door. Quirrell snapped his fingers again, and poor Harry found himself bound against the doorframe. Speak the truth to me. Potter. Quirrell leaned closer, his bloodshot eyes betraying a sense of barely contained desperation. Let me converse with him, came that familiar voice. Chapter 54. The Chaos of Battle. Upon hearing these words, Quirrell immediately adopted a posture of reverence, bowing low. But master, you have yet to recover. I still possess some strength, he replied. Quirrell, with utmost respect, stood upright and began to untie the scarf from his head. As the fabric fell away in layers, Quirrell gradually turned his back. He removed the final shroud, revealing a horrifying visage that lingered in Quirrell's mind. The pallid face bore no trace of color, and his red eyes glimmered with malevolence, beneath which slithered two elongated nostrils reminiscent of serpents. You are Voldemort. You killed my parents. Harry's voice surged with fury, his hatred erupting in a deafening roar. I am truly sorry. I regret not sending you to join them sooner. Look at what you have made me become. A mere remnant clinging to life, relying on my servant to hunt unicorns in the forbidden forest to sustain my existence. You deserve this. However, once I acquire the elixir of life, I shall be able to create a new body. Why not hand over the Philosopher's Stone from your pocket? He already knows. In your dreams. Even if I were to destroy it, I would never relinquish it to you, Harry replied, clutching his pocket tightly. Do not be foolish. Opposing me leads only to death. Think of your parents. They begged me for mercy before their demise. You're lying. Harry believed not a word of it. How touching. Voldemort's voice rasped. I have always admired courage. Your parents were indeed brave. When I killed your father, he fought valiantly, refusing to yield. Yet what was it all for? Utterly futile. Your mother, alas, I had promised another that I would spare her. Yet, she fought fiercely to protect you, so I had no choice. Therefore, Harry, hand over the Philosopher's Stone to me. Do not let your mother's sacrifice be in vain. Never. Harry struggled to rise, leaping towards the black flames at the door. Do not waste time. Kill him. After leaving the headmaster's office, Ivy and the others soared on their brooms, gliding over the castle's roof to the back of the 4th floor. So now Harry faces Quirrell alone? He remained on his broom, as Ron had just summarized the situation. There might also be Voldemort, Ron added. The 4th floor window was ajar. We shall enter from there. Hermione led the way. The trio slipped through the window, traversing the corridor until they reached the room of the mysterious Flamel. It was Ivy's first encounter with the true Nicholas Flamel, and indeed, he was quite imposing. Ivy, the door on the floor. Ron called out, flying inside. Illumination. Hermione brandished her wand, casting a light spell at the devil's snare. A passage opened amidst the dense vines, and the three hurried through. Ivy, we need to find the key ahead. We cannot afford to waste any more time. Hermione shouted back at him. I'll handle it. He raised his wand, sending a drill into the keyhole, and the lock was punctured. The trio passed through the door, maneuvered past the chessboard and the troll, and arrived before the flames. What shall we do? Ron gazed at Ivy. I can blow for a few seconds. You must act swiftly. With a raised hand, Ivy paused momentarily before unleashing a ferocious gust of wind that even diverted the flames. Quickly, without the need for further prompting, several figures darted past, confronting the black flames. They replicated the same maneuver and successfully entered the final trial. Kill him. As they reached the entrance, Voldemort's hoarse roar echoed ominously. Upon entering the room, they beheld Harry bound and lying on the ground, while Professor Quirrell's two-faced visage prepared to pounce upon him. Stop! Ivy shouted, diverting attention. Ron, lowering his broom, charged directly at Quirrell. Quirrell waved his wand and struck him down, but due to inertia, the flying broom still collided and sent him tumbling. Ivy and Hermione landed beside Harry, and upon dismounting, Ivy shattered Quirrell's enchantment, freeing him. Ouch, my backside! Ron scrambled to his feet, having just been knocked down by Quirrell. Shafiq, are you troublesome fools still not dead? With Quirrell rising once more, Voldemort's raspy voice resounded. Voldemort, can't you just die quietly? Ivy retorted without reservation. Do you even comprehend what you are uttering? Do you think I am someone insignificant? I am the great Dark Lord. I shall reign supreme once again. Huh, the Dark Lord? Merely a pitiable hound. As a mere visage, your arrogance is laughable. Ivy's expression brimmed with derision and disdain. Great master, there is no need to engage in a war of words with him. They shall all perish here today. Quirrell turned to face him. Mr. Shafiq, I acknowledge your formidable nature. Thus I have prepared a special gift for you. Quirrell produced a black potion vial and hurled it to the ground. The shattered vial released a viscous black liquid. As Quirrell incanted a spell, a towering 4-meter stone golem emerged. Shafiq, this is the product of the fusion of alchemy and magic. Tonight, let him escort you on your journey. Do enjoy. Quirrell's face contorted with malevolence, reveling in the moment. Ivy, what do we do now? The golem's immense stature left Ron momentarily speechless. Quirrell is yours. I shall handle this. How about it? Deal. Be cautious, Quirrell. We'll take care of him. Glancing at the golem, Harry swallowed hard and immediately declared his stance. I have already sent Hedwig to inform Dumbledore. Hold him off. Hermione reminded everyone to prioritize their own safety. After dividing responsibilities, Ivy faced the stone golem while the other three engaged Quirrell. Ivy tentatively unleashed an energy orb that struck the golem, yet remained unfazed. The golem raised its massive arm to strike, and Ivy executed a forward leap and roll, evading the attack by positioning himself beside the golem's leg. The golem's robust arm crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. He noted that although the golem was colossal, it moved at a sluggish pace. Blast it! I refuse to believe this. Even explosive flames would likely prove ineffective. Meanwhile, the trio faced their own perilous challenges. The passage of time for wizards equates to power. Accumulated knowledge and magical prowess constitute vital components of combat strength. Harry and his companions were still too youthful, often merely scrambling to keep up under Quirrell's manipulation. It appears that the solution to this predicament rests upon my shoulders. Chapter 55, Retreat. However, gazing at the stone giant that had just been shattered yet began to mend itself posed a perplexing dilemma. What should I do? Avery scratched his scalp, his mind racing to unearth useful knowledge. Suddenly, a long-forgotten incantation surfaced in his thoughts. His eyes sparkled with realization as he brandished his wand. Animal Magus. Avery invoked his most proficient transformation spell, A flash of white light enveloped the scene, instantly transmuting the rock puppet into a 2-meter-tall stone sphere. Before enrolling, Avery had the ability to morph a wooden post into various objects. Now, converting the puppet into a standard round stone was as effortless as breathing. As for concerns about size and energy consumption, Avery dismissed them as trivial. But how to make it move? Harry, distract Quirrell and seize his wand. Do not allow him to cast any spells. Ron, Hermione, wait for my command and find a way to restrain him, prevent him from moving. Avery shouted at the trio. What are you planning? Ron shouted back amidst the chaos. The three looked disheveled, their clothes tattered and torn, presenting a pitiful sight. Stop asking so many questions. If you wish to survive, do as I say. All right, understood. Harry dodged Quirrell's attack once more, raising his wand towards the flying broom behind Quirrell. Levitate spell. How are we supposed to confine him? Ron shouted with a grimace. I have an idea, Hermione whispered to Ron, pulling him close. Is that feasible? Ron's expression was one of skepticism. Unless you have a better suggestion, Hermione replied, her face unreadable. Fine, I'll trust you. Ron hastily waved his hands. If he had a plan, he would have mentioned it by now. Guys, can we save the whispers for later? Help me out here, Harry shouted at the two, overwhelmed with urgency. Right now. Potter, you annoying fly fool, bring him down and seize the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort, at the back of Harry's head, had lost his patience. Harry continuously unleashed magical starbursts to disrupt Quirrell, ensuring he had no opportunity to cast formidable spells. Yes, my master. I shall do so at once, he uttered, raising his hand to unleash several spells. Harry swiftly maneuvered, barely evading the incoming attacks, just as Quirrell sought to capitalize on his advantage. Blinding light. Ron lifted his wand, and a dazzling white light erupted before Quirrell's eyes. My eyes, he cried out, shielding his face in agony. Well done. Seizing the moment, Harry hurled a candy bomb at the back of Quirrell's head, the explosion engulfing Voldemort's face in a sticky confection. This was a whimsical invention of the twins. You scoundrel. Kill him. Voldemort roared, his mouth the only visible part of his face. Now, restrain him, Avery suddenly shouted. At that moment, what he held before him was no longer a drill, but had expanded into a cylindrical form, as thick as a telephone pole, with a crown-like top resembling an open umbrella and the overall appearance akin to a Q-stick's tip. He aimed and unleashed the impact pin in a straight line, striking the center right of the stone sphere with the force of cannonball. Following the collision, the stone sphere began to rotate slowly at an angle. Avery quickly closed the distance, pressing his hands against the sphere, channeling his magical energy into it with fervor. Gradually, the sphere's rotation accelerated. Avery's assault had set the course in motion. Upon receiving the command, the triumvirate commenced their actions. Seizing the opportunity, while Quirrell and Voldemort were momentarily obstructed, Ron cast the levitation charm upon him. Wingardium Leviosa. The effect was rather minimal. Quirrell's feet barely lifted 2 inches off the ground, his toes still grazing the surface. It was indeed a challenge to elevate an adult, yet the objective was achieved. Hurry, Hermione! Ron shouted hoarsely, straining his neck. Petri Ficus Totalis. A sharp command rang out. A beam of white light shot forth from the tip of Hermione's wand. Simultaneously, as Hermione cast her spell, Quirrell broke free from the blinding effect. Spotting the boulder rolling towards him, he hastily retaliated. Expelliarmus. A swift incantation sent Ron hurtling backward, the levitation charm dissipating without a caster. Quirrell then swiftly rolled to evade Hermione's spell. However, the petrification charm struck his calf, rendering that part of his body immobile, and the enchantment rapidly spread throughout his frame. Armored protection. Quirrell urgently cast the shield charm to safeguard himself, halting the spread of the petrification. The effect of his protective spell still lingered above him. Yet, the petrified area had encroached past his knees, leaving him with one stone leg, barely able to take a few steps. With his movement hindered and the boulder now perilously close, Quirrell shouted, Dissolution, directing the corrosive curse at the stone sphere. A green skull, entwined with wailing specters, erupted from his wand. If the killing curse extinguished life, the corrosive curse annihilated the physical form. Hermione, shield the boulder. Avy urgently called out. Hermione hastily cast the shield charm. The skull struck the boulder. Under the unforgivable curse's potency, Hermione's protective spell could not withstand even a second. A gaping hole was instantaneously eroded into the boulder's surface, thick, murky corrosive fluid bubbling and seeping inward. Thanks to Quirrell's potion, the boulder was not entirely obliterated, and its inherent repair properties somewhat hindered the corrosion. Nonetheless, the situation remained dire. as the corrosive liquid would soon consume the entire stone sphere. Thankfully, the boulder rotated diagonally rather than rolling forward or backward, preventing it from becoming lodged. Hermione, Harry, Ron, accelerate the sphere. The trio shared an unspoken understanding. Wingardium Leviosa. 3 levitation charms cascaded over the boulder. Though it could not ascend, it significantly lightened its burden. Avy pushed forward with all her might, successfully striking Quirrell's shoulder before he could evade, sending him crashing against the wall. The boulder continued its momentum, bouncing off the steps and tracing an elegant arc through the air before crashing into Quirrell's left side. Boom! Quirrell became embedded in the wall. Had it not been for shield charm, he would likely have been reduced to pulp. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed, reminiscent of crumpling a half package of crisp snacks. Ron collapsed backward, finally concluding the encounter, as Harry and the others shared this sentiment. After all, with half his body shattered, survival seemed implausible. Yet I want you dead. I shall obliterate this place. Previously restrained by concerns for the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell was now too frenzied to heed such considerations. His remaining hand extended, the tip of his wand glowing with a terrifying radiance. Damn it, where's Dumbledore? Avy cursed inwardly. Both parties are utterly exhausted now. Ivy is mentally drained, and her magic is in disarray, rendering her temporarily unable to attack. At this critical moment, Harry descends from the sky on his broomstick. He seizes Quirrell's hand, initiating a struggle for the wand. Get off, Potter! Quirrell is ensnared by Harry, unable to concentrate on casting spells. Harry thrusts his forehead forcefully against Quirrell's head. Quirrell winces in pain, loosening his grip momentarily before tightening it again. The disparity in physical strength between an adult and a child is overwhelming. Harry cannot pry the hand away. However, Quirrell is pinned by the stone and cannot shake off Harry. Just when it seems the situation will remain in stalemate, Quirrell's hand suddenly turns red and begins to bubble. My hand! Quirrell's remaining hand cracks and starts to disintegrate. Harry quickly releases his grip, astonished as he gazes at Quirrell's crumbling arm, then blankly at his own hands. Why didn't he shake your hand? Ivy's earlier words echo in his mind. So that is how it is, watching the wand drop to the ground as Quirrell's arm disintegrates. Harry experiences a moment of clarity. What are you doing? Kill him now. Perhaps due to the shared sensation or the excruciating pain, Voldemort, residing at the back of Quirrell's head, is nearly driven mad. Cough, cough, yes, master. Fusion spell. Under Voldemort's silver menace, Quirrell, in a desperate struggle, utters the incantation. Even without a wand, he successfully casts magic. Countless azure lights envelop Quirrell's remnants, and moments later he breaks free from the stone sphere. One side of his body and his right hand have turned to stone. He kicks Harry aside and reaches for the wand, aiming it at the fallen boy. Avada! Bang! Before he can finish the incantation, a slightly revived Ivy unleashes a surge of magical energy that knocks him down. Due to the stone half of his body, Quirrell cannot immediately rise. Ivy, Ron, and Hermione seize the opportunity to leap onto him, pinning him down. Harry, use your hands! Ivy shouts. Harry understands and rushes over, placing his hands simultaneously on Quirrell's and Voldemort's faces. As cracks appear on their faces, both emit a synchronized, anguished scream. Harry Potter! Voldemort hisses in resentment just before turning to ashes. Hermione appears equally exhausted. Just as they begin to relax, the remaining ashes suddenly erupt with a powerful shockwave, sending all 4 tumbling. A yellow, wraith-like figure bursts forth from the ashes, shrieking as it lunges at Harry, passing through him before fleeing. Harry collapses to the ground with a cry. Harry! Chapter 56, The End of Term. The next day, in the Hufflepuff common room, Ivy yawns as she descends. It's not too late, perhaps around 11 or 12, but she is too fatigued. Ivy grabs the coffee in her hand and downs it in one gulp. Betty shoots her a glance, having prepared for this moment well in advance. Yet Ivy looks disheveled. You were prepared, but Quirrell isn't foolish either. He conjured a massive puppet, and you almost didn't see me. After finishing her coffee, Ivy slumps beside Betty. Hermione and the others are all right? They're fine, much like my situation. Ivy replies as she rises. Let us go have breakfast, and then check on Harry. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Ivy notices, where are Ron and Hermione? Avery searched around, but found no trace of the two. George, where's your brother? He inquired, embracing the twins. He's asleep. Not sure what he was up to last night. George replied. You don't know? Avery retorted. You do? Quick, tell us. Fred leaned in closer. Saving the world. What does that mean? Be clearer. George expressed his dissatisfaction. Just wait. Dumbledore should make an announcement. Can I go to the Gryffindor common room to find them? Avery asked nonchalantly. Sure. There's no one else inside. The password is dragon dung. Fred waved his hand dismissively. We'll go after we eat. The two made their way to the Gryffindor common room. I'll take care of Ron. You go find Hermione, Avery instructed. After arranging things, he entered the first-year boys' dormitory. Ron lay sprawled out on his bed, covered by his blanket, emitting soft snoring sounds. Avery approached and abruptly pulled back the covers. Ron, what time is it? Harry's in dire straits, and you're still sleeping. What? Ron sat up suddenly. Upon seeing Avery, his expression soured, and he flopped back down. I'm skipping breakfast. Don't disturb my sleep. Get up. We still don't know how Harry is. Let us go check on him, Avery insisted, pulling him up. Don't tug. Fine, I'm getting up. Let us grab something to eat. Betty had packed a bag of food from the dining hall, and Hermione was pulling out a ham sandwich from it. Oh, Betty, you're wonderful. Ron, who had just been half asleep, perked up immediately. After they devoured their meal, they headed to the hospital. Harry lay in bed, still unconscious. Madame Pomfrey, how is Harry? When will he wake up? Ron asked anxiously. He has suffered a mental trauma. Falling into slumber is a self-protective mechanism. But do not worry, I have concocted a potion, and he should awaken in 2 days, she reassured them. That's a relief. We'll visit him again in 2 days, Hermione sighed with relief. As they left the hospital and stepped into the castle, Professor Sprout approached them. Avery, Professor Dumbledore wishes to see you, she announced. Professor Dumbledore, you called for me? Avery arrived at the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore was bent over his desk, writing. Mr. Shafiq, your assistance with Fawkes has been invaluable. Dumbledore looked up at him. I hardly did anything worth mentioning. I must thank. He suddenly realized he did not know the lady's name. Avery lifted his gaze to the portrait above. The lady was quietly observing him. I am aware. Miss Shafiq has spoken with me, Dumbledore replied. Indeed, we owe it all to Shafiq. Avery gazed in astonishment at the frame, then incredulously at Dumbledore. Thank you for your kind words. The arrangements for the kitchenware have been organized. You may take them with you shortly. Thank you. You flatter me. Assisting Fawkes was merely a small effort, and Harry and his friends are dear to me. I merely acted as was required. Humility is a beautiful quality, and indeed rare. Mr. Shafiq, Hogwarts has always been just in its rewards and punishments. I have already considered your reward. Very well, headmaster. I shall not be modest. As if perceiving his thoughts, Dumbledore produced a crimson stone and placed it upon the table. The Philosopher's Stone. Ivy's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly for me, headmaster? It was Ms. Lona's suggestion, and I have contemplated it for quite some time. Ivy glanced towards the headmistress, who might well be her distant ancestor. But why would you give it to me? Moreover, what use do I have for it? Immortality? I'm merely 12 years old. As for transmuting stone to gold, we are hardly in want of wealth. Precisely because you lack such desires. I feel quite assured in trusting the stone to you, Dumbledore replied with a smile. His words left Ivy somewhat speechless. But what if Voldemort comes after me? He is not truly dead, is he? Currently, he does not exist in a conventional sense, and thus cannot truly die. However, do not fret. I will publicly declare that the stone has been destroyed. Besides, given Voldemort's current abilities, he poses no threat, not even to you, let alone Ms. Aline. You can rest assured regarding your safety. Though it was Ms. Lona's suggestion, I have deliberated thoroughly before making this decision, ensuring it poses no threat to you. I have communicated well with my old friends as well. Since you say so, headmaster, I shall accept it, Ivy said as she received the Philosopher's Stone. Excellent. However, I must inform you that even if I claim to have destroyed the stone, a portion of the populace, including the Ministry of Magic, will undoubtedly remain skeptical. To avert suspicion and lessen the focus on you, your involvement in this matter will be entirely absent. Only Harry and his companions will be involved. Dumbledore regarded him thoughtfully. Blast! After all this, you merely wish for Harry to win the House Cup. What a cunning old fellow. You offer me an unused Philosopher's Stone as a token of silence, and in turn, you exclude me. Ivy fumed internally. In truth, he was indifferent to such matters. He had prepared himself for a thankless task, and now receiving a Philosopher's Stone was beyond his expectations. He simply had not anticipated Dumbledore placing such importance on Harry. What value did this fleeting honor hold? Do not worry about Harry. I shall explain everything to the three of them. Chapter 57. The Start of the Holidays. As midnight approached, only the two of them remained in the Hufflepuff common room. Dumbledore has rewarded you, Betty remarked. Goodness, you were aware of this? Ivy was astonished by Betty's intuition. Given your evasive demeanor earlier, it was somewhat predictable. During the day, Ron and the others had pressed him for details, but Ivy had skillfully deflected their inquiries. Impressive. Can you guess what he bestowed upon me? Without hesitation, Ivy produced the Philosopher's Stone and tossed it to her. A ruby? Not bad, Betty mused as she examined the stone. This is no ordinary gem. It is the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone? The one granting immortality. Quite a grand gift. Indeed, it is a fine treasure, though it offers little utility to us. Ivy reclined on the sofa. Regardless of its notoriety, it can serve to impress. On the third day, Harry finally awakened. Over the past couple of days, Dumbledore had shared the events of that night with everyone, save for his own part. As anticipated, apart from the students of Slytherin, the other young wizards were thoroughly impressed by the bravery displayed by Harry and his friends. Harry shone the brightest among them. The news of the Savior once again thwarting the dark machinations of the mysterious figure spread rapidly. Just 5 minutes before the hospital entrance, Ron was engaged in a discussion with Madame Pomfrey. "This is unacceptable, but you previously allowed Professor Dumbledore to enter," Ron protested, his gaze fixed in discontent upon her. "Indeed, he is the headmaster, after all, and undoubtedly possesses certain privileges," Madame Pomfrey replied matter-of-factly. "Please, we won't disturb him," Hermione interjected. "Very well, but only for 5 minutes." Madame Pomfrey acquiesced, somewhat exasperated. "Thank you. You are exceedingly generous." The four entered the hospital room, where only Harry lay in solitude, deep in thought upon the bed. Beside him, a mountain of gifts from admirers had accumulated. "Harry," Ron called out. Harry turned to see several figures approaching. "How do you feel?" Hermione inquired. "I am all right. Just a bit of a headache," he replied. "We've been eager to see you, but you were busy conversing with Professor Dumbledore." Ron squeezed in beside him. "Yes, we talked for a while. The headmaster just clarified many of my uncertainties." Harry nodded. "Really? Do share with us," Ron urged, settling on the edge of the bed with palpable eagerness. Just as Ivy mentioned, it was Dumbledore who guided me in uncovering the clues. To facilitate my movements, he even provided the invisibility cloak. He informed me that it was entrusted to him by my father. That is far too perilous. What if you found yourself in danger? Hermione could not comprehend. "It's all right. Professor Dumbledore has always been protecting me from the shadows." Harry seemed unconcerned. "Anything else?" Ron pressed on. "Also, Voldemort." "Please, Harry, do not utter that name," Ron said, a hint of fear in his voice. "Ron, we have defeated him. There is no need for trepidation." Dumbledore stated that fear of a name only serves to enhance fear of the thing itself, Harry admonished sternly. Indeed, Ivy concurred. Voldemort is nothing to be afraid of. He has not only been vanquished by Harry, but also by us. "Exactly," Hermione chimed in, her Muggle background rendering her less intimidated by Voldemort. "I'll do my best to overcome it," Ron admitted, having grown up listening to terrifying tales of the Dark Lord. And it was unrealistic to expect an immediate change in his perspective. I continued, "Voldemort has never truly vanished. Although he is presently weakened, he lurks in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to rise again. Then why doesn't Dumbledore find him and eliminate him while he is vulnerable?" Hermione questioned. Dumbledore explained that Voldemort exists in a state between life and death, making him impossible to kill. Furthermore, the circumstances of his current state are partially my doing. Voldemort will undoubtedly seek revenge. Thus, Dumbledore has been guiding me, preparing me to confront Voldemort and hone my skills for what lies ahead. I still believe this arrangement is unsatisfactory. "Harry, you are a human being, not a mere tool." Hermione rejected this notion. Nevertheless, the professor assured me that this would be the first and last time, Harry admitted, feeling a bit uncomfortable himself. "That is good," Hermione responded, seemingly satisfied. "Regrettably, due to your prolonged unconsciousness, you were unable to attend the final match of the Quidditch Cup. Without your presence, we were utterly trounced by Ravenclaw. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that Gryffindor emerged victorious in the House Cup." Ron felt a bittersweet mix of disappointment and joy. "No worries, awaken south. Harry is only in his first year. He can improve next year." Indeed, Harry found solace in the thought, yet the end of the term loomed, and they would soon part ways. "We are merely on holiday, not departing from this world. We shall reconnect during the summer," Ron remarked. "It's settled." Hermione chimed in delight. Outside King S. Cross Station, Avy and Betty had just exited the platform when they spotted Aaron waving at them. "I miss you so much." Approaching, Aaron greeted each with a kiss and a warm embrace. At that moment, the passenger doors swung open, revealing Wendy. Auntie Winnie was much gentler, offering a light embrace to both girls. At dinner, the atmosphere was thick with nostalgia. Avy recounted the events of the term, prompting Aaron to sigh. "What is Dumbledore planning to do?" Wendy inquired. With Voldemort unable to be killed, old Dumble doesn't seem to have a viable solution. "He wishes to nurture Harry, hoping he will eventually confront Voldemort," Avy answered, her mouth full of food. With the weather warming, they had been consuming less hot pot. Avy prepared a simple yet hearty meal, steaming several trays of beef buns, which the three ladies relished. "Harry Potter? His name certainly carries weight. While picking you up, I observed him and found nothing extraordinary. How could he possibly defeat Voldemort? Wendy remarked, tearing a piece of bread, her exquisite features betraying no emotion. Her tone was devoid of mockery, merely stating a fact. Unlike other witches and wizards, Wendy had never subscribed to the notion of a savior vanquishing the Dark Lord. She believed Harry's survival was solely due to the selfless sacrifice of James and Lily. What can one deduce from a brief meeting? Avy countered. At least his worldview is relatively intact, far superior to that of Malfoy and his ilk. Besides, even if he falters, I am here. There is no need for concern. You? Erin turned her head languidly, sizing him up. You couldn't even best me now. That remains to be seen. Moreover, you two are hardly invincible. Without Voldemort, even Quirrell Wood and T stand a chance against you. Erin and Wendy were formidable. The mere fact that a single mother could evade the Death Eater's pursuit spoke volumes. The Ministry of Magic, with its ineptitude, was no match for them. Moreover, I am merely 12. After honing my abilities for a couple of years, I shall be capable of defeating Voldemort, Avy asserted confidently, especially after learning about the news of the arrow that could pierce the Dark Lord. Even though these individuals were significantly stronger than in the original narrative, they would not pose a threat to him in the future. With Betty S.'s support, Avy felt he could take on an entire group. Do not underestimate yourself. After all, you are the last male from both our families, when he quipped, swirling her wine glass with intrigue. And outside, will it make quite a commotion? Avy began to envision the earth-shattering scenes typical of a novel's protagonist leveling up. Well, that's reasonable the noise 1T be excessive. It's merely a matter of the venue. In any case, I am the expert here. Just trust me, Erin replied, uninterested in further explanation. All right, since everything is prepared, let us proceed the day after tomorrow. These 2 days will be for preparation and arrangement. Chapter 58, Bone Tempering. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the backyard, the family gathered together. What is this? Avery was taken aback by the sight before him. In the center of the yard, there was a pit over half a meter deep, filled with a crimson liquid, the thick scent of blood permeating the air. Wasn't only the young dragon's blood required? That was the essential material. It's not as simple as just concocting the final potion. Moreover, the method of using the bone tempering potion is quite unique. The entire process necessitates immersing oneself in the blood of an adult dragon. She pointed at the blood-filled pit, urging him to jump in without delay. You didn't even inform me beforehand. Thankfully, it's summer now. Had it been winter, I might have frozen to death. Murmuring to herself, Avery approached the edge of the pit, preparing to leap in. Wait, Erin called out to him. What's the matter? He turned around in confusion. You need to strip down first. That does seem reasonable. But must you make such a fuss? What does a 12-year-old child have to show? Besides, we've seen it all before, Erin interrupted, knowing his thoughts. Fine, you win. After swiftly shedding his clothes, he jumped into the pit, sitting cross-legged. His skin tingled slightly. Merely soaking in the dragon's blood made Avery feel uneasy. That's normal. Here, drink this. Erin handed him a cup filled with a red potion. What is this? It tastes quite good. Without hesitation, he accepted it and drank it all in one gulp. It's a restorative potion. Good, the preparations are complete. Here, drink this. Erin produced another bottle shimmering with silver light. This is the bone tempering potion. Avery examined it, then downed it in one go. Not bad, but it doesn't taste as good as the restorative potion. He smacked his lips. I must warn you, the tempering process is excruciating. Don't think it will be amusing, Erin said with a serious expression. How painful can it be? Before he could finish his sentence, Avery's face suddenly contorted in agony, and he collapsed into the pit. He gritted his teeth against the pain, quickly rising to his knees, gripping the edge of the pit, his entire body trembling. The power of the bone tempering potion surged through him. Countless blood blisters appeared and vanished on his skin. Are you all right? Wendy observed the changes on his body with concern. It's a normal reaction. The bone tempering potion is beginning to take effect. As a professional, Erin remained the calmest among them. This situation persisted for half an hour. Avery's body had turned a deep crimson. The dragon's blood in the pit began to boil like water in a kettle. The evaporating blood mist drawn by an unseen force enveloped him, coalescing into a hazy red cocoon within the pit. Pop! Inside the red cocoon, a blood blister on Avery's shoulder burst, viscous blood splattering forth. And this was merely the beginning. That sound served as a signal, and in an instant, all the blood blisters on his body exploded in succession. Scalding blood swiftly covered him, and visibly, his physique shrank, becoming gaunt and skeletal. Avery! Outside, Betty softly called out. Unfortunately, he could not hear her voice at that moment. Do not worry, he will be fine. This is his choice. We must trust him, Wendy comforted her daughter warmly. At this moment, Ivy's situation appeared dire, though it was not as dramatic as it seemed. Despite his emaciated form, his vitality remained remarkably robust. Even without the use of the magic stone, he could survive for an extended period. The source of his suffering primarily stemmed from the blood that incessantly scorched his skin. Fortunately, Aaron had previously administered a healing potion, allowing him to endure the pain. Otherwise, he would likely have succumbed to unconsciousness. After approximately half an hour, the blood enveloping Ivy's body suddenly ignited. Vivid crimson flames consumed the cocoon and the filth upon his skin, gradually clarifying the view within the pit. It became evident that Ivy's body was intricately laced with a dense network of red veins, converging from his limbs and torso towards his heart. Almost there, Aaron observed, moving to the edge of the pool to retrieve another vial. Unlike ordinary liquid potions, this one contained a vibrant assortment of granules. The enhancement potion was an exceedingly rare ancient creation, capable of exponentially amplifying the effects of other potions, the crafting method of which had long been lost to time. Aaron poured the enhancement potion into the pool. Is it over? Wendy and Betty approached, their curiosity piqued. The refining process had concluded, and the next step was the replenishment phase. Isn't the risk too great with the enhancement replenishment? Wendy, possessing some knowledge of the potion, expressed her concern. I am thoroughly prepared, Aaron replied, producing a large bag filled with various vials and jars, eagerly pouring their contents into the pool. Activation potions, oxygen therapy potions, life potions, healing potions, and others. Any restorative elixir she had, she poured in, wishing fervently for Ivy to absorb them all. The myriad potions swirled together in the pit, creating a kaleidoscope of colors. After a brief moment, the mixture became clear and luminous. Boom! Boom! The strong, rhythmic beating of Ivy's heart resonated clearly in the ears of the women present. At that moment, his heart radiated a brilliant glow, akin to a resplendent sun. The halo and the blood pool rippled in harmony with the heartbeat. Even amidst the dragon's blood, its clarity remained evident. As the replenishment neared completion, Ivy's body swelled like a sponge, absorbing water. He slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of impurities, feeling an unprecedented vitality that made him want to shout with joy. With this thought, Ivy suddenly rose from the pool, ready to express his exhilaration, when Aaron's voice pierced through the air. What are you doing? Only then did he remember the presence of the three ladies. His face flushed crimson as he instinctively shielded his modesty. Don't cover up. If you want me to look, you'll have to wait a few more years. Now hurry and take a shower. You smell terrible. Wendy and the others pinched their noses and stepped back. After the refining, all impurities within him had been expelled, most of which remained in the pit, rendering the once clear blood pool murky and foul-smelling, with only remnants still clinging to his skin. Ivy hurried inside, racing towards the bathroom. Incredible. This effect is akin to a complete cleansing of the marrow, Ivy exclaimed as he showered, feeling a sense of vanity. It was no wonder, for upon inspection, his pores appeared significantly finer. Moreover, the common traits of the Caucasian race, such as excessive body hair and odor, had seemingly bid him farewell. Of course, being still young, he could not fully appreciate this transformation. Once he matured, he would be grateful for it all. No wonder people say that marrow cleansing is akin to beauty treatment. The ancients did not deceive me. Ivy, who was already quite handsome, emerged from this ordeal as a veritable femme fatale. Previously, distinctions were made between young and old. Now, it seems, even racial differences are disregarded. Upon seeing him, Aaron teased in a mockingly rough tone, reminiscent of an old rogue, as Wendy and Betty nodded in agreement. While appearance was secondary, after all, I already possess a fair degree of charm. The primary concern appeared to be the lack of significant change in strength. Abe clenched his fists, assessing the situation. It was not merely a minor alteration. It was an utter absence of change. Have you forgotten what I told you last time? What it bestows upon you is that these coming years will mark the pinnacle of your development, the effects of which you shall soon witness. Aaron relaxed back into her usual demeanor. Have you not noticed anything unusual? Unusual? Abe paused, momentarily confused. Once the topic was broached, he immediately sensed something amiss. His body was ablaze with heat as he cast a mischievous glance at the ladies, licking his lips. The heat is indeed correct. I have administered an excessive amount of restorative medicine. Your absorption capacity is limited, and now it all resides within you. Aaron disregarded his gaze. What then? You must either release it or absorb it. Release it? Abe's mind turned dark, his eyes beginning to redden. You lack the ability for that, Wendy remarked, piercing through his wicked thoughts with calmness. Oof. Just wait. I'll show you later, Abe thought menacingly. He then inquired about how to absorb it. Exercise, of course. Engage in physical activity from dawn until dusk for approximately 20 days, and that should suffice. 20 days. ISNT, that rather inefficient? There are no alternatives. If you do not exercise during the day, you might find it difficult to sleep at night. It will be best if you refrain from eating. Just stick to drinking water. With no other recourse, he reluctantly acquiesced to the expert's advice. Initially, Abe struggled to adapt, despite the energy continuously replenishing his stamina. He found himself utterly exhausted. However, after 2 days of training, he discovered it to be quite enjoyable. His body adjusted, and he need not worry about the common complaints regarding knees or ankles. After all, in this realm, even bones could regenerate. After a continuous 20 days, the energy stored within him was finally digested. The results were immediate and impressive. Abe had grown 3 centimeters taller, likely surpassing Harry by half a head, and his skin appeared radiant, as if washed in light. Most noticeably, his physique was not that of a muscle-bound gym enthusiast. Due to the constraints of age, his body was well-defined and strong without being cumbersome, exuding an appealing aesthetic. Moreover, Abe had never contemplated pursuing bodybuilding. He was destined for combat, and such bulk would severely hinder his speed. The current streamlined, wave-wash physique was both practical and aesthetically pleasing. This evening, Abe could finally enjoy a meal. Tomorrow, I plan to invite the Weasley family, along with Harry and Hermione, for a gathering. It coincides with Harry's birthday, making it a perfect opportunity for everyone to come together. At the dining table, Abe discussed the arrangements with the women of the household. It matters not, as you shall be the one cooking, which one tea tire us at all. Besides, it has been quite some time since Wendy and Mrs. Molly have seen each other. Will they arrive? Erin inquired, not lifting her gaze as she tended to her nails. The Weasley family will arrive early, but Hermione and Harry will need to be picked up. This is one of the downsides of being a child. Adults do not trust you, making it inconvenient to go anywhere. Can't you drive? Just go pick them up, she suggested lazily. I don't have a license. What if I get pulled over? No worries. I have cast a spell in a car. So it appears perfectly normal from the outside. All right, you are quite determined. Chapter 59, The First Birthday. What are the plans for tomorrow? Betty spoke up to alleviate the awkwardness. Then, it's up to you to sort it out. Just let us know if you need anything. Winnie has also taken a hands-off approach. The next day, at 9 in the morning, you and I will go together, Ivy said as she donned her attire and entered Betty's room. I was changing my clothes while she remained in her pajamas. Change it as something fancy. Uncle Harry appreciates that sort of thing, Ivy advised. Understood. Once dressed, I stepped into the living room. Mom, we're heading out to pick up Harry and Hermione. When is the Weasley family arriving? Winnie asked as she toasted bread. They'll be here shortly, but Mr. Arthur cannot come. He is tied up with matters at the ministry. Mrs. Molly will bring them over. Got it, you all can leave. 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Isn't Hermione's house out of the way? Why are we coming here first? Betty remarked from the front passenger seat, glancing at the map. Uncle Harry doesn't quite understand, Ivy gently explained. If Hermione were to join us and saw Harry in this state, with her temperament, it would certainly be quite a scene. Is he really that bad? It depends on your perspective. Compared to the Death Eaters who kill as casually as drinking water, he is a saint. But in contrast to Mrs. Molly, he might as well be Voldemort. Just generally bad? A compromise, perhaps. He is likely a tad worse than the current Malfoy. Young Master Malfoy, a few flattering words from you, and you could be brothers. What about his aunt? A woman blinded by jealousy. You must never become like that. That's hard to say. I've recently discovered that you possess quite the ambition, Betty said, her bright eyes fixed on him. Stop talking nonsense. What ambition could I possibly have? Ivy turned her head, her voice lacking conviction. Oomph. Noticing his evasive gaze, Betty scoffed. At that moment, they fortuitously arrived at Harry's home, saving him from further scrutiny. Ding dong. They pressed the doorbell. Who is it? A sharp female voice called from within. Mrs. Dursley, good day. I'm a classmate of Dudley S. You are? Mr. Vernon paused momentarily. Hello, Mr. Dursley. We have met before. Greetings, I am Betty Ather. Betty introduced herself as well. Mr. Dursley recalled Ivy, as Dudley had mentioned her as Harry's only friend at school. Observing their remarkable demeanor and fine attire, Mr. Dursley hesitated before responding. Hello. What brings you here? Mr. Dursley, let us skip the pleasantries. We are both wizards and classmates of Harry at the magical school. Today is his birthday, and we are throwing him a celebration, Ivy stated directly. As she articulated their intention, Harry, hearing the commotion, raced down the stairs. Ivy, Betty, he exclaimed with delight. Hey, are you all set? Ivy waved her hand. All set. We can leave now. Wait for me. Vernon roared, barely containing his fury. Be quiet. I will not allow him to associate with you freaks anymore. You are not welcome here. Leave my house at once. Now, Mr. Dursley, please do not be so quick to anger. Hearing Harry mention that you have an important business discussion tonight. Is that correct? It has nothing to do with you. Indeed, it does not concern me. However, consider this. If you prevent Harry from accompanying us, are you not concerned that he might cause havoc this evening? I shall confine him and securely lock the door to avert such occurrences. Vernon replied coldly. I must remind you that Harry is a wizard. Do not utter that word in my home. Vernon opened his mouth, momentarily silenced. Taking advantage of the moment, Ivy pressed on. If Harry comes with us, you will have no worries and can focus entirely on your business deal, thus securing a substantial profit. His words swayed Vernon slightly. Securing the success of this venture is paramount. As for Harry, he cannot escape. But do not entertain such thoughts. He is not permitted to leave, and I shall never allow him to engage with magic again. Petunia suddenly interjected, firmly rejecting the notion. Alas, it appears there is no other option. Ivy sighed, feigning distress, as though this were not her intention. What are you planning to do? Vernon recoiled suddenly. Mr. Dursley, do you remember Hagrid? He asked with a smile. What do you intend to do? Vernon swallowed hard, his voice trembling. What have you done? Stop this at once. Vernon struggled frantically in the air. Good heavens! Put him down. Petunia shouted in terror, rushing to grab Vernon and try and prevent him from rising any higher. Ivy withdrew her fingers, allowing Vernon to hover about a meter above the ground. This was a benefit derived from physical enhancement, as her mental prowess had undergone a qualitative leap. Why are you making such a commotion? At that moment, a hoarse female voice emanated from behind. Ivy promptly dispelled the spell, and Vernon plummeted to the ground. The group turned to see a woman with gray hair, wearing a hairnet, slippers, a red floral dress, and a transparent raincoat. Mrs. Fig, Ivy thought to herself, understanding immediately. Ignoring her, she turned to Harry. It's time to leave, Harry. Harry stepped past the Dursleys and exited. My sincerest apologies for startling everyone, he said, taking a large box of mousse cake from Betty's hands. This is a token of my regret. We shall not intrude any longer. The Dursleys dared not object. As they passed Mrs. Fig, Ivy offered her a few pieces of the treats she had prepared herself. You may wish to try them. Thank you. Departing from Little Whinging, they drove to Hermione's home, where she was alone. Harry rolled down the car window and called out a few times, prompting Hermione to rush out. Long time no see, she exclaimed excitedly, glancing into the car. Where's Ron? He could have arrived sooner, but my uncle delayed us considerably. Meanwhile, the living room was filled with guests. Mrs. Weasley was seated with Eileen and Wendy, enjoying a conversation. Percy, George, Fred, and Ginny were engaged in a spirited game of cards, having just learned how to play. Bill and Charlie were unable to join as they were working. Why didn't they bring you along to play? Hermione inquired. He is too slow. I've been teaching him for nearly half an hour. The twins chimed in, and Ron quickly turned crimson, as if he might erupt in anger. Enough of this. Let us step outside for a bit and perhaps order cake. With that, he sought out Eileen. First, greet Mrs. Molly. Then lean closer to my mother's ear and whisper, please give me some money. Aaron cast a glance at him and nodded towards the bag in the back seat. Ivy made a gesture of understanding, picked up the bag, and led the group outside. For the Weasley children, everything outside was a marvel. The mundane world's way of living was vastly different from that of wizards. As they passed a park, they paused to watch a football match, which bore resemblance to Quidditch and delighted them immensely. Eventually, they arrived at a large shopping mall, with a multitude of goods dazzled Ron's eyes. They purchased an abundance of items, primarily snacks, as gifts from Ivy, along with some ingredients for the hot pot planned for the birthday celebration that evening. Lastly, they found a charming cake shop nearby and ordered a grand cake for Harry. Let us tidy up and prepare for dinner, Ivy suggested, just as they entered, when he came down the stairs carrying a bag. Where shall we eat? Ivy directed everyone to put away the items they had bought. To the east. Aren't you all going to the amusement park this afternoon? There's a splendid Chinese restaurant right next door. A Chinese restaurant? How delightful. Shall we take a taxi? It is quite a distance, someone inquired. I've rented a business van. We'll drive there, Ivy replied. Then let us be off. After lunch, they eagerly headed towards the amusement park. Among the group, the most exhilarated was not the Weasleys, but Harry. The sight of playing alongside friends had previously existed only in his dreams. He finally acted like a normal child, pulling everyone along to experience all the attractions. On the way back, Ivy took the wheel. With his physical condition, he had merely observed Wendy's driving once to learn. Unlike the lively journey there, the car was now enveloped in silence, with only him quietly steering the wheel while the others, including the three parents, were fast asleep. Upon arriving home, Ivy chose not to awaken them. The fatigue evident on everyone's faces indicated they had enjoyed themselves thoroughly. As night fell, the others gradually woke up. The three mothers continued their chatter in the living room, seemingly having an endless supply of topics. The revived Weasley men could not sit still and dashed into Ivy's room to play video games. Ginny, Hermione, and Betty, however, displayed their future roles as devoted homemakers by remaining in the kitchen to assist with the evening's side dishes, albeit mostly hindering rather than helping, except for Betty. At 8 o'clock, the birthday celebration officially commenced. There were no extravagant decorations, only heartfelt wishes. The joyous atmosphere, combined with delectable dishes, enveloped everyone in bliss. For Harry, the events of the day felt like a dream. Chapter 60, The House Elf Dobby. This remark left Harry feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ivy found it amusing. After all, the question of who cared for whom was still up for debate, especially considering Hermione and her two seemingly useless companions were not mere flights of fancy. As for Harry's aunt and uncle, things were quite disheartening. Ivy had witnessed Harry enter with a large bag of snacks, only to have it completely seized by Dudley. It seemed they would need to have Dobby deliver some more. Are you not going to help? Even Betty, who usually remained indifferent to others' affairs, spoke up in defense of Harry. This is someone else's family matter, Ivy remarked softly. What do you expect me to do? Regardless, they're his last relatives. Am I truly supposed to confront them? Moreover, Harry is not without the means to resist. By acquiescing to this situation, it indicates that he himself does not wish to harm the Dursleys. Does Harry harbor hatred towards them? Betty finds this hard to believe. Why should he resent them? He may have indeed endured considerable suffering, but at the end of the day, it was the Dursley family that raised him. To put it plainly, the source of indignation stems from their familial ties. Yet, they have provided for him. In my view, the Dursleys have not wronged Harry. Their transgression lies solely against Harry's mother. Ultimately, the term abuse may be more accurately expressed as injustice. The Dursleys failed to afford him the treatment that a family ought to provide. Shall we simply dismiss this matter? Let's not overcomplicate things. Harry's thoughts may be naive, yet his life experiences are ample. He knows how to navigate his relationship with the Dursleys. While Ivy and the others engaged in casual conversation, trouble brewed for Harry. It was certainly not for his welcome. He mused. Is there a snack inside? I'll hold it for you. He offered, but Dudley snatched the bag away. That's mine, give it back. Harry protested, moving forward to reclaim it. Shoot, Dudley hissed, signaling for silence. My dad is conducting business. If you make a ruckus, you'll disturb him. Now hand over the snacks. Harry retorted coldly, mimicking a threatening gesture. You. Dudley recoiled into a corner, terrified. The last incident with Hagrid's magic had left him utterly frightened. He clutched the bag tighter, as if the food could grant him courage. We'll split it in half, Dudley suggested timidly, having devoured most of the cake Ivy provided during the day. He found it difficult to relinquish such a delightful treat. What are you two shouting about? Vernon emerged, lowering his voice in a roar. Dudley quickly hid behind Vernon. He stole my things. Harry glared at Dudley. If you do not return them, I shall use magic to drive the Masons away. He pretended to recite an incantation, Lagalabaradum. Stop. What are you planning to do? Vernon exclaimed in terror. Return it to me. Quickly. All right, just don't chant. Vernon was left with no choice. The Masons were, at present, his deities. He retrieved several cakes from the bag, handed one to Dudley, and tossed the remainder to Harry. Harry said nothing, accepting the bag and heading upstairs. Mr. Mason, we have prepared snacks especially for today's meeting. Please try them and see if they suit your taste, were the last words he heard before ascending the stairs. Inside the room, Harry shut the door and turned on the light. Just as he turned around, he nearly screamed. He abruptly covered his mouth, staring at the creature upon his bed. It possessed bat-like ears, a slender nose, and a pair of bulging green eyes the size of tennis balls. The creature leapt down from the bed and bowed deeply. Harry noticed it was clad in an old pillowcase, with several holes torn in the arms and legs. Hello, Harry Potter. The creature greeted with palpable excitement. Hello, who are you? Harry responded, his expression awkward. Harry Potter. It cried out, Dobby has always wanted to meet you. The great Harry Potter. Thank you, Harry said as he approached the desk and took a seat. Dobby? What is your name? Yes, sir. I am a house elf named Dobby. House elf? Harry had never encountered this term before. We are servants to wizards. Then why have you come to me? Dobby hesitated, unsure of how to begin. He was eager yet somewhat timid. Please, take your time, Harry politely urged. Sit down. Dobby was taken aback, sobbing that never had a wizard allowed him to sit as an equal. All right. Keep your voice down. Sit down first and speak slowly about what you need. Why? Harry's expression darkened. There's a plot. Something dreadful will occur at Hogwarts this year. What dreadful thing? Can you tell me? I cannot. Dobby spread his hands, anxious that should Harry Potter inquire further, he might harm himself. Harry Potter must promise not to go to Hogwarts. Dobby pleaded with urgency. Very well. Harry discerned that Dobby was indeed in distress and sought to reassure him. Really? Dobby's eyes widened. nearly popping from their sockets. Yes, really. Oh, splendid. Dobby has saved the great Harry Potter's life. A look of profound satisfaction graced Dobby's face, which stirred a twinge of guilt within Harry. Dobby then snapped his fingers, producing several envelopes. Initially fearful that Harry Potter would disregard his warnings, Dobby had intercepted a few letters intended for him. You intercepted them? Harry exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. They had discussed this matter at the Weasley household, pondering why Ron and Hermione's letters had vanished en route. I was puzzled as to why Ron and Hermione sent me letters through the Weasley family, Harry mused aloud. Why didn't you intercept the ones brought by the round-faced boy? At the mention of the round-faced boy, Dobby appeared somewhat apprehensive. I dared not obstruct the messenger from the Shafiq household. Otherwise, my master would not spare me. Harry was at a loss for words. It seemed Dobby was indeed one who feared the powerful. Chapter 61. Nocturne Alley. Are house elves quite rare? Not at all, but primarily only ancient and affluent pure-blood wizarding families possess them. You know of the kitchens at Hogwarts, where house elves prepare the meals. Oh, does the Weasley family have any? Harry inquired, intrigued. The Weasley family was indeed an ancient pure bloodline, though not wealthy. Naturally, their kindness and desire not to enslave house elves plays a part. When the conversation did not pertain to Dobby's master, he spoke freely. Then the Malfoy family must have them. Harry blurted out without hesitation. They do. Dobby scratched his head. However, your friend, the esteemed Shafiq family, also possesses them. The Weasley family too? Harry inquired further. I have not seen any. The food is prepared either by Ivy or the two ladies. That lady is somewhat different. She guards the ancestral home of Shafiq and does not reside among muggles. No wonder Ivy had not mentioned her. Satisfied with his curiosity, Harry decided it was time for Dobby to leave, considering he did not know when Vernon might come upstairs. Harry handed him a piece of cake, expressing his gratitude for sharing this matter today. Is this for Dobby? Dobby inquired, gazing at the cake with uncertainty. Indeed. Oh, I never expected the great and benevolent Harry Potter to be so kind to Dobby. It began to weep again, wiping its nose with the pillowcase on its chest. Stop crying. You should leave first. Otherwise, my uncle will come up, and I want to know how to explain. Harry could hardly bear it. Should there be any new developments, Dobby would return. Life returned to its tranquil routine. Ivy engaged in the monotonous training daily, and the benefits of her growing strength were unmistakable. Halfway through the holiday, she had mastered a long-desired spell. However, further practice was necessary to attain proficiency. To fully exploit her physical advantages, Ivy had also leveraged connections to find an excellent combat club to learn how to fight. Betty could not afford to be idle either. Ivy was determined to master the spell to break the enchantment, and her task was pivotal. She was currently learning a crucial spell, not a forbidden one, but one of greater complexity. Moreover, Ivy, that pesky nuisance, occasionally disrupted her progress, causing it to be exceedingly slow. Nevertheless, they were not as busy as Erin and Wendy. Erin was now punctual in her daily work, while Wendy had become her assistant at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Given Wendy's capabilities, she could easily serve as an Auror in the Ministry of Magic. In terms of combat, she even surpassed Erin. Yet, Wendy held a disdain for the Ministry of Magic, remarking that it was now populated solely by a bunch of inept individuals. As for the Philosopher's Stone, Ivy had entrusted its study to them. Otherwise, one could not fathom Erin's enthusiasm for her job. On the last day of August, Ivy had arranged to accompany Harry and others to Diagon Alley to purchase textbooks for the new term. Ivy and Betty were maturing rapidly and no longer required constant supervision. Watching their parents depart, Ivy and Betty exchanged glances. Time is running short. We should be on our way. Ivy gathered a handful of flue powder. To Diagon Alley? Betty inquired. Yes. Ivy sprinkled the flue powder into the fireplace, and an expansive burst of green flames erupted within. They exchanged a glance before stepping into the fire. With a loud pop, the flames extinguished, and their figures vanished from the room. Diagon Alley, Gringotts. As the green light flickered, Ivy and Betty emerged from the fireplace, glancing back at the still glimmering hearth. So many people. Will this fireplace suffice? Ivy remarked, expressing her concerns about potential congestion. This is merely a public fireplace. There are numerous private ones, Betty replied. The two made their way to the front entrance of Gringotts. The streets of Diagon Alley were bustling with wizards coming and going. Celebrities? Ivy scoffed at the notion. Do you know who it is? Yes, Gilderoy Lockhart. Ivy showed no interest in discussing him. Oh, that author? Indeed, I've heard he is quite impressive, having battled many dangerous magical creatures. Just hot air. He merely possesses a flair for writing, Ivy retorted. As they chatted, they entered the hall. It seemed they had not yet arrived. Should we withdraw some money first? Betty suggested, adhering to the procedure. With so much, the space in her bag had expanded slightly. A multitude of golden galleons filled to the brim. A bagful was retrieved last time. Aside from procuring various materials for potion crafting, they had scarcely been utilized. With no need to withdraw any money, what shall we do now? Shall we merely wait idly? The clamor here is unbearable. Indeed, Gringotts is rather noisy, the sound of the abacus clattering incessantly. Not only Gringotts, but no place in Diagon Alley offers respite from the din. The tedium of waiting is palpable. Perhaps we should indulge in a couple of drinks at the Leaky Cauldron? A thought struck Ivy, illuminating his eyes. What about a stroll through Nocturne Alley? That place is a veritable den of iniquity. There is nothing of interest there. Oh, come on, it's worth a glance. It might prove useful in the future. He tugged at Betty, leading her toward a secluded corner. Nocturne Alley lies deep within Diagon Alley, a dark and narrow enclave bustling with activity, yet its inhabitants appear far from virtuous. An occasional visit to this locale brings a certain novelty. To speak candidly, Nocturne Alley exudes a distinctly dark and magical ambience. The alley itself is narrow, with sunlight failing to penetrate its depths. The solitary path is damp and overgrown with moss. The wooden structures lining either side are dilapidated, with flocks of crows perched upon the eaves, watching the passers-by. Most of the shops lack proper signage, their crumbling door frames adorned with bizarre weather vanes. The windows are filled with grotesque displays, shriveled heads, enormous black spiders, desiccated hands, and poisonous candles, items that clearly violate numerous wizarding regulations. Indeed, even the scent is rather pungent, Betty remarked, pinching her nose in distaste. They meandered aimlessly through the streets, their distinguished appearances and immaculate attire starkly contrasting with the surrounding squalor. Those nearby, whether wizards or not, regarded them with a mix of curiosity and caution, yet no one dared to approach. Having frequented such unsavory locales for years, they remained vigilant. Encounters with wealthy scions like themselves were not uncommon. One could not discern whether they were a fearsome tiger or a plump lamb. Yet when crowds gather, there are always those who lack foresight. Turning around, Ivy found himself face to face with a hulking brute, slightly smaller than Hagrid, his disheveled appearance obscuring his features. Upon noticing Ivy, the man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Ivy returned the smile, raising his arm and unleashing an energy blast that sent the man sprawling several meters to the ground. Shafiq. It was none other than the Shafiq family. So that was it. The once predatory gathering of onlookers lost all interest. They knew better than to provoke the Shafiq family, past or present. The fallen man rose, having absorbed Ivy's energy blast against his chest, leaving a slight indentation. His expression was one of irritation, yet his gaze remained unperturbed. Perhaps after a moment of internal deliberation, he shot a venomous glance at them before ultimately choosing to retreat. Indeed, those lacking wit cannot hope to survive in such a place, Ivy mused. This brawny fellow, despite his muscular frame, possessed a sharp intellect. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and look, Betty urged, observing him lost in thought. No need to rush. We'll look and be on our way. They pushed open the door. Welcome. What can I assist you with? Croaked a gaunt old man, resembling a zombie, as he emerged from the inner room. My name is Shafiq. I am unsure how the master refers to his esteemed lineage, but it certainly holds its weight. The old gentleman's face briefly registered surprise, yet he soon donned a smile, exclaiming, what an extraordinary guest we have in Mr. Shafiq. You may call me Boken, though I am curious about your purpose here. This is a magical emporium, is it not? What else could I seek in such a place? I replied, forgive my ignorance. However, you are indeed open-minded. To be frank, many harbor misconceptions about my shop. All items here are authentic magical artifacts. Then, Mr. Boken, do you have any esteemed recommendations? Price is of no concern. Certainly. You deserve nothing but the finest. Mr. Shafiq, I am honored to present to you the Hand of Glory. Mr. Boken lifted a glass case, revealing a shriveled human hand resting upon a cushion. Simply place a candle within that hand, and its light will illuminate only for the one holding it. This is the perfect companion for thieves and robbers. Mr. Boken, I am not in need of wealth. Oh, I sincerely apologize. He hastily set down the case and produced a box adorned with a charm. Inside lay a beautiful opal necklace, accompanied by a card that read, Warning, do not touch. 19 muggles have perished in pursuit of this item, cursed as it is. Mr. Shafiq, this is a weapon that can eliminate foes without bloodshed. Should you wish to rid yourself of someone, you may gift this, and rest assured, they shall not survive the year. Absolutely not. Let us see something else. Very well. This is the Vanishing Cabinet. Next, this is the Enchanted Ring. In Chapter 62, The marvelous egg. Mr. Boken diligently showcased his treasures. What a discerning patron you are. He panted slightly. Mr. Boken, it is said that your shop is the most comprehensive in the entire magical realm, yet it appears somewhat overstated. I seek true rarities. Do not attempt to bamboozle me with these mundane trinkets. What a bold statement, Mr. Shafiq. Rarities, you say? Mr. Boken pondered for a moment. I happen to possess a true rarity, indeed. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a unique treasure of this world. Is that the price? Mr. Boken rubbed his fingers together. Price? Avis scoffed, reaching into his satchel to produce a handful of gold galleons, scattering them across the table. Let's first inspect the goods. The thrill of extravagance coursed through Avis as he waved his arms, feeling that his display of wealth could be even more flamboyant. That is quite the show-off, but he cast him a disapproving glance. Thank you for your patience, gentlemen. Mr. Boken cradled a splendid cushion, upon which rested a black, oval object. He carefully placed it upon the table. Gentlemen, behold an egg from the netherworld. The pitch-black exterior captivated both their gazes, akin to a black hole. The netherworld? Is it not said to be the realm one enters after death? How did you come by it? Source must remain confidential, Mr. Shafiq. Of course, I overstepped. But how can one ascertain that this is an egg and not merely an ordinary stone? Authenticity is the cornerstone of my business. You may place your hand upon it. Wajin said with a smile. The two exchanged glances. To guard against deceit, Ivy resolved to conduct a personal experiment. He raised his hand to cover the black egg, and the moment his palm made contact with the surface, it turned as dark as the egg itself, blending seamlessly with it. Ivy, Betty exclaimed, her expression shifting as she voiced her concern. I am unharmed. Only then did Betty feel reassured and turned her curiosity towards the spectacle. The shell's exterior was chillingly cold. After a moment of adjustment, Ivy began to sense more intently. Thump, thump, thud, thud, thud. The rapid sound of a heartbeat suddenly resonated within the room. The three individuals could distinctly hear the rapid throbbing of a heart. It appeared that it was quite fond of Miss Azur. Mr. Bujin, being an experienced figure, naturally perceived the unusual bond between the two. Is that so? Betty seemed indifferent. After all, the ominous egg was hardly appealing. Who could predict what bizarre creature it might hatch? How long will it take to incubate? Ivy was not foolish. Even if it were a splendid specimen, it would be worthless if it failed to hatch. That depends on when it is sufficiently nourished. Once it absorbs a certain amount of magical energy in its current state, it will be able to hatch. I trust this will not be a challenge for Mr. Shafiq. The Shafiq family was well known for their mastery of magic. As long as the product is sound, that is paramount. But Mr. Bujin, after my purchase, I trust one shall not encounter others possessing this item. I can assure you, this item is truly one of a kind. I would stake my entire fortune on it. Should there be any duplicates? I hope your words ring true. Name your price. For a distinguished guest, such as yourself, naturally, there should be a concession. Thus, 1,000 galleons. That is quite steep. A unique treasure warrants a corresponding value. Would you not agree? That reasoning holds merit. Moreover, Mr. Shafiq, not everyone is deemed worthy to purchase this item, including many self-proclaimed noble pureblood families. Conversing with Mr. Bujin is indeed a pleasure. I merely speak the truth. Very well. I shall take it. Wajin Bak is always pleased to welcome you both, and will personally see you off. Having spent such a sum on what could be deemed a trifling item, the black egg lay quietly within Betty's bag. She lamented slightly, even with wealth. One should not squander it so. 1,000 galleons, what a concept. Surely everyone has seen the vault of the Potter family? It holds at most 5 or 6,000 galleons. This black egg represents a fifth of Harry's fortune. Meanwhile, the Weasley family vault contains but a single galleon. Do not jump to conclusions. What if there is a surprise? With their funds nearly depleted, only a few dozen galleons remained. After leaving the shop, the two had no intention of lingering. Just a few steps ahead, they unexpectedly collided with a tall figure accompanied by a shorter one. The shorter individual was none other than Draco Malfoy. The taller one, with neatly cascading light golden hair and icy gray-blue eyes fixed upon them, was Lucius Malfoy, his complexion equally pale, clad in a black robe, brandishing a silver serpent staff. Wow, what a rarity! Lucius mocked before Draco could utter a word. Does Shafiq also frequent such a seedy establishment? I lack the time for disputes with you. If a confrontation is your desire, let it be swift. Engaging in an argument with someone of his ilk is utterly futile. Even Ivy may find it challenging to outwit him. Clarity is preferable. Indeed, Lucius found himself momentarily stifled by such an unorthodox dialogue. He appeared somewhat flustered, especially with so many eyes upon him. Conceding defeat outright would be a blow to the Malfoy family's dignity. Lucius made several attempts to draw his wand. Yet after some deliberation, he ultimately refrained. Oomph. A most undignified individual. Draco, let us depart. With that curt remark, he strode away. For us, this minor incident was hardly worth noting. Upon reaching the exit, a familiar, imposing figure was seen entering from outside. Hagrid, Ivy called out. Ivy? Betty, what are you doing here? Hagrid exclaimed, visibly surprised. I arranged to meet Harry today to shop. We arrived early and were merely wandering about, inadvertently ending up here. What about you? I'm searching for a remedy to repel the slugs, Hagrid gruffly replied. They're nearly ruining the school as cabbages. Do you need our assistance? Ivy inquired casually. I'll manage on my own. You two should leave quickly. This is no place for young wizards. Hagrid's appearance indicated that Harry must be nearing the boogie bog. Ron and Hermione should have arrived by now. As Ivy observed Hagrid's retreating figure, he pondered. What are you thinking about? Betty nudged him. Oh, nothing. Let us head to Gringotts. They should be there by now. Chapter 63. The Reunion. Ivy, Betty, over here. As they reached the entrance of Gringotts, Hermione waved while descending the white steps. You arrived quite early, Ivy noted. Unlike you two, I couldn't simply use flu powder to travel. To avoid being late, my parents drove to the Leaky Cauldron at dawn. Have you seen the Weasley family and Harry? Not yet. They must still be on their way, Hermione replied, shaking her head. What about Mr. and Mrs. Granger? My parents are inside, exchanging for galleons. Then let us enter. Harry and the others should be arriving shortly. With that, she stepped into Gringotts first. Hermione linked arms with Betty, following closely behind as they conversed. The trio entered the grand hall, where many patrons were present, and the goblins at the counters were busily engaged. Without their daughter's guidance, the Grangers appeared somewhat uneasy. Mummy, Hermione ran toward them. It's wonderful to see you again, sir. Madam, Ivy and Betty greeted in unison. We are delighted to see you once more. The Grangers responded warmly, their impression of the two evidently favorable. Have you encountered any difficulties? Ivy inquired, noting the blend of embarrassment and anger on their faces. Don't get me started. This place is exceedingly unwelcoming to muggles. We wanted to exchange some currency, and those goblins had the audacity to claim they were understaffed and prioritized serving wizarding families first. Hermione vented, casting a fierce glare at the goblins behind the counter, clearly having endured considerable frustration. Let us not be too harsh. They are indeed quite occupied. Madame Granger was also quite irate. Yet she wished to spare her daughter any embarrassment and hastily intervened. This trivial matter I can assist with. Ivy led them to the counter, where a gold galleon clinked onto the surface. A nimble hand indeed. This reminded him of his past life, when he would rush to claim treasure chests in games. His teammates exhibiting the same swiftness. Silently grumbling, he casually mentioned the currency exchange. Honored sir, it is a privilege to serve you. The fairy named Razoo replied with a beaming smile. A single gold galleon sufficed, rendering any claims of prioritizing the wizarding families as mere pretense. At the end of his gaze, a giant, notably taller than the rest, approached through the crowd. It was Hagrid, and the diminutive figure beside him could only be Harry. Harry! Harry! Hermione dashed out again, with Ivy and the others trailing behind. You took forever. We've been waiting an age. Upon seeing him, Hermione launched into a tirade. Sorry, there was a minor hiccup, Harry admitted sheepishly. Where's everyone else? Aren't you staying at Ron's? Didn't you come with them? Hermione looked around, not spotting Ron. That's the hiccup I mentioned. We were supposed to travel together with Flu Powder, but I seem to have mispronounced the name and ended up in Nocturne Alley. Harry scratched his head in embarrassment and continued. I must find Ron and the others. They should be searching for me too. I don't think you need to worry. Hagrid chuckled as he gazed into the distance. Huh. Harry turned to follow Hagrid's gaze, where Ron, Fred, George, Percy, and Mr. Weasley were hastily making their way through the throng. Harry, Mr. Weasley huffed. Oh, thank goodness you're safe. You have no idea how frantic Molly has been. She is on her way. I am terribly sorry. Harry quickly apologized. Where did you come from? Ron inquired, curiosity piqued. That place is so cool. The twins buzzed with excitement. Adults never allowed them to go. Ron's face expressed envy. In truth, if given the chance, he wouldn't know what to do. But that did not hinder his admiration for those who could partake in what he could not. I think it's best to avoid it, Hagrid muttered, squinting his eyes. Indeed. Harry concurred wholeheartedly. It left me with rather unpleasant memories. Oh, Mrs. Weasley has arrived. She sprinted toward them, her handbag swinging vigorously. Ginny, holding her mother's hand, struggled to keep up. Darling, I'm so sorry. As soon as Mrs. Weasley halted, she pulled out a brush and began to tidy Harry's appearance. Only then did everyone notice he was covered in dust. Mate, you didn't fall into a rubbish heap, did you? Ron stood back a little, tried to avoid the dust being brushed off. It's a bit inconvenient to explain right now. Harry refrained from elaborating. He handed his glasses to Hermione. Restoration complete. She recited the charm, her wand tapping the glasses, which instantly appeared as pristine as if newly purchased. A splendid spell, Mr. Weasley exclaimed in admiration. Thank you. Hermione returned the glasses to Harry. All right, you all continue to shop. I must take my leave. Hagrid waved goodbye with his right hand, while Mrs. Weasley clutched his left tightly. Thanks to you, Hagrid. To Hogwarts. Having spoken, he strode away with great purpose. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, the group proceeded to Gringotts, preparing to withdraw money for their shopping excursion. Can you guess whom I encountered at Borgin and Burke's? Harry remarked mysteriously as they ascended the steps. What establishment is that? The one in Knockturn Alley? Hermione, unfamiliar but quick-witted, inquired. Indeed, Muggles may not be aware, but this shop of dark artifacts holds considerable renown among the wizarding community. Ivy elucidated, before adding, surely, we haven't run into the Malfoys, have we? How did you know? Did you all go there as well? Harry exclaimed in surprise. We arrived early and took a stroll through Knockturn Alley, and by chance we encountered them, Betty explained. Wow, did you find anything interesting? The twins chimed in eagerly. Hey, you two, stop causing a ruckus. Mrs. Weasley initially reprimanded them, then turned to Ivy and admonished. You must not venture there again. Ivy and Betty nodded in agreement. Did Lucius Malfoy purchase anything? Mr. Weasley inquired, his tone tinged with sensitivity. No, he was there to sell, came the response. He must be fearful, Mr. Weasley nodded solemnly and with satisfaction. I truly wish to gather evidence against Lucius Malfoy. Mr. Weasley, I would be more than happy to assist you in this endeavor. It would delight me to see Malfoy face some repercussions. Ivy concurred. That would be splendid. However, the Malfoy family is not to be trifled with. You should exercise caution. Mrs. Weasley warned, hoping they would remain vigilant. Upon entering Gringotts, the Grangers had already completed their transactions, and Mr. Weasley appeared quite animated upon spotting them. Greetings. I am Arthur Weasley, and you must be Hermione's parents. He introduced himself warmly, glancing at the bulging bags in their hands. Have you exchanged your currency? Splendid. Let's go for a drink and discuss matters pertaining to Muggles. The overly enthusiastic invitation left the Grangers momentarily flustered. Arthur, Mrs. Weasley scolded. Oh, my apologies. We must first visit the vault. We shall converse shortly. He then led the children away with the goblin. Are you not coming? Ron asked the trio, who remained stationary. We've already exchanged our money. We're waiting for you. Ivy waved her hand dismissively. I will only say this once. No visits to Knockturn Alley. We shall regroup in an hour at Flourish and Blots. Mrs. Weasley instructed the twins with a serious expression before addressing everyone. Understood? Yes, ma'am. We guarantee to fulfill the task. The twins stood at attention, saluting mockingly with their right hand raised to their temples. A gesture they had learned from Harry's birthday celebration while watching television at Ivy's home. Laughter erupted as everyone dispersed. After Ivy and the duo departed with the Golden Trio, they aimlessly wandered through the alley. Aside from a few essential supplies, such as ink and parchment, there was little else to procure. They decided not to hold onto their money. Consequently, they purchased a substantial amount of snacks, all neatly packed in a Betty's bag, which had been enhanced with the undetectable extension charm. Each of the five held a large ice cream, enthusiastically exploring the surrounding shops. Ivy, you're growing too quickly. How are you so much taller than us? Hermione exclaimed, her head held high with envy. It truly is remarkable. Ron chimed in, gesturing animatedly as he began to shout in excitement. There's nothing much to say, just eat more and exercise regularly, and naturally, things will unfold as they should. Among the group, Harry is the shortest. Compared to the others, his eating habits are not quite adequate, and being in a growth phase amplifies this disparity. Next is Hermione, who possesses a rather standard height. Following her is Betty, who is only slightly taller than Hermione. However, I consume a considerable amount as well, protested Ron, the self-proclaimed foodie. He is somewhat shorter than Ivy, although his face has grown rounder since last term. All you do is eat. Just look at your face, Hermione remarked, pinching Ron's cheek with a look of disdain. By the way, what are you all doing at Knockturn Alley? He pulled out a packet of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Just browsing, hoping to find some good treasures, came the reply. But I've heard that place is filled with dark magical items. Ron frowned, clearly unimpressed by the notion. Indeed, it is not a reputable location. I would recommend steering clear for now. However, do not let the rumors terrify you. Many of these tales are exaggerated. After all, a lot of people, like you, are merely repeating what they have heard without ever visiting. Did you find anything worthwhile? Hermione's interest in Knockturn Alley was piqued. Indeed, I did, Ivy replied mysteriously. Let's see it. Hermione's spirits lifted. Shoo. Ivy signaled for silence, glancing around. Yes, there are many eyes and ears around. Harry nodded repeatedly. Soon, The group stealthily crept to a secluded corner. Quick, let us see, Ron exclaimed excitedly, exchanging glances with Betty. She opened her bag, revealing a black egg before the group. Is this obsidian? Such a large piece? Hermione looked perplexed. No. Ivy waved a finger, building suspense. Just place your hands on it. And you shall know, Betty interjected. The trio placed their hands upon the egg. It was astonishing. Their palms seemed to meld with its surface, and they felt an inexplicable shiver. It was not the chill of cold, but rather a penetrating sensation that coursed through their very souls. Ivy, with her robust constitution, adapted after a while, but Betty did not share this experience. Hold steady. It will be fine soon, they assured her. After numerous attempts, they became accustomed to the strange sensation and eventually sensed the heartbeat of the egg. This is an egg? Ron appeared astounded. Yes, it is an exceedingly rare egg. As for its origin, the owner was reluctant to disclose, came the reply. Incredible. This is my first encounter with such a thing. Hermione gently caressed its smooth surface. The trio handled the black egg, yet it seemed to dislike their touch, causing its heartbeat to accelerate chaotically, as if in agitation. All right, it is nearly time. Let's head to Flourish and Blots to find everyone. We can examine it further once it hatches, Ivy concluded, taking back her bag and handing it to Betty to soothe the little creature. Let us go, do not dawdle. The group made their way toward the bookstore. Are there so many people? As they approached Flourish and Blots, the crowd thickened. The three struggled to navigate through the throngs, relying on Ivy's strength to carve a path. Are all these people here to buy books? Oh, pardon me. Ron began, but collided with another person before he could finish. Why not just ask and find out? Avery approached a hurried passerby with an apologetic tone. Excuse me, may I ask what you were doing? The lady, with her silky chestnut locks and a rather refined appearance, wore a few freckles on her nose that did not detract from her overall allure. At that moment, the advantages of possessing a lovely visage were evident. This enchanting woman had traveled a great distance, and being unexpectedly stopped would surely not uplift her spirits. With a displeased expression, she turned around, only to be met by the sight of a remarkably handsome young man. Instantly, her dissatisfaction dissipated. She playfully pinched Avery's youthful cheek and remarked, Do you not know? Today, Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing books at Flourish and Blots. If you arrive late, you may miss out. After saying this, she affectionately ruffled his hair and added, Sister must take her leave now. Farewell, little one. It was indeed Gilderoy Lockhart. No sooner had the beauty departed than Hermione's shrill voice echoed from behind. What are you losing your mind about? Ron complained, covering his ears in distress. Why are you all so indifferent? Do you not recognize him? How is that even possible? Hermione exclaimed, astonished by the nonchalant expressions of her companions. In her mind, not knowing Lockhart was akin to a netizen being unfamiliar with a popular figure. Who is he? Ron's annoyance at Hermione's earlier outburst had plunged his regard for this Lockhart fellow into the depths of despair. Hey, show some respect. He is someone worth discussing. Hermione was about to boast to the group. Hey, if you wish to chat, please step aside. Someone interjected. Exactly. If you're not leaving, don't block the way. I might miss the book signing. We should depart as well. If we linger, I fear we might be jostled. Regardless, we must head to Flourish and Blots to witness it all firsthand, Avery suggested, leading the way toward the bookstore. At the entrance of Flourish and Blots, after such a long time, Avery finally encountered the fervent admirers from the wizarding world. The scene before the bookstore was a perfect embodiment of the old adage, the clamor of drums, the crackle of firecrackers, and the fluttering of red banners amidst a sea of people, akin to dumplings being boiled. At last, I can see him in person, Hermione squealed, bouncing slightly with excitement. Yet, Avery thought it prudent to consider how to find Mrs. Norris and the others amidst the throngs of ecstatic women. Perplexed, he scratched his head, unable to comprehend why these middle-aged women, some of whom had slightly rounded figures, were so caught up in the frenzy surrounding a celebrity. Do not speak ill of him. He is truly remarkable, Hermione retorted, visibly displeased. Enough, Hermione. You have lived in the Muggle world. Surely you have encountered many individuals resembling celebrities. How much of what they say is genuine? Avery did not wish to squander time discussing Lockhart. Indeed, look at yourself. It's quite unbecoming. Ron chastised her sternly. Lockhart is different. The tales of other stars are fabricated, but his accomplishments are authentic. You witnessed it yourself. Ron insisted. Avery found her argument unconvincing and turned to Betty, asking, Is there no renowned literature in the wizarding world? Even if there isn't, the Muggle world certainly has its fair share. She merely chose to overlook this. Betty understood perfectly, seeing Ron and Hermione on the verge of another argument. Avery quickly interjected, Let us discuss this later. Time is running short. If we do not reconvene soon, Mrs. Norris will grow anxious. We must find a way to squeeze ourselves in first. A few individuals navigated through the gaps in the throng, making their way from the periphery to the heart of the bookstore. Beneath the archway, they arrived at the designated spot for book signings. At long last, they located Mrs. Moley and the Granger couple. Where have you been? Arriving so late, despite the tardiness. Mrs. Moley did not scold them. Her demeanor was quite cheerful. As long as you made it, that's what matters. Come on, stand in line. It will be our turn soon. Observing Mrs. Moley's jovial expression, Harry hesitantly inquired, "Are you also a fan of Lockhart?" "I am indeed his devoted reader." Mrs. Moley beamed with pride, her face aglow. "Really?" A sudden shriek startled those nearby. It was Hermione, appearing as if she had found a kindred spirit. "You're killing me," Ron exclaimed, clutching his heart and leaning feebly against a shelf. Hermione ignored him, squeezing past Harry to engage in an enthusiastic discussion with Mrs. Moley. The remaining friends exchanged glances. Ivy looked toward Ginny, who was intently gazing at Harry. "Ginny," Ivy called softly. Startled, Ginny shrank back like a frightened rabbit. "Are you all right?" Harry asked with concern. "Me fine, Ginny stammered." "What's wrong, Ivy? Do you also admire Lockhart?" Ivy asked knowingly. "Shut up," Ron interjected as Ginny quickly covered his mouth. "Her greatest idol is Hagrid." Before she could finish, Ginny pushed her to the ground. "You've grown quite big." Chapter 65, The Confrontation. As the line progressed, they finally beheld the man himself, Lockhart, clad in a flamboyant cream-colored suit with a blue robe draped over it. With golden hair and blue eyes, he was not unhandsome, though his smile had a rather greasy quality. Surrounding him were numerous portraits of himself, all depicting him smiling broadly, his slightly blinding white teeth on display. "What a narcissistic fellow," Ron muttered under his breath. "Get out of the way." At that moment, a short, irritable man brandishing a camera shoved Ron aside. "Hey, can't you see? Watch where you're going." Ron retorted, somewhat annoyed. "I'm a reporter for the Daily Prophet. Clear the way." The short man disregarded him, boldly jostling through the crowd. As he pushed toward Betty, Ivy raised her leg and kicked him to the ground. "What's all that noise? It's unbearable. Who kicked me?" he shouted as he got up, dusting himself off, his eyes catching sight of the wreckage scattered around. "Damn it, my camera." His wail attracted the attention of Gilderoy Lockhart. He looked up to see the man on the ground recovering his camera, and then his gaze fell upon Harry. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he suddenly leapt from his chair. "Harry Potter." "What? Harry Potter is here too?" The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, realizing that Harry was also among Lockhart's fans. Lockhart strode towards Harry, and the crowd parted to form a path. Upon reaching Harry, he seized his arm without asking for permission and unceremoniously pulled him onto the stage. Their joint appearance elicited thunderous applause from the audience. Harry's face flushed crimson as he attempted to break free, but Lockhart held his hand firmly, positioning them both to face the crowd. Back to normal. The short man, meanwhile, was too preoccupied to claim compensation. Holding the freshly repaired camera, I madly pressed the shutter button, the flashing lights causing a sharp sting in Harry's eyes. Gazing into the lens, Gilderoy Lockhart wore his signature smile, and it was evident that we were destined for the front page. His knack for garnering attention was truly remarkable. To be frank, Ivy held a certain admiration for Lockhart, particularly for his audacious boldness. After all, such success hinged upon a remarkable ability to shamelessly seize the moment. A skill not everyone possesses. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lockhart exclaimed, waving his hands to hush the crowd. This was indeed a special day, made even more delightful by the unexpected arrival of Harry Potter. I have decided to gift him my autobiography at no cost. Applause erupted once more. Moreover, I wish to take this splendid opportunity to announce a small piece of news. But before that, let me congratulate Harry. He will receive something far more valuable than my humble work. To be precise, he and his classmates will acquire a true wizard, me. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, I am thrilled and proud to declare that this September, I shall be the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Let us cheer for the bright future of Hogwarts. Ignoring the mindless screams of the women, Ivy noticed Malfoy leaning against the archway, disdainfully observing the scene below. She nudged Betty, signaling her to pay attention. Finally, Harry managed to extricate himself from Lockhart's clutches, clutching a complete collection of Lockhart's signed books. Swaying slightly as he left the sales counter. "It must feel incredible to share the stage with him," Hermione remarked enviously. "It's dreadful," Harry replied as he approached Ginny, placing the books in her newly purchased cauldron. "Bravo, Potter." Malfoy clapped mockingly as he descended the steps. "It must feel wonderful, being the center of attention." His derisive tone ignited Harry's competitive spirit. Straightening his back and puffing out his chest, he faced Malfoy boldly. The illustrious Harry Potter graces us with his presence. Even a bookstore can make headlines. Clearly, you've grown accustomed to being in the spotlight. You must relish it, Malfoy continued, unleashing his full barrage of taunts. Don't be absurd. It's not like that. Ginny glared fiercely at Malfoy. Oh, Potter, is she your little girlfriend? Malfoy elongated his words, causing Ginny's face to flush crimson with embarrassment. Their exchanges were a source of entertainment for those hiding within the crowd. The verbal sparring was an annual tradition, and each encounter felt like a cherished event. Ron and Hermione have arrived, Betty announced. Upon spotting Malfoy, Ron quickly pulled Hermione over to back Harry. However, their presence was unlikely to sway the outcome. Even together, they could not outmatch Malfoy. Shouldn't they avoid a brawl? Someone wondered. Surely, it won't come to that. Both sets of parents are present. As expected, Ron's face turned beet red from the taunts, and he slammed the books down, preparing to confront Malfoy. Ron, Mr. Weasley, what do you think you're doing? Arthur Weasley intervened just in time. It's too chaotic here. Let us step outside. The crowd began to disperse. Arthur Weasley, Lucius Malfoy remarked, standing behind his son with a hand resting on Malfoy's shoulder, his face adorned with a matching smile. You have arrived as well, Mr. Lucius Malfoy said coldly. I have heard, my friend, that you have been quite occupied with work of late. With so many inspections, one must be raking in quite the overtime, yes? Lucius initiated the verbal assault. He then reached into Ginny's cauldron and extracted a tattered copy of a beginner's guide to transfiguration from the exquisite works of Lockhart. TSK. It seems that there is little merit in being a disgrace among wizards if there is no compensation for it. Our interpretations of what constitutes a disgrace among wizards differ profoundly, Mr. Weasley replied, his voice remaining unperturbed and icy. Indeed, Lucius said, his gaze shifting to the Granger couple, who were watching them with palpable anxiety. Look at the company you keep. What of it? A flat voice suddenly interjected from behind Mr. Weasley. It was Ivy, who had intended to remain a mere observer. He had anticipated that the presence of both families would lead to nothing more than a brief exchange of barbs. However, he had evidently underestimated the Malfoy family's penchant for mocking bloodlines. If he did not intervene, a genuine altercation seemed imminent. Mr. Lucius Malfoy, do you harbor any grievances regarding my association with the Weasley family? Ivy stepped forward. Upon seeing Ivy defend the Weasleys, Lucius's pupils constricted momentarily, but soon returned to their composed state. What a coincidence, he remarked. I just encountered Mr. Shafiq in Knockturn Alley this morning, and here we are again. Indeed, it is unfortunate that I failed to consult the almanac before venturing out. I clearly chose an inauspicious day. Forgive my candor, Mr. Shafiq, but you ought to consider the future of your family. Continuing to associate with a family that brings shame to wizards raises concerns regarding the Shafiq family's prospects. Is that so? Might I inquire whom Mr. Malfoy believes we should associate with? You? Or perhaps Voldemort? A hush fell over the bookstore as Ivy uttered that name. The previously boisterous crowd gasped collectively. How dare you? Lucius trembled, pointing at Ivy in disbelief. What is there to fear? It has always been Voldemort who has shunned Shafiq. Indeed, Lockhart, who had been feigning disinterest, approached from the stage. We should no longer live in fear of Voldemort, nor should we shy away from uttering his name. Precisely. We have Dumbledore. We have Lockhart. We have Harry Potter. The fervor of the fans was palpable, easily swayed by the rhetoric. Even if Ivy held Lockhart in disdain, he could not deny the latter's talent for oration. The hero effect was resplendently illustrated at that moment. Such encouragement and inspiration epitomized the very essence of heroism. Why is Harry revered in the magical community? Is it due to his immense power? Nonsense. He possesses little in the way of strength. Hermione could easily subdue him. His greatness lies in the fact that he has shown the entire wizarding world that Voldemort can be vanquished. His deeds have successfully inspired hope, illuminating the path to victory for many. Even certain magical creatures are familiar with Harry Potter's name, underscoring the immense confidence his presence has instilled in a magical realm. A path to self-destruction. I hope you possess the courage to stand by your words. Draco, we shall depart. Lucius restored his suave demeanor, leading Malfoy out of the bookstore. I truly wish to land a solid punch upon his face, Mr. Weasley remarked with a fierce expression as he watched the two depart. That must hurt, Fred chimed in. Indeed, Mr. Weasley flexed his arm, striking a robust pose. I would make him remember it for a lifetime. He meant that your fist would hurt. I suggested, perhaps using a foot instead. The shoes offer protection, and kicking inflicts more pain, George solemnly concurred. That makes sense. Directly targeting him diverted the topic further. Surely they're still inside? Chapter 66, The Vegetative Jessie. In the bookstore of Lycan. Fellow compatriots, I am willing to take the lead, to immerse myself in the noble endeavor of exorcism. I aspire to be the vanguard of light, to eradicate all evil. I wish to unite with you all in upholding love and peace within the wizarding world. He's so brave. A woman wiped her tears with a handkerchief. He must be an exceptional leader. He is indeed a hero. Hermione stood with Mrs. Molly at the foot of the stage, their gazes fixed upon the platform, praise spilling from their lips. The Granger couple stood just behind them, knowing little of magic, genuinely believing Lockhart to be the leader of some organization. The process unfolded smoothly, the two forcibly taken away, merely grumbling a few complaints. With more than a month remaining before school commenced, the Avery family resumed their previous lifestyle. Avery went to the club for boxing, Betty studied new spells, and Aaron and Wendy delved into potion research. The club was situated in a standalone villa in the western suburbs of London. Arriving at 3 in the afternoon, he departed around 6. The commute took nearly an hour, and his mode of transport was a skateboard. I must say, the lighting in the London suburbs was truly lacking. The streetlights were built 7 or 8 meters high. The light barely reached the ground, and it was only intermittently bright. He had to install a lighting device on his skateboard, but fortunately, such modification shops were abundant in London. Avery glided along the sidewalk beside the road, occasionally pushing off to maintain his speed. Since leaving the club, he had encountered not a single pedestrian. Along the entire stretch of road, apart from the occasional passing vehicle, it was just him and the streetlights. However, he had grown accustomed to it. Even within the city, the safety at night was far from satisfactory, let alone in the suburbs. This place was undoubtedly one where the wicked outnumbered the virtuous. Thefts, robberies, and brawls were commonplace. If luck favored him, he might stumble upon a scene of illicit dealings involving drugs or firearms, at which point he could very well find himself caught in the crossfire. As he passed beneath an overpass, Avery slowed his pace. He noticed an old, dilapidated van parked on a patch of ground by the roadside. 2 discarded oil drums blazed with fire, and 5 or 6 shadowy figures gathered around, conversing, while a large speaker blared music nearby. The light from his skateboard caught their attention. One of the shadows stood up and turned off the speaker, and, accompanied by the sound of wheels grinding, Avery came to a halt before them. "Hello there. Long time no see. Where have you been bullying people?" He greeted them with a smile, signaling his amiable intentions. Yet, the effect seemed rather minimal. A group of young black men gazed at him with evident trepidation. One notably taller and more robust, likely the leader, stepped forward. "What do you want?" His voice faltered slightly. "Do not be anxious. I'm not here to cause harm. I'm merely passing through." Observing their palpable fear, Ivy prepared to turn away. Only when he made a leave did they finally exhale in relief. The ruffians were shaken. "Where is your former leader?" he inquired. "Why do I not see him?" The mere mention of the topic rendered them visibly uneasy. Eventually, it was the leader who stammered. "Jesse is in the hospital. It is said he has become a vegetable." "What a misfortune," Ivy remarked. "Well, you may continue with your activities. I shall take my leave." In terms of combat, Ivy surpassed others in agility, endurance, and reaction time. His only shortcoming was strength. Even with the enhancement of the serum, he barely met the standard of an average adult. While it may seem that the serum's effects are minimal, one must remember he is merely 12 years old, and the serum amplifies adult capabilities. Although he is already significantly stronger than his peers, he remains far behind those seasoned fighters who have trained for decades. Nonetheless, he possesses a unique advantage: exceptional bodily resilience. His bone and muscle density are considerably greater than that of others. It is common knowledge that the force exerted is reciprocal. Thus, should one strike Ivy with all their might, it may leave them in pain rather than him. Therefore, even in a contest of strength, he does not find himself at a disadvantage. His only concern lies with techniques such as judo or wrestling, which leverage strength against strength. These individuals are also the ones Ivy struggles to overcome at the club, often towering over him, with forearms thicker than his thighs. A punch from him, unless aimed at a vital area, would hardly inflict any pain. Of course, these scenarios assume a context of sparring. In a life-and-death struggle, no one would stand a chance against him. After acquiring his skills, he naturally yearned to put them to the test, for as the old adage goes, no practice can rival real combat. Thus, having cleared the club, Ivy set his sights on the local ruffians in the suburbs. The results proved fruitful. Within a month, he had dispatched 5 groups, gaining substantial experience. He fought with considerable ferocity, and it was not uncommon for the ruffians to leave with broken limbs. Jesse, the aforementioned vegetable, was the most unfortunate of them all. Not only did he attempt robbery, but he also identified as homosexual. When Jesse brandished a dagger to coerce Ivy into surrendering his virtue, Ivy delivered a low kick that shattered Jesse's kneecap. As Jesse doubled over in pain, Ivy swiftly maneuvered behind him, gripping his chin and pulling back, while simultaneously delivering a knee strike to the back of his skull. Chapter 67, Rebel. Ivy traversed the side road. By this point, the streets were noticeably busier, though the crowd remained scattered. The safest haven in the vicinity was undoubtedly the clinic on South Street, where 5 medical personnel were present, and no one dared to disturb them, as the ruffians relied on them for healing. This advantageous situation led Ivy to frequent the place, and after his training, the circumstances had shifted to resemble those in the suburbs, with gang members now avoiding him. Avery found himself enjoying a rare moment of leisure, indifferent to the trivialities of street thugs that typically occupied the lower echelons of society. As he turned onto the main thoroughfare, he spotted a lithe and alluring Latina, who was scanning the street with a keen gaze. Upon catching sight of him, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she hurriedly approached Avery, pulling him into an adjacent room. "Rebel, slow down," she urged, as she playfully pushed him onto the sofa and settled herself upon his lap. The woman before him boasted long, slightly crimson hair and features that were strikingly exquisite, almost otherworldly. Her loose t-shirt was tucked at the waist, accentuating her slender figure, while her tight jeans hugged her curves. Standing at an impressive 175 meters, with a figure that was both voluptuous and athletic, complemented by a hint of a wild, sun-kissed complexion, she resembled a poised and powerful female leopard, sensual yet perilous. Rebel was someone he had encountered a fortnight ago during his passage through this area. She was an astute woman, a distinguished graduate from a prestigious university, specializing in financial management at the age of 24, hailing from Mexico. After graduating at 22, she found employment at a firm in Mexico, only to later discover that it was a front for laundering money for drug lords. Her beauty and competence quickly caught the eye of the kingpin, leading to her marriage to him at the beginning of last year, and by year's end, she had given birth to a daughter. However, fate took a cruel turn when, amidst a violent drug transaction, her husband met his demise, and his underlings suffered heavy casualties. To evade retaliation from rival factions, Rebel and her daughter fled under the cover of night, taking only a meager sum of money to England. Their journey was tumultuous, leaving them with scant resources. Despite her undeniable capabilities, the presence of her daughter hindered her ability to seek employment, compounded by her status as an undocumented immigrant, rendering legitimate work virtually unattainable. Desperation drove her to accept 2 jobs, only to face the unwelcome advances of unscrupulous superiors. Yet, Rebel was no naive damsel. Having spent nearly 2 years with a drug lord, she had acquired a wealth of knowledge, and during her escape, had armed herself with a firearm for protection. With a mere flick of her finger, she dispatched 2 unsavory individuals, embarking once more on a life of evasion. Fortunately, her victims were not of reputable standing, which kept law enforcement from pursuing her too ardently. However, the weight of 2 lives lost lingered heavily upon her conscience, leaving her no choice but to live in hiding until she arrived at this place. Yet, as previously mentioned, this location was not without its complications. Given her striking appearance, it was inevitable that trouble would follow. One evening, taking advantage of the impending closure of a shop and the accompanying discounts, she ventured out to stock up on provisions, only to find herself surrounded by a gang. While fear was not her immediate concern, the thought of complicating her already precarious situation was daunting. Having finally found a semblance of stability, the prospect of eliminating them would only thrust her back into a fugitive existence. As she hesitated on whether to dispatch a bullet to each of these ruffians, Avery made his entrance. As fate would have it, this was precisely the moment when his newfound skills were beginning to flourish, and he was eager to prove himself. With a cacophony of thunderous blows and anguished cries, the thugs lay scattered on the ground. After heroically rescuing her, Avery prepared to depart. However, as I previously noted, Rebel was a clever woman. Observing Avriers youthful visage. At most 15 or 16, coupled with his elegant attire and remarkable prowess, she discerned that he was no ordinary individual. Handsome, youthful, robust, and affluent, such a figure seemed to materialize only in dreams. Moreover, and most importantly, he was remarkably handsome. With a resolution in her heart, Rebel promptly approached, her singular aim being to seek financial support. As for Ollie, with her hands resting on her slender waist, Ivy inquired softly, "She has just fallen asleep." Without waiting for the next utterance, Rebel silenced him with a kiss. As the temperature gradually rose, Ivy found himself unsatisfied with mere kissing. He loosened the buttons of Rebel's waist, his hands delving beneath her t-shirt to feel the softness of her skin. His left hand glided down the enticing curve of her waist, just as he intended to unfasten the button of her jeans. Alas, The plaintive cries of little Ollie echoed through the room. Tend to her first. I shall wash my hands. Do not question the necessity of hand washing. Little Ollie was still under a year old, and Rebel was in the midst of her postpartum recovery. The two were not in a rush. In truth, aside from the genuine risk of igniting a fire, they had engaged in all other activities. The reason for what remained undone was not due to Rebel's reluctance, but rather Ivy's age. Once they were ready, they entered the nursery, where Rebel was in the midst of changing Ollie's diaper. Little Ollie appeared fairer than her mother, though, to be candid, the visage of an infant is hardly considered beautiful. How is she? No worries, just a wet diaper. Ollie had ceased her crying. That is a relief. After dinner, tidy up a bit. I'll come to pick you up. Where to? I have to embark on a journey tomorrow, and I cannot come by. I have already arranged everything for you. There is no need to worry about the matters of life and death. I have also found you a place to stay and arranged for a job. Ivy had not disclosed anything regarding the magical affairs. I will heed your words. Just pack some essentials. Furniture and appliances can be purchased anew. All right. Ivy turned to leave. Ivy, wait a moment. Rebel suddenly called out to him. What is it? I had initially planned to share some news today, but upon hearing you say you would not return, I thought it best to let it go. Yet, I still felt a twinge of concern and thought it necessary to inform you. Her expression was fraught with worry. What news? Ivy's interest was piqued. A new gang has recently emerged in this area. You may not have encountered them before. While dining at the restaurant today, I overheard some thugs discussing that. Due to your rather brazen demeanor and apparent wealth, this new gang intends to target you, planning to kidnap you for ransom. Rebel briefly outlined the gist of the situation. Chapter 68, The Slaughter. Is that so? I had not anticipated such unexpected news today. Do not take it lightly. I know you are quite capable, but they are armed, more than just a few handguns. Rebel, fearing he might underestimate the threat, spoke with a weighty tone. Do not worry. I will not gamble with my life. Do you know where they are? Ivy remained unfazed by her tone. In the abandoned warehouse in the West District. Come with me. Do you not wish to know my background? See it with your own eyes. But what about Ollie? I will hold her. Rebel struggled with the decision, and Ivy did not rush her. For her, this was undoubtedly a gamble. Victory would lead to a new life, while defeat. All right, I'll leave it in your hands, Rebel said, biting her lip in determination. Rest assured, in the warehouse of the East District, a diverse group of individuals, varying in skin tone, height, and build, gathered to discuss matters of urgency. At the head of the assembly stood a formidable man, a Caucasian towering at nearly 6'3". His closely cropped golden hair framed a face marked by deep-set brown eyes that glinted with menace. A thick beard adorned his jawline, and a vicious scar stretched from beneath his eye to the back of his ear, his physique reminiscent of a bodybuilder. Exuding intimidating. Where does he reside? Inquired the leader, his tone commanding. Is there someone protecting him? Have we spotted him elsewhere? The man nodded, prompting further inquiry. Additionally, it seems he is involved with a woman, strikingly attractive, likely of Latin descent. According to the local thugs, she has been in town for about 2 weeks, residing at the corner of Main Street. Are we certain he is keeping her? We have witnessed them sharing kisses, came the response. The warehouse fell into a heavy silence. What are your thoughts? After a brief pause, the leader's voice broke through the stillness. Sting, I advise against taking action against that young man at this moment, suggested a similarly built Caucasian man standing beside him. Are you afraid, Bart? We have just arrived and remain unfamiliar with the surroundings. I have observed that club. It is filled with luxury vehicles and frequented by familiar faces from the fighting circuit. Who knows the true identity of that boy? If we act rashly, we may provoke individuals beyond our means to confront. You are overthinking it, Bart. The local gangs are not oblivious. If he were truly significant, they would have already caught wind of it. Local gangs? I find it more fitting to refer to them as ruffians. A band of short-sighted fools, utterly untrustworthy. The leader seemed swayed by this assertion, pondering for an extended period. Bart, we do not intend to linger here. Once we complete this job, we will depart. Even if we offend some high-profile individuals, the world is vast. I believe it is worth the risk. Make sure you are resolute in your decision. The boss has made his choice, and there is little more to be said. I will arrange the tasks. We have clarified the target's route. Tomorrow evening at 6. We will wait for him beneath the elevated bridge on the outskirts. It is shadowy and poorly lit. According to our intelligence, he is quite capable, yet also exceedingly arrogant, consistently traversing alone. We will deploy several operatives during the operation, bind him up securely, blindfold him, and transport him to the southern warehouse. Sting articulated the plan. Boss, should we prepare masks? Unnecessary. Our tattoos are distinctive, and merely obscuring our faces would be futile. Moreover, if he remembers us, it could lead to complications. To avoid any mishaps, Once the blindfold is in place, it must not be removed. Until we collect our payment and depart, let him remain in ignorance. Understood? Understood. Sting, what about the woman? Bart reminded him. All right, one more thing. We must ensure their safety. This will determine the extent of any future retribution we may face. Only superficial injuries are permissible. Understood. The words of the subordinates were abruptly interrupted as the warehouse door was flung open with a loud crash. Everyone, there is no need for such theatrics. The enhanced senses of the individual at the entrance had allowed him to overhear the entire plan. It's him. Boss, it's that guy, exclaimed a young black subordinate, pointing at Ivy. Sting and Bart looked on simultaneously, having never encountered Ivy's visage before. He appeared exceedingly youthful, almost childlike, cradled in the arms of a beautiful woman who held a baby. The corners of their eyes narrowed in unison. This seemingly reckless duo, far from evoking a sense of triumph, instead sent chills down their spines. Such audacity could only stem from either sheer ignorance or a background so formidable that it allowed for such unbridled behavior. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The subordinate who had just implicated Ivy now lay lifeless on the ground, while the others gazed in horror at the corpse. What new twist was this? Ivy regarded the man who had fired with a bemused smile, fully aware that provoking him further would be unwise. If they wished to avoid desperation, they could only strive to appease him. Sting's only hope was that this young man would not be excessively ruthless. Ha ha ha! Ivy burst into laughter, genuinely amused. This absurd inversion of truth, this shameless act, truly struck his funny bone. After a brief spell of mirth, he gradually regained his composure. That said, with only one individual present, I fear your apology lacks sincerity, he remarked, shaking his head in mock pity. How much? All of it. Sting's gaze turned frigid. Indeed, Mr. Ivy, you are undeniably formidable, and we may seem like wolves and wild dogs to you. However, you find yourself alone at present. He conveniently disregarded Rebel and Ollie. With your esteemed status, any slight misstep would be unwelcome by all parties involved, would it not? How about half? Ivy's smile remained unfazed. I want it all. Sting sighed deeply, lowering his head momentarily before suddenly raising it, his eyes ablaze with fury. His cold voice echoed ominously. Kill him. As the order left his lips, Bart swiftly drew an AK from the barrel and began firing. The others followed suit, brandishing pistols, Uzis, and an array of weaponry, unleashing a torrential barrage of ammunition upon the two men. Behind them, Rebel lowered her head, tightly clutching Ollie against her chest, while Ivy remained unflustered, extending his index finger toward the front. A shocking scene unfolded as the bullets, instead of finding their mark, seemed to embed themselves in an invisible barrier. Suspended mere feet from Ivy, the rifle bullets hovered closer, while others lingered at a greater distance. Rebel, covering her mouth in disbelief, gazed at the spectacle before her. This was precisely why Ivy had brought her along. She was astute enough to understand that as he chose to take her as a lover, he would ensure she comprehended the gravity of the situation. In contrast to Rebel, who was an ally, the gang opposite them was visibly shaken, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. Don't stop. Keep firing. Sting's eyes were bloodshot, filled with dread. The unknown terror stripped him of his composure, leaving him incapable of rational thought. He clutched his weapon tightly, seeking solace in its presence. After a tense silence of over 10 seconds, the gunfire ceased. Sting's group had exhausted their ammunition, the barrage having obscured Ivy's figure. They gasped for breath, eyes fixated ahead as if praying for a miracle. Is that all? The calm words shattered their taut nerves. It is my turn now. Avy clapped his hands, and the amassed bullets exploded like fireworks, scattering in all directions. Sting and Bartow reacted swiftly, taking cover before he could finish his sentence. Following a cacophony of metallic clinks and clatters, the entire warehouse was riddled with holes. The iron sheeting that served as walls was perforated, allowing countless rays of sunlight to pierce through, illuminating a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Blood, mangled flesh, severed limbs, and debris littered the entire space. Except for the two leaders, everyone else lay dead. To be frank, it would have been easier had you chosen to end your own lives. For reasons unknown, I have no desire to take a life with my own hands. However, if I were to be cowed and restrained by someone, then my previous existence would have been in vain. Avy closed his eyes, attuning himself to his own state, finding no discernible change in his soul. In retrospect, the absence of a curse appeared to be a fortuitous circumstance. While uncertain whether the issue lay with the curse or myself, or perhaps even you, I felt reassured that my soul was not at risk of corruption. Regardless of whether those present could comprehend my words, I continued to speak to myself. Suddenly, The sound of Robert's retching broke the air. You should step outside. It will be over soon, Avi said softly, patting her back as he turned. I will wait for you outside. Leaning against the wall, Robert stepped out of the warehouse. In truth, Avi was not much better off than Robert. His stomach churned as well. Thus, he opted to keep his eyes closed, relying on his heightened senses and formidable mental fortitude to navigate without obstruction. Avi approached the hiding spot of the two men. Come out, Bartow shouted in terror. Sting, having reloaded his weapon, was poised to fire. Avi extended his fingers, and Sting's AK flew from his grasp, suspended above their heads. Gentlemen, it's time to bid farewell. Don't. Bang, bang. The 69th encounter, the meeting of two women. On the way back to Robert's residence, Avi inquired, Is there something you wish to ask? Noticing her hesitance, he prompted her. What was that just now? Magic? Magic? Superpowers? Just like in the movies. What superpowers? Merely magic. Is it innate? Or a mutation? Mutation? Nonsense. My family hails from a lineage of sorcerers. Magic isn't innate, but the ability to learn it certainly is. Still requires learning? Robert asked in astonishment. Of course. Just as we attend school, there are also magical academies in the wizarding world. You mentioned you were going far away. Indeed, I am to attend a magic school. Where is this school? Is it far? She inquired with curiosity. May I attend as well? Robert looked at him with hopeful eyes. Regrettably, those gifted with magical aptitude receive an admission notice to that school at the age of 11, Avi lamented. I see, Robert replied, somewhat dejected, but quickly asked, What about Ollie? Can she learn in the future? Thank the heavens. She is indeed fortunate. Arriving at her doorstep, Avi remarked, I shan't enter. Otherwise, it would take an eternity. Robert's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, I will come to fetch you after dinner, ready to embrace a new life. After a parting kiss, Avi departed. Just in time for dinner. At the dining table, the little lover had arranged everything, Aaron remarked playfully. Almost. Her household registration issue had been resolved, and once settled, a dedicated individual would come to assist her. When he had been instrumental in facilitating this matter. Just as Rebel confided in Ivy, Ivy too harbored no secrets from the three at home. They were his closest kin, and aside from the matter of time travel, there was little to conceal. Here, the key to 27 Mog Street. The little lover was quite fortunate. The previous owner was relocating to another city and had transferred the property. Aaron handed over a set of keys. Mog Street? That's a rather good location. Ivy was pleasantly surprised. While it may not be the most bustling area, it certainly ranks well. So, indeed, luck was on their side. Aaron then produced a vial of potion and a rejuvenating magic stone. The concoction had been completed. This stone is of no use to us now. Here, take it back. Additionally, the three of us have already consumed the potion, and there are a few vials left. This one is for your little lover. Ivy accepted the magic stone. Noticing it had merely been smoothed out, its exterior now polished. Truly impressive, dear mother-in-law and chief alchemist. With such minimal resources consumed, Ivy hastily donned a flattering smile to curry favor with both, then turned to Betty, asking if consuming it would hinder her growth. Betty ignored him. Rest assured, with your example before us, we have improved the potion this time. It won't hinder your lecherous endeavors. When he discerned his sordid thoughts instantly, Ivy, caught off guard, felt a tad embarrassed and turned to Betty, suggesting, How about you accompany me tonight? Me? Well, as your rightful wife, shouldn't you assert your claim? Upon hearing this, Betty shot him an irritated glance, finding him tedious. Come along with me. Having been cooped up at home for so long, it's time to venture out. I want to go. Do come. In the end, Betty could not resist him and accompanied him. They arrived at the residential area in the west. Betty sat in the passenger seat, taking in the scenery. You have quite the knack for encountering beauties in such a chaotic place. Along the way, the rustic charm opened Betty's eyes. The chaos was akin to a reality show. I am the protagonist. All good things belong to me. Of course. What is mine is also yours. Ha ha. Ivy chuckled shamelessly. What protagonist? Betty couldn't quite grasp it. It means I am quite important. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Look, we're almost there. The two soon arrived at their destination. He parked the car by the roadside, stepped out, and hurriedly rushed to the passenger side to assist Betty. I have hands, Betty replied, her expression unchanging. Come on, it's already open, Ivy insisted, wrapping his arm around Betty. Betty pinched him, but did not pull away. Inside, upon hearing the car engine shut off, Rebel came out. You're here. Upon seeing Ivy, her face brightened momentarily, only to notice the striking girl beside him. Her perfect features and demeanor were enough to make anyone feel self-conscious. Observing the woman's smile, faltering slightly, Ivy introduced, This is my wife. This revelation made Rebel feel a bit bashful, replying, No, it's he who takes care of me. her complexion slightly flushing. Let us discuss it once we're inside. Have you gathered all your belongings? Ivy interrupted the two with pleasantries. Everything is ready, just a single suitcase, she replied, ushering them into the house. As they entered, it was evident that the place had been tidied up in preparation for their imminent departure. All the decorations and miscellaneous items were arranged with meticulous order. On the baby crib, little Ollie was peacefully asleep, beside which stood a large wheeled suitcase. We must hurry. Time is of the essence, Ivy urged as she grabbed the suitcase and made her way outside. In the car, Rebel cradled Ollie in the back seat, glancing at Betty in the front passenger seat. Miss Ether, just call me Betty, she replied. So, Betty, you are a witch as well? Indeed, but you appear to be merely in your teens. I am 12. You must be quite the prodigy, Rebel praised. I Haven't inquired, but it seems you will soon be of age. Perhaps 14 or 15. He is the same age as I am, Betty smiled. What? He is only 12, Rebel exclaimed in disbelief, turning to Ivy. Isn't that rather early? If he were truly 14 or 15, you would have long been consumed by him. Betty did not shy away from the comment. Hey, let us keep the conversation on topic and not involve me, Ivy remarked, observing Rebel's flushed cheeks in the rearview mirror. What kind of good person could you possibly be? Betty playfully poked Ivy's forehead, adding, but won't be long now. This fellow has consumed a potion, and he will mature by next year. Magic is truly wondrous, Rebel mused, finding it utterly unimaginable. Observing the envy on Rebel's face, Betty reflected, for witches, lineage is an extremely critical factor. Most witches hail from witching families. Noticing Rebel's expression darkening, she quickly added, yet there are exceptions. Nowadays, at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a significant number of muggles are present. We have several friends who are muggles. Realizing she was being consoled, Rebel softly thanked her. What does muggle mean? Those outside the wizarding world are muggles. Their realm is the muggle world. Chapter 70, Opening the Store. Before long, the trio arrived at their destination. My mother and mother-in-law certainly put in considerable effort. Ivy nodded in agreement. Before them stood a European-style, 3-story, standalone building, with a pointed roof facing southward, approximately 7 to 8 meters wide. The sign above the entrance had been removed, and the advertisements in the windows had been scrubbed clean. Upon entering, the interior was rather empty, with less than 300 square meters of space, featuring only a few support columns. What do you think? Ivy surveyed the surroundings. It's quite nice. By the way, what kind of business do you intend to pursue? Rebel inquired. Culinary, Ivy replied with a mysterious smile. Culinary? Considering the surrounding business environment, there are quite a number of establishments on this street in the food industry. That is not an issue. You must understand. Our cuisine possesses an overwhelming advantage. Seeing his confidence, Rebel chose not to press further. Let us head upstairs. The second floor bore a similar style to the first, though it featured a bar. The third floor was considerably smaller, designated as a living space for the mother and daughter. While the third floor might seem a bit cramped for business, it served as an excellent abode. Rebel gently cradled the sleeping Ollie and turned around, her expression radiating satisfaction. Shall I send it to you? However, in such a short time, I may not be able to master it, she voiced her concerns, fearing her perceived ineptitude might lead to disdain. Worry not. It is exceedingly simple. All you need is your hands. Even an ordinary child can remember it after a few viewings, Ivy reassured her, gesturing for Betty to bring over the previously prepared items. Betty approached the bar, producing a wand, and with a flick, a pot of soup along with a rudimentary stove materialized before Rebel's astonished gaze. Subsequently, an array of seasonings, over a dozen fresh ingredients, and a large bag of cake and snacks appeared on the table. Magic is truly convenient, she mused. It is not as effortless as you might envision. There are numerous restrictions. These ingredients were transported from our home. Wizards cannot conjure food out of thin air, Betty clarified. All right, let us begin. The dish I am teaching you is called hot pot, and it is quite simple to enjoy. You merely need to wash and chop the prepared ingredients, place them in the pot, and wait for them to cook. The two most crucial aspects of this dish are the broth and the dipping sauce. Now, I shall teach you how to make the broth, as it is the soul of the hot pot, and you must memorize the method. Allow me to demonstrate. She began by placing the beef tallow into the pot. 2 hours later, as the clock approached 10, Ivy called out while preparing the dipping sauce. Let's have a late-night snack. The hot pot was now complete, brimming with food, while the two ladies sat nearby, indulging in cake and engaging in light conversation. Earlier, to ensure Rebel could rest comfortably, Betty had taken her to the market to procure some essentials, and even conjured a cozy bed for her, albeit only for one night. Is everything ready? Rebel inquired, having dashed over while Ollie was fast asleep on the third-floor bed. We can eat now. The pot is filled with meat, if you wish for vegetables. You may add them yourself later. Rebel presented several dipping sauces, garlic oil, sesame richness, and spicy oyster sauce, offering her the choice to see which suited her taste. Just as the three were about to begin, a hooting owl swooped in through the window, clutching a letter in its beak, which it delivered to Betty. She rewarded the creature with 2 slices of meat. I had imagined the Ministry of Magic would remain silent. Ivy quipped as she accepted the letter and opened it. The missive soared into the air, and the voice of Minister Cornelius Fudge emanated from it. Good evening, Miss Esther. I trust Mr. Shafiq is with you as well. The head of the misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, Mafalda Hopkirk, has just reported that your wand exhibited 2 instances of magical fluctuation at 27 Muggle Street in London. This places me in a rather difficult position. Of course, both of you are sensible individuals, and I trust you would not act without reason. However, rules are rules. Even though Mr. Gray was once a hero of the ministry and has been exceedingly kind to me, it would be inappropriate to extend privileges publicly. Given that this is your first offense, I shall let it slide. But I hope you both will cooperate with the ministry's work and adhere to the laws of the magical realm in the future. Lastly, I wish you both a delightful new academic year. With that, the envelope disintegrated into thin air. What is this? Rebel's curiosity about magic deepened. It is a voice transmission. You may understand it as a form of radio communication. Although it is not instantaneous, it is free from the constraints of signal and distance. Betty began with an explanation before turning to Ivy, remarking that Fudge certainly showed you some respect. It's not respect for me, but for my father, Ivy replied. Do you really think he merits his position as Minister of Magic due to exceptional capability? His skills are rather mediocre. Initially, he was merely my father's assistant. My father, being the foremost enforcer of the ministry, was instrumental in ensuring its survival against Voldemort. Countless individuals within the ministry owe their allegiance to my father. After my father's demise and Voldemort's disappearance, Fudge was promoted to the position of minister candidate due to seniority and those in power within the ministry. Out of deference to my father, did not oppose this. So what does this letter signify? It's merely a gamble, akin to purchasing a lottery ticket. One knows the odds of winning are slim, yet still desires to try, for the cost is minimal and one does not mourn a lost endeavor. Therefore, do not be swayed by the gravity of his words. Even if there is another opportunity, he will merely present a different narrative. Ivy had a keen understanding of Fudge. He was tolerable in his youth, but upon becoming minister, he transformed entirely into a politician, engrossed in power and fearful of any unpredictability. Thus, considering the contributions of his father to the ministry, as long as Ivy does not engage in overt rebellion or engage in one slaughter, Fudge is unlikely to impose any substantial penalties. Most likely, it will be a cursory warning letter, much like today as correspondence. It appears your family wields considerable influence in the magical realm, Ivy noted, finally grasping a fragment of the situation. It's manageable, as long as one does not overstep. Minor infractions are inconsequential. Even if Fudge is ungrateful, it does not imply that the other elders will be. He simply remarked that this was not our concern. Let us eat and savor my culinary skills. Ivy scooped a generous portion of meat from the pot and shared it with the two of them. Let me try, Ivy exclaimed excitedly, grasping the specially designed chopsticks, resembling the tongs used to select ingredients for spicy hot pot, equipped with a small spring for easy handling by children. She picked up a piece of meat, blew on it, and placed it in her mouth. After a few chews, her eyes squinted in delight. Delicious, she exclaimed, taking another large bite. Let us try it with the dipping sauce. Ivy continuously served dishes to them, while Betty also began to indulge. The late-night feast lasted around half an hour, during which the two ladies only began to eat. Having devoured half a pot of meat and a few vegetables, they paused, leaving the remainder for Ivy. The broth at the bottom offered a variety of flavors, such as clear soup, tomato, and spicy, catering to diverse palates. Ivy said, taking out her notebook, nodding as she recorded notes. Betty smiled broadly as she watched the two engrossed in their tasks. As for the dipping sauce, one can present an array of condiments for guests to mix as they please, and we can offer some suggestions. If you discover any superior ingredients in the future, feel free to experiment on your own. Understood, Ivy replied. However, I have a question. This broth is indeed delightful, but isn't the preparation process rather simplistic, making it easy for others to replicate? Ivy inquired, glancing at the recipe Ivy provided her. It's of no concern. Recipes are inherently difficult to keep secret, yet I possess my own strategies to counter this. Even if someone attempts to replicate it, they would only be using Muggle ingredients. When the time comes, I will concoct a broth infused with magical seasonings, ensuring they have no means to imitate. This matter has long been contemplated by Ivy. He continued, stating that these special cauldrons would be available in limited supply. Not only was there a restriction on quantity, but each individual could partake only once per day. Muggles, lacking magical abilities, could not efficiently digest excessive potions, and overindulgence could pose dangers. I took note of this. As for the store's decor and operational model, those decisions are yours to make. After all, you're studying management perfectly aligned with your expertise. You can rest assured in my capabilities. Before departing, there was a gift I wish to present to you. Ivy retrieved a letter from his pocket and handed it to her. This is the acceptance letter I received from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry upon my enrollment. I hope it brings good fortune to Ollie. Rebel trembled as she accepted the envelope, cradling it in her arms. After a moment, she lifted her tear-streaked face and murmured her gratitude. Ivy gently wiped away her tears. At that moment, Betty also produced a potion bottle, stating, "This is a gift from our family." "What is this?" Rebel inquired as she accepted the bottle. Its mesmerizing colors captivating her gaze. Youth-preserving. There was no need for further elaboration. I believed these simple words could dismantle any woman's defenses. Rebel was not taken aback. Her bright eyes softened as she stepped forward, enveloping Betty in a tight embrace, her enchanting face a mix of tears and laughter. "Madam, you are too kind," Rebel exclaimed, deeply moved. "Please don't call me that. It makes me sound so old," Betty protested softly. "It's getting late, and we must go to school tomorrow. Take care of yourself. You should still have some bullets, right? I will take good care of myself. Also, once your establishment officially opens, my mother and Betty's mother may visit frequently. They tend to be a bit lazy, and since we will not be home, leave that to me. I will certainly ensure their satisfaction." Upon hearing that their parents would be visiting, Rebel instantly felt invigorated. They are very nice, so there's no need to be overly anxious. When we arrive there, I will buy you an owl. Wizards use them to send messages, and we can stay in touch. I look forward to it, and let us be off. Farewell. Chapter 71 Best. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, at King S. Cross Station, the two stood in silence as they watched the departing vehicles, making their way to Platform 9 to await their companions. "What has become of that black egg?" Ivy casually inquired, seeking to pass the time. "I thought you had forgotten," Betty replied, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. With the passage of time, her hair had grown long enough to cascade over her shoulders. Recently, Wendy and Aaron had styled it, leaving the ends curled, adding a touch of vibrancy and diminishing its previous coolness. "Has it hatched? I wish to see what lies within." Ivy expressed his curiosity. "It's right here," Betty said, lifting her hair to indicate her shoulder. "Here?" Ivy squinted, stretching his hand to poke around, yet found nothing. "What is this? Are you playing a joke on me?" His expression conveyed disbelief. Betty turned her head, seeing nothing amiss. She softly commanded, "Come out." No sooner had she spoken than, to Ivy's astonishment, a pitch-black kitten materialized. This feline's proportions were remarkably disproportionate, with stunted limbs and torso, yet a disproportionately large head, resembling a bobblehead. On the pitch-black round face, apart from a pair of brown eyes, nothing else is discernible. The most exaggerated feature is the ears, which stand tall like two triangles, nearly as wide as the face itself. At this moment, it is perched on Betty's shoulder, nestled against her neck, with a long tail standing upright, coiling near her ear. To my surprise, it has indeed hatched. Ivy did not expect it to happen so soon. She thought she would have to wait much longer. The creature before her, possibly a biological variant of a cat, resembles its egg. The sunlight in London today is rare and splendid, yet when it falls upon this creature, it seems to be absorbed by a black hole, revealing no semblance of form. Apart from its round, bulging eyes, its body appears as mere shadow. Why is it invisible? And why can it not be touched? While marveling at its appearance, Ivy recalls the peculiar situation earlier. Even if it were invisible, one should still be able to feel it. Is it a unique ability that allows its body to shift between the tangible and the ethereal? As its owner, Betty seems to understand this well. Can you communicate with it? When it is physical, can you touch it? Ivy inquires. Why not give it a try? Betty encourages. Ivy reaches out toward the cat. The black cat lifts its head, its large eyes curiously fixed on him, showing no signs of defensiveness. In the midst of its inquisitive gaze, Ivy manages to touch it. To his astonishment, the texture is completely different from that of the black egg. Its fur is warm and smooth, even more delightful to the touch than that of a typical cat. Under his gentle caress, the cat seems to relish the attention, comfortably squinting its eyes and wagging its tail. However, there is a tinge of disappointment. Compared to other cats, it is too small, lacking that satisfying sensation of a thorough petting. "How long has it been?" Ivy asks. "It should have been since the night before last. I found it sleeping in my arms when I woke up in the morning," Betty replies, also reaching out to stroke it. "In your arms? Such a colorful cat." Ivy remarks. The cat meows in discontent. It is akin to an elemental being, indifferent to gender, Betty explains, casting Ivy a sideways glance. What does it eat? Ivy questions. It enjoys the same foods that we do, and it does not disdain magical energy either. That's convenient, Ivy says, producing a magical stone and offering it. You're in luck. Unexpectedly, the cat seems somewhat disdainful. It sticks out its pink tongue at the magical stone and affectionately licks Betty's neck. What is this? Has it taken to putting on airs? Ivy had not anticipated such a reaction. It likes the magical energy on me. Yours is merely acceptable, Betty translates. It may be small, but it has quite the personality. He grumbles as he puts away the magical stone. Have you named it yet? No, Betty shakes her head. Why don't you come up with one? How about charcoal? Isn't it adorable? Ivy blurts out, recalling that many black cats seem to bear that name. Where's the adorableness in that? Betty retorts coldly. The cat emits a low growl in agreement. You should at least tell me what it wants, Ivy sighs. The cat appears to understand human speech. Upon hearing this, it rubs against Betty and then theatrically bares its claws at Ivy. What does it intend to do? Ivy asks. It says it wants to take my surname, Betty. Ivy is taken aback, then stammers, but you don't have the surname B either. Does it concern you? If I say to name it, then you shall name it. No need for so much chatter, Betty scolds. All right. How troublesome, how about Bebe Shell? Ivy suggests. Of course, that one T do. He quickly retracts upon seeing Betty's disapproving glare. Babes? Flower bee? No, that won't do either, Begata. Beckham? Be Grandpa? Balia? Isn't that a man's name? Betty said with dissatisfaction. Didn't you just mention that it has no gender? He retorted, but Betty's gaze suddenly turned perilous. All right, let me think again. How about BB Best? Ivy attempted to inquire. Best, that sounds like some Egyptian deity, doesn't it? Who cares where it's from? As long as it sounds pleasant. Fine, we'll call it that, she decisively concluded. Phew, finally settled. Ivy sighed, relieved. Otherwise, he was at a loss for alternatives. Wiping the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, he glanced at the time. It was already 10:30. They were quite slow. It was evident that Betty held a fondness for the little one, which justified Ivy's considerable expenditure. Great idea, let's head inside first. Just as they were about to pass through the wall, a bright voice suddenly rang out, and a joyful figure came sprinting towards them. Hermione, pushing a trolley, waved her hand as she dashed over, drawing the attention of many muggles nearby. Stop. Hermione, are you trying to run us over? Ivy quickly stepped forward to steady her. After a long separation, an excited Hermione enveloped the two in a warm embrace. You're so slow. We were about to board the train, Ivy remarked. Aren't we waiting for Ron and the others? There are too many of us. Let's get on first to secure a compartment. The three of them entered platform 9 and 3/4 ahead of the rest. More than 10 minutes later, Harry and the Weasley family hurriedly arrived at the station. They clumsily unloaded their luggage and rushed towards the platform. Just like last year, they had to pass through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Be discreet. Don't let any muggles see you, Mrs. Weasley instructed. Urgency, lacing her voice as time was of the essence. Departure was imminent. Percy, you go ahead. Quickly. Mrs. Weasley glanced at her watch, her voice tinged with anxiety. Percy hurriedly pushed through the barrier, followed by Mr. Weasley with Fred and George, and then Mrs. Weasley with Ginny, who was experiencing her first journey. Chapter 72. Aerial performance, only a minute left. Let's go together, Ron said to Harry. The two stood side by side, aligning the trolley with the wall, gathering all their strength to accelerate forward. Bang! They tumbled, scattering their belongings across the ground. Hedwig flapped her wings furiously in her cage, emitting an indignant hoot that attracted the surrounding muggle crowd. A guard at the platform approached, drawn by the commotion. What are you doing? Do you need assistance? Sorry. The trolley slipped out of my hands. Harry struggled to lift himself, waving a hand at the guard. Ron, being sturdier, rushed over to retrieve Hedwig's cage, as her cries had already drawn too many curious eyes. Harry, clutching his ribs, joined Ron. Ron pressed the trolley against the wall, exerting force, but the wall remained unyielding. How could this happen? I don't know. Has this occurred before? Harry furrowed his brow. Never heard of it. Is someone deliberately playing tricks on us? Harry asked uncertainly. I think we should focus on how to get to school first, Ron lamented, scratching his head. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Today, the two of them are set to visit a friend, taking a different exit rather than this one. Ron murmured with a perplexed expression. What? Why didn't you mention such an important matter sooner? Harry exclaimed in disbelief. How could I have known the wall couldn't be crossed? Besides, you didn't ask. So Ron is quite innocent in this, he retorted. Their bickering once again drew the attention of many onlookers. The guard, who had wandered off, redirected his gaze towards them. A car? Ron paused for a moment, then exclaimed in delight, yes. Harry, a car. We can take my dad's car and fly to Hogwarts. What on earth are you two shouting about? The guard bellowed. Sorry, we'll leave right away. The two hastily pushed their cart away. On the train, Ivy and the others awaited Ron and Harry, yet their absence persisted even as the train began to move. Where on earth have those two fools gone? Hermione fumed within the compartment. Calm down, Hermione. They might have run into friends and gotten delayed in another carriage, Ivy thought, though he could not voice it. Friends? What friends do those two have besides us? Hermione scoffed. At that moment, the compartment door suddenly swung open. Hearing the commotion, Hermione sighed in relief, turning around to exclaim, Where have you been? But halted abruptly. Ron isn't here. It was Percy, followed closely by Ginny. I was just about to ask. Weren't you supposed to come with Ron and Harry? Hermione inquired. We were delayed. Everyone was rushing to board, so we didn't wait, Percy replied with a shrug. But it's no big deal. They might be sitting in another carriage. Let's hope so, Hermione said, resting her head on the table and falling silent. Perfect. There's space here for you, Ginny. Percy gestured for her to join them. Surely, Mrs. Weasley expected you to look after her, Ivy remarked skeptically. Please. She has nothing in common with the upperclassmen. It's better for her to be with you all. At least you're familiar and can chat, Percy said with a resigned expression. It's fine, let Ginny stay. We'll take care of her, Ivy agreed. After expressing his gratitude, Percy departed, leaving Ginny behind. Come on. Hermione waved her hand, inviting Ginny to sit down. The young girl happily scampered over. Clearly the upperclassmen's compartment was not suited for her. Hermione was perusing a newspaper from a month ago. Gilderoy Lockhart's recent lecture at the Flourish and Blott's bookstore had caused quite a stir. The name Voldemort was no longer taboo in the magical community. Consequently, the Ministry of Magic awarded him the honorary title of the Dawn's Light. Hermione boasted to the three of them. Unfortunately, the others showed little interest in Lockhart. Indeed, his performance was quite impressive, Ivy remarked nonchalantly. Ivy, how can you say that? Lockhart is truly brave and remarkable, Hermione persisted, attempting to sway their opinions. Is that Harry and Ron? Betty, who was admiring the scenery outside, suddenly spoke up. Indeed, it is them, but the situation doesn't seem too favorable, Ivy observed with heightened clarity. Where? Ginny squeezed to the window. It's quite odd that you can see them like this, Betty remarked, then promptly pulled out her wand, casting a spell for heightened perception. The enhanced vision suddenly opened up. Hermione and Ginny could clearly see the Weasley family's car soaring high above the clouds, its body now overturned, with the passenger door flung open. For reasons unknown, Harry had been ejected from the vehicle, clinging desperately to the door handle while his body was violently tossed about by the turbulent air. That was Harry. Good heavens. How could they be flying in the sky? Where was Ron? What was he doing? Harry was about to fall. Pull him back, Hermione exclaimed in a flurry. Ginny, however, was fixated on Harry's figure. Her hands pressed tightly against her mouth to stifle a scream. Suddenly, a hand reached out from inside the car, presumably Ron's. Harry made several desperate attempts to grasp it, but failed to secure a hold. He was on the verge of losing his grip. Ivy, think of something. Ginny pleaded with Ivy. It's too far. He shook his head. Only Dumbledore could possibly assist at this distance. Although he knew the two were unharmed, Ivy still wished to help if he could. He glanced at Betty, who also shook her head. Got it. Cursed the two reckless fools. They were far too audacious. Upon seeing that they were safe, Hermione first sighed in relief, then proceeded to complain. Ron was rather strong. His height wasn't just for show. As he spoke, Ivy stood up and released the owl from its cage. Betty, with an understanding nod, conjured a message spell. He smiled at Hermione. Is there something you wish to convey to them? Hermione paused for a moment, then smiled in return. Too much. I can hardly wait to greet my dear friends. Inside the car amidst the clouds, Harry and Ron had long since shed their earlier dishevelment. They were enjoying toffees made by Mrs. Weasley, appreciating the bizarre shapes of the clouds, their expressions relaxed and carefree. Ron looked quickly. Doesn't that cloud resemble your family's chicken? Harry pointed to a patch of cloud on the right. My chickens are not that plump, Ron disagreed. Suddenly, an owl swooped past the front of the car. It was Round Cake. Harry recognized Ivy's owl at once. Quickly, open the window, Ron urged. Harry hurriedly rolled down the car window, and Round Cake took the opportunity to fly in. It carried a letter, presenting it to him, then curiously gazed at Hedwig in the back cage. This was Ivy's message spell. Why are there 3 letters? These 2 haven't been written on? 3 envelopes, 2 message spells, and 1 blank ordinary letter. Let us listen to what they have to say, Ron said, unable to remove his hands from the steering wheel. Harry opened the envelope, and the letter flew into the air. Ivy's voice was the first to be heard. Quite impressive, you two. Instead of enjoying a comfortable train ride, you opted to drive a car. I wish I had joined you. However, I must regretfully inform you that your performance was observed in its entirety by Miss Hermione Granger. She holds your act in high regard, frequently gasping in astonishment during the viewing, calling it the boldest performance she has ever witnessed. At this moment, she is unable to contain her excitement and wishes to share her joy with you. Now, we shall turn the time over to Miss Granger. Good luck to both of you. Ivy's voice abruptly ceased, leaving the two brothers in stunned silence. Although Ivy spoke with great tact, an unsettling chill crept down their spines, as if an overwhelming sense of foreboding loomed above them. At that moment, the communication charm fell into silence, occasionally broken by the sound of deep breaths. A soft exhale startled the two. It was Hermione's voice. Splendid indeed. Her crisp and lively tone resonated in their ears like an enchanting melody. You two always manage to surprise me with something new. I bet you're feeling quite proud of yourselves right now. Indeed, Ron had been boasting to Harry about how enviable their stylish arrival would appear to others. Ivy was right. The recent performance had truly opened my eyes. Oh, not just mine, but Ginny's as well. Ron, I must congratulate you. You are not only a dependable companion, but also a commendable brother. You have successfully demonstrated to Ginny what it means to be more hindrance than help. What on earth were you thinking? No matter the reason, you should never have driven with Harry alone. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? He nearly fell. The distance was such that we couldn't even reach him in time. Had something gone wrong, we would have been left helpless to watch Harry plummet. Hermione erupted mid-sentence. While her words hold merit, why do I feel as though she is cursing me? Harry's expression was quite awkward. It was unfair to place all the blame on Ron. He was equally culpable. Ron remained silent, seemingly dazed by Hermione's outburst. Yet, there was more to come. You must write a letter immediately, detailing your current situation, and have Hedwig deliver it to Hogwarts, requesting a professor to assist you. It is far too perilous to navigate alone. Moreover, there is still an unused communication charm in the biscuit tin. If you require anything, relay your message to us. We will address matters with you both once you have safely arrived at Hogwarts. Chapter 73, A Dull Return Journey. Upon completion, the envelope disintegrated. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. That was terrifying. When Hermione was scolding me, I thought it was a letter of reprimand, Ron exclaimed, patting his chest, as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. You're overreacting. Aside from that minor incident, haven't we been quite fortunate? In Ron's view, a simple explanation would suffice. If they were late, they would have an excuse. As for sending someone to assist them, he felt that was entirely unnecessary. Ron waved dismissively, shedding his earlier cautious demeanor. Harry pondered for a moment, and indeed, that seemed reasonable. All right then, we shall write to Hogwarts, indicating that we might be delayed and briefly explaining the circumstances. After a pause, he added, should we utilize the communication charm Ivy provided? Of course. He must have brought plenty of delightful treats. Let us have the biscuit tin send some up, and a few more bottles of drinks, as I'm rather parched, Ron thought, his mouth becoming drier the more he considered it. Is that all? I feel that's insufficient, Harry replied, sensing it was not just about food. This isn't merely about snacks, Hermione interjected, her frustration palpable. Aren't you going to say something, or offer an explanation? If it's just about food, we might as well bid farewell to this semester's assignments. Harry's thoughts ventured far. That's a valid point. Ron wholeheartedly agreed, suggesting they first explain to her and perhaps apologize to lighten her mood. Well, let us begin writing then. Hush now, Hermione. Stay safe. They might simply be hungry, coming to us in search of food. Ivy cautioned her not to lean too far out of the vehicle. A round biscuit glided into the compartment, landing gracefully on the table. Good child. Hermione and Ginny withdrew the envelope and fed it some nuts. Upon tearing open the seal, Ron's voice emerged from within. Long time no see, Ivy. How about my heroic rescue of Harry? Quite impressive, isn't it? Haha, don't be too envious. I had intended to take you along, but you left too soon. You'll have to experience my driving skills next time. What a pity. Amidst his boastful words, there was an accompanying raucous laughter. Ivy witnessed Hermione's expression shift from anticipation to indifference, her complexion paling slightly. Ron, get to the point. Harry's voice suddenly erupted from the letter. What point? Oh right, Ivy, I'm a bit hungry after all the fuss earlier. You must have brought plenty of treats. So let the biscuit send some my way. I adore mousse cake, and grab some of those bizarre-flavored beans as well, Ron continued, only to be interrupted by Harry once more. Are you out of your mind? Focus. Focus. Even through the envelope, one could sense Harry's exasperation. I was just, damn it. Ron suddenly recollected the main issue. Hurry up and think of a way to fix this. Harry urged in a rush. And Hermione, I truly owe you my gratitude. Originally, we intended to join everyone today, but for some reason, when it was our turn to pass through the wall, it suddenly sealed itself, preventing our passage. Moreover, my parents had plans to visit friends today, so we couldn't exit that way. Consequently, to catch up with Ginny's sorting ceremony, we had no choice but to pursue the train in my father's car. Thankfully, you alerted us in time. I've already sent a letter to Hogwarts, and I believe a professor will come to assist us shortly, so there is no need for you to worry excessively. Additionally, just a heads up, we'll be ascending into the clouds shortly to avoid being spotted. That is all for now, Hermione. Thanks to you, we'll meet at Hogwarts. The letter concluded. Hermione's expression underwent a remarkable transformation. The earlier gloom dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile, and she chuckled foolishly. Didn't he say much, did he? Why are you so cheerful? Ivy whispered to Betty. Ivy, Ron mentioned he is hungry. You got food over there, right? Hermione suddenly grasped his hand. Yes. You do, Ivy replied, nodding absent-mindedly. Great. I'll go get the bizarre-flavored beans and bring them up in a moment. With that, she joyfully dashed outside. Those two seem to have something going on. Betty leaned in closer. Signs of romance already? Ivy sighed. I think it's not just them, Betty remarked, nodding towards Ginny. How old is she to be involved with your cat? Did you manage to buy some? Ivy inquired. Just a little. He is too plump to eat much. Thanks to Ivy, our gourmet, Ron is considerably heavier than in the original story. However, the few women in our household eat even more and show no signs of weight gain. Truly a testament to the protagonist's aura. After using Betty's bag, enhanced with a stealth extension charm, to send up snacks, the car ascended into the clouds. Don't worry, just carry on with what you need to do. In about 3 hours, we'll be reunited. After addressing Ron's situation, the three girls engaged in conversation, finding ample topics to discuss. However, Avy found it difficult to interject, so he decided to take a nap. Avy, we're here, wake up. He was roused from his dreams by three girls. Just then, the announcement of their arrival echoed through the carriage. Let's disembark then. The four of them stepped onto the platform, which remained as modest as ever. Have Ron and the others not arrived yet? Hermione scanned the surroundings, failing to spot the two. First-year students. First years gather here. It was Hagrid, who greeted the new students each year. I'll head over first. Goodbye, Ginny said, slightly disappointed at not seeing Harry. She waved to everyone and made her way towards Hagrid. Hagrid, have you seen Harry and Ron? Avy called out. No, weren't you together? Hagrid gestured that he hadn't seen them. There's so many people. We might have gotten separated, Avy explained. It seems they haven't arrived yet, but they should have. Hermione muttered to herself. They could have flown straight to the castle. In any case, let us wait for them in the Great Hall. All students above the first year traveled by carriage to Hogwarts, while the first years had to walk. Although it was called a carriage, to Hermione and the others, it appeared to move on its own. They could not see the Thestrals. Avy, however, could see them and found them rather unappealing, resembling zombies. How ugly, Betty suddenly remarked. You can see them? Avy asked, somewhat surprised. Bester can see them, and it can share the vision with me. Where is it? Generally, Bester was not visible. It's sitting on my lap. Avy looked down, only to see her legs. Betty's legs were exceptionally well-shaped, with slender calves and full thighs, long and pleasingly elastic. Unlike Hermione, who wore knee-high socks, she had opted for tights beneath her skirt. Chapter 74, Misfortune. Avy reached out to pinch them. The texture is delightful. Smack. Betty expressionlessly swatted his mischievous hand away. Haha, I forgot it was invisible. Avy chuckled awkwardly. Betty shot him a fierce glare. Avy, what are you doing? Hermione asked, noticing his actions. She did not suspect anything untoward. Only Avy, with his impure thoughts, could behave so lewdly. Friend? Who? Hermione did not question further. Bring Bester out, he said to Betty. To Hermione's surprise, a black cat appeared on Betty's lap. At that moment, Bester sprawled comfortably, yawning. Hermione's eyes lit up. A cat. She reached out to stroke Bester's head and scratch under its chin. Meow. Bester contentedly rolled over. The two ladies continued to pet its soft belly. Where did you get this cat? Hermione asked enviously. Remember that egg? Betty reminded her. You mean Bester came from that black egg? Hermione exclaimed. But cats are liveborn, right? Do I need to remind you, Hermione? You're a witch, Avy replied. Oh, right. Magical creatures are always unusual. Hermione quickly accepted this notion and joyfully continued to pet the cat. When they reached the entrance of the Great Hall, Bester became invisible again, leaving Hermione looking reluctant. However, it was for the best. To avoid any trouble, it was prudent to keep Bester's existence a secret for the time being. Indeed, Hermione's excitement reignited as she anticipated the next semester. We should visit Diagon Alley then, perhaps to find some particularly extraordinary cats. Let us head towards the common room first. It is preferable to sit with our own house during the sorting ceremony. Very well, I will wait for Ron and Harry. The trio parted ways. Hello, Mike, Justin, Hannah. Susan, long time no see. How have you all been? Avie greeted her peers from her year. Betsy, Avie, come here. Hannah called out. What's the scoop? The two took their seats. Nothing much. We were just discussing Lockhart's speech about Voldemort. Susan exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Are you two fans of his as well? Absolutely. Who would admire him? Before Susan and Hannah could respond, Mike shouted. Observing the fervent discussion among the trio, Avie shook her head in resignation. Engaging in debate with fervent admirers is an exercise in futility. As students continued to file into the hall, the professors ascended to the main platform. However, Snape's seat remained conspicuously vacant. It seemed he had yet to arrive. Avie scanned the Gryffindor table, and indeed, the two were tardy, just as in the original tale. It appeared they had not fully adhered to Hermione's advice, or perhaps they had simply chosen to ignore it. Catching Hermione's gaze, Avie subtly shook her head to indicate the absence of the two. She could only shrug in response. Noticing Hermione's expression darkening further, Avie resolved to prepare some delightful treats to visit those unfortunate souls after the feast. At that moment, Dumbledore rose to his feet, tapping his spoon against the goblet. Ladies and gentlemen, quiet please. The raucous hall fell silent instantly. We shall converse later. For now, we must welcome the first-year students. With that, he tapped the goblet once more, and the doors to the hall swung open. Professor McGonagall entered, leading a cohort of first years. This year, there are significantly fewer students, Avie remarked, observing the noticeably shorter line compared to their own year. That is to be expected. The number of first years largely depends on the population of Muggle-born wizards. Wizarding families tend to be stable, with descendants typically possessing magical abilities, save for perhaps one or two squibs. However, with only a handful of wizarding families, one cannot expect a large influx of students. In contrast, Muggles have no such constraints. The presence of magical talent is purely a matter of chance. With a higher birth rate, the probability naturally increases. To clarify in case he didn't grasp the concept, Betsy illustrated with an example. Take London, for instance. Each year, tens of thousands of newborns arrive, and if fortunate, 3 or 4 might possess magical abilities. If luck does not favor them, it could result in none. Once their conversation concluded, the sorting hat finished its song, and the sorting ceremony commenced in earnest. Colin Creevey, a small boy with a center-parted golden mane, dashed forward. Gryffindor. The crowd erupted in cheers. Ginny Weasley. Gryffindor. Luna Lovegoth. Ravenclaw. Is there no one from Slytherin? Betsy remarked, somewhat surprised. It certainly seems that way. Such a pity. If Harry and Ron were present, they would likely be grinning from ear to ear, Avie chuckled. Little did they know, Harry and Ron had indeed arrived. They had been outside, peering through the windows. Just like in the original narrative, their carriage had broken down due to the extensive flying distance. After a strenuous journey to the school, they unexpectedly collided with the Whomping Willow, enduring a rather severe beating, which consequently resulted in Ron's wand being broken. Once they finally managed to escape the clutches of the tree, their vehicle threw a tantrum, leaving behind their luggage and speeding away. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their excitement upon discovering the absence of any new Slytherin students, as they danced joyfully. Serves them right. Those treacherous scoundrels deserve to remain studentless for eternity. Ron exclaimed exuberantly. Indeed, Slytherin House should be abolished. Harry echoed, equally elated. I can hardly wait to see the look of dismay on Snape's face. Ron chuckled with satisfaction. Your words have me eagerly anticipating it too. Their gleeful laughter abruptly ceased as Harry pressed his face against the window, straining to see the main dais. The seats were empty. Where has Snape gone? Harry queried, his voice tinged with concern. Perhaps he left because there was no professor for the defense against the dark arts course, Harry speculated hopefully. Maybe he was dismissed. After all, no one likes him, Ron mused, growing increasingly animated, as if ready to celebrate with fireworks. Just then, a chillingly elongated voice interrupted from behind. I expect an explanation as to why you did not take the school bus. Harry and Ron jumped at the sudden sound and swiftly turned around to find Snape's gaunt figure cloaked in black, standing ominously behind them. A sinister smile etched onto his face, foreboding trouble for the two. Professor, there was a reason. They began to argue, but Snape coldly interrupted. Silence. Follow me. He led them through the corridors directly to the basement. Upon opening a door, a musty scent enveloped them. Enter, Snape commanded, pointing towards the threshold. The two unfortunate boys trembled as they stepped inside. This was Snape's office, a circular chamber lined with shelves brimming with jars and containers filled with various grotesque substances. Harry found this room even more terrifying than the dark art shop at Borgin and Burke's. Professor Snape, we sent a letter beforehand stating we might arrive late and explain the circumstances, Harry cautiously ventured. Did you? Snape drawled, seemingly relishing their discomfort. However, I do not recall any explanation regarding your encounter with the Whomping Willow. In fact, that tree caused us greater harm. Ron could not help but blurt out. Be quiet. Snape reprimanded sharply. Do you understand how precious that tree is? It is older than both of you combined. After a moment of silence, Snape continued in a measured tone. You may not be aware. As he spoke, he pinched a newspaper from his desk. You were seen? He brandished the paper before them, displaying the headline, Ford Anglia flies, Muggles amazed. Approximately 6 or 7 Muggles witnessed your car soaring through the sky. I believe your father works in the office for the regulation of magical Muggle artifacts. Does he not? I truly worry for him. Snape sneered, directing his gaze at Ron. Harry and Ron felt as though they had stepped into a comic strip, frozen in place, as the atmosphere shifted to a monochrome hue, dark clouds looming overhead. Though they had notified the school in advance, their method of arrival was undeniably disastrous. Even if expulsion was off the table, a severe punishment was surely imminent. It is truly regrettable that you are not students of Slytherin. I have already devised a method of punishment. Remain here. I shall fetch the one endowed with the power of reprimand. Do not touch anything. With that, Snape departed, leaving the two of them alone in the room. They exchanged a glance, both recognizing the pallor on each other's faces. They understood whom Snape referred to. Professor McGonagall, while fair, was equally formidable. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall raised her wand and tapped the empty fireplace. Flames flickered to life, instantly warming the cold, dreary room. Minerva. The room contains numerous precious materials that require a cool, damp environment, Snape remarked with a frown, disliking the atmosphere. Severus, I assure you it will only be for a moment. Let's hope so. Having dealt with Snape, Professor McGonagall turned her attention to them. Seat. The two complied, settling into the chairs by the hearth. Upon receiving your letter, I had hoped it might finally offer me some respite. Clearly, I was mistaken. Her first words left them utterly mortified. Since you were able to think of sending a letter to the school, it would not have been too difficult to seek assistance from Hogwarts as well. Whether it be Madame Hooch arriving on a broom to collect you or my own disapparation. I assure you it would be far more pleasant than colliding with the Whomping Willow, not to mention the risk of being seen by Muggles, Professor McGonagall stated matter-of-factly. Ron and Harry now regretted not heeding Hermione's advice. Snape, who had been observing, interjected, pardon my candor, but considering Weasley's empty head. I am quite astounded he thought to write to us at all. Severus, I am in the process of educating my students, Professor McGonagall replied calmly. Apologies. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Snape opened it to reveal Dumbledore's figure entering the room. Harry and Ron dared not meet his gaze, both bowing their heads in shame. Chapter 75, The Aftermath. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore finally spoke. I need to know the entire account. The two felt as if a great weight had been lifted and quickly recounted the events that had transpired. Following their narration, the professors fell silent once more. Severus, what is your perspective? Dumbledore inquired. A commendable suggestion. Minerva, what do you propose? Let us proceed according to the rules. Dumbledore pondered for a moment before asking, what time is it? 9 o'clock. Harry and Ron could scarcely believe their ears. They pinched themselves, convinced they must be mistaken. Thank you, Professor, they both exclaimed hurriedly as they dashed out. Upon returning to the Great Hall, they found Hermione and sat down across from her. Where have you two been? Arriving so late, Hermione scolded, her face dark with displeasure. Wait a moment, Hermione. Let's have some water and a bite to eat first, Ron said, grabbing a cup of juice and downing it in one gulp. He then took a piece of cake in his left hand and a chunk of steak in his right, stuffing them into his mouth. Harry mirrored his actions, albeit with slightly more restraint. Hermione did not compel them to hurry. She maintained her stern expression, arms crossed, awaiting their explanation. The sight of the two ravenously devouring their food drew the attention of many. Hey, Weasley, can your family no longer afford meals? Harry, our savior, can hardly find sustenance now. I thought you all had perished on the road. Avy approached the trio. This jest is utterly unamusing. Heaven knows we nearly lost our lives. Ron exclaimed dramatically. Avy cast a glance at Hermione, who walked ahead, radiating an aura of chill. In a hushed tone, she remarked, Did you not manage to placate her? How could I? I've exhausted all my sweet words. She continues to prattle on endlessly. I've truly had enough. Ron lamented, clutching his head in despair. Is this your first day meeting her? Simply change the subject, Avy suggested. Or perhaps you have no intention of graduating this semester. Exactly, if you don't wish to graduate. Don't drag me down with you, Harry chimed in. You scoundrel, how dare you betray me? Ron exclaimed, playfully trapping Harry's head under his arm. I could kill you. After a struggle, Harry finally broke free and dashed away. I was merely jesting. I won't let it go. You still need to share your notes with me, Ron insisted, chasing after him. These two imbeciles, Avi thought, shaking her head. I wonder where Betty is. Avi glanced around, but failed to locate her. Certainly, she isn't in the midst of that crowd. She is probably tucked away in some corner, munching on snacks. Hannah, have you seen Betty? Avi called out, seizing Hannah, who was screaming, and repeated her question several times before she heard. Avi, just in time. Come over. The party has just begun, Hannah exclaimed, shaking her body excitedly. Have you seen Betty? Avi shouted over the loud music. Betty? Oh, over there. Hannah pointed in a direction. Upon reaching the corner, Avi indeed found Betty there. Not only her, but many others were engaged in conversation. As Avi approached, all music and noise seemed to vanish, as if some enchantment had silenced the external clamor. These people were quite spirited. Moving closer, she saw Betty, clad in loose pajamas, squatting comfortably on the sofa. Best also appeared, nestled in her embrace. The common room resembled a disco, with dim lighting that alleviated any fears of being discovered. It's always like this at the start of the term. It settles down after a couple of days of classes, Avi remarked as she settled onto the armrest. Meow. Bess softly greeted Avi with a gentle call. How goes the spell practice? Avi inquired, reaching out to stroke the cat. No rush. There's an entire semester to prepare. Don't deplete your energy. Avi resolved to master the arrow of demonic banishment by the end of the term, feeling assured of ample time. Yes, I'm well aware, Betty replied. The next day, in the dining hall during breakfast. Mike, aren't you eating? Under the influence of last night's revelry, the Badger House wizards appeared rather sluggish, drowsily seated at the table, nibbling on bread in a lethargic manner. Some, like Mike and Justin, had even succumbed to sleep, sprawled across the dining table. Only a handful of individuals exhibited restraint, their spirits high, having not partaken in the festivities until late. I'm done. You all eat slowly and let me catch a few more winks. Don't forget to call me when you leave, Mike muttered. Your body can't take it. You barely held on last night. Hannah shot Mike a disdainful glance. Though she seemed full of energy, her words could easily mislead the uninformed. I remember you were the most animated last night. Aren't you tired? Avi remarked, observing Hannah's radiant and lively demeanor, wondering if perhaps she was hallucinating from fatigue. My daily routine has always been thus. Even in the absence of parties, I tend to retire late. Hannah lifted her coffee cup and took a sip. Insufficient sleep during one's developmental years can hasten aging, and menopause may arrive prematurely, causing even breast sagging, remarked Susan nonchalantly. She was one of the few who adhered to an earlier bedtime. What? Before Hannah could voice her thoughts, several senior students, who had indulged in wild revelry the previous night, exclaimed in shock. Compared to first and second-year students, such statements wielded a greater impact on them. Is this the nature of your conversations, ladies? Ivy quietly inquired of Betty. Eat. Stop gossiping, Betty retorted irritably. Gossiping? Ivy was about to protest when a cacophony of flapping wings erupted in the auditorium. It's the postman. Hundreds of owls surged in, swirling above the hall, occasionally dropping parcels. A pure white owl, clutching an envelope in its beak, glided gracefully down to Betty. A letter from Rebella. Betty noted as she glanced at the envelope before passing it to Ivy. This pure white snowy owl, named Grapefruit, was a gift from Ivy to Rebella. Ivy swiftly opened the envelope and skimmed through its contents. Apart from some intimate words, it mentioned the progress of renovations at the restaurant. The design plan was finalized, with construction set to commence tomorrow, anticipated to take about a month. She briefly summarized the letter's contents for Betty. Chapter 76, Herbology Class. Rather quick, Betty remarked as she fed Grapefruit some treats. Aaron and Wendy had visited the previous afternoon, conveniently assisting her with paperwork and sourcing supplies. Once the renovations were complete, she could hire a few staff members and officially open. Would she manage the workload? The initial opening would undoubtedly entail a myriad of tasks. And with Ollie still so young, Betty was quite invested in Rebella's situation. No worries. A top student in management can certainly handle a small restaurant. Besides, if things get too hectic, Aaron can lend a hand. It will be good practice for her, Ivy chuckled at Betty. Ron Weasley. Suddenly, a furious middle-aged woman's voice silenced the previously raucous auditorium. The tremendous sound even dislodged dust from the ceiling, and all eyes instantly turned toward Ron's location. Mrs. Weasley's shout exploded in everyone's ears like a firecracker. Even from across the table, Ivy felt a buzzing in her head. A howler for the Weasley? Not surprising. She had heard the previous night that he and Harry had flown here in a car, spotted by muggles along the way. Michael, awakened by Mrs. Weasley's outburst, suddenly perked up. They've always had quite the audacity, Ivy stated. Aren't they afraid? Michael could hardly comprehend. Not just unafraid. They find it thrilling and exhilarating. I imagine that's the sentiment among Gryffindors, Ivy quipped. In truth, even Ivy struggled to understand it. To her, the so-called adventurous spirit of Gryffindor was more aptly described as reckless abandon. By the way, weren't we told that Lockhart would be teaching at Hogwarts? Why didn't we see him at the sorting ceremony yesterday? Hannah suddenly recalled. Is that so? It seems defense against the dark arts will hold some surprises. Ivy responded knowingly. Let us go then. It's about time. The students traversed the castle and arrived at the greenhouse entrance. Avery observed the trio rekindling their friendship and seized Harry's arm. Have you reconciled once more? Why do you use the word again? Do we often quarrel? Harry expressed his discontent. Perhaps you should reflect on that yourself, Avery replied nonchalantly. TCH, Harry retorted. Isn't it due to that shouting letter from this morning? Hermione believes we have learned enough from our lessons. Have we? Harry thought he was being too simplistic. Of course. You two could have simply used the flu powder and gone straight there. Is flu powder even an option? Harry exclaimed in surprise. How would you know without trying? In the heat of the moment, I just didn't think of it, Harry lamented, glancing at the whomping willow in the distance, now wrapped in bandages. A surge of guilt swelling within him. It's not that you didn't think of it. You both enjoy the thrill. Avery discerned their nature. As they entered the greenhouse, Professor Sprout strode toward them, her arm bandaged and her complexion less than ideal, to the astonishment of some students. The ever-elusive Lockhart followed closely behind, his flowing aquamarine robes impeccably pristine. A similarly hued hat adorned his head, concealing his brilliant golden hair, creating a stark contrast to the modest, stout figure of Professor Sprout. Hello, everyone. Lockhart beamed his signature smile, revealing his bright white teeth as he greeted the crowd. I just demonstrated to Professor Sprout how to treat the whomping willow. However, I would want you to think I am more proficient in herbology than she is. I've merely encountered a few of these peculiar plants during my extensive travels, he explained with a carefree demeanor. Today, we shall proceed to the third greenhouse. The usually benevolent Professor Sprout abruptly interrupted Lockhart, announcing the class location before departing directly. The young wizards buzzed with excitement, clearly more intrigued by the magical plants of the third greenhouse. They followed Professor Sprout eagerly as she opened the door, rushing inside. Harry, wait. Lockhart called out as he caught up. Sorry, we have class now, Avery said, motioning with her finger. Bang! The door slammed shut. Oh, blast! My nose! Came Lockhart's exasperated shout from outside. Avery, do not use magic frivolously, came the stern, yet smiling reprimand. Well, Hufflepuff gains 5 points for such unreasonable behavior. Today we will repot mandrakes. Now, who can tell me the characteristics of mandrakes? Professor Sprout's demeanor shifted as she stowed her smile and began the lesson. Hermione was the first to raise her hand, a predictable outcome. Excellent. Gryffindor gains 10 points. The professor replied, clearly pleased. Mandrakes are a vital component of most antidotes. Yet they are equally perilous. Who can tell me why? As soon as she finished speaking, all eyes turned toward Hermione, who promptly raised her hand. Hearing the cries of a mandrake can be fatal, she stated, receiving the professor's nod of approval. Absolutely correct. An additional 10 points, the professor acknowledged, her approval evident. It is precisely for this reason that mature mandrakes are exceedingly rare and strictly regulated by the Ministry of Magic. Yet each year, several innocent wizards succumb to its lamentations. Our mandrake is currently but a seedling. I invite everyone to observe it closely. Professor Sprout gestured for everyone to approach, explaining that once this batch of seedlings matures, aside from a portion reserved for the school, the remainder would be sent to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries to be transformed into potions for healing the afflicted. On the table stood over 100 greenish-purple saplings, resembling ordinary seedlings at first glance, devoid of any extraordinary allure. The mandrake, still in its juvenile state, does not yet possess a lethal cry. However, necessary precautions must be taken. Now, please ensure that you all don the headphones provided. Secure them tightly without leaving any gaps. The professor continued to emphasize that these special headphones are designed specifically to counter the mandrake's cries and will not impede your ability to converse. The young witches and wizards complied promptly, quickly affixing the headphones to their ears. The professor, too, produced a pink pair and placed them upon his head. I shall demonstrate first. Focus your attention and observe my actions. With one hand gripping the pot, and the other firmly grasping the short stem above the soil, the professor exerted a sudden force, uprooting the mandrake entirely. A piercing wail immediately filled the greenhouse, as a root resembling a small child was exposed to the air. Its appearance was grotesque, with wrinkled pale green skin adorned with spots. Its mouth gaped wide, its cries crescendoing in intensity. Even with the headphones, The shrill sound relentlessly penetrated the eardrums. Neville, transfixed by the seedling, promptly collapsed to the ground. "I warned you to secure the headphones," exclaimed the professor. "It appears he has fainted from fright." The students clutched their headphones tightly, their faces contorted in discomfort. Avery, too, felt the disconcerting effects, as his heightened senses were more acutely impacted than those of his peers. Fortunately, his robust constitution allowed him to endure. "Once it is uprooted and placed into a new pot, covering it with fertilizer will complete the task," the professor explained, retrieving a new pot as he spoke. Poor Neville was forgotten in the commotion. "Now, everyone shall conduct the operation themselves. Ensure you repot all the seedlings before you. Exercise utmost caution." At the professor's command, the young wizards eagerly sprang into action, finding the task novel and engaging. However, it soon became apparent that uprooting the mandrake seedlings was not as straightforward as it appeared during the professor's demonstration. The seedlings were reluctant to be dislodged, their root-like limbs deeply entrenched in the soil, firmly securing their bodies. For the young witches and wizards, this proved to be a considerable challenge. Yet for Avery, it was a simple endeavor. With minimal effort, he extracted a seedling, bringing forth a substantial clump of earth along with it. During lunchtime, when they had no classes, they arrived at the dining hall early. Soon, the trio appeared. While the other two bore normal expressions, Ron emerged looking disheveled, a faint odor wafting from him. How did he come to be in such a state? Avery tilted slightly, covering his mouth with his hand, and inquired discreetly of Hermione beside him. "My wand was damaged by the Whomping Willow and is now unusable. I made quite the spectacle in Transfiguration class just now," Hermione whispered. Chapter 77, Colin Creevey. "Ron, I can sponsor you a new wand," Avy stated directly after understanding the reason. "Really?" Ron exclaimed, jumping up in excitement, but then immediately sat back down. "Never mind. 7 galleons is a debt I may never repay." "Oh, come on." Avy waved her hand dismissively. "What kind of relationship do we have? You don't need to repay me." "I apologize, but I cannot accept your kindness," Ron replied firmly, straightening his back. Harry and Hermione were taken aback by his serious demeanor, staring at him in disbelief, with Hermione blushing inexplicably. "Do you want a mousse cake?" Avy nonchalantly pulled out a piece of cake and popped it in her mouth. "Where is it?" "Avy, give me a piece." Ron immediately broke his serious facade, returning to his playful self. "There's only this one piece," Avy said, smacking her lips. "You must have more. Please, I beg you for a piece." "You have no idea how miserable I was this morning," Ron lamented, tugging at Avy with tears and snot. Harry and Hermione watched in astonishment. Hermione, exasperated, slapped her forehead, confirming that he was still the same old Ron. Harry, slightly at a loss for words, averted his gaze and noticed Ginny sitting nearby, staring blankly at her plate, her eyes devoid of life. He suddenly recalled that Ginny had been a daze for the past few days, looking quite unwell. "Ginny, are you okay?" he asked with concern. "I'm fine," Ginny replied weakly, forcing a smile. Her face was haggard, and her eyes were bloodshot. "You clearly Haven tea rested well. What is going on?" Hermione inquired, her expression filled with worry. Ginny remained silent. "What's wrong? Speak up," Ron persistently questioned, but Ginny ignored him. Seeing her reluctance to talk, they decided not to press her further. "If there is something you can't resolve, or don't know how to handle, just talk to Hermione. You're in the same house and live close by. Hermione is quite reliable," Betty softly advised. "Okay," Ginny nodded. "What does that mean? Are you saying that I and Harry are unreliable?" Ron glared at Betty, clearly displeased. Little did he know, Betty shot him a glance, implying otherwise. "How rude. You just said it outright, showing such disdain." Ron retorted. "Betty is right. You are unreliable," Hermione said with a hint of pride. "Oof. Ron had forgotten to ask earlier. What class do we have this afternoon?" He quickly grabbed the schedule and looked it over, then exclaimed, "Why did you circle all of Lockhart's classes with hearts?" "Oof. Love struck," Ron thought, but didn't delve deeper, turning to find Harry. The afternoon sun bathed the courtyard, where a considerable number of students from various houses and years gathered in groups, basking in the sunlight and chatting. Betty sat with Hermione on a bench, listening to her boast about Lockhart's illustrious deeds. Avy was with Harry and Ron, enjoying their amusing tales about the Quidditch World Cup. Best was lying invisibly on Avy's shoulder, soaking up the sun. Everything felt warm and pleasant. Suddenly, the click of a camera shutter broke the tranquility, accompanied by a flash of light. Avy turned her head and saw a shy boy holding a camera. He encountered this individual during the sorting ceremony, seemingly named Colin Creevey, who was a fervent admirer of Harry. "Hello, Harry. I'm Colin Creevey," Colin said, breathless and somewhat anxious. "I was sorted into Gryffindor as well. May I take a photograph with you?" Tentatively, Colin stepped forward, raising his camera with a cautious inquiry. Colin's hand hovered over the shutter button, as he likely assumed that such a trivial request would be readily granted by Harry. But Harry, you are my idol. Everyone has spoken of your remarkable deeds. Colin hurriedly continued, I was born into a Muggle family. Even now that I attend Hogwarts, my parents remain skeptical of the existence of magic. I wish to persuade them, so I plan to capture some portraits and use developing potion to animate the photographs. It would be splendid if I could have a picture with you, and perhaps you could even sign it. What's this about signed photographs? Are you also giving them away? Potter? A sharp, derisive voice interjected from behind. Once again, it was evident without even lifting her head that it was Draco Malfoy. Though he might arrive late, he would never be absent. How tiresome, Hermione sighed in exasperation. Aiden reluctantly perked up, glancing in the direction of the voice. Draco Malfoy, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, emerged from the corridor accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle. I want one too. Everyone line up. Potter is handing out signed photos. No pushing. There's enough for everyone. Malfoy shouted towards the crowd. The previously murmuring students were now captivated by the commotion. I want to allow this. Harry clenched his fists. Get lost. Ron snapped at Malfoy. Weasley, are you going to defend him? Malfoy smirked, his amusement palpable. Jealous, are we? Colin shouted in a high-pitched voice. Jealous? Malfoy paused momentarily, then scoffed. I hardly see what there is to envy about someone whose parents were murdered and bears a scar on his forehead. Laughter erupted from Goyle and Crabbe behind him. Do not insult them. Harry gasped, his face flushed with anger. You scoundrel! How dare you? Ron brandished his wand, ready to retaliate. Shall I remind you, Weasley, that your howler just arrived not long ago? Malfoy nonchalantly cleaned his ears, then mimicked Mrs. Weasley's voice. If you don't behave yourself, that is none of your concern. If it were you, I'm certain she would applaud my actions, Ron retorted, fully understanding the implications. Huh, do you truly think I fear you? As Malfoy sensed that Ron was unyielding, his demeanor darkened. His two henchmen began to crack their knuckles. Chapter 78, Marcus Flint. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, Hermione closed the book she was holding and dashed in front of Ron. Be careful. Don't let him provoke you. What's wrong? Potter? Are you going to hide behind a woman? Malfoy taunted once more. As we discussed earlier, he has a knack for this. This remark ignited a fierce reaction from both Ron and Hermione. Hermione, step aside. Watch me tear him apart. Ron pushed Hermione out of the way. You mustn't act first. That would give him leverage against you. His father is a governor. You would be at a disadvantage. Hermione dragged her feet, striving to hold back the two. Simultaneously, she turned to Ivy, urging, control them, don't act rashly. The three of them nervously gazed at Ivy, caught in a dilemma of whether to stay or leave. After all, the atmosphere had escalated to such a point. If they ran without saying a word, how could Malfoy continue to navigate his way through this world? Perhaps it was best to let it be, as class time would soon arrive. Ivy first sought to calm the infuriated Ron. To be frank, ever since the flying lesson last year, he had no desire to involve himself in the affairs between Harry and Malfoy. Managing such trivial squabbles was as frequent for the two as eating and drinking. He then addressed Malfoy and his companions. You three should depart as well. It's rare to have a moment of peace. Don't disrupt it. Upon hearing this, Malfoy instantly sighed in relief. To leave unscathed was undoubtedly good news for the trio. Moreover, their initial provocation was merely a momentary impulse. They prepared to utter one last biting remark before departing. Draco, what are you doing? You are bringing disgrace upon Slytherin. Fortunately, someone came to his rescue. A tall figure emerged from the crowd of Slytherin. With an unattractive visage and a mouth full of crooked teeth, it was Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Harry had previously mocked him, suspecting he had troll blood. Under the gaze of the assembled students, Marcus approached Ivy. Standing at nearly 6'3", he towered over Ivy. He looked down at Ivy, grinning maliciously. Ivy Shafiq, others may fear you, but I do not. You would do well to be cautious and not meddle too much. After saying this, he provocatively extended his right hand in a mock gesture of friendship. Ivy regarded the outstretched palm, then raised his gaze to meet Marcus's eyes, smiling as he reached out to shake hands, yet coldly remarked, "What do you think you are?" Marcus's expression hardened, his fingers suddenly tightening as he intended to crush the fingers of his pretty boy before him. However, do not be deceived by Marcus's foolish appearance. He was far from a simpleton, but rather quite cunning. Realizing the situation was turning against him, he quickly withdrew his hand, preparing to retreat. His reaction was swift, but it was not so easy. Ivy was not one to be trifled with. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you consider yourself Voldemort? Having chosen to step forward, there was no rationale for retreating midway. Ivy maintained his smile, subtly exerting force with his palm, his fingers locking tightly like iron pincers, continuously compressing Marcus's hand bones. Initially, Marcus did not panic upon sensing Ivy's actions. Although the pretty boy's strength was unexpectedly powerful and caused him some discomfort, it was still bearable. However, he soon realized he had underestimated the situation. Limited by age, Ivy had never relied on brute strength in combat. His true power lay in his invincible physique. Gradually rotating his wrist, Marcus's fingers shifted as well, producing a series of cracking sounds. At this point, Marcus grew alarmed, fearing Ivy intended to break his wrist. With his free hand, he swung a punch aimed at Ivy's head. Ivy released his grip, bending low to evade the blow. Seizing the moment while Marcus was unable to recover, he stepped forward in a defensive stance, tensing his muscles as he delivered a powerful hook to Marcus's side, striking just below the ribs. Marcus was struck by a powerful blow, his feet lifted off the ground as he staggered backward, collapsing onto the grass. His body curled into a tight ball, a mixture of lunch, gastric juices, and bile expelled onto the ground. The shocking visual spectacle elicited gasps from the onlookers. Yet none stepped forward to intervene. Slytherin House was already held in low regard, even among its own members, and when the moment of truth arrived, few could be counted upon for support. Even Malfoy, whom he had just aided, watched from a distance with an indifferent gaze. Marcus's mouth gaped wide as he gasped for breath, feeling as though his abdomen had been pierced, his stomach roiling violently, his insides twisted in agony. Best, perched on his shoulder, rubbed against his face, curiously observing the prostrate Marcus. Avery, let us retreat to the classroom and avoid escalating the situation, Hermione implored as she grasped Avery's hand, attempting to pull him away. Marcus is not a significant figure. He is not injured yet, so let it go. We need not act against him for breaching school rules. Cedric emerged from the crowd, echoing their concern. Seeing their anxious expressions, Avery shrugged nonchalantly. I had no intention of doing anything drastic. This was the truth. Perhaps Marcus's pitiful state led everyone to believe he was in dire straits. The group turned to leave. Behind them, Marcus struggled to lift his head from the ground, his pallid face awash with a mixture of mucus, tears, and saliva. His bulging, bloodshot eyes fixated intensely on Avery's retreating figure. Trembling, he propped himself up, wiping the fluids from his face, his expression menacing. His gaze filled with malice as he suddenly drew his wand, aiming it at Avery's back and shouting frantically, "Explode!" Crack! The incantation had not yet been uttered when a sharp, snapping sound emanated from his hand. Marcus stared in shock at the wand, now broken in two. Avery had sensed the venomous glare directed at him long before, his mental acuity already enveloping the area around him. In that fleeting moment when Marcus drew his wand, Avery had summoned his mental power to snap it in half. In the midst of Marcus's astonishment, Avery flicked his left hand, sending a magical sphere hurtling towards Marcus's head. Boom! The tremendous force propelled him backward, leaving him sprawled on the grass, motionless. Avery, Hermione called out anxiously. Fear not. I am well aware. He has merely lost consciousness. To kill a student would bring considerable trouble, even with his unique status. Just then, Gilderoy Lockhart, draped in an emerald robe, emerged from the corridor, dragging a covered birdcage. Upon seeing the unconscious Marcus, he inquired with curiosity, Is everything all right? All is well, Professor. We were simply engaged in a friendly duel. Mr. Marcus fell victim to my sleeping spell and may need a moment's rest, Avery explained. Mr. Shafiq, it has been quite some time. The last encounter left quite an impression. You set an example for us all, Lockhart smiled as he approached. You flatter me, Professor. I am but a novice unafraid of tigers. The true inspiration and leader among us must be you. The beacon of dawn, Professor Lockhart, Avery replied, offering a small compliment. These are mere titles. If they could truly usher in world peace, I would not hesitate for a moment. Lockhart straightened his posture, his gaze resolute. Bathed in the afternoon sunlight, he appeared to be cloaked in a golden aura. The girls present gazed at him with admiration. Ivy merely smiled awkwardly. Upon entering the classroom, Lockhart placed his hands on either side of the podium, observing as the students took their seats. The birdcage he had brought was resting on the desk. Once the entire class was settled, he cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, he announced, and the classroom fell silent. All eyes fixated on him. He descended from the podium, approaching Neville, and casually picked up the textbook Walking with Giants from the desk. Holding it aloft, he displayed the cover to the students. He made a cheeky jest, and the students responded with laughter. I see you've all purchased my complete works. Splendid. Before we commence our lesson, I propose a brief quiz. Fear not. It is merely to gauge your diligence in reading. You shall have 30 minutes, and I hope for excellent results from each of you. Let's begin. Chapter 79, Lockhart's Defense Class. Upon examining the quiz content, Ivy found that, to her surprise, she was aware of certain answers, questions that most would find challenging. In contrast, Betty beside her was utterly bewildered, staring blankly at the paper, her pen held in a daze. Fortunately, Bess was there to assist. It leapt onto Ivy's desk, gazing at her quiz, and then, through its unique ability, transmitted the answers into Betty's vision. Betty, upon seeing the answers, turned to Ivy in astonishment, mouthing, "You still read this sort of thing?" Ivy shrugged. Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the quizzes and began to review them before the entire class. TSK, TSK. Only a handful of you know that my favorite color is lilac. Oh, I cannot believe that several classmates are unaware of my birthday. My greatest achievement, as expected, was noted by Mr. Ivy and Miss Betty, who were both present at the time. Quite accurate. But I recall Harry and Mr. Weasley were also there. Why, alas, it still lacks detail. Lockhart continued to comment on the students' answers, occasionally sighing. Everyone should take a closer look at the magical me. I clearly stated on the title page that my secret ambition is to eradicate evil from the world and to market my own line of hair care products. Only 3 of you answered this correctly. Look, Lockhart held up a paper in astonishment. A perfect score. Miss Hermione Granger answered all correctly. Where's she? Hermione excitedly raised her hand. Excellent, Lockhart exclaimed, 10 points to Gryffindor. Now back to business. He turned sideways, presenting the cage on the podium. Attention. My task is to teach you how to defend against the most malevolent entities known in the magical realm. You will confront the most terrifying things within this classroom. However, fret not. As long as I am here, you shall remain unharmed. I have but one request. Maintain your composure. As Lockhart grasped the cover of the cage, all the students' gazes were riveted upon it. Lockhart was quite pleased with the students' reactions, smiling as he lowered his voice. Please remain calm. No shouting or screaming, as it may provoke them. The entire class held their breath, their eyes fixated on the cage. Lockhart abruptly threw back the cloth covering the cage, revealing a group of grotesque, blue-skinned sprites with wings protruding from their backs. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the Cornish pixies we captured just yesterday. A few students in the front row couldn't contain their laughter. What is so amusing? Lockhart inquired, his brow furrowing. Professor, are you certain they're dangerous? Mike chuckled uproariously. They are indeed. Well, not particularly hazardous. Hashem Finnegan chimed in with a grin. Don't be so sure, Lockhart retorted, his irritation evident. They are mischievous creatures, as cunning as devils. Indeed, I have a Cornish pixie at home. It is exceedingly wicked and sly. Dean Thomas, a friend of Seamus, stated with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Lockhart's eyes brightened. He swiftly approached Dean. It seems you have experienced some unfortunate incidents. Would you care to enlighten us? Certainly. It would serve as a profound cautionary tale. I recall a foggy morning when my family and I were gathered for breakfast. The pixie, having been starved for an entire night, was exceedingly agitated. It was thrashing about in the cage, emitting piercing shrieks. My mother, in an attempt to soothe it, offered a piece of bread and opened the cage door. However, she neglected to secure the latch, Dean recounted softly. How dreadful! Lockhart shook his head. A horrifying incident ensued. The pixie, upon seeing the ajar cage door, revealed an evil grin. It managed to pry the door open just enough and stealthily emerged. Dean animatedly mimicked the antics of the Cornish pixie. It used the clutter as cover, silently approaching the dining table. Observing us in our joviality, it displayed a cruel smirk. Grasping a kitchen knife, it soared above the table and Dean cleared his throat dramatically. What did it intend to do? Susan exclaimed, a hint of fear in her voice. The classroom was enveloped in silence, enraptured by Dean's tale. Even the Malfoy brothers were subdued. In midair, the pixie aimed the knife and then released it. The kitchen knife plummeted rapidly, shattering with a resounding crash. Shattered? Lockhart paused, momentarily stunned. That scene was utterly ghastly. To this day, I cannot bear to recall it. You won't believe what happened. The knife smashed my favorite plate that I had cherished for 7 years. Oh my goodness! Dean exclaimed dramatically. Laughter erupted, nearly lifting the roof off, while Lockhart's face turned ashen. Thus, I maintain that they are hardly dangerous. Seamus laughed until tears streamed down his face. No, they are indeed wicked and cunning. How could they smash Dean's beloved plate? Mike laughed until his abdomen ached. What should have been a serious and intimidating defense against the dark arts class had transformed into a scene of unrestrained joy. Even Hermione, a fervent admirer of Lockhart, was laughing heartily. Enough. Silence. Lockhart bellowed, his face flushed. The classroom gradually quieted. Do you all believe that Cornish pixies are easily manageable? Lockhart raised his voice. Good. He turned around and opened the cage, urging, show me how you deal with it. Lockhart's actions caught the young wizards off guard. Most of them were overwhelmed by the swarm of little creatures before they could even react. Initially, a few attempted to resist, gathering at their desks with books or other objects in hand to fend off the onslaught. Some even brandished their wands, managing to send a few of the pixies flying. However, as their stamina and magical energy waned, they realized their efforts were futile. Many of the young wizards, while not exactly poor students, were nowhere near the level of Hermione, the academic prodigy. For their skill level, casting 2 or 3 simple spells was the utmost limit. Moreover, single-target spells proved to be utterly ineffective against the overwhelming number of pixies. When 2 pixies seized Neville by the ears and hoisted him up to dangle from the chandelier, the remaining young wizards surrendered, cowering beneath their desks in fear. This emboldened the Cornish pixies, which darted about the classroom like errant balls. A few even crashed through the windows, leaving shards of glass scattered across the floor. The rest wreaked havoc within the classroom, tearing books and papers into shreds and scattering them through the air. Some seized ink bottles and hurled them onto the desks, creating unsightly stains throughout the room. Subsequently, students' books, bags, wall paintings, and decorations all succumbed to the chaos, with even the figures and the portraits vanishing without a trace. Chapter 80, Classroom Turmoil. See, I told you so. Now you should understand the peril these creatures pose, Lockhart bellowed while attempting to shoo away the pixies surrounding him, addressing the classmates hiding beneath the desks. I believe you. Professor, please save me. This chandelier is going to give way. I do not wish to meet my demise. Neville cried in terror, dangling precariously from the light fixture. Witnessing the situation spiral out of control, Lockhart rolled up his sleeves and brandished his wand, exclaiming, Pesca Pixie Pesternemy. A flash of light erupted. It seemed to have little effect, only inciting the pixies to cause even more ruckus. Ultimately, even he sought refuge beneath the teacher's desk. The only 2 who managed to maintain their composure were Ivy and Betty. Ivy conjured a magical shield to protect them both. Given the current predicament, he had no effective strategy. His spells were indiscriminate attacks, and in such a scenario, casting them risked collateral damage. Moreover, controlling the pixies would demand time, and their agility made it challenging to restrain them throughout the entire room. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and everyone fled the classroom in a panic. Shielding their heads, Lockhart emerged as well, casting a glance at the few remaining souls. He is truly a fraud, Ron exclaimed, swatting away a pixie that had been gnawing at his ear. Don't be ridiculous. He simply wanted to give us a practical opportunity, Hermione defended Lockhart, effortlessly freezing 2 of the pixies with a spell. Practical? Hermione, he has no idea what he is doing. Neville is still hanging above us. He managed to knock another pixie away with a book. He certainly didn't team mean any harm. Besides, he has accomplished so many remarkable things. A minor blunder is inconsequential. Hermione insisted. That is what he claims. Who has witnessed it? Ron countered. Folks, I truly don't wish to interrupt, but can we first resolve the matter at hand? Harry waved the book and shouted. How long will it take to catch all these? Hermione had already frozen 2 of them. Avy, could you lend a hand instead of just sitting there? Ron exclaimed. Just a moment, don't rush. Almost done. Just make sure to catch Neville. Betty pulled out her wand, casting a spell over the entire room, which was no small feat for her. Don't worry, just begin. Gravity charm. Betty raised her wand. The spell unleashed, and blue ripples instantly spread throughout the area. The little sprites in the air fell like raindrops, their bodies pressed to the ground. Immobilized. Bang! Under the spell's influence, the chandelier broke apart, and Neville screamed as he fell, just as he was about to crash onto the tables and chairs. He froze in midair. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Neville floated in the air, his eyes tightly shut, mumbling to himself. Stop shouting. Avy's voice suddenly came through. He reached to touch his chest and back, feeling no pain as he had imagined. Slowly opening his eyes, he found himself suspended in midair, his feet barely an inch from the tabletop, the chandelier that had fallen alongside him floating in front of him. Get ready. I'm going to let you down. Choose a position to land. Though he said this, he released his control immediately. Ouch. Neville, caught off guard, plopped down onto the table. When he stood up, he didn't complain to Avy. Surviving was already a blessing. Hey, Betty, have you forgotten about us? Ron shouted. The trio lay on the ground like geckos. Hermione was relatively fine. When Betty cast the spell, Ron happened to be beside her, and as they fell, Hermione's upper body ended up on top of him. Oh, sorry, Avy said with a smile. He extended his hand to cast a shield around the trio, nullifying the spell's effects. Come on, you could have warned us, Ron grumbled, getting up and punching him lightly. All right, let us tidy up and get ready to go. Avi snapped his fingers, and all the little sprites that were pressed to the ground floated up. As he clenched his fist, they gathered together. The 6 of them stuffed this ball of sprites into a cage and covered it with cloth. Only then did Betty lift the spell. You scared me to death. Neville wiped the sweat from his forehead. Let's wait a moment. First see what has been thrown out. So many books have been torn. Lockhart's book isn't cheap, Avi remarked. We have Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class coming up soon. Let us hurry and clean up, Hermione reminded as she tidied up. In a Transfiguration classroom. All right, everyone quiet down. Professor McGonagall rose from her seat. She stepped out from behind the lectern, saying as she walked, Today we will learn how to transform animals into goblets. Approaching the demonstration table, there stood a black and white giant hornbill. Watch my movements carefully, Professor McGonagall instructed, grasping her wand. 1, 2, 3, Rewritten. She tapped her wand 3 times, then uttered the incantation. The hornbill's body began to transform into a transparent fluid, its head and tail merging and then contracting, finally solidifying into a clear goblet. Wow! The astonishing scene captivated the students, who gasped in awe, eagerly drawing their wands to show their skills. Did you see that clearly? Now it's your turn. Professor McGonagall descended the steps. Who asked first? All right, Mr. Weasley. She approached Ron. Ron, filled with eagerness, cleared his throat and grasped the wand wrapped in tape. Mimicking Professor McGonagall's gestures, he pointed at the mouse, Scabbers, 3 times and exclaimed, Rewritten. A flash of green light enveloped Scabbers, transforming him into a furry cup, with a long tail still swaying atop it. Laughter erupted from the students, and even Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat speechless. She gently remarked, Mr. Weasley, it seems you ought to consider acquiring a new wand. Moving past Ron, Professor McGonagall approached Hermione. Miss Granger, would you be so kind as to demonstrate for the class? Certainly, Hermione replied decisively. May I borrow your pet, Mr. Weasley? Professor McGonagall inquired as she turned. Oh, of course, Ron said, passing Scabbers to her. Hermione took the wand and, emulating the professor's actions, declared, Rewritten. It was evident why she was the top student. Although her transformation took longer, the result was indistinguishable from Professor McGonagall's. Excellent. 5 points to Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall expressed her satisfaction. From a moment she gifted Hermione the time turner in the 3rd year, it was clear how fond she was of the young girl. She reversed Hermione's spell, and Scabbers returned to his original form. Unlike classes in Aether's previous life, these young witches and wizards showed no fear of being called upon by their teacher. On the contrary, they eagerly sought practical opportunities. Miss Aether approached Betty, nodding in acknowledgement. Betty drew her wand and, without any preliminary gestures, softly uttered, Rewritten, directed at Scabbers. As anticipated, the transformation was remarkably successful, even quicker than Hermione's. Perfect. 10 points to Hufflepuff. Other young wizards looked on with envy, still struggling with their own attempts while she wielded her magic with finesse. Subsequently, apart from Aether and Ron, everyone had several attempts before the class concluded. Most succeeded, save for a few whose talents were indeed lacking. After class, Ron appeared quite dejected. Don't dwell on it, mate. It's the wand that's at fault. You're quite capable, Harry reassured him. Betty, can a repairing charm fix a wand? Aether inquired, uncertain about such magic. Ron, you should really get it repaired. This one do. It will hinder your progress, Hermione advised. Fixing a wand doesn't cost much. About a galleon should suffice. I'll lend you the money, Harry offered. I suppose that's the only option, Ron finally conceded. Let us go find Hedwig. Aether, do you have any treats? Harry asked. Yes. Here, Aether replied, handing them some food. We'll be off then. See you tomorrow. With that, the trio dashed away. What has happened? Aether turned to Betty as they watched the 3 depart. Bester told me that Mouse is problematic, Betty explained. Is that so remarkable? Aether asked, affectionately nuzzling Bester, who was perched on her shoulder while sending some magical energy to him. Aether was well aware of Scabbers' true nature and was surprised that Bester could even recognize an animagus like Pettigrew. Receiving Aether's energy, Bester purred contentedly in her embrace. Do you know what the issue is? Aether continued her inquiry. The upcoming lessons are not as engaging or captivating as those in the past. Subjects such as the history of magic and astronomy barely keep the young wizards awake. Today, being Saturday with no classes, Harry invited his friends to visit Hagrid. Ivy awoke naturally, and to his surprise, he discovered he had experienced further growth. This revelation greatly elevated his spirits, rendering him cheerful even during breakfast. Have you found another beauty? Betty remarked, observing his beaming smile. Ivy leaned closer to her and whispered an explanation about the change, then proudly stated, My dear, your blissful life is about to commence. Isn't that Rebel's blissful life? Betty replied with a mischievous glance. Ivy paused, turning to gaze at her in a daze, acknowledging her beauty and physique, which anyone could ascertain by looking at Wendy. Such a perfect wife is indeed worthy. A little delay is acceptable, he chuckled, his demeanor lighthearted. Chapter 81. The Quidditch Dispute. Go away. You are insufferable, Betty scolded playfully. Where are Harry and Neville? Still not awake? Ugh. Neville choked on his food. Harry was whisked away by Wood early this morning for Quidditch practice. Ron went too. Yes, he left a bit later, around 8 o'clock, apparently with Hermione. Neville mumbled through a mouthful of roasted meat. Okay, thanks. Did you eat well? Ivy inquired. Did you find out? Betty sipped her juice and wiped her mouth. Yes. They should be at the Quidditch pitch. Then let us go. The two stood and departed for the Quidditch field. Upon arriving at the stands, Ivy and Betty found Ron and Hermione, along with Colin, who was, as always, wielding his large camera. You finally made it, Hermione exclaimed upon their approach. Why is no one here to pitch? Wasn't there supposed to be practice? Ivy asked, surveying the empty field. We wish we knew, Ron replied lazily, reclining in the stands. Just then, the Gryffindor Quidditch team emerged, prompting Ivy and his companions to descend from the stands and rush over. Finished practicing? Ron exaggeratedly inquired. We haven't even started yet, Harry yawned. I didn't even have time for breakfast. We brought bread and jam. Ivy probably has some roasted meat too. Shall we eat a little first? Hermione suggested. Guys, there is no time for food. Just as Harry was about to agree, Wood appeared behind him, announcing, the season is about to commence, and we must utilize every second for practice. Wood was quite dedicated to the matches. Understandable given that he was in his 5th year and had at most 2 years left. However, the other team members did not share his level of enthusiasm. You arrived just in time. After listening to Wood for a couple of hours, I thought I would starve, George exclaimed, snatching 2 slices of bread, spreading jam on them, and seizing a piece of meat from Ivy to create a makeshift sandwich, which he devoured ravenously. You must have been half asleep. It definitely felt longer than 3 hours. Fred chimed in, also munching on food. In contrast, the ladies maintained a more refined demeanor. Alice Pennant, Angelina Johnson, and Katie Bell, these 3 good friends, leisurely indulged in their food, while occasionally teasing Ivy with playful remarks. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, Wood could only sullenly join the ranks of the food enthusiasts. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the entrance, shattering the previously harmonious dining atmosphere. It was Flint and his crew. Fred shouted first, disbelief etched on his face. Wood's astonishment swiftly transformed into a tempest of fury. Flint, this is our training time. You may leave now, Wood called out as he confronted the Slytherin captain. As the commotion ensued, other Gryffindor members began to gather around. Sorry, but I've booked the entire pitch today. There's no space for you, Wood asserted with a serious expression. Don't speak so definitively, Wood. I have authorization as well. Marcus smirked arrogantly. Impossible. We have Professor McGonagall's signature, Wood scoffed. Coincidentally, we also possess Professor Snape's authorization, Marcus retorted, tossing a parchment scroll towards him. Wood reluctantly unrolled the scroll. I, Severus Snape, permit the Slytherin team to practice at the Quidditch pitch today, training their new seeker. New seeker? You've added a new seeker? Who is it? Wood's attention was immediately diverted. Upon hearing this, several tall Slytherin players parted to reveal a diminutive figure with slicked-back hair, none other than a smug Draco Malfoy. ISNT that Lucius Malfoy as son? Fred expressed with disdain. Since you mentioned Draco as father, let us see the generous gift he bestowed upon the Slytherin team. The Slytherin players looked at their rivals with a knowing smirk. In unison, they raised their broomsticks. 7 brand new, gleaming Nimbus 2001 brooms sparkled in the sunlight, dazzling the Gryffindor players. The latest model, just released by Nimbus last month. Marcus casually wiped a speck of dust from the top of one broom, feigning indifference. I trust its speed surpasses that of the 2000 series. As for the old Clean Sweep series, he paused slightly, casting a mischievous glance at Fred and George. You two should probably stick to using those for sweeping the floor. The Gryffindor players were momentarily struck dumb. After all, the Clean Sweep 5 was hardly considered high-end, especially compared to the new Nimbus series, let alone the pinnacle of its line. Seeing their rivals rendered speechless, Malfoy grinned broadly. Ivy and Ron were also drawn to the gleam of the brooms, moving closer. What is so shiny? Are you even going to practice? Ron asked. Practice? Huh. I suggest you save your energy and eat a bit more, Malfoy replied, his demeanor unchanged. Despite having been taught a lesson by Ivy twice, he always seemed to ignore her presence whenever Harry was around, as if it were a conditioned reflex. However, the members of Slytherin were far from possessing his courage, especially Marcus, who found his right eyelid twitching upon seeing Ivy. Malfoy, what are you doing here? Ron exclaimed with disdain. Have you no eyes? Can't you see I'm wearing the team uniform? Malfoy, taken aback by Ron's blindness, felt a vain throb at his temple. What? You've joined the Slytherin team. How could they possibly want someone like you? Ron could hardly believe it. My apologies if my presence does not please you, Weasley. I am now the new seeker for Slytherin, Malfoy declared with great pride, gesturing to the broomstick in his hand, which the Gryffindor players had been admiring as a gift from my father. Ron stood agape, staring at the 7 dazzling brooms before him. Malfoy relished the astonishment on Ron's face. You Gryffindors could always sell those old brooms. I'm sure the museum would be willing to purchase them for their collection. Then you'd have funds to acquire new gear. After all, antiques only appreciate in value with age. The Slytherin players joined in a hearty laugh. Hermione's words struck like a sharp dagger, piercing through Malfoy's arrogance. His radiant smile faded instantly, replaced by a furious scowl as he retorted, "No one asked you. You filthy little mudblood." The moment those words were uttered, the Gryffindor team erupted in outrage. "How dare you?" Elia screamed. The Weasley twins charged forward, while the remaining members brandished their wands, preparing for a confrontation. Ron, the angriest of them all, found himself unarmed, having sent his wand for repairs, and could only rush in with his fists. The Slytherin players, recognizing the brewing storm, reluctantly drew their wands to offer a token defense, mindful of the imposing figure nearby. Malfoy, too, felt a twinge of regret, not for his words, but for misjudging the strength of his opponents. Suddenly, binding curse. Betty's cold voice shattered the tense atmosphere. A golden halo descended from above, immobilizing Malfoy against the ground. He lay there, utterly helpless, unable to even struggle. For the spell was one that even a robust werewolf could not escape, let alone his slight frame. Betty and Ivy were known to be inseparable, a fact recognized even by the professors at Hogwarts. Thus, when Betty intervened, the Slytherin students, who had put on a show of bravado, quickly retreated. Such is the reality among the comrades of Slytherin. Without their interference, Ron and his friends surged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the immobilized Malfoy. The poor Malfoy howled in agony, his cries echoing in waves. Even from a distance, Ivy could see his face swell in distress. With a hint of surprise, she turned to Betty and teased, "Ah, look at you protecting your little girlfriend. I've never seen you so concerned when I was provoked." "Oh, do shut up," Betty replied tersely. Ultimately, the encounter ended in dissatisfaction for both parties, with neither Gryffindor nor Slytherin managing to train. After Malfoy regained his footing, he merely shouted a few empty threats. By the edge of the Forbidden Forest, the 5 departing the pitch made their way toward the hunting lodge. That Malfoy truly deserved a good thrashing. Ron fumed, still shaking his fist in indignation. I could discern that it was an exceedingly crude term, yet its meaning eluded the understanding of the party involved, Hermione. "It is indeed a rather unpleasant epithet," Ron gasped, wiping the sweat from his brow. "It essentially connotes a dirty, inferior lineage. Such derogatory remarks typically emanate from individuals of the Malfoy family background. Utter nonsense. The majority of wizards today are of mixed blood. Had we not intermarried with muggles, we would have long since faced extinction. Thus, it was only natural for Betty to take action," Harry comprehended. Indeed, Betty executed her task splendidly. She ought to have dealt him a blow long ago. Although the fire of anger had not been entirely extinguished, the lesson imparted to Malfoy, especially in the form of a group beating, brought great joy to Ron. Fortunately, Hermione's spirits remained unscathed. The fact that Betty stood up for her filled her with delight, and she affectionately clung to Betty's arm throughout their journey. Ivy, however, did not partake in the discussion, choosing instead to stand quietly by and listen. For Ivy, hurling insults was a commonplace affair, especially when it involved reprimanding someone with a foul mouth. Chapter 82, An Unusual Occurrence. Upon arriving at Hagrid's door, it was suddenly flung open, accompanied by the sounds of a quarrel. Concealing themselves to eavesdrop, Harry motioned for everyone to hide behind a mound of earth. They observed Lockhart emerging, clad in a pale lavender robe, while Hagrid followed closely behind, his face a picture of frustration as he shoved Lockhart forward. "No need to thank me. You should have learned by now. It's quite simple," Lockhart insisted, attempting to turn back and continue the conversation. "If you still don't understand, feel free to seek me out. You know where to find me. I shall provide you with a signed copy of my book. I am quite adept at signing them quickly, complete with detailed instructional steps. All right, enough with the pushing." Bang! Hagrid slammed the door shut. Lockhart stood awkwardly before the door, calling out, I will bring it over later. Goodbye." He then strode purposefully toward the castle. Once he departed, Harry and his companions emerged from their hiding spot. "Lockhart, what brings him here?" Ron questioned, perplexed as he gazed at Lockhart's retreating figure. "Go on, Ivy. Give him a nudge and find out," someone suggested. The group knocked on Hagrid's door. I said it isn't necessary. The door was wrenched open with force. Hagrid's imposing figure appeared before them. What are you all doing here? Cool. His previously furious expression transformed into a welcoming smile. What's the matter, Hagrid? Who has you so worked up? Ivy inquired with a grin as she settled into a seat. Who else could it be but that meddlesome Gilderoy Lockhart? Hagrid seethed at the mere mention of Lockhart's name. What does he want here? Harry echoed his confusion. To teach me how to prevent mermaids from swimming into wells. Hagrid retorted sarcastically, as if I wouldn't know how to do that. He meant well. Hermione attempted to defend him mildly. Well meaning? I suspect he merely sought to show off. He boasted about how to drive away banshees, how he vanquished werewolves, repelled vampires, and a plethora of other nonsensical tales, regaling me for over 2 hours. You know what? 13 times. A total of 13 times. I nearly lost my composure and stuffed that plucked chicken in his mouth. It is not Hagrid's fault, after all. He possesses numerous remarkable achievements. Hermione fully embodies the traits of an ardent admirer. Great? Huh. Hermione, with your intelligence, how could you fall for that? That fellow claimed that if there was one true story, he would consume this table. Hagrid scoffed. This is indeed a fact. I too find that chap rather unimpressive. Ron expressed his disdain for Lockhart. I feel you're being somewhat unjust. After all, even Dumbledore believes he is the most suitable candidate for the defense against the dark arts professor. Hermione argued somewhat indignantly. He is not merely the most fitting choice, Hagrid. While tending to a dead chicken, casually remarked, it would not be an exaggeration to say he is the only candidate. However, this has no relation to his ludicrous accolades. It is purely because everyone else is reluctant to take on the job. People deem this position inauspicious, and there is no one else to be found. You are still biased. I believe Hermione wished to continue the debate. Enough, Hermione. Time will reveal all. Do not speak further. Avy interrupted her. Hagrid, did you know we were coming? You even killed a chicken in advance? While I would love to say so, in reality, I do not know who killed that chicken. I discovered it during my patrol last night. Rather than let it go to waste, it is better to have a delicious meal, Hagrid insisted, asserting that he would not take the blame. Perhaps it was some wild beast, Ron pondered, gazing at the clean chicken, his mind beginning to conjure culinary delights. But it is just perfect. Hagrid smiled at everyone, albeit it will trouble our Hufflepuff chef. I am honored. They had originally intended to dine with Hagrid. An hour later, a sumptuous lunch was prepared. Time to eat. Avy called out towards the window. While Avy was cooking, Hagrid took the others on a brief stroll around the cabin. Finally, it is ready. I was about to starve. Ron rushed in first. Just smelling the aroma of the dishes outside had already made his stomach rumble. Not a hot pot. He gazed at the array of dishes on the table, slightly disappointed. We cannot always eat hot pot. This is Chinese cuisine. Did I not take you to a Chinese restaurant last time? This time, try my culinary skills. They are certainly superior to theirs. Avy presented each dish before everyone. This is braised chicken. This is fragrant chicken strips. And there are cola chicken wings, chicken steaks, and chicken legs, all made from Hagrid's chicken and some ingredients Avy brought, resulting in 8 or 9 hearty dishes. Hagrid, you cannot use chopsticks. Better stick to a fork. By the way, here is the staple food, though you may not be accustomed to it. Avy placed a few freshly baked flatbreads on the table. Hermione lifted the bowl in front of her, filled with a thick, orange-red liquid. After taking a sip, Hermione squinted her eyes. Delicious. What is this? Is it the pumpkin that was enlarged by a spell? I thought it would taste terrible, Hermione said, slightly surprised. It is not inedible, but it is indeed a tad overly sweet, suitable only for porridge. Quite good. Hagrid, you have done very well, Hermione praised. Not bad, Hagrid replied hastily, as he gnawed on a chicken leg. The creatures surrounding Hogwarts are quite large, and this chicken is no exception. Its leg is even larger than that of a turkey. However, due to Hagrid's physique, it was entirely unnoticeable. Moreover, his manner of devouring a chicken leg reminded Ivy of the past life of O'Neill. Hagrid smacked his lips and remarked, Yesterday, Ron's sister mentioned something similar. As Ron, who was sweeping the dining table like a tempest, paused momentarily, he lifted his sauce-smeared face. Slightly bewildered, and inquired, Sister, are you referring to Ginny? Do you have other sisters? Hermione shot him a disapproving glance. Speaking of Ginny, Ron suddenly recalled that he had not seen her in public for quite some time. What is she here for? Harry asked. She merely mentioned taking a stroll to observe her surroundings. I suspect she hopes to encounter someone here. Hagrid chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Harry. Stop joking, Harry protested, his cheeks flushing. Laughter erupted among them. However, Hermione's smile quickly faded, replaced by a frown. But Ginny has indeed been acting strangely these days. What do you mean? Has she sought you out? Ivy queried. No, Hermione shook her head, In fact, I have visited her several times. To be honest, her condition is quite concerning. She often sits alone on her bed, and even when I called her name, she seemed unresponsive. Is she like that at home too? Ivy asked Ron. Impossible. Ron immediately retorted, for he had endured considerable trials at Ginny's hands. Isn't that so? I recall her being quite shy. During my month at your house, I couldn't even manage a conversation with her. Harry felt that aside from her mental state, Ginny exhibited no other peculiarities. You truly have no idea why? Hermione rolled her eyes. What? Harry inquired in bewilderment. While we were home, we often quarreled, worrying about Ginny's condition, and Ron has lost his appetite. Could be a case of acclimatization? Perhaps she is still adjusting to Hogwarts, Hermione posited, displaying the analytical prowess characteristic of someone from family of doctors. Did you experience acclimatization upon your first arrival? Betty retorted. One cannot generalize human constitutions, Hermione asserted matter-of-factly, ignoring their banter. Ivy pondered how to steer the conversation back to Harry and the others. Hagrid, when did you see Ginny yesterday? And when did you find this chicken? Harry inquired, looking at him. How do you remember this so vividly? It's part of the daily routine to patrol after dinner, Hagrid explained. So, you found a dead chicken after encountering Ginny? Ivy summarized. Yes, what do you mean by that, Ivy? Hagrid appeared perplexed. You don't mean to suggest it was Ginny, do you? Harry exclaimed incredulously. Impossible. Ron sprang to his feet, resolutely declaring. I agree. It seems implausible, Hermione interjected. What motive would she have to kill a chicken? Even if she were hungry, she could simply seek out the house elf in the kitchen. Calm down. I never said it was Ginny. Just allow me to finish my inquiry, all right? Ivy attempted to placate them. Hagrid, you should be able to distinguish which beast was responsible for the kill, correct? Indeed, it could very well have been a werewolf. Didn't you encounter one in the Forbidden Forest last semester? Or perhaps some other creature was foraging. That is quite normal. Ron endeavored to conjure various possibilities. Regrettably, no. It is unlikely that a beast caused the demise. Hagrid glanced apologetically at Ron. If it were truly a matter of foraging, there would be no remains to be found. Merely traces of blood. Moreover, this rooster exhibited no signs of claw marks or gnawing. What could be the reason behind this? After listening to Hagrid, Ron felt a surge of irritation. In truth, it was not a grave issue. Everyone was quite familiar with Hagrid. A simple apology would suffice. The crux of the matter lay in the reckless behavior, which was rather vexing. Let us not hastily jump to conclusions. This chicken stands upright, nearly as tall as Ginny. Whether she could contend with it is questionable. Betty always maintained her composure. Indeed, I believe we need not indulge in baseless speculation, Ivy remarked, glancing at Hermione. If you have the time, why not inquire about it? Once done, a mere apology would suffice. Hagrid would not harbor any ill will, would he? Harry and the others turned their gazes toward Hagrid. Hagrid, observing their slightly anxious expressions, chuckled. Why are you all looking at me? Such a trivial matter. I would never be upset over it. Ginny has not been in the best spirits lately. If she requires chicken soup to rejuvenate herself, do not hesitate to reach out to me. He patted his chest in assurance. Upon hearing his words, Ron and the others exhaled in relief. Thank you, Hagrid. Ron expressed sincerely. You all underestimate me, Hagrid replied nonchalantly. Now, let's focus on our meal. We have classes this afternoon. Ivy, do you truly think Ginny is responsible? Hermione inquired. Why do you ask? Ivy countered. Initially, I harbored no doubts about Ginny. Ivy paused. As you mentioned, she possesses no motive to harm a chicken. Absolutely none. Exactly, I said the same. Ginny has no reason to engage in such behavior. Ron chimed in. Yet, her recent demeanor has left me perplexed. Do you not think she seems burdened by guilt, as if she has committed a wrongdoing? Ron, troubled, ran his fingers through his hair. I will confront her tonight for clarity. Hello, Professor McGonagall, Ivy began. I am here to see Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall stated, directing her attention to the two. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter, your punishment has been decided. Faced with the professor's serious expression, Ron swallowed hard. Professor, Professor, may I clean the silverware instead? Harry pleaded desperately. Not an option. Professor Lockhart specifically requested you. It has been settled. Remember, at 8 o'clock sharp, do not be late. With that, she departed. Filch will have my head. Ron lamented, his face a mask of despair. Do you have any idea how many trophies are in that room? No magic involved. Oh dear, I hope I can make it to breakfast tomorrow. Serves you right, Hermione remarked, showing no sympathy. Whose fault is it for violating the school rules? Ivy also attempted to console them. Cheer up, lads. At least you have already had lunch. This will not affect your appetite. You truly possess a talent for consolation. At 11:30 in the Hufflepuff common room, a cauldron purchased by Ivy bubbled on the table. Steam rising incessantly, surrounded by an array of ingredients, predominantly vegetables. Seizing the opportunity, while others slumbered, Ivy and Betty ventured out for a late-night snack. Best also lay sprawled across the dining table, while Betty occasionally fed it morsels of food. "How is it? I have improved the tomato-flavored broth, and AI Wei has served a plate of enoki mushrooms. Quite delightful. When did you prepare this?" "I was unaware, and meanwhile, I also brought a plate of luncheon meat for Best. Speaking of which, during the last month of summer vacation, you spent every day in your room practicing magic, until I dragged you out for a visit to Rebel." He gave a look of incredulity as if to say, "How dare you mention it?" "Well," AI Wei chuckled, "it's all for me." With a playful grin, AI Wei nestled closer to Betty. "Care for a drink?" AI Wei produced a bottle of red wine. "Not drinking." "Oh, come on, just a little." AI Wei mischievously poured a small cup of wine for her. "You're not trying to get me drunk and do something peculiar, are you?" Betty remarked with a teasing glance. "Impossible. Am I that kind of person?" AI Wei pushed the wine cup closer to Betty, feeling that a rendezvous would lack something without a drink. "Really?" Betty hesitated as she lifted the cup. "Hey, where did that rascal who used to seduce me go?" AI Wei exclaimed gleefully. "Times have changed," Betty chuckled, taking a sip of the wine. "Back then, you hadn't yet won me over." AI Wei's expression turned dark. "What do you mean I hadn't won you over? Shouldn't that be a statement made by a man to a woman?" After several rounds of wine, the food on the table had dwindled significantly, and a good portion of the wine had found its way into their stomachs. With AI Wei's constitution, there was no worry of intoxication, which served as a foundation for his mischievous plans. Betty, however, was different. Her cheeks flushed, her fair skin adorned with a seductive hue. With her legs crossed and reclining on the sofa, her eyelashes fluttered, and her half-closed eyes sparkled like the ocean. Her delicate hand swayed the wine glass. Casting sidelong glances at AI Wei, the inebriated Betty showcased her enchanting nature effortlessly. This natural allure caused AI Wei's heart to race. He leaned closer, inching towards her, and gazed deeply into her eyes. Betty merely smiled at him, offering no resistance. The intoxicating aroma of her fragrance mingled with the rich scent of wine. Stimulating et Wei sensé. His breath quickened as he seized the wine glass from Betty's hand and drank it down in one gulp. Then, without hesitation, he pressed his lips against hers. Soft, sweet, and as addictive as poison. AI Wei found himself utterly entranced. As his actions grew bolder, Betty had melted into a puddle of bliss. Suddenly, Bess leapt to Betty's ear and mewed twice. This jolt of interruption cleared the haze from Betty's eyes. Feeling the heat of a man's breath and the burning touch at her waist, she became flustered and indignant. She raised her knee and sent AI Wei tumbling to the ground. "Ouch!" AI Wei, taken by surprise, let out a yelp. "Scoundrel! Binding spell." Perhaps due to her overwhelming embarrassment and anger, Betty cast the spell without a wand. A golden ring immobilized AI Wei on the floor. Hey, are you trying to murder your husband?" AI Wei shouted in a panic. "You scoundrel, you truly had ill intentions." Betty's face turned even redder, though this time it was likely from anger. Haha, merely enhancing our relationship, albeit through somewhat stimulating means." Caught out, AI Wei felt quite embarrassed. "Oof. You shall sleep here tonight." After Betty finished organizing her clothes, a lingering annoyance persisted within her. Falling for the same trick for the second time. How could she be so gullible? "Oh, come on. I'm only wearing a single layer. And the weather has turned quite chilly," lamented Ivy, seeking sympathy. "You brought this upon yourself," Betty retorted, scooping up Best and departing the lounge. The door slammed shut. Ivy, sprawled on the floor, heard the sound and called out, "Hey, are you really leaving?" Perhaps she had indeed overreacted. Ivy chuckled to himself. Chapter 84. The Mysterious Voice. He tensed his body, attempting to break free, but alas, he remained utterly motionless. Impressive. To cast such advanced magic without a wand in response to my provocation. This delight should be repeated often, Ivy mused blissfully. In truth, given his unique abilities, he could eventually escape Betty's magic with some time. However, considering her current ire, he figured it would take longer for her to forgive him without enduring some hardship to soothe her temper. "Oh well, I'll sleep in the common room. My health is robust. For the sake of future bliss, I can endure this minor discomfort. As the saying goes, one fears not the learned rogue but the patient seducer." Alas, our lovely Betty, such a radiant flower, was destined to fall into the clutches of this scheming rogue. A night passed without incident. The morning sun streamed into the Hufflepuff common room. The older students rose early, trickling through the lounge en route to the dining hall for breakfast. Ivy remained in deep slumber, obscured by the sofa, unnoticed by anyone. Even if someone glimpsed the disarray on the table, They would merely assume it was the result of a gluttonous young wizard's negligence. Cedric Diggory, a fourth-year student, entered the lounge with a few friends, sharing laughter. Good heavens! Who has made this mess? One of his friends, sporting dreadlocks, exclaimed upon seeing the untidy table. Cedric, let us make this fellow clean the toilets for a week. Another chimed in. Come on, Peter, don't be so rash. Cedric soothed his friend, approaching the table and retrieving his wand. Clean as new. A flash of blue light illuminated the area, restoring the table to its pristine condition, with used dishes neatly stacked together. As he turned to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of Ivy lying motionless on the floor. He paused, crouching down to nudge Ivy. Ivy, Ivy grunted, opening his eyes to see Cedric before him. Oh, yawning, he asked in confusion. What is going on? Why is everyone staring at me? Cedric's friends gathered around. Why are you sleeping here? Did anything happen? Cedric asked kindly. Wow, are you already sneaking drinks at such a young age? You should at least wait until you're my age, Peter interjected teasingly, clearly familiar with the act. Peter, Cedric scolded, then turned to Ivy, reminding him. Underage wizards drinking alcohol is against school rules. Be careful not to get caught. Don't worry, it won't happen again. Everyone says that. Ivy replied with a hint of sarcasm. Cedric stood up, stating, I've tidied everything up for you. Since you seem fine, I'll head to breakfast now. Gazing at the newly refreshed table and cutlery, Ivy called out a grateful thanks, buddy to Cedric's departing figure. Cedric waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was nothing. Indeed, who wouldn't relish such a fortunate circumstance, dreaming of blissful moments? It seemed you were still faring well. A chilling voice suddenly emanated from behind. Betty. Upon hearing this, Ivy quickly gathered his wits. He cleared his throat twice, then turned to feign a hoarse voice. Betty, you've arrived. I sincerely apologize for my impulsive actions last night. The alcohol clouded my judgment. He adopted an expression of deep remorse and contrition, offering a heartfelt apology. Betty remained silent, casting a derisive smile as she observed his performance. Realizing this charade was futile, he reverted to his usual demeanor. With a cheerful grin, he leaned in to drape an arm around Betty's shoulders, adopting a sycophantic expression. Hey, darling, shall we go for a meal? Observing his unrefined demeanor, Betty retaliated with an elbow jab, which Ivy did not evade, pretending to grimace as he ambled towards the exit with her. As he had anticipated, upon discovering that Ivy had spent the night on the floor, Betty's ire had significantly diminished, and she reluctantly accompanied him. I need to tell you something. Do you recall Bess calling out to us last night? Betty inquired. Ivy scoffed, certainly remembering that it was this individual who had thwarted his good fortune. In response to his reaction, Betty merely cast him a knowing glance. He had something important to discuss with us. What was it? Ivy's tone remained brusque. Something has emerged. With this reminder from Betty, he recollected that the serpent creature had made its first appearance last night. Unfortunately, at that moment, he had been too preoccupied with his own interests. What sort of creature? I'm uncertain. Betty shook her head. It seems to be a reptilian entity. Bess mentioned that its voice was faint, but its size was immense. Immense? Then it must be a magical creature. Next time we hear about it, we could investigate. It's confirmed to be within Hogwarts Castle, correct? Yes. As they spoke, the pair arrived at the entrance of the dining hall, just as the iron triangle approached. I never expected you two to rise for breakfast, Ivy teased. Oh, it's hard to put into words, Harry replied with a wry smile. His state appeared worse than Ron, who had been awake all night. Clearly, psychological torment was more taxing than physical exhaustion, Ivy mused. Come on, let us eat something to regain our strength. At the dining table, Harry sighed heavily, staring at a piece of bread without taking a bite. Are you still preoccupied with that issue? Ron inquired. Has something else occurred? Hermione asked. Surely, you haven't been driven to hallucinations by Lockhart, have you? Ivy waved a hand in front of Harry's face. Ivy, stop being ridiculous, Hermione scolded lightly. No, this is absolutely not a hallucination. The voice was cold and hoarse, sending chills down my spine. Merely hearing it instilled terror. Such a bone-chilling sensation cannot be fabricated, Harry asserted. If that's the case, you must exercise caution, Ron advised, his expression tinged with concern. Even in the wizarding world, hearing voices that others cannot discern is not a harbinger of good fortune. Harry, the conversation had taken a rather somber turn. What's the matter? You all seem excessively pessimistic. Ivy interjected to break the silence. Harry, did you hear that voice last semester? Harry was not entirely certain. What about before yesterday? No, nothing. Is it too hasty to draw conclusions now? Moreover, did you hear it say it wanted to kill? Has anything occurred within the castle? Harry was momentarily taken aback. You see, whether this is a bad omen is still up for debate. At the very least, There should be more incidents or some unforeseen circumstance before we can conclude anything. After pondering, Harry conceded, "You are right. I've been overthinking this." Chapter 85. Farewell to Ron. No, Harry, worrying is not a bad thing. But if a nightmare were to materialize, what could you possibly do in your current state? Indeed, in this condition, you wouldn't even be able to complete Quidditch practice, Ron agreed. All right, I understand. I will eat well and rest, Harry said, summoning his spirits to engage in the battle with food. That's the spirit. Hermione nodded in satisfaction. Hermione, did you ask Ginny last night? Ivy recalled their plan. Oh, I was just about to mention, Hermione said earnestly. Ginny seems quite off. She revealed her findings. What do you mean? Ron pressed eagerly. I asked her if she encountered Hagrid that evening, but she said no, Hermione replied solemnly. No, Ron exclaimed, perplexed. Well, I was puzzled too. So I told her that Hagrid mentioned seeing you by the hut in the evening and that you had chatted for a bit. And then? Ron continued. She appeared genuinely surprised, claiming she had never been to Hagrid's hut and could never have spoken with him. Hermione recounted the entire exchange. I observed her carefully. Despite her evident distress, her tone and expression of surprise did not seem feigned. I wish it were an act. Otherwise, given the current circumstances, it becomes complicated. Ivy sighed. Is it possible she is merely pretending? Ron inquired. I understand your feelings, but it's just a chicken. Ginny wouldn't go that far. Harry reassured his friend with a pat on the shoulder. The situation has become quite clear. As for the voice Harry heard, whether it is real or not is beside the point. It does not concern us. The issue with Ginny is far more pressing. Ivy organized her thoughts. Are you suggesting someone is meddling with magic? Hermione's mind raced. Yes, currently there are 3 hypotheses. First, someone used magic to disrupt Hagrid's perception, causing him to misidentify Ginny. However, this possibility is slim. You may not know, but Hagrid has giant blood, which grants him high magical resistance, making it risky to cast spells on him. What? He really has giant blood? Harry exclaimed in astonishment, while Ron, Hermione, and Betty wore expressions of disbelief. Are you implying you know? Ivy was taken aback by their reactions. I don't know. I just mentioned it casually to Ron while we were boasting, he replied, looking somewhat rattled. Where did you get that information? Is it accurate? Betty asked, recovering from her surprise, her tone laced with skepticism. I heard it while chatting with Aaron. He shrugged, deftly deflecting any blame onto his mother. We'll discuss that later. For now, let's focus on the matter at hand. He continued. The second scenario is that someone transformed to resemble Ginny. I think the likelihood of this is considerable. Ginny is an excellent candidate, someone Hagrid knows but does not know well enough to question. Lastly, I believe it is most plausible that Ginny was placed under a curse, rendering her unaware of her own actions. Control? Such malevolence is the essence of dark magic. Who could be so cruel to a first-year student? Hermione's countenance darkened with concern. Yet, who could dare to cast a spell upon a student at Hogwarts, under Dumbledore's vigilant gaze? Ron felt a wave of discomfort. The questions you pose are those I too wish to understand, Ivy remarked. I must emphasize that this is merely conjecture, devoid of any substantial evidence, let alone a suspect. By the way, Ivy, isn't your magic capable of dispelling curses? Hermione suddenly recalled. I can forcibly break physical curses, but for this instantaneous mental enchantment, if it does not take effect, it is exceedingly difficult to detect. Moreover, a hasty endeavor could easily alert the perpetrator, and who knows what consequences might ensue. Ivy advised against direct probing. So, shall we do nothing then? Harry's expression mirrored his unease. Very well, Hermione acquiesced. Your tasks are paramount. One is her brother, and the other her idol. Spend ample time with her, for the efficacy of mind control spells is significantly influenced by the individual's will. If Ginny can extricate herself, it would resolve the matter once and for all. She then turned her attention to Harry and Ron. And what of you? Ron inquired, noticing that they had all been assigned tasks. After a moment's pause, he awaited a response that did not come. This is no excuse for your idleness, Hermione admonished sternly. Indeed, we are a team. Work should be shared among us, Harry asserted earnestly. Then the logistics will be handled by Betty and me. We shall ensure an ample supply of provisions, Ivy declared. Whatever you require, we shall provide. Deal. Ron immediately agreed, grasping Ivy's hand firmly, insisting on no retractions. Rest assured, it is settled then. With Ron and Harry by her side, Ginny found some solace, primarily due to Harry's presence. Yet, misfortune struck as Ginny caught a chill and was confined to the hospital wing. She was not alone. Many students at Hogwarts fell ill due to the changing seasons, leaving Madame Pomfrey in a state of perpetual fluster. Fortunately, the invigorating potion she concocted proved effective, and she managed to maintain control. However, This unforeseen circumstance rendered Harry and Ron's previous efforts futile. To prevent contagion, Madame Pomfrey prohibited their visits until Ginny had fully recovered. With Harry occupied, Ron did not wish to remain by his sister's side alone. Nonetheless, progress on their tasks faltered, and the group bore no visible signs of distress. The initial fervor, akin to facing a formidable adversary, had waned, dulled by the tranquility of everyday life, and their earlier enthusiasm dissipated. The hypotheses they had previously formed were all but forgotten, and the trio began to perceive the earlier events as mere accidents or coincidences. The young wizards, with nowhere to go, lingered in the common room, engaging in chess conversation and idle boasting, while some diligent students occupied themselves with books and studies. Amid the cacophony of rain, Ivy ventured alone to the corridor on the right of the 4th floor. Instead of wearing the school uniform, he donned casual attire, a travel bag slung over his left shoulder, standing before the three-headed dog, Fluffy's chamber. He did not rush inside, instead pausing at the threshold, gathering magical energy in his right hand. For a full 5 minutes, he amassed it to the utmost limit of his control, forming a luminous orb within his grasp. Alohamra! The door lock clicked open, and Ivy stepped inside. The room was enveloped in darkness, yet the glossy fur of Louis was distinctly visible. Sensing an intruder, Louis lifted his 3 heads and let out a fierce roar, immediately rising to his feet, with the central head gaping wide, ready to pounce on the newcomer. What an exuberant welcome ceremony, Ivy mused, yet her movements were swift. Releasing her bag, she assumed a half-crouched stance, raising her right hand to aim the luminous orb at the rushing Louis, while her left hand firmly grasped her right wrist. As Louis surged forward, she infused a hint of magic, causing the orb to overload. The orb, destabilized, rapidly expanded, and the surging energy erupted forth uncontrollably. Boom! The radiating energy blast struck Louis head-on, sending his massive form crashing against the wall, whereupon debris flew as half of his body became embedded within. The immense recoil propelled Ivy backward, her upper body leaning so far that her back nearly touched the ground, and her head almost collided with the floor. Ouch! My back! Ivy exclaimed, straightening herself while rubbing her waist. Given her current physical prowess, such a powerful attack should be reserved for rare occasions. The strain on her body was considerable. If it were to hinder her future well-being, that would be unfortunate. Ivy grumbled as she approached Louis. Are you all right? She inquired. Magical creatures are often quite perceptive and should not have trouble understanding her. Louis's appearance was rather pitiful, with all 3 heads showing varying degrees of distress. Leaning against the wall, the head that had collided with it could no longer lift itself, while the other 2 continued to bark at Ivy incessantly. Apart from this, he bore no visible injuries, showcasing the strength of his constitution. Gazing into his fierce eyes, Ivy felt no anger. She opened her travel bag and began to pour its contents onto the floor. Countless bones cascaded from the bag, quickly forming a small mountain, and the aroma of meat began to waft through the room. Everyone knows how sensitive a dog's nose can be. The moment Ivy opened the bag, Louis's remaining 4 eyes fixated on it. As Ivy emptied the bag, even the once weak head opened its eyes, its nostrils quivering in anticipation. You look like you haven't eaten in ages, she remarked. Even when he was with Hagrid, given his culinary skills, it was likely Louis hadn't tasted any decent food. Ivy could infer from Louis's behavior that since Dumbledore had borrowed him from Hagrid, he had likely not been fed again, perhaps because no one dared to approach him. Chapter 86, The Investigation. I'll take my leave now. With your constitution, these minor injuries will heal in no time. Consider this a welcome gift. I shall return in a couple of days. With that, she did not linger and turned to leave. After securing the door once more, Ivy made her way toward the Hufflepuff common room. This year, she needed to deal with the matter of the magical arrows, and Harry might not have the time to spare. She intended to tame Louis for future contingencies. For a chef of her caliber, handling a hungry dog was merely a matter of time. Upon reaching the moving staircase, she encountered a figure covered in mud. Harry? Ivy asked uncertainly. What happened to you? Oh, it's a long story, he replied. All right then, take care of yourself. Ivy prepared to depart. By the way, Ivy, there's a banquet here. Would you like to join? Harry suddenly inquired. What banquet? Ivy replied, a peculiar expression crossing her face. What's wrong? Harry asked, bewildered. Harry, being surrounded by so many ghosts is hardly a delightful experience. But I've already promised him. What should I do? Harry lamented. Just don't go. It doesn't matter. Make up some excuse, Ivy suggested nonchalantly. Let me think about it. Harry responded, feeling helpless. Did they still attend that ghostly banquet? Ivy looked around but couldn't find them. Shall we not take a stroll? It might be quite interesting, Betty proposed, having heard about the event from Ivy. Of course it sounds interesting. Are you both going? The Hufflepuff ghost, Fat Friar, suddenly emerged from beneath the table. Hey, don't startle us like that, Mike exclaimed, spilling juice all over himself. Hi, Fat Friar, aren't you going? Ivy asked. Are all the ghosts of Hogwarts attending? Betty inquired. Not quite. The Grey Lady dislikes such boisterous environments, and the Fat Friar tends to be somewhat solitary, often preferring his own company. Then please convey our regards to Nick. We won't be attending, Ivy stated. What a pity, Fat Friar sighed, his form vanishing into the table. As someone began taking pictures, the ever-present figure of Lockhart appeared, smiling broadly as he seamlessly integrated himself into the throng for a photo. He's truly inescapable, Ivy remarked. If you're envious, you could join him, Betty observed as she noticed a group of Ravenclaw girls eyeing Ivy, eager to approach. Ivy was quite popular among the girls at school, being handsome, talented, amiable, and of noble lineage, a rarity in the wizarding world. Let us take a picture too, he suggested, pulling Betty towards Colin. Ivy, are you two going to take a photo? Colin asked as he straightened up, noticing them. Yes, let us cut in, Ivy said with familiarity. No problem, just strike a pose. Ivy took Betty's hand and positioned them in front of the pumpkin lantern. Betty, let us form a heart shape. Following Ivy's lead, they waved their hands over their heads, creating a heart shape in the middle. All right, Colin. Okay, smile. Seeing Ivy's youthful demeanor, Betty couldn't help but display a radiant smile. Perfect, just like that. As the flash illuminated the scene, Colin handed over the photo. Their beaming smiles, paired with somewhat awkward poses, created a strangely harmonious image. He handed the picture to Betty. You keep it. Returning to their table, before they could take their seats, Betty suddenly grasped Ivy's arm and leaned closer, her cool voice whispering in his ear, that thing has come out again. At the same moment, Harry and his companions had left Nick's banquet and were heading towards the Great Hall. Ron, preoccupied with thoughts of pudding, led the way into the corridor. Just then, a haunting voice echoed, "Tear you apart, I'll kill you." That long-forgotten chilling voice resurfaced in Harry's ears. He immediately halted, pressing his ear against the wall, straining to catch the sound. Shh, don't speak. The previous voice re-emerged, prompting Harry to gesture for silence. Upon hearing this, Hermione and Ron anxiously scanned their surroundings. I've been hungry for a long time. The blood is necessary. Can you hear it? Harry implored eagerly. However, Ron and Hermione merely stared at him in confusion. What sound are you talking about? We can't hear anything. It is time to kill. The voice gradually faded, and Harry sensed that some entity was ascending. Like it moved upward. Was it a ghost? He was utterly perplexed. Follow me. It seeks to kill. Can you still hear it? Meanwhile, Betty and Ivy had exited the hall, patrolling the corridor. Yes, it is still moving. Now, it's heading upstairs, Betty remarked, touching the shoulder of Best. Come, we must ascend. Ivy led the way toward the staircase, and just as they ascended the first step, an unexpected figure descended. Ginny, what are you doing here? Betty questioned, her tone laced with surprise. Ginny's reaction was equally intriguing. Her initially gleeful expression froze upon seeing Ivy and Betty, before morphing into an eerie smile, followed by a vacant gaze. Ginny, Ivy called out, noticing her dazed state. Are you all right? Why aren't you celebrating in the hall? Betty inquired. I just stepped out to use the restroom, Ginny stammered, lowering her head and hastily retreating. Chapter 87, Taking the Blame. That was strange, Betty mused as she observed Ginny's departing figure. Let us not dwell on her. We must continue searching. Ivy took the lead, rushing upstairs with Betty closely following. Upon reaching the second floor, Betty remarked, it's still moving upward. Let us go, Ivy urged, continuing to ascend. They arrived at the third floor. It's on this level. Around the west corner, Betty relayed. Stop, Ivy commanded, halting abruptly. What is it? Prepare for defense. Betty responded, casting various buffs on the two. Still uneasy, Ivy enveloped herself in an additional layer of magical protection. Once adequately prepared, they proceeded to confront the threat. As they sprinted down the corridor, Betty suddenly came to a standstill. Above us, she exclaimed. In an instant, Betty drew her wand, invoking a fiery incantation. But before she could complete the spell, she groaned and collapsed against the wall, clutching her head. Is it a mental attack? Relying on her formidable mental fortitude and physique, Ivy swiftly regained her composure, pointing her wand at the magical eye, unleashing a small drill that whistled through the air. The wielder of the magical eye adeptly executed the essence of guerrilla warfare, striking once and then retreating instantly. Ivy's hasty attack barely affected him. He did not linger, quickly returning to Betty's side while remaining vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any gaps. It has departed, Betty finally spoke, prompting Ivy to lower her guard and check on her condition. I'm fine, do not worry. Your magical shield saved me. Upon seeing that Betty showed only slight fatigue in her eyes and was otherwise unharmed, Ivy felt a wave of relief wash over him. His gaze turned steely, his eyes chillingly cold. Betty was his sole concern at Hogwarts, and he would not permit even the slightest threat to her. In that moment, he contemplated whether to confront this menace directly. Betty has always been the most considerate person to Ivy. With just a glance, she could discern what the man was thinking. She gently reassured him, "Follow your plan. Do not worry about me." Upon hearing this, the fierce demeanor of Ivy softened, and he embraced Betty tenderly. "I owe you so much. Are you ready to collect?" A smile illuminated Betty's pale face. "Well, that time is stretched on a bit. A lifetime may not suffice." Ivy replied gently. With a light laugh, Betty playfully punched him. Just as the two were indulging in their affectionate moment, a commotion erupted from the staircase. Soon, a number of young wizards from various houses appeared before them. "Ivy? Betty? What happened?" The observant Mike inquired as he approached. "Nothing. I just twisted my ankle while going upstairs," Betty explained. "Is the banquet over?" Ivy asked. "Yes, it just concluded. It's a pity we haven't finished our pudding," he lamented. "That's simple," Mike nonchalantly replied. "We can sneak some from the kitchen tonight." As they turned a corner, the figures of Harry and his companions came into view. But no one paid them any heed. All attention was drawn to the ominous inscription on the wall, illuminated by the flickering torchlight. Several bold crimson letters became discernible. "The chamber has been opened. Beware of the heir's enemies." As their eyes fell lower, the rigid form of Mrs. Norris was seen hanging beneath the torch, her wide eyes fixed on the crowd with an unsettling stare. The eerie scene instilled a sense of dread, silencing the previously boisterous gathering. "Please, do not misunderstand. It is not as you perceive," Harry quickly interjected. "Beware of the heir's enemies. You will be next, you filthy mudblood." Draco Malfoy stepped forward, his normally pallid complexion flushed with excitement. A wicked grin plastered on his face as he glared at Hermione. Malfoy's outburst attracted Filch, who squeezed through the crowd only to come face to face with the dismal fate of Mrs. Norris. In horror, he covered his face and staggered closer. "My cat! What have you done to my cat?" he shrieked, then spotted Harry standing nearby. It was you who killed my cat. You will pay for this." Filch charged at Harry and his friends. "Argus!" Several professors rushed over, and Dumbledore commanded Filch to stop. Upon witnessing Mrs. Norris's condition, he hastened forward to free her. "Come with me, Argus." Dumbledore then turned to Harry and his companions. "And you three, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger." Lockhart stepped forward. "My office is just ahead, Headmaster." "You may come with me." "Thank you, Gilderoy," Dumbledore acknowledged as he made his way through the crowd, which parted to let them pass. "Will they be all right?" Betty asked along the way. "Do not worry. Dumbledore is a wise headmaster and will not take his ire out on them. Focus on resting now, for you're injured," Ivy replied, his concern for the trio overshadowed by his care for Betty. With Dumbledore present, he felt assured that all would be well. He once again grasped his bag and approached the room of Rouet. With utmost caution, he gathered a surge of magical energy before opening the door. Observing Rouet's demeanor, AI Wei felt reassured enough to disperse the magic. It appeared that the previous injury had long since healed. "Are you hungry?" he inquired. At the sound, Rouet twitched his nose but remained unresponsive. AI Wei chuckled softly as he opened his bag and spilled out the food. Today's feast consisted of roasted meats, a whole lamb, a whole cow, and a whole pig. "I'm rather curious how you plan to divide this," he mused. The aroma of the roasted meats, mingled with the scent of cumin, wafted through the air. Rouet exhibited an earnest reaction. All three heads lifted simultaneously, with the two on the sides fixating on the roasted lamb and pig, while the center head was fixated on the roasted cow. Chapter 88. The Legend of the Secret Chamber. "You certainly have a varied palate," AI Wei teased. Noticing Rouet drooling profusely yet remaining still, he encouraged go ahead. "I am in no rush to leave. Let us converse for a while." Rouet's eyes flickered, seemingly torn between the allure of the feast and his rationality. However, it was not long before he let out a howl and lunged toward the food, devouring it with fervor. As Rouet voraciously consumed the meal, AI Wei settled cross-legged in front of him. "Hey, big fellow, have you noticed any other large magical creatures roaming about Hogwarts lately?" AI Wei casually inquired. Suddenly, the central head of Rouet lifted to glance at him, only to quickly lower itself again to continue gnawing on the beef. "It seems you have sensed something." "Indeed. Canines possess an extraordinary sense of perception, especially one such as yourself, being a magical creature. Given this, you must also know what that thing is. To be candid, I could eliminate it, but it would require an immense amount of effort and could entail significant consequences. Hence, I seek your assistance." Although Harry and his friends have the help of Fawkes, it may not be sufficient. You are aware of Fawkes, are you not? The phoenix belonging to Dumbledore. As AI Wei spoke to himself, Ru-Wei finished his grand feast and lay down, closing his eyes. After all this time, it would be nice to hear your thoughts. AI Wei remarked, noticing Ru-Wei beginning to drift off to sleep. He approached and called out, roar. Annoyed by the disturbance, Ru-Wei roared in response, spattering saliva across AI Wei's face. To turn hostile right after eating, AI Wei remarked, wiping his face. I don't understand why following me is such a burden. The food is excellent, and you need not stay in this dark little room. Think it over. I shall return another time. As his footsteps faded, silence reclaimed the room, leaving only the sound of Ru-Wei's snoring. In the ensuing days, AI Wei sought an opportunity to provide Harry with some clues. Unfortunately, as the protagonists of the Chamber of Secrets incident, Harry and his companions were significantly affected, and it seemed everyone was deliberately avoiding them. Harry and his friends were acutely aware of this situation and intentionally distanced themselves from the crowd, even adjusting their meal times. Moreover, there had been no joint classes between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor recently, making it difficult for AI Wei to locate the trio. At last, the opportunity arrived. That afternoon, the History of Magic class would be held alongside Gryffindor. As AI Wei and Betty entered the classroom, they spotted Harry and his friends sitting alone in a corner. AI Wei approached them directly. Finding you has proven quite difficult. AI Wei, don't come too close. You'll be ostracized, Harry immediately warned in a hushed tone. What? Avery paused for a moment, then smiled and remarked that it was indeed commendable for Harry to recognize this, surpassing the original text. What original text? What are you talking about? Harry inquired, perplexed. Oh, it's nothing. Just don't rush off after class. I have something to discuss with you, he said, taking a seat beside the two. Were you even listening? Don't sit so close to us. Relax. No one will suspect me as the heir of Slytherin, Avery reassured him. Before long, the ghostly Professor Binns floated in. Professor Binns began to speak in his dry voice, and after an hour, most students were in a state of half-sleep. Suddenly, a clear voice interrupted their reverie. It was Hermione. Professor Binns lifted his head, adjusting his glasses. Avery had always wanted to question why a ghost would need spectacles and the existence of ghostly glasses. Who are you? I am Hermione Granger, Professor. Is there something you need? Professor, could you please elaborate on the rumors surrounding the Chamber of Secrets? Hermione's unexpected inquiry instantly captured the attention of her classmates. I'm afraid this is a History of Magic class, not a mythology lecture. We discuss objective facts. Professor Binns declined her request. Very well, let us continue. In that year of October. But sir, legends often have a basis in truth, do they not? Hermione interrupted once more. Professor Binns looked at her in surprise, seemingly taken aback that a student would repeatedly disrupt his lecture. Noticing the eager expressions of her classmates, he slowly replied, all right, I suppose you have a point. However, what you refer to as a legend is merely a rumor, or perhaps even a ludicrous tale. The Chamber of Secrets, you say? Let me think for a moment. After a brief silence, he began, this tale dates back to long ago. As you all know, Hogwarts was founded by 4 of the greatest wizards of their time, whose names correspond to the 4 houses: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. In those days, ordinary folk greatly feared magic, leading to considerable persecution of wizards. Thus, the 4 of them collaboratively constructed this castle to shield themselves from the eyes of muggles. Initially, they worked together to seek out young individuals with magical potential, bringing them to the castle for instruction. However, over time, differences began to emerge among them. Slytherin believed that Hogwarts should only accept students from pure-blood families, unwilling to admit children from Muggle backgrounds. The other 3, however, held the opposite view, believing that Muggles and purebloods should be treated equally. Consequently, the rift between Slytherin and the others widened, culminating in fierce arguments. Ultimately, Salazar Slytherin departed from the school. What does this have to do with the Chamber of Secrets? Hermione questioned, feeling that the professor's discourse was somewhat off the mark. Reliable history informs us of these events, while what you speak of regarding the chamber is merely an absurd fabrication. It is said that before Slytherin left, he constructed a hidden chamber within the castle, the location of which was unknown even to the other founders. It is said that when the true heir of Slytherin arrives at the school, he will be able to unlock the Chamber of Secrets, releasing the terrifying creature within to purge the school of all those unworthy of studying magic, namely, the Muggles. As the story concluded, the classroom fell into silence, with the young wizards wearing expressions of varied contemplation. Clearly, such tales were mere fabrications. The school and the Ministry of Magic had conducted numerous inspections of the castle, ultimately finding nothing. At this moment, Hermione spoke up, asking the professor what exactly this so-called terrifying creature was. It is believed to be a type of monster, one that only Slytherin's heir can control. Upon hearing the mention of a monster, the students exchanged anxious glances. I advise you not to waste your time on these absurd rumors. There is no chamber of secrets, nor any monster. If there were, countless headmasters would have discovered it long ago, Professor Spin concluded. But Professor, you just mentioned that the chamber can only be opened by Slytherin's heir, Seamus countered. Indeed, there may be certain conditions required for its opening. Perhaps it necessitates the use of dark magic, Parvati piped up. Just because a wizard has not employed dark magic does not mean he is incapable of doing so. Professor Spin remarked meaningfully. Perhaps it requires a specific connection to Slytherin. This ignited a spirited debate between Professor Spin and the students. After class, Hermione nodded in agreement. Stop overthinking. Let us head to the courtyard. I have something to tell you. Avi interrupted their conversation. By the bench in the courtyard, Harry inquired. Avi, what is it you wish to say? A moment, Harry. I need to confirm something with you first, Avi stated seriously. Go ahead. Are you certain that only you can hear that voice? Of course, Harry affirmed. Ron and Hermione can also vouch for it. We followed Harry to discover Mrs. Norris that night. Is there an issue? Harry asked, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Yes, Avi said, her brow furrowing. I recall you once told me about hearing a voice when we were in elementary school. Do you remember? Elementary school? Harry frowned. It was so long ago. I can't quite recall. It seems related to your cousin. Your cousin Dudley? Avi continued to guide him. Let me think, Harry said, lowering his head in contemplation. Suddenly, after a few seconds, he looked up, eyes shining, and exclaimed, a snake. It's a snake. What snake? Can you elaborate? Hermione and Ron were bewildered. Ron, I finally understand what that voice was. It was Parseltongue. Parseltongue, Harry exclaimed excitedly, shaking Ron's shoulders. Back in school, I once spoke to a Brazilian boa constrictor during a trip to the zoo with my cousin's family. The voice I heard at Hogwarts was Parseltongue. That creature is a snake. You can speak to snakes. Ron shouted in astonishment. Hermione, equally shocked, turned to Harry. Indeed, you can converse with snakes, Hermione explained. Yes, I can. What's so strange about that? Surely many can do it, Harry replied. Harry, this is not an ordinary skill, Hermione insisted. However, it was a peculiar talent that rendered Ron's complexion rather pallid. Isn't that a good thing? Why the long faces? Harry inquired, bemused. Under ordinary circumstances, it could be considered a boon, Hermione replied with a faint smile, but at this moment, it is rather dire. You must understand, Salazar himself was a Parselmouth. What? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. If everyone learns that you are a Parselmouth, they will undoubtedly believe you to be the heir of Slytherin, 100%. Ron grimaced. But I am not. I belong to Gryffindor. Harry's words faltered as he suddenly recalled that the Sorting Hat had initially intended to place him in Slytherin. The trio fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 89. Target acquired. I don't think it's a big deal, Ivy interjected. The three turned to him. Parseltongue in Slytherin is not inherited. If he possesses such a gift, others certainly have the opportunity as well. Given that you are together daily, surely you are most aware if Harry has unleashed any monsters. But as of now, no one has seen that monster. Its existence remains uncertain, Hermione expressed with concern. Who says no one has seen it? Ivy chuckled. Betty and I encountered it that night. You have seen it. Hermione looked at Betty in disbelief. Betty nodded affirmatively. A snake? Harry queried softly. Indeed, a colossal serpent, nearly as tall as I am when it lies on the ground. It didn't petrify you? Ron asked. I am unsure how it petrified others. Betty and I were incapacitated merely by gazing into its eyes. Its eyes? Harry murmured. From my deduction, a direct gaze would result in a psychological assault. Given Betty's strength, even under layers of protection, she was grievously harmed. I would advise against pursuing it. But if we do not intervene, what if it continues to kill? Harry was reluctant to remain passive. Will you have a solution if you go? It would be utterly futile, merely a path to demise, especially for you, Harry. Ivy regarded him earnestly. When you hear it speak, do not blindly follow every time. Being seen at the scene of the crime is never advantageous. Once could be explained, twice is coincidence, but 3 times? Harry bowed his head in silence. If you are compelled to reveal yourself as a Parselmouth, your situation will become even more perilous. Young witches and wizards are not rational beings. They are more inclined to believe what they see. Ivy's words left Harry in a state of turmoil. He was inherently good-hearted, and decisions that endangered others weighed heavily on him. Even knowing that Harry would likely persist, Ivy felt compelled to speak. After all, they had been classmates for many years, and to claim indifference would be disingenuous. Over such time, Not to mention, even a kind-hearted individual, one would surely develop a bond with a dog. I can attempt it, but I cannot guarantee success, Harry conceded reluctantly. Enough. Even if something were to happen, do not worry. We are here. Yes, we will always stand by your side. Ron and Hermione chimed in unison. Thank you. Seeing them regain their spirits, Ivy hesitated before speaking again. There's one more matter I am uncertain whether to disclose. Concerning Ginny. What has happened to her? Ron asked anxiously. On the night of the attack, as Betty and I were heading upstairs, we happened to see Ginny coming down. Her demeanor was decidedly abnormal, Ivy stated with conviction. You cannot possibly suggest that Ginny is the heir, Ron stammered. That is simply impossible. Hermione immediately dismissed the notion. I never claimed that she was. Do you remember our previous speculation about Ginny being under someone's control? Harry inquired, realizing the implication. Are you suggesting that the one controlling her is the heir? He added. There must be a connection, Hermione asserted. It has to be Malfoy. He has always had a disdain for our family. Ron exclaimed, rising in a fury to confront Malfoy. Hermione quickly grabbed him, urging him to calm down. It cannot possibly be Malfoy. He lacks the capability. Indeed, if it were Malfoy, he would be eager for the world to recognize him as the heir of Slytherin. Harry reasoned. Their arguments were logical, and Ron gradually composed himself. Even if it isn't him, he could still be involved. Perhaps it is his father, Lucius, who certainly fits the profile. Lucius is indeed a viable suspect, Ivy concurred. But what about Ginny? Are we just going to abandon her? Hermione expressed her concern for the young girl's safety. Currently, there is little we can do to assist her. The ability to unleash the basilisk indicates that the heir has a firm grip on her. Attempting to make contact would likely result in the basilisk attacking. Just like what happened to him and Betty. They were merely unfortunate enough to cross paths and were attacked by the creature. As for Ginny, if we can identify the mastermind, we can resolve the situation without directly targeting her. Should we monitor her? Hermione proposed, producing a paper butterfly. Consider this carefully. In the event of an emergency, try not to act impulsively. This is no jest. A moment's carelessness could cost us dearly, Ivy cautioned. Rest assured, we are aware of the stakes. It is my hope that you truly are, Ivy mused. The incidents surrounding the Chamber of Secrets had cast a heavy pall over Hogwarts, while the defense against the dark arts class, which ought to have played a pivotal role, had devolved into a farce. Did you manage to retrieve it? Ivy inquired as the trio emerged from the classroom. Following the recent events, the trio remained fixated on the heir. They reasoned that since Lucius was a prime suspect, his son Malfoy must possess some knowledge. With Hermione, the academic prodigy, aware of the existence of Polyjuice Potion, they conspired to masquerade as Slytherin students, hoping to extract information from Malfoy. Immediately after class, they sought to deceive Lockhart, hoping he would grant them access to the restricted section of the library to search for the potion's ingredients. I cannot believe he didn't even comprehend what book we were after, Harry exclaimed incredulously. He concocted an entire series of excuses, yet not a single one was applicable. That's entirely typical. He is just a thoughtless fool, Ron remarked, having long since discerned Lockhart's true nature. Hey, he is not a fool, Hermione retorted sharply. Ladies and gentlemen, could we refrain from the bickering? Let's first examine the ingredients, Ivy interjected, halting their squabbling. Upon entering the library and presenting Lockhart's authorization, Madame Pants rose and led them to the restricted section. After a while, she returned, holding a thick book covered in dust, and handed it to Hermione. She quickly concealed the tome in her bag, and the group stealthily departed. A few minutes later, the five of them arrived at the abandoned girls' restroom on the third floor. Hermione opened the book and located the recipe for the Polyjuice Potion, and everyone gathered around to peer at the pages. I have never encountered such a complex potion, Hermione exclaimed, examining the ingredients. Lacewing flies, leeches, and flowing liquid grass. What on earth are these? Aside from flowing liquid grass, I've never heard of the others. The academically challenged Ron stared blankly at the recipe. He recognized the individual words, yet their combination felt utterly alien. It doesn't matter whether you've heard of them or not, Hermione chided. Most of these ingredients are easily obtainable, even from the student storage cabinets. The crux of the matter lies in acquiring the powdered horns of the bicorn. Where on earth do we find that? The fragments of the African tree snake skin are impossible to purchase. Most crucially, we require a personal item from the individual we wish to transform. Upon hearing this, Ron grew indignant. Excuse me, I must interrupt you. He raised his voice. Could you clarify what you mean by needing something from that person's body? I must declare in advance, if it involves crab's toenails, I absolutely refuse to partake. There is no need to worry about that for now. That particular item is required at the very end. You should focus on devising how to procure the other materials instead, Hermione replied dismissively. I can assist with the materials. Ivy interjected timely. Indeed, Madame Aileen works at the hospital. Acquiring these herbs should pose no challenge for her, Ron realized. That would work. I was initially planning to pilfer from Snape, Hermione said with a hint of regret. How long will it take to brew the potion? Harry inquired. What, a month? Are you joking? By then, the heir may have already exterminated all the Muggle students. Ron exclaimed in distress. Perhaps we should let Madame Aileen assist with the brewing. It would expedite the process significantly. No sooner had he spoken than Hermione narrowed her eyes at him, her gaze icy and seemingly lethal. I think it's best if Hermione handles the brewing. Ivy quickly intervened. After all, my mother is a doctor, and if there are many patients, she might be slower than Hermione. Is that so? It seems we have no other choice then, Ron replied, slightly disappointed. Rest assured, we will keep you informed of any developments. That's reassuring. This Saturday, the long-anticipated House Cup finally commences. By noon, the Quidditch pitch was already brimming with spectators. Moreover, it was not solely Hogwarts staff and students present. In an effort to dispel the recent rumors surrounding the Chamber of Secrets and to eradicate the looming dread of the air, Hogwarts had gone to great lengths for this event. Not only were all the professors in attendance, but numerous notable figures from outside the school were also present, including Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge, the renowned Auror Mad-Eye Moody, and Barty Crouch, the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Even Lucius Malfoy, a stakeholder in Hogwarts, received an invitation to witness the event live. The luxurious assembly ignited an unprecedented fervor among the students, particularly the older ones, like Percy and his peers. They concocted various excuses to greet the dignitaries in the VIP area, yearning for a moment of recognition before the leaders, hoping it would secure them respectable employment post-graduation. If they could take it a step further and establish connections with high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic, their futures would be assured. This time, Ivy did not join the Hufflepuff stand a watch with everyone else. As the largest stakeholder in Hogwarts, he was also invited to the VIP section. Chapter 90, The Match Begins. Hey, little Avy, it has been a long time since I last saw you, said Mad-Eye Moody, leaning on his cane as he approached and enveloped Avy in a warm embrace. Thank heavens you still remember me. Avy rolled her eyes. Ha! You possess a sense of humor far surpassing your father's. How old are you now? Let me think. If you're in second grade, you must be 12. At most, 13. How time flies. Moody playfully punched him on the shoulder. Look how tall you've grown. Indeed, you are quite strong. As expected of the heir of the Shafiq family. Moody had visited their home shortly after Avy's birth, albeit bearing grim tidings. Following Voldemort's downfall, Moody too had retired. Initially, he frequently visited their home, looking for ways to lend a hand. It was during those visits that Avy came to remember him. However, in recent years, it seemed that Moody had fallen ill, and he ceased to come by. I'm truly sorry to hear about your father's situation. This was the first time Moody broached the subject with Avy. Since your father made that decision, he must be prepared to face the consequences. It was his choice, and he deemed it worthwhile, Avy replied with a hint of detachment. Years ago, Avy's father's team had been ambushed. The Death Eater ranks, aside from Voldemort himself, were filled with notable figures, accompanied by a multitude of werewolves and ghouls. Due to the effects of the solidified barrier, no one could use apparition to escape. For the greater good, Avy's father resolutely stayed behind. Ultimately, he was outnumbered. It is commendable that you can think this way. If Gray knew, he would be greatly reassured, Moody said, patting his shoulder. Come, Avy, sit here, called Minister Fudge warmly as he rose. Thank you, Minister Fudge. No need for such formality. Just call me Uncle, Fudge said, guiding Avy to a seat. This is Barty, whom you have met. Hello, Minister Crouch. Avy, it has been a while. Not only Barty Crouch, in fact, Avy recognized nearly everyone of note within the Ministry of Magic. I didn't expect that you all would find time to come amidst your busy schedules, Avy remarked. Haha, it is precisely because of our recent workloads that we came to unwind a bit. Look, the players are making their entrance, Fudge exclaimed. As both teams entered, the stands erupted with thunderous applause. Once the players took their positions, Madame Hooch tossed the ball into the air, and the whistle sounded, signaling the official commencement of the match. Slytherin seized possession first, their new brooms swift and agile, managing to outpace Gryffindor players in both offense and defense. After several exchanges, Gryffindor began to exhibit signs of clear struggle, as Slytherin firmly grasped control of the match. In merely moments, Slytherin had already scored 60 points to none. Gryffindor's team is in dire straits. Their brooms are evidently inferior to their opponents, Fudge observed with keen interest. Minister Fudge, if I may be blunt, the outcome is already evident. Gryffindor is merely exhausting their energy in vain, Lucius Malfoy, sitting beside Fudge, said with satisfaction. That is not necessarily the case, Avy interjected. The path to victory is not solely through scoring. Thus, it is premature to draw conclusions just yet. Lucius, Fudge patted him on the shoulder. Let us see how Malfoy and Harry perform. Malfoy will not disappoint you, Lucius promptly replied. The match continued. Gradually, the sky began to drizzle, rendering the visibility for everyone rather blurred. This presented a considerable challenge for the Gryffindor players, as Slytherin's speed was already formidable, making it difficult to keep up with their movements. Now, with the rain obscuring their sight, even the slightest lapse in attention could result in losing sight of their targets. Harry hovered above the pitch, waiting patiently, for until the golden snitch revealed itself, there was little he could do other than observe the unfolding situation. Scarred, are you all right? Malfoy taunted, grinning in front of Harry. Harry, watch out behind you, Fred suddenly shouted, rushing towards him with his bat. Turning around, Harry saw the bludger hurtling toward his head with remarkable velocity, leaving him no time to react. Relying purely on instinct, he instinctively tucked his chin in, hoping to evade the oncoming projectile. Fortunately, Fred arrived just in time, darting past Harry and striking the bludger away with a swift swing of his bat. Would also soared up from the goalposts. Harry, be careful. Stay alert. Would? Harry raised his hand in response, but it was too late. With a thud, the bludger shattered Wood's broomstick and charged toward him like a battering ram. With no time to assess Wood's predicament, Harry quickly maneuvered his broom away. But the bludger seemed enchanted, relentlessly pursuing him. In the VIP box, Fudge furrowed his brow as he watched the frantic scene unfold. That bludger seems rather peculiar, he remarked. Indeed, it appears to have been bewitched, Barty concurred. Really? I've never seen such a method of enchantment. Lucius sneered. It resembles the magic of a house elf, Moody. Ever astute, interjected. Precisely. It must be the work of an elf, Fudge affirmed. We must halt the match. If this continues, Harry Potter's life is at stake. Barty suggested. They will not agree to that, Ivy replied. With the current score, if we end the match, Gryffindor will lose. Better to lose a match than a life, Lucius said with a sinister smile. As anticipated, Madame Hooch stepped forward to signal a pause in the game. She gathered the Gryffindor players. There has been interference in the match. I propose we suspend play. Do you all agree? But madam, if we halt the match now, does that mean we lose? Harry inquired. Regrettably, that is the case, she replied. Why? Shouldn't we reschedule? George protested. Listen, children, you are well aware of the Quidditch Cup rules. Prior to the interference, Slytherin held a clear advantage both in score and gameplay. Therefore, according to Quidditch regulations, they can be declared the victors, Madame Hooch explained patiently. Seeing no other option, the Gryffindor players exchanged glances. Finally, Wood stepped forward. We refuse to suspend the match. The game must continue. Wow, commendable bravery, Moody exclaimed in admiration. Oof, a path to destruction, Lucius sneered coldly. No changes occurred on the field. Harry was still being harried by the bludger as it chased him throughout the pitch. Meanwhile, the other Gryffindor players were subjected to various humiliations by the Slytherin team, with their captain, Marcus, even stopping deliberately to wait for them to seize the ball. This affront ignited a fiery anger within the Gryffindor players, who felt a deep-seated urge to retaliate. The Gryffindor stands were filled with a cacophony of insults, the young lions seething with rage. However, apart from their impotent fury, there was little they could do. Chapter 91, Victory. Unbeknownst to them, the score had reached 90-30, and victory seemed a distant dream. This was untenable. Harry hovered in the air, anxiously surveying the unfolding scene. The bludger had just struck the goalpost, granting him a moment to catch his breath. The ballet of the game was captivating, but at that moment, Malfoy re-emerged. Harry had no inclination to respond to his taunts, merely casting a disinterested glance. Yet, that fleeting look ensnared Harry's gaze. Above Malfoy, the golden snitch hovered serenely. The snitch, their sole hope for victory, had appeared. Commentator Lee Jordan, with his keen eyes, was equally incensed by Slytherin's recent antics. He unleashed a torrent of colorful hometown slang, nearly earning himself a kick from Professor McGonagall. Without hesitation, Harry darted past Malfoy, charging towards the golden snitch. Lee's words jolted Malfoy into action, compelling him to turn and pursue. The two soared after the snitch, spiraling down into the trench at the edge of the field, with the bludger in hot pursuit behind them. Within the trench, they collided repeatedly, each striving to force the other out of the game. Though Malfoy's broom was faster, Harry's skills shone through. Most importantly, he possessed a fearless spirit, undeterred by the threat of injury. They darted between the pillars, engaged in a relentless chase, while the bludger, much more aggressive, shattered everything in its path, drawing ever closer. In contrast to Malfoy's single-minded determination, Harry remained clear-headed. Amidst the physical tussle, He kept a vigilant eye on the bludger's trajectory. Just as it seemed destined to collide with him, Harry swiftly slowed and descended, allowing the bludger to graze past his head. Mr. Malfoy, it appears events are not unfolding as you anticipated, Ivy remarked with a smile, observing the scene. Lucius, gazing at the groaning Malfoy sprawled on the grass, wore a thunderous expression and said nothing. Ah, the vigor of youth is indeed commendable. It's merely a game. It signifies little. Fudge interjected to diffuse the tension, and the crowd fell silent. In the midst of the field, Harry emerged from the trench in pursuit of the golden snitch. With the Slytherin seeker out of the game, if Harry could capture the snitch, victory would be theirs. Victory was within reach, and Lee Jordan, caught up in the excitement, shouted without regard for fairness. Don't let him succeed, Marcus Flint shouted to his Slytherin teammates. Leading the charge towards Harry, Slytherin beaters sent another bludger hurtling towards Harry. Not on my watch, George exclaimed, intercepting the ball and redirecting its path. The Gryffindor players surged forward to contain their opponents. Harry, focus on catching the snitch. Leave the rest to us, Fred called out. Suddenly, a piercing sound erupted from the right. Before Harry could react, the bludger barreled into view, striking his outstretched right arm and shattering his protective gear. An agonizing pain shot through his arm, causing his vision to darken. Harry! The exclamations of his teammates revitalized his spirit. Once more he extended his left hand, lying upon the broomstick, striving to reach the elusive snitch. His outstretched fingers grazed the surface of the snitch, and with a swift motion, he lifted his torso, pinching the snitch tightly between his fingers, only to tumble onto the grass. Gryffindor emerged victorious. Madame Hooch blew her whistle to announce the outcome of the match. Before the young wizards could commence their celebrations, the bludger hurtled towards Harry, who lay on the ground. He endeavored to roll away twice, narrowly avoiding disaster. Crushed to bits, Hermione's clear voice rang out as the soaring bludger was shattered. Are you all right? Ron hurriedly helped Harry to his feet. My arm, Harry cried out in pain. Quick, let me take a look. Gilderoy Lockhart rushed over. No, not you. Harry groaned. Good heavens, he's completely dazed. Lockhart exaggeratedly declared. Silence, everyone. I shall attend to Harry. He lifted Harry's arm. You are fortunate. I have performed this spell countless times, and you shall be right as rain in no time. Lockhart pointed his wand at Harry's arm. Arm ending. Harry felt a tingling sensation radiate from his arm to his fingertips, followed by a complete numbness in his limb. The onlookers gasped as they beheld Harry's arm, contorted like a mass of rubber. Yes, sometimes this can happen, Lockhart stammered an explanation. On the bright side, at least you needn't worry about any pain in the bones. Pain in the bones? He doesn't even have any bones left. Hagrid bellowed angrily. It's all right. Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley, please escort Harry to the hospital. Madame Pomfrey can assist with further adjustments. The trio hurriedly took Harry, flustered as they made their way to the hospital wing. An exhilarating match. Fudge beamed, leading the applause. The other spectators in the VIP section rose to celebrate Harry. Only Lucius remained silent. I apologize, everyone. I must take my leave. I need to check on Harry, Ivy announced as she stood to depart. All right, you go ahead. We shall converse more another time. After exchanging farewells, Ivy descended from the VIP platform. As she passed Lucius, he abruptly called out, Mr. Shafiq. Ivy halted. Do you believe Hogwarts is still safe? What are you implying? Ivy replied coldly. Nothing, merely suggesting that as a stakeholder, you should consider the future of the school. Lucius smiled. No need for concern. I believe Hogwarts is thriving. Within the hospital wing, most students had departed, leaving only the trio and Betty. Harry, are you all right? Ivy entered. I'm fine. I just drank the Skeel Grow. I need to wait a night. Harry's countenance appeared quite well. That's good to hear. Earlier, I was in the VIP section where ministry officials mentioned that the bludger was controlled by a house elf's magic. Ivy relayed the news. A house elf? You mean the one from the Hogwarts kitchen? Ron questioned, puzzled. You focus on healing, and perhaps ponder if you have any insights. We shall take our leave. The group rose to exit the hospital. As night fell, Ivy returned to the ruins. Chapter 92, The Choice of Ruins. As he stood before Lu Wei, there was a moment of anticipation, yet Lu Wei remained indifferent, exuding an air of aloofness. Was he perhaps hungry? Still, there was no response. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's three heads abruptly turned in unison, their eyes wide open, with pupils constricted to mere pinpricks. The dazed expression on the canine's face elicited a chuckle from Ivy, who marveled at how even a dog could manifest such comical features. Ivy then produced various components and assembled them into a barbecue grill, subsequently presenting a freshly cleaned beef hind leg. I can prepare it right away. A half hour later, 4 beef legs were neatly arranged on the grill. With a spray bottle positioned below, flames licking the ingredients with fervor. This was one of Hufflepuff's magical culinary tools, the roasting pot, resembling an alcohol lamp. Once the safety was disengaged, it would function, albeit requiring regular maintenance. With a chef's knife, Ivy prodded the beef legs, then took an oil brush to coat them thoroughly, generously sprinkling chili and cumin powder atop. As the flames roared, copious amounts of beef fat dripped onto the floor, creating a small puddle. Lu Wei lay on the ground, gazing longingly, his drool pooling beneath him. Ivy chose to disregard the dog's eager gaze, aware that they would have to wait a little longer. Lu Wei let out a howl, collapsing onto the ground in a dramatic display. Just as Ivy was about to tease him, he noticed the ears of Lu Wei's 3 heads began to quiver simultaneously, followed by a tremor in their noses. The dog stood upright, its demeanor shifting to one of ferocity, barking wildly in a particular direction. Is it coming again? Ivy thought to himself. Lu Wei continued to bark incessantly, while Ivy remained focused on the food. Tonight was undoubtedly Colin's night. Before long, Lu Wei quieted down, and both man and dog stood in silence before the grill. What are you contemplating? Ivy inquired. Time is of the essence. You and T want to be forgotten here. Would you? With your assistance, I would feel much more at ease. As he spoke, he tossed a cooked beef leg towards Lu Wei, picking up the remaining one for himself. Silence enveloped the room once more, save for the sounds of gnawing and swallowing. Soon, Lu Wei had devoured his meal and lay down, eyes closed. Observing this, Ivy approached and crouched beside him. Hearing the movement, the middle head of Lu Wei opened its eyes to look at him. I can't finish this, so it's yours. Ivy offered the remaining 2/3 of the beef leg, watching as Lu Wei chewed with great effort. You truly are stubborn, aren't you? No matter how I phrase it, you want to yield. Alas, this might be our final meeting. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei paused mid-chew. The thought of being busy in the future left uncertainty about another chance to reunite. After Lu Wei swallowed, Ivy stood up. Rest well, I must take my leave. He began to walk toward the door, but behind him, Lu Wei's 6 eyes were fixated on him. As Ivy grasped the doorknob and prepared to open it, a massive paw suddenly reached over his head and pressed against the door. Turning around, he found Lu Wei sitting right behind him, 3 heads bowed down, all gazing at him intently. The middle head barked twice, panting with its tongue lolling out. You agree? Although the gesture was unmistakable, Ivy still asked in surprise. Lu Wei nodded repeatedly with its 3 heads, but then immediately gestured towards the grill. Rest assured, there will be plenty. Avi understood the implication and confidently patted his chest in agreement. As Avi stroked its head, a thought struck him. How could he take it away? He had been so preoccupied with devising a trick that he hadn't considered how to actually transport it once it was in his possession. Lu Wei let out a soft whine and began to shake its body. Gradually, Lu Wei shrank in size until it transformed into a small black puppy, with its 3 heads merging into one. It opened the door and stepped out of the room, with Lu Wei following closely behind. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as an invisible wall of air blocked Lu Wei's path. Lu Wei barked once, as if to say, indeed, this must be a spell set by Dumbledore. Wait here, I will go find him. Just as he turned to leave, he felt a surge of magical energy emanating from afar. With its face pressed against the invisible barrier, Lu Wei attempted to squeeze through and stumbled, tumbling out of the room and bouncing twice upon hitting the ground. Once upright, it looked back at the doorframe with a bewildered expression. Avi glanced toward the headmaster's office with a wry smile, realizing that Dumbledore was indeed aware of everything. There was no use dwelling on it. After all, Dumbledore would not wish him harm. Let us go, Lu Wei. The following day, in the dining hall, Ron was feeding Lu Wei ham while asking, when did you get a dog? Just a simple find in a room, came to reply. Are we going to see Harry after breakfast? Hermione inquired. Sure, it's Sunday, and I have no plans. After finishing their meal, the group took some breakfast items to the hospital. Harry was already awake. How are you feeling? Are your bones healing? Ron asked as he sat by Harry's bedside. Not yet. I believe they will be better by tomorrow. Harry appeared somewhat lethargic. What else with the bed being surrounded? Avi pointed to the bed opposite Harry's. Upon hearing this, Harry perked up. Come, come. He beckoned the others to gather closer, lowering his voice. That S. Colin. He was brought in last night. He was attacked by the basilisk and petrified. What? The monster has reappeared. Why wasn't there any news? Hermione exclaimed. Shoo. Perhaps Dumbledore hasn't made an announcement yet. Let us keep this quiet for now. Are the ingredients for the polyjuice potion ready? Harry asked. We need to hurry. Additionally, I received new information last night. I can now confirm that Lucius Malfoy is indeed the heir. Harry lowered his voice. What news? Ron inquired urgently. This was crucial for his sister's safety, and there was no time to waste. Harry recounted the previous night's events in detail. Are you saying that the reason for the late start to the school year and that road bludger were all due to a house elf named Dobby casting spells to protect you? Avi summarized. Exactly, Harry nodded. Is this for real? I've never seen such a protector. We nearly got smashed by the Whomping Willow. And Harry, its magic just cost you an arm. It can't be a spy, can it? Ron's skepticism lingered. No, it likely intended to protect me, but its methods were rather clumsy. Furthermore, it inadvertently revealed that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened before. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Hermione could hardly believe it. Yes. How long ago? Do you have a specific timeline? Avi asked. There was hardly an opportunity to inquire about last night's events, and Harry was quite agitated. The mere slip of this information nearly drove him to despair. I feared that if I pressed further, I might inadvertently harm myself. Without a specific time frame, how could one be so certain that Lucius is the heir? Consider this. It was likely Lucius who opened the Chamber of Secrets during his time at Hogwarts. After all these years, he has assisted Malfoy in reopening it. Most importantly, I suspect Dobby is the house elf of the Malfoy family, which would explain how he could eavesdrop on Lucius's clandestine plans. Otherwise, how could a house elf possess knowledge of such private matters? If this is the case, Lucius certainly appears to be a prime suspect. Ivy, lacking any other leads, could only agree. Does this not affirm that our investigative direction is sound? Hermione was elated. As long as they could brew Polyjuice Potion and extract the plan from Malfoy, it would be a significant triumph. It now hinged on whether the Muggle-born wizards could endure the month ahead. Ron sighed. By the way, Hermione, could you spare some time to search the library for any monsters that might align with our clues and explore ways to contain it? Ivy reminded her. Certainly. Before long, the news of Colin's attack spread like wildfire. The students, still basking in the excitement of the Quidditch match, were jolted back to reality. The atmosphere on campus shifted abruptly, growing somber and oppressive. Yet, this was merely a facade. Young wizards, particularly Muggle-borns, were extraordinarily sensitive. They clustered in tight-knit groups, scrutinizing anyone who approached, as if anticipating that these individuals might shed their robes to reveal a monstrous form poised to pounce upon them. On another note, Ginny's mental state deteriorated with each passing day. The Weasley twins, oblivious, continued to devise ways to cheer her up. The trio, privy to the truth, exchanged complex glances, feeling powerless to intervene. However, there were two pieces of good news. Firstly, the preparation of the Polyjuice Potion proceeded remarkably well. All ingredients were gathered, and they only awaited the final product. Secondly, Ron's wand had finally been restored. Weeks later, after dinner, Ivy, Harry, and the others sat in the courtyard, gazing at the stars. A small black dog scurried about them, while Bess sat on Betty's shoulder, watching it with curiosity. Ivy, are you going to the dueling club later? Harry inquired, glancing at the two. The school bulletin had announced it at noon. Of course. Why wouldn't I go to watch a duel? Ivy replied, eager to join in the excitement. What format do you think it will take? Hermione asked. What else could it be? A duel, obviously. They won't be capturing two magical creatures for us to practice on, will they? Ron replied nonchalantly, feeling triumphant now that his wand was repaired. Who will be teaching us? Hermione speculated. I heard Professor Flitwick was a champion duelist in his youth. Could it be him? Whoever it is, as long as it's not Lockhart, I'm fine with it. Ron shrugged, agreeing with Harry's nod of approval. You two are infuriating, Hermione retorted. All right, it's about time. Let's head to the Great Hall. I think I've had enough of your bickering, Betty announced, rising to walk towards the entrance hall. Wait for us, Ivy called, as the trio hurried to catch up, not forgetting to beckon her along.